Welcome to Zenith Racing Series at Virginia International Raceway. We are here for Saturday in a wonderful 12-hour race. It is bright and early, just shy of 8:30 a.m. here in Virginia, just right on the North Carolina border. And we are going to be bringing you, like I said, 12 hours of non-stop racing, multi-class action here between the ZP2, ZR2, and ZR3 series. As you can see, we have got pre-grid starting to line up right here on pit road. We are going to be joined with Joe Peak here momentarily, as well as Jonathan Grace and Sloan Pollisner down on pit road. And what a wonderful day for some racing action. Joe Peak, I can't wait to kick this thing off with you.
Yeah, I am absolutely looking forward to this. Drivers getting to race from dawn to dusk here at Virginia International Raceway. The first time that they've done a 12-hour race here in the Zenith Racing Series with Sloan Pollisner and Jonathan Grace down on pit lane to join us. Going to be changing conditions as it will get warmer, as you can see throughout the course of the day. It is, of course, Virginia, so it's going to be a bit humid out there. Drivers will be tested on their human limit out in these very hot race cars during the course of the race. But then, of course, there is the mechanical aspect as well. So it's going to be a rough one, but this is what we love about endurance racing. It is trying to see who can outlast out there. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing how everybody handles that. Now, as for our two pit reporters, I do believe that we have Sloan and Jonathan down and ready to go. Going to give us a little bit of a perspective of what it's like as the drivers prepare on the pit lane.
Good morning, everybody. Jonathan Grace here alongside Sloan Pollisner, and excited to be here for round 3 of the Zenith Racing Series. The cars just on the pre-grid now. Noah's Ark 2x2 separated in our 3 classes, ZP2, ZR2. And Sloan, that's where my eyes are in the beginning on this car, the Team GTR 99, because they've won overall in this sprint race. Just a couple of hours for the sprint race, but I think over the course of 12 hours, the pace in that M4 GT4 Evo is undeniable. I'm also looking at tire strategy today. Our ZP2 and ZR2 cars have 8 tires to work with without any penalty, and I think that will play a factor with points being awarded at the 6-hour mark and the 12-hour mark. But what do you have your eye on?
My eye is currently on the weather, as it is a beautiful 70 degrees out here right now. It's a little bit breezy, a little bit chilly. I do have some goosebumps still, which is kind of nice, but track is going to get up to 90 degrees today. I know that halfway through yesterday, drivers were saying the track felt a little sketchy, a little greasy, so I'm super interested to see how this might shake up the grid a little bit halfway through. We've got an amazing show for you guys today, though, and I'm so happy to be joined here by Jonathan.
12 hours of racing. I think we're going to have a lot of fun today, guys.
I hope to have comfortable shoes on down there, Joey. They've got a lot of work to do as well. They were fantastic yesterday during our sprint race, feeding us a lot of information. Hopefully the teams have got all the kinks worked out from that.
And I heard some interesting information with those tires, right? Definitely going to be kind of just intrigued to watch how all of the teams and drivers utilize those tires in terms of the track. And I think we're actually going to go ahead and look at the track map, because we are here at VIR on a nice early slow pace lap. So let's go ahead and dissect exactly where we are. I mentioned right on the North Carolina Virginia border here, in a wonderful racetrack. 3.27 miles and 17 turns is what makes up VIR. The front straightaway quite long, but it is arcing to the right. Going into turn number 1, it is a good passing opportunity into that brake zone. Turn 3, 4, 5, it's definitely a technical area on this racetrack, and it feeds you out into the snake, which then leads you into the uphill climbing S's where the drivers are running flat out, and of course that long back straightaway leading you into a roller coaster and hog pen, Joe.
Of course, we've got Victor Cuoto in the number 3, starting on pole for this weekend. Ethan Barker will join on the outside for the ZP2s. It is Shane Roberts who is going to be starting from P3. Oliver Piatek will be in fourth, appropriately in the 4 car. And then in fifth, it's the number 5 with Carter Pease starting them off. Stratus Racing has Colin Garrett in the 57, starting from 6. Trent Walco in the Random Vandals Racing, number 98, starts from 7th. And Jackson Lee in 8th for the 909 car. Brandon Kidd will begin from 9th as the top 10 going to be rounded out by Matt Million in the 58. The 59 will be Clay McGurk in 11th. Then we head off to the ZR2 cars. The pole for that will be Rob Jackowitz with Ed Fardos to his outside. Retro Rockets with William Alsup in 3rd. 4th goes to Matt Million in the 9-4 Motorsports. Obviously, a different driver will be starting that car. The 178 machine starts from 5th. 6th goes to Ari Balog. And then 7th will be Anthony Pacelli, the 3rd in the 177. Joey, what about our ZR3 class?
Yeah, it's Clifton Lipple leading the way there. And then in second place is going to be Liam Gray. Starting in 3rd is going to be Alex Crane. That is 20th overall, 3rd place in class. After Alex Crane, it's going to be Jay Tompkins starting in 21st overall. Chris Payne is going to be starting in 22nd in that number 24 machine. Over in 23rd is going to be Corey Jenkins. Sergio Ramirez from Harrison Motorsports lines up 24th. Ren Messenger from AOA Racing in 25th, with Alex Rubenstein starting in the 26th place. A few more back here. Daniel Taylor with Big Mission Motorsports starts in 27th. TJ Hoffines in 28th. And then to round out our 29 cars is going to be Mike Donick with HQ Autosport.
We are ready to go. 12 hours of racing on the cards. Who is going to make it to the finish of this one, and who will be victorious? As there is the green flag, we are racing at Virginia International Raceway. Looks like Victor got a pretty good start coming down to the horseshoe. Still plenty of 2x2, little bit of 3 wide at the very back of the pack. And as they exit out of that right-hander, looks like the prototypes will be clean. I see the ZR2 class cars also managing to get single file. Still some battles in the far background for the ZR3s.
Look at how filled up this racetrack is on a Saturday morning in Virginia. Like you had mentioned, everybody off to a nice clean start, still side by side a little bit further back in the ZP2 class. I believe that was one of the Random Vandals machines arguing over a spot on the racetrack going through what was turn number 5. And now we accelerate the entire 29 car field down this long straightaway and up the uphill S's.
We all know that track position is important, but remember, you've got a long time to make up for it. So if you do lose some spots, you'll have chances to try and get back into it. The main thing here is to get the race underway and get yourself in a good position to just carry on. But up at the front, Ethan Barker did manage to take the lead away from Victor there. And it looks like Shane Roberts is close on his heels for that second spot as they chase up the hill towards the roller coaster. Are we going to see a change of position? The 109 looking. He's going to pop to the what's going to be the inside of this 2-part corner, but then it's the outside through the roller coaster, and he decides it's too risky at the start of the race to try and force that issue.
Pretty fun to see those top 3 cars being the 77, the 3, and the 109, because those 3 cars were kind of the top of the field when it comes to the ZP2 class yesterday in that 2.5-hour sprint race. Of course, it was the number 3 car that claimed the checkered flag, but that maroon 109 that is being closed in on by Oliver Piatek in that yellow machine showed some incredible pace early on. I'm not surprised to see Quoto out there kind of under pressure right now. Shane Roberts in that 109 trying to get around.
Looks like we had a change for the lead down to the ZR3s as Alex Green was up in the front. I just saw our time and scoring move that looked like Ramirez up into the front of that one. But it has been nose to tail pretty much at the front of the ZP2 field as we've been following them around. 109 of Shane Robert was putting the pressure on, dropped off a little bit there. Now he's got Piatek in the yellow and white number 4 closing in on him.
Fantastic fight for what is 2nd, 3rd, and 4th on the racetrack right now. When you see 5th and 6th place not too far behind, and That includes Pease as well as McGurk. I had mentioned those 3 car numbers, the 77, the 3, and the 109. I kind of left out the number 59 there from Stratus Racing. Of course, they were up front early on in the race and led, call it, the first half of it before having some troublesome woes a little bit later in that 2.5-hour race. So not too surprised to see McGurk also threatening up there, part of this lead pack breakaway.
Shout out to Sloan. She's already caught up with the 41 car who had ducked behind the wall at the very start. Apparently they had a spark wire off, so they've got it back on track and running. Unfortunately, already having lost a lap. Another threat down to the roller coaster from Roberts, but it looks like Victor will be able to hold on. So not a lot of changes, but definitely some positioning of their cars to try and make sure that nobody manages to get that track position in these early laps. What about down the main straight? Look at how close Oliver is now. He could have a shot here, Joey.
That's what Shane decides to do. If he decides to go defensive, no, he sticks right on the racing line. And sure enough, Oliver's not going to try to look for a way around either. And I think that this is just part of the first 5 minutes of a 12-hour race. All of these drivers are familiar with how they race on this specific racetrack based off of yesterday. However, they're still getting into the rhythm of things. They're still warming up the racetrack. It is still early here in Virginia on a Saturday morning, so you got to think maybe a little bit of dew on the ground and just get the first 5, 10, maybe 15 minutes under the belt and then start to really push it a little bit more.
In the chaos of the start, it sounds like Jonathan has gotten with the manager of the 41. Jonathan, what's the news?
Guys, here with team manager AJ Alsup, who's just video right now. It's what you saw, the car garage for a moment and went back out.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think we got some spark plug work on the cars short in our wiring harness, which kept us, I guess, metal stuff sometimes takes you out.
Thank you very much. Best of luck today.
Thanks, man. Hope we can catch up.
Apologies for slight technical issues on that one, but I think we got the gist of what's happening with that car down there. Piatek now dropping off the back of the 109, who continues to be in the thick of the action. We've been watching this front group of the ZP2s, and seems like you can't do anything to try and take that away, at least in these early stages. Does look like at the back of the ZP2s, as we saw yesterday, the ZR2's getting in the mix, as right now the 99 is leading a couple of our ZP2 cars and putting distance between himself and the rest of that ZR2 field.
Well, and here's a little bit of a threat down into turn number 1. So this is now for second place. I thought that maybe they were going to start to get into a little bit of a rhythm, and Shane Roberts pushing Victor around the outside of what is turn number 1 and 2 here at VIR. So that white and red is the number 3 car, sitting in second place overall. And then that burgundy is that 109 of Shane Roberts giving chase right now. And what I do see directly out the windshield of our competitors, our leaders in ZP2, is our first challenge of the day, a little bit of lap traffic. And that's actually choked up Ethan Barker, our leader in the 77 car. This is going to get busy in the S.
Oh, will it? Because these cars have so much more downforce in those GT machines, and manages to make his way through. You're not kidding about Parker really being under the gun now. Not only does he have Victor, but Shane Roberts is right there, and they're coming up to the back straight. Joey, we saw yesterday that the slipstream is extremely powerful down this long stretch.
And we've already seen it put into test today, right? We saw that 109 car really be able to utilize that slipstream. So watch this third car in line. We're going to see if he's a little bit too close. Now, when you have a 3-car slipstream, the third car usually gets the biggest pull. However, if that second car is close enough, it almost seems like they all kind of accelerate up towards the leader, and that's exactly like what we just saw right there. I think that number 3 car, if he was just a little bit closer to Ethan Barker out front, he would have had a little bit of a more powerful tow. It would have sucked him up just a little bit closer. Interesting run through 17, though. Here's where they're going to all stack up one more time behind the Retro Rockets machine. Here's a possible pass for second by Shane Roberts.
Oh, buddy is plugged up. We've got 11 hours and 51 minutes to go, and we got to battle for the lead here. But finally, could we see Shane get that P2 that he's been trying to get for the first few laps? He's going to have to do it the long way around through the horseshoe, and he just about has it. If he can hold on round the outside, it becomes the inside through 2 and into 3. NASCAR bend, and there is finally job done for the 109 car.
The move that was set up on the front straightaway, picking which side of the racetrack he wanted to be on. He followed Ethan Barker through, put him on the outside of turn number 1, and it was just a lap prior that he had taken kind of a look on the outside of that number 3 car, couldn't get the move done, and finally was up alongside and finds himself now into second place. So he looked at number 3 in the rearview mirror, now getting pressured by his teammate, Oliver Piatek, in that yellow machine.
Okay, will we get any sort of settling down now at this point? Because this is pretty exciting for the start of a 12-hour race. Of course, we wouldn't expect anything less. You often will see drivers let the adrenaline get the best of them. Is there going to be another position loss for Guoto there in the number 3? As Piatek is now close behind. This is up Madison Avenue. These are teammates, both of them for round 3 racing. So while they want track position, they don't want to cost each other here. And as he starts to gain, it's not going to be enough by the time they get to the brake marker here at the roller coaster. But Shane Roberts, Joey, he's not settling just for second. Look at this. He's already on top of Barker.
A little bit similar to what we saw yesterday, right? We saw the 109 kind of settle into a rhythm and then make his way forward in terms of that track position and overall positions. Kind of settled into what was second and third place a little bit later in the race. Certainly seems like something very, very similar right now. I'm looking through the lap times. Everybody in the top 3 has turned a lap time sub 2 minutes in the 1:59s. Ethan Barker out front, our leader, a 1:59.5, the fastest lap out of anybody. He just went purple that time by.
Definitely hustling. We'll keep an eye on those lap times throughout the race, because I think those will be telling factors. Who can manage to be setting some personal best, as the track will definitely go through an evolution today, not just in temperature, but remember how much rubber is going to be laid down throughout the course of today's event. We haven't touched on it recently, but I will say that Ramirez still leads down in the ZR3s, currently up ahead of Crane and being split by, it looks like, Anthony Pacelli in that Ginetta. So there's a buffer sitting between our ZR3 leaders that has made life a little bit difficult, I'm sure, for second place if they want to try and keep up with them. But we'll see whether or not that becomes an issue later on. As we watch them head down the back straight once again, are we finally getting into a rhythm now?
I have to chuckle. Yes and no. Right, we're still only about 12 minutes into this thing. Are we in a rhythm? I feel like, call it the top 2, top 3 cars have kind of found that rhythm. However, everybody giving chase is still figuring out, all right, can I fuel save maybe a little bit at the end of these straightaways? Do I need to push it onto the brake zones just to kind of close that gap a little bit more? What about my rolling speed through some of these corners like turn number 17? Do I need to start to worry about driving off the front tires so early? So, yes, Joe, I feel like the drivers are starting to get into that rhythm, but something we talked about yesterday, too, the temperature swing. It's early in the morning right now, and that temperature swing is going to be pretty drastic today.
We saw it close to the 90s yesterday during the heat of the day. Of course, it was a shorter race that started in the afternoon. This time, starting in the morning. So, yeah, it's going to be pretty different now until we get to later in the afternoon. And then, of course, we'll cool down again once we get to the evening. As we hop on board, a nice little perspective from our two cars here down the back. Great Dave Tompkins, who we ride on board with 21st overall, but this is in class, and that is Caitlin Whipple. up ahead in the 85. A little bit of distance at this gate, nothing to be worried about. Still has visual on him, Joey, and visual often means so much for a driver in that impetus to keep pushing.
And I think what the bigger worry that Jay has is actually in the rear view mirror, because I see that Hoffman's in that 444 Bruce Innovations car, which is a teammate to this 555 machine. It is less than 1 second out that rear view mirror. So both Bruce Innovations cars right now running together in, call it, 6th and 7th in class.
A little bit of side by side, though, down coming through the horseshoe, and I think he is going to be able to make his way by. So the 444, you were right, was definitely a problem and has now taken that track position as Philippines has moved up. So as they work their way down through turn 5 now, they'll be on the throttle through the snake and all the way up through the climbing S's before they finally are off of that one. It does sound like Jonathan has a little bit of information on that weather. Jonathan, what you got?
Yeah, guys, had a really good conversation yesterday after the session with Linus Lundqvist, who drives in the 59. They are running 6th in class in CP2 at the moment at the hands of one of Linus's teammates. One of the quickest drivers all weekend long, especially on single lap pace. He said he's very confident in the car's performance at the end of the race. We heard Sloan bring it up in the pre-race show, but I think that's where everybody has their eyes today, setting up the car to be there in the last hour or two when track conditions will fall significantly. The track will get cooler and thereby grippier, so that's something to keep an eye on. If you can survive that hot middle stint in this afternoon and get to the end, you might be in good shape.
Bible off the key factor in these long races. Personal best lap from Ethan Barker up to compound of 59.2 that last time by at the lead of the field as we continue to walk four of Hofans ahead of Tompkins. Now that he's made that pass, but watch out for Keeler in the 134 just behind him. Daniel making sure that 555 cannot rest on his laurels. Does look like it's going to be tight here coming off of Hogpen. An important corner on this track, Joey, out of that right-hander.
And you see that trailing car start to close it up here on the front straightaway. It's an arcing front straightaway to the right. You see the Bruce Innovations machine just kind of move down to the inside and actually take a look on the teammate going into turn number 1. I did not see that move coming. I thought that they were pretty equal distant going into that brake zone, so I didn't think that any big-time lunges were going to happen. And now that third car in line actually overtakes. So a little bit of midfield action going on here in this ZR3 class currently between the Bruce Innovations machines, and I believe that is also Big Mission Motorsports there.
Daniel Taylor did a great job really capitalizing on that situation. Probably going to see a bit of that, not just in the same class, but once we start to get lap traffic on the factor, that could be a big talking point throughout the day. Another best lap of anybody overall from Viatech in the number 4 car, 58.9s, and that is definitely much faster than what we were seeing yesterday in the heat of the day. These prototype cars are loving these conditions.
They are, and I had mentioned that temperature swing, and right now everything is nice and cool for the race cars on the racetrack, and this is a lead class fight that we've got going on right now between the 99 and the 95. I was kind of wondering how this one was going to crack off. I'm happy for at least being it here early on in this 12-hour race. Now, both of these are BMW GT4 platform machines competing in the ZR class for the Zenith Racing Series. That 99 had some terrific performance yesterday and actually won overall. The only other car to be able to do that in the entire history of Zenith is that blue number 95, and now they are scrapping it out.
Remember, though, that this 95 car is just the test car for today. So, yes, they're keeping the 99 honest, but if you're Jackowitz, you've got to be feeling a sigh of relief here, knowing that that car is going to disappear probably relatively soon. In fact, they're going to be split by Brandon Kidd there. That was for overall position. And you can see how much more speed they had at the end of Madison Avenue, showing the strength of those prototypes is very much more in these corner sections. Which will run away ahead of Matt Million for the time being. And the next one down that he needs to worry about is Gary Baylog in the 90. Not sure how far away they are, but there's definitely a few cars between them. Because now it looks like Million will also overtake Kidd.
Brake zone seems a little bit uneventful there. 99 just starting to eke out just that little bit. See if these two cars maybe have strength in one side of the racetrack versus another. Of course, they are the same platform, like I was mentioning. So theoretically, they should be driving or actually making the same sort of speed in the same areas here at VIR, but it is still driver and team dependent to make sure that the car is reacting how the drivers want to. Sometimes drivers like a little bit of a more loose car. Sometimes they like a little bit more stability with the numb feeling front end, and right there was a good example of multi-class traffic where the 99 was able to get through before the Us's that CR3 machine and was able to gap out probably about another second or so of breathing room.
Now it gets a little more complicated because that is Ethan Parker that is coming up to them, being chased by Shane Roberts. Now they're going to have to deal with a different prototype car trying to pull after them, and I think that's looking like a battle for the lead. Look how close he is behind Ethan. From above, we can see him kind of poking his nose out to the left-hand side. Is he going to be able to overtake by the time they get down into the roller coaster? So this is two lead battles that are happening simultaneously between the two classes. They're not going to catch him at the end of the straight. It does look like Ethan managed to stay ahead.
Pretty awesome that we have both of those class battles, like you were saying. I do see on our ticker right now that Shane Roberts in the 109 has gone ahead of Ethan Parker out there in the 77. So there has been a lead change, and I'm actually looking at them right now. Here they are exiting turn number 1. So they are side by side. Yes, the 109 was ahead at the timing and scoring line, but the 77's got the inside line here in turn number 3, and Shane Roberts almost goes for a ride on the edge.
He was taking up all of the track, and then some apologies. That was not the battle for the lead, but we did actually have the battle down the main straight. So there was two different cars that we saw fighting behind them, and it looks like that is the two that we were watching that have sorted themselves out. Just a little bit of cover. Back up the top runners. Parker ahead. Roberts behind. Tech starting to close up. We're looking at a 3-car battle, still dealing with the lap traffic in front of them and down through the south bend that blows up Parker. Something fierce. Roberts flashing his headlights, trying to distract as well as let that car know to stay out of the way. We got an important fight. He will get held up enough that Tech now has to run.
What was 2 cars fighting for the lead has now turned into 4 ZP2 machines all arguing over that top spot. Ethan Parker seemed to get out of that Oak Tree Schmozzle the best out of the entire group, and there goes the ZRT machines giving chase down that same straightaway, all but maybe 10 seconds behind our lead ZP2 class, and now we're going to jump on board with Cody Grissom a little bit further back in one of our ZR3 machines.
A little bit farther down at the moment. They seem to find out where this car is currently is the 76. They're sitting in second. I believe it's Alex Crane in the car sharing this with Cody Grissom. He's actually split by Philly up to Ramirez currently at a little bit of a distance, as we can see. It is a clear track out in front at the moment. Coming on through the back stretch. He's now going to try and unleash the power of that car, as the 99 still has 95 hard on him.
This is that fight like you were just mentioning for the class lead in that purple DR2 class. Jackwood currently holding off what shows Matt Million by that number 95. And Matt obviously very well versed in how to race around in these BMW cars. Has led the ZP2 and DR2 class. It doesn't matter which car Matt Million is opted into. Always is able to extract the best performance he can out of the machine that he's driving, and right now he is hot on the heels of the 99 car. He's about to run through turn number 11. Now this is Oak Tree Corner. Of course, we don't have the Oak Tree there anymore, but constantly saying get on the gas as quick as we possibly can, because it drives you down this long Madison Avenue back straightaway. Look out the windshield. I see a couple more lapped cars that are going to be directly in front. One of them is McGurk in the 59, so you don't really have to worry about that ZP2 machine. However, I think I saw maybe a ZR3 car that they are going to be running up on, and that is another possible passing opportunity, or possibly to lose the lead for the 99.
Yeah, they are going to have their work cut out for them. Just saw that Roberts managed to get ahead of Piatek once again, so he's in a much better spot. We're still seeing the ZP2s swap around quite a bit. In fact, we're jumping over to that now. That is Piatek in the yellow and white. But look at Roberts and Barker. A whole lot of headlight flashing in this first run through the GT field. There is a sense of urgency. The left hook narrows up, as Joey mentioned yesterday, and they're having to take some aggressive moves at some points to try and not lose track position or put themselves in a precarious spot.
It's the lead battle, and you know, we missed it. We were so focused on getting through that lap traffic. I thought the 77 had a healthy lead, but Shane Roberts in the 109 got by some point in the racetrack. I wonder if that was down in turn number 1 or where exactly that happened. But yeah, Shane now leading this race in that Burgundy 109 machine. You see the headlights on from Ethan Barker, and he has pretty much led the entirety leading up to this point. And from what we saw yesterday, these ZP2 cars can make it roughly about 1 hour. Some of them were stretching it maybe a couple minutes over 1 hour. Some of them more in the 55-minute range. And of course, you got those variable code 60s out there. Knock on wood, Joe, we haven't seen any early on here today.
Yeah, those have been one of the factors that have kind of changed the course of the race as well. In the previous 2 weekends that we've had, Sonoma opened things up, then we headed off to Barber down in Alabama. Now we're here on the East Coast at Virginia. And so far, I believe we only had the we had the 2 code 60s for the sprint race, which is a good sign that they've managed to keep it mean and green on the track itself. But we'll see what it looks like in this race, where we could have a few more breakdowns throughout. We could see some stranded cars. That would be a lot more likely to bring out those code 60s, but that is hopefully a very long ways away, since we're still early in the race and they've had an overnight to get these cars into prime condition for this race. Shane Roberts ahead of Ethan Barker. They've been swapping that lead back and forth. They have not been able to run away from Piatek and Koto behind them up to this point as we watch them from above. There's your top 3, all still within a second of one another.
Jumping back to some more action on the racetrack here. This is one of those Bruce Innovations cars, and I think it is still right in the middle of a battle. You see one of the ZP2 cars as well trying to get through. This is one of those funnel effects here at VIR where it's so wide leading into this section, and then when you reach the climbing S's, the uphill S's, everything seems to narrow up, and we've got a problem with a Ginetta on the racetrack, and it looks like there's something wrong with the left rear on this car. And if it's not the left rear, yep, sure enough, it looks like a tire has come off of the wheel. It is just barely hanging on this 290.
We're only a half an hour into this one, and already a tire issue is really rough to see. That is our third place car, probably not for much longer in the ZR2. Yeah, Fardos is just showing up ahead is, wow, one of the BMWs, 2 wheels off through the grass, coming down into the hog pen, and somehow keeps it from becoming disaster. That can often see cars fly across and become a bowling ball through the rest of the corner.
That was very, very nervous, wasn't it? Because when you're that far off on driver's right in that section, it's a little bit of a left-hander going into hog pen, so your loaded tires are then in the grass, in the dirt. So, yeah, maybe a little bit more nerve-wracking than it should have been. But, hey, everybody got out the other side clean and okay, so we're still racing.
Got the feed of the 290 on my side, kind of watching their progress. They've got a painful run because that flat was just about at pit exit, it looked like. And they've got the entire lap to try and make their way through. They're just about to Oak Tree currently. On screen, though, Roberts versus Barker. Still sees Roberts holding the advantage. Starting to pull away a little bit from Piatek, it looks like. That seems like a greater gap than what we saw last time we looked at this group. Maybe he needs to watch out for Victor just behind him in that round 3 racing car. In fact, all 3 round 3 racing cars are in the top 5. This is a very good sign early in this race. There is that 209 or 290, excuse me, that is still creeping their way around.
Saw the speed differential with how slow that car was, and these ZP2 cars going by it, and kind of reminded me of something over here, Joe. Of course, we've got all the access to all the onboard cameras with GPX systems and whatnot, so great to be able to kind of tune in on all at our battles while we've got the main broadcast feed. And I saw that top speed from Ethan Barker down the back straightaway that past time was right about 140 miles an hour is what they're doing.
That is clipping along, and I'm sure they're feeling it throughout there as they head towards the breaking of the horseshoe once more. There's our top 4 still giving chase. Still impressive that a half an hour in, there's been very little separation between them. I'm kind of curious as well, Joey, how much, especially with how hard they've been fighting at the start, they are trying to manage the pace of these cars, because we've talked a little bit about it, how, and we heard the teams mention that they need to care for the tires throughout because it is going to get so hot later in the day. What percentage do you think they're pushing? Is this 100%, or are they more 95?
I like that you phrased it at 95, right? Because you're never going to see 90 or 85 or 80%. When we say that a racing car driver isn't at the absolute limit, it's probably back down by 1%, maybe 2%. And when I say that, I'll try to kind of draw some parallels here. You're still going to go 100% throttle on the straightaways, right? You're still going as fast as possible in terms of the top speed section. Where you might lift off a little bit is going into the brake zone. So maybe you lift off, call it 2 seconds before you normally would have, and that gives you just a little bit of coast time. All right, so you're not running at 100% as we get this awesome action for the ZR2 class lead on the racetrack while I explain this. The other thing that you can do is have the same minimum rolling speed. However, when you come to it, it's just a little bit easier getting into the corners. We get one of these Janettas here on the pit lane, Joe.
In fact, it sounds like Jonathan is there. Jonathan, what you got?
guide you and then cut out right as you start talking.
I think that's pretty standard practice that if you're going to come down pit lane, get your normal service done, and then assess what
That was actually mighty impressive. Great job of them getting in and out, as well as pop up on fuel. So great strategy call on their part to might as well get themselves at least offset on everybody now that they know they're at a disadvantage, and maybe that will come back to help them. But hopefully that didn't put them any more laps down than that slow lap already did. We're hearing that they got a full 12 gallons in there. So nicely done by the 290 team, despite not having the most ideal of starts. There's one of our Cayman S's, the only Cayman S, I really should say, that has joined us. Kind of fight with the Ginettas and the BMWs in that GT class here for this race. He's going to have to stay out of the way a little bit for our fight amongst some of the ZP2s and certainly force them off the ideal racing line on the outside of Oak Tree.
So the word that we got before this race started was that light blue number 95 was going to start this race and collect a bunch of data, important data, especially when it comes to the tire testing in that ZR2 class, and then see what happens. But Joe, how tough would it be to get on the radio to a racing car driver who obviously loves to race? He's got a competitor out there running extremely similar lap times. It would be so tough to make that call to Matt Million knowing he's in the middle of something.
Well, and like you said, they've been dominating. So it does not want to let that change here as we're up to lap 17, it looks like, for that car. So we were told it was maybe about 15 laps in they'd call the car in. And I suppose your point might be what we're seeing here, that he's having a little bit too much fun to be called in at this stage.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him one bit. And this battle that we're watching is still our lead battle. Shane Roberts has been holding on to it. Ethan Barker has been given chase, and I've been watching just on my side of things from the onboard of the number 77 car. It's like that Burgundy 109 kind of has a little bit of a rubber band gap, right? It'll be able to accelerate away from Ethan for maybe a lap and a half, and then catches a little bit of traffic, or Ethan nails a corner, and all of a sudden right back up to a couple car lengths. And I think the biggest difference out of it all is actually Oliver Piatek back there and sitting in third place. We've been so focused on the two-car battle between the 109 and the 77. Don't count out that number 4. It's the yellow machine sitting just out of frame, and he is actually that third car that has hung on to these top two breaking away.
I do love to see how close of a fight they've managed to keep this so far in this race. I'm sure the traffic's going to just add all the more chaos. We've already seen them have to deal with a good chunk of it here, but as the race goes on, it's going to be completely mixed out there. Definitely forcing Shane to have to cover off the inside a little bit on the braking down into the horseshoe that time through. Ethan Barker just filling the mirrors. There's another flash to let the latest BMW know that he's coming along. This is up through NASCAR bends now, up towards the left hook. He's got a little bit of a better run. He's going to have one car get by, but it looks like the second place driver will be able to sneak through. So Barker will hold on and not be separated. But look at what that has done to Piatek. He did not catch and pass at the right time. He was stuck through the snake, and that was a lot of time lost.
You had mentioned how much are these cars and drivers pushing it right now? I think more the key word is going to be the drivers. Yesterday, we heard a lot of how hot it was, right? It can be extremely hot and muggy when you get into the heat of the day in Virginia. Right now, still nice and cool in the morning. However, if this driver that starts this race is stuck in the car for, call it, a double or even a triple stint and turns 3 hours, you got to think about what that's going to do to the energy level a little bit later in the day when they have to climb back into the race car. So I think it's not just taking care of the equipment when it comes to the mechanical bits, but also the human element.
We are very much limited by these bodies that we are inhabiting. Not just, of course, the cars and trying to get the mechanical aspect to make it all the way to the end of the 12 hours. But yes, they've got a team of drivers. Yes, you could swap out, but you're still going to be in very grueling conditions throughout the day. As we watch one of our round 3 racing cars, I think this is the 5 that we're seeing that is just making his way past up the main straight. And again, really shows how much more of the speed is found through the corners, because by the end of that straight, he was just about even on top end with that BMW.
This is coming into what I call the more technical sector of this racetrack. This place is so fast. There's only a couple areas where you really slow down the speeds, and 3, 4, 5 is definitely one of those areas, and it's all located in Sector 1 at VIR. And then once you accelerate out of 5, which we just saw the AOA car right there really wag the tail, putting the throttle down. You saw the rear end of the car just kind of slide out from underneath it, caught it before it made it all the way to the grass. But once you get out of that section, it really opens up in terms of speed all the way through the S's and into Oak Tree.
Out of Oak Tree now, the Ginetta. Look at that. He's so polite enough to turn his turn signal on to let them know which way to go around. And of course, the language of the car holding off to the far right also very much signals which way he wants them to head around. By the way, the 95 has finally headed into pit lane, allowing the 94 to move up into P2. No change of position down the backstretch this time. That white and yellow car, still Oliver back there in the number 4. Hasn't been able to make his way past the Ginetta, at least for now. I think that's the 177 of Anthony Pacelli that we see them overtaking. But that is the battle for the lead. And as we expected, the 95 now heads behind the wall again. That was scheduled, so don't panic. That is a test car that they're doing all kinds of collection of data try and get it on. We'll see Matt Million more later today, without a doubt, the way that he has been just having a blast in this series, in multiple different cars, we should say, that he's competed in this season.
Watching our overall lead here, Shane Roberts versus Ethan Barker. Oliver Piatek is hanging on, but Joe, you had mentioned when we were watching that previous couple laps there, Oliver kind of got held up just a little bit more than our other 2 cars as we jump back to what is a ZR3 class fight back here. You see the 94, that is a ZR2 machine of Fardos making his way through on that Bruce Innovations car, chasing down, I believe that is the 85 directly in front of them.
I just noticed off of our feeds, because I've got the onboard of the 76, I've seen a few times that the driver has had to readjust the rear view mirror. I think it is not solidly in place, and it's been drifting down on him.
And now, which car are you talking about?
This one right here with Alex Crane. And multiple times now I've seen him had to readjust that mirror back upwards. So I think he's at, there it is again.
So I wouldn't be too worried about this. There's tension. There's 2 tension bolts. You see it hanging down from 2 mounts, right? And there's going to be 2 tension bolts that allow it to basically adjust the pitch of the mirror up and down. And those things simply aren't tight enough. It's not going to be a threat to fall off of the car. And after all, there are 2 mounts. And if you've ever been inside of a race car, you know exactly what I'm talking about with these big, long center rear view mirrors. Sometimes those things really need to be tensioned in order to stay into that same exact place. That's why you see the driver go up there and constantly adjust. But Joe, we almost had contact door to door between our overall leaders and turn number 1. I think that there was maybe an inch separating these two cars.
And let's not forget that one of the major rules in this series is no car contact whatsoever. There's no beating and banging in this one because they don't want teams to have to pay for extra bodywork. Remember, the inclusivity is a big thing in this series, so they don't want budgets to start to inflate. The car contact is a big no-no, and the penalties here are pretty harsh. It's not just adding 15 seconds onto your race time. You are docked a full lap if you get a penalty. So you've got to try and keep the racing clean, which it really impresses me, Joey, because we've had some amazing battles in this series, and they have stayed without any cars coming in, together at times, despite being, like you said, oh so close.
It's all about that inclusivity that you mentioned, right? And if you have dirty racing out there, if you've got cars banging into each other on the straightaways or anything like that, you're not being very inviting and saying, hey, come and race with us. So I think that's one of the really cool parts about Zenith Racing Series is not only the action that we do get on the racetrack, but Race Control is watching over these drivers, and they have an open line of communication. They're not the principal's office out there. Everybody's out there to have a good time, and they want to make sure that everybody sees great racing.
That 290 message from Race Control is old, by the way. They haven't had a second flat. I know we've talked a lot about the different classes. If you're new to the Zenith Racing Series, you might be wondering what sets them apart. Well, thankfully, our very own Sloan Posner and Jonathan Grace gave us a quick rundown. Let's see what makes up the classes here in ZRS.
Our current top class in the Zenith Racing Series is CP2, and the P stands for prototype. These are purpose-built race cars, carbon bodywork, downforce, wing angles, and they offer drivers a unique challenge to navigate GT traffic while on track. They run to a 9-to-1 power-to-weight ratio, and this example from Zemeco is just one of the many cars eligible in this championship.
These cars can reach up to 150 miles per hour on track. They're intense, they're hard to drive. Think about these cars as a rocket ship on track. These cars are perfect for those trying to work their way up through the prototype rankings. Our ZR2 class is currently our fastest GT4 class. Think of these as high-performance luxury production vehicles. You can race a homologated car like this BMW M4 GT4.
For this, the G56 from British manufacturer Zenith. Both cars are eligible to race in the ZR2 class. They may run to the same 9-to-1 power-to-weight ratio as the prototypes, but make no mistake, this is a thoroughbred GT car. Lastly is our ZR3 class. Like the ZR2s, these are GT or Grand Touring cars. They run at a 10.5-to-1 power-to-weight ratio, and they offer the same challenge of a Grand Touring car, although this is Zenith's most affordable and most accessible class.
These are heavily modified cars for track use only, perfect for those club racing teams that are looking to compete at a higher level.
Short and sweet. I love it, and really easy to understand. That's what I love about this series. Now, sounds like I was wrong about that not being a second puncture. Jonathan, it has been woes for the 290.
Yes, it has. It was hard to believe it, a second puncture after what's been a troubled stint. Trying to get confirmation from the team, they were unwilling to relay exactly what caused it, but I can visually tell you what I saw. A shredded tire, completely delaminated, and a whole host of shredded bodywork on the rear right-hand side of that Zenith. That's now a rear left and now a rear right puncture. Keep tire allocation in mind, guys. 8 sets without a penalty for ZP2 and ZR2, where that 290 runs. They've now used 2 of the tires, so they've got 6 to play with, and it's still early in this 12-hour race. But that car is out and away after service in the pits.
Oh, man. It's not been the way they wanted that one to start. Very shocking, frankly, within the first hour to have 2 tires go down. Joey, when that happens, surely there's got to be something in the car itself that's causing it. Where would you look to try and figure out why you're experiencing that?
Your guess is as good as mine at that point. However, yes, there is an issue, right? It is not normal for a car to have 2 of the same tire failures within 1 hour of each other. So not really sure where to look. I would start looking just in the basic alignment, suspension, geometry settings, see if there's a rub going on. But really, the team is going to know far more just by taking that wheel off and seeing what's going on inside that corner. And hopefully they'll be able to visually identify something, and it's something easily to change. However, sometimes that's not always the case.
Worth noting that Rob Pelosi just set a personal best lap that last time by the 9:09, so they're picking up the pace, currently running 10th in the ZP2s. So they've got a bit of work to do from towards the back of that field. Hopefully we'll see them start to climb up. Watching the 76 in the meantime, Alex Crane. And this was the one that we were pointing out that seemed to have had a little bit of an issue with the mirror, but definitely holding their own. Still in second. Sadly, I'm showing them quite a ways behind. I think something in the realm of about 30 seconds behind the leader in the ZR3s. So the Harrison Motorsports BMW M3 has a stranglehold in the first hour on that ZR3 class. But it could all change. We've seen that in the past. As now, though, we're starting to get some pit stops. The 444 of Hoffines is already in.
And that's a little bit early, right? Because yesterday, the ZR3 class cars could stretch it the longest. They had the potential of making a 2.5-hour race in one stop. Now, they had to have a code 60, a long code 60, or multiple code 60s in order to be able to stretch it that far. However, out of our three classes, that orange ZR3 typically runs the longest.
Watching our ZP2s continue to have to wait patiently up through the climbing S's. This is where they can't really get by those GT cars just because it is a single file line for the most part, unless you're very eager. But up and around, I believe that is the 3 of Guto, who started this one on the pole and has slipped backwards. Now, that one is interesting to me, that 3 car is lost the track position. Wonder if we'll see that change around as drivers swap out. Maybe the car a little bit stronger later in the day. We could see a bit of evolution, Joey, for teams that want the cars to be better in the meat of the race.
Certainly could be. I feel like the lap time, the overall performance definitely swung the way of the 109, the 77, the 4, and the 59. I feel like the number 3 car was probably the most stable in terms of consistent running. I'm looking at my timing and scoring. The 109 car, our overall leader, has actually opted to come down pit lane this time. So they are right now getting service on that Burgundy 109 machine, and that is just shy of 1 hour, more like 50 minutes on the tank of fuel there for the Robertson Motorsports crew.
A little less than what we were anticipating, at least for the maximum of those ZP2s. In the meantime, I do want to check back in with Jonathan, who's got a little bit more information on the 290.
Yeah, plenty of action down here in pit lane, guys. Spoke to the crew members of the 290 after an analysis. They don't know what caused that rear puncture. That's 2 punctures now on the rear end of that race car. They suspect maybe a curb strike, but what they did confirm to me is it was not contact. That shredded bodywork we saw was from the carcass of the tire debeating itself and delaminating from the rim. I think that's something to keep an eye on as we get closer in this race. If there is any more separation from that rear fender, it could actually cut a new tire. They have 6 left to work with. The car is out there, the 290, going at pace for the time being. I can also tell you further up the field, the 777 and the 14 are in. Tire service is happening to the 14 right now. Crew members are checking something. It looks like the transponder on the front end of that BMW. Meanwhile, Random Vandals Racing, their 98 car goes by. The 777 is waiting for a driver change. Both cars took on full tanks of fuel.
Now, Joey, tell me if I'm reading too much into this here, but I mentioned yesterday we were running 201s, 202s. Lap times much faster in the ZP2s today, 158s, 159s. Would that affect the fuel consumption enough to make them pit that much earlier, or am I, again, just reading a little too hard into things?
I think you're reading a little bit too much into it. You got to remember, at this point in yesterday's race, we had a code 60, right? It wasn't a long code 60, but it was still a few minutes, right? And so kind of if you add that into how short that 109 pitted, I think it makes a little bit more sense. And you got to remember, if the fuel is saying a specific number on the dash, you have to trust it. You got to trust what the driver and the car is telling you in terms of information. And hey, it might just be early on in the morning. The driver's a little bit more confident. They're using that right pedal a little bit more, and that fuel consumption maybe just a touch less than what you thought.
So that pit stop moved Shane Roberts down to 9th. There's at least a little bit of a reference for us at the start. Whoa, as we get one of the ZR3 cars all the way off on the exit, or not all the way off, but nearly all the way off there of the horseshoe. Thankfully able to hold on to it, kicking up the dust as he allows a few more of our ZP2 cars to just sneak by. And there is another big moment once again out of the left hook. A little bit of a slippery circuit there for another of our GT drivers.
We had mentioned how slippery the track was yesterday, right? But that was in the heat of the day, in the middle of the afternoon. I think maybe just overall this weekend, a little bit of a low grip racetrack is what these drivers are dealing with. And you also have to remember the tires that are underneath these cars. They're not true racing slick tires. They have to last a significantly longer amount of time. And so lots of times they'll be, call it, lowest tread wear that you can find out there. And that could also be maybe one of the reasons why we're seeing a couple failures. Now, I'm putting on my tinfoil hat over here, Joe. But when you overheat a tire or cause damage to a tire, it doesn't necessarily have to be heat, but if you damage a tire, it can be incredibly difficult to bring it back into a window. It might just be gone after you get to that point.
Let's go down to Jonathan, who's got a little bit more for us. Jonathan?
Maxo Carranza out of the number 14. You and I were going over some of the frustration because tire trouble seems to be an unfortunate theme for you this season. What happened in the race car?
Again, same thing, tires, man. We lost a tire at Sonoma, we lost a tire at Barber, we lost a tire yesterday, and now we got a flat tire again. I don't know, the ghost of the tires are following us. We are top 3. We're fighting for the leading all the time. We're fighting for the win, and the flat tires are following us. It's a ghost, and I don't know, we need to shake down, and I don't know what is happening, man. Believe me, it's a real, I'm super frustrated because I'm not this kind of guy. I never sad. I'm joking with everybody all the time, but right now I'm super sad, man, because tired again and again and again.
I suppose a positive is that your pace in the car and the pace of the car seems undeniable. There's still a lot of racing left. How confident are you in your ability to get that lap back and regain the position you started with?
Yeah, well, we're fast right now. We are between 2 to 5 seconds faster than 10 cars at front of us. We're going to recover the race. It's a long race. We have 10 hours left or so. So I know we're going to recover and we're going to go to the podium, but we need to shake the tire ghost following us, man.
Well, best of luck. We wish you a good, safe race. You've taken the one Joker tire, so no penalty. The AOA car can charge through the field.
Well, usually you only get visited by 3 ghosts, so hopefully this will be the last race they have to experience that and get that sorted out. So right now, that 14 car down 12th in the class because of their issues today. We saw the 85 there taking fuel as well. I think Clifton Lipple's still in pit lane for that BMW M2, so they're going to drop down the order as well. We kind of expected this right about at the hour mark. Joey is the 5 of Tompkins. Gives everybody a bit of a heart attack.
Well, and that's an interesting one because the 76 of Crane that was going through, that was the blue E36 making its way on the inside of Oak Tree. They're sitting second in class while Tompkins is down there 7th in class, and there is a couple laps of difference between those two competitors right now. So, yes, we're always talking about the multi-class traffic out there, but some of these cars towards the front of their classes have some serious speed, and they are not waiting up for anybody.
Rob Jackowitz has just taken his pit stop, but remains ahead of Ed Fardos, who I think may have actually already taken a stop for the 94 as well. So that would explain why they did not overtake for the lead. Also see Colin Garrett in the 58 returning from the pit lane as well. Kevin Bohm in the 98 is just moving up into 8th, I saw on our timing and scoring as well. The Random Vandals have been a little bit anonymous early in the race. I would not count them out yet because, as we always say, Joey, that team extremely experienced.
Random Vandals is never going to give up. It doesn't matter what race they are in, and we've seen them overcome adversity early on in the year at Sonoma. They had a little bit of a car issue. They were able to get that car back to the garage and get it back out onto the racetrack. So yeah, do not count out Random Vandals, as it looks like Ethan Barker is hitting pit lane, our overall leader.
Speaking of pit lane, Sloan actually saw a bit of drama happening. Sloan, what's going on?
I don't know if anybody's watching Love Island, but there's been a lot of drama on there. But also on pit lane, it looks like that the Cayman just came in for HRD, and our ZP2 Velux was also trying to leave pit lane and was released a little too early. So no damage, luckily, but it could have been a very close call. If anyone's watching Love Island, let me know. I'm not, but that's your drama on pit lane, and stay tuned for more.
Can't say I've been keeping up with it, but hopefully somebody in the chat will be able to chime in. Ethan Barker, one of our drivers fighting for the lead, is in the pits, the 77 taking theirs. Right now, interestingly, the 4 car is leading the race after those pit stops. So we've had some changing around, and interesting, the 109 of Roberts back there. I think the 4 still owes us the pit stop, though.
Sorry to interrupt you, and I'm sure Jonathan and Sloan are listening, but the 290, again, is slow on the racetrack. This is the car that has had 2 rear tire failures in the ZR2 class. This is Ari Baylog out here, and he is just trying to stay off of the racetrack, off of the racing line, and slowly limp this white 290 back to pit lane yet again.
Wow. Something is clearly wrong. I mean, the second time you'd think would very much make it obvious, but at this point, it's almost becoming a little bit of a danger out there. I'm hoping they'll be able to sort it so they can race. You come all the way out here for such a big event like this one. You don't want to wrap it up after only an hour, literally an hour into this event, having their 3rd flat tire in this race, unfortunately. So we continue to watch the 3 out there, is currently sitting in 2nd place. And like I said, I believe we are still owed a pit stop by this and the 4, as well as the 5. That's actually our 3 round 3 racing cars. So strategy must be similar on that team, as they've been going longer than many of our other prototype teams.
I really like it. I love the strategy that they're doing. With no code 60s early on, there's no harm in extending this, and I think that the goal should be 1 hour. If you can make it roughly 1 hour, there's no reason to come in before that. So I have a feeling that round 3 racing has their strategy that they talked about pre-race, and they are sticking to it. I can report as well that the 908 of Automatic Racing has been able to do their service. A nice stop for that machine, and Brandon Kidd in the car.
So as we watch a little bit of a fight down here, this actually, that looks to be not for position. I think that is for getting lapped, as we take a look at some of the unfortunate tires to come off of the 290 machine, which is just entering pit lane now.
Yeah, I have a feeling that there might be a 3rd tire added to it, or if it's not another tire, hopefully they'll be able to figure out what is wrong with that car and be able to fix that up, as this is a race. This is the number 4 car, Oliver Piatek. He's our overall leader. He's in the white and yellow machine. He'll be lapping one of our other ZP2 cars. I believe that is one of the Automatic Racing cars just a little bit further down. Can't grab the car number from this overhead shot here, but I think that the round 3 racing machines, the number 4, the number 3, and the number 5, those are our top 3 positions. They should be hitting pit lane, call it in the next 10 minutes. I don't see them being able to stretch it another 15 past an hour. So I have a feeling they're probably running on fumes, waiting for that bobble to happen, waiting for that fuel pressure alarm to pop up on the dash, and then get them into pit lane.
Keeping half an eye on our feed of the 290, and it's definitely looking very different from what we saw in the previous two pit stops where they were hustling to get it back out, refueling. This one looks a lot more like they're trying to analyze, trying to figure things out. So yeah, I get the sense that they're deciding it's time to switch modes. It's not get it back out there as soon as possible. It's figure out what the heck is going wrong.
Well, and from what I understand, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we've got Jonathan there right now. Jonathan?
Yeah, I think you are exactly right, guys. The team is scrambling right now just to figure out what the heck is going on. The call into the pits was a tire. A new tire came out over the wall. It's now going back. So all 4 tires that the car came in with have stayed aboard. Remember, 2 punctures already. This would have been their 3rd. 8 tires eligible for this ZR2 car. Doing a quick once-over, that bodywork on the rear right still torn up as a result of the 2nd puncture. No fuel going in, driver staying in as well, but analysis happening right now. Crew members, I can see visually, ducked underneath the end of that white Ginetta race car as they're letting just a little bit of fuel out. They had some trouble with the air jack system as well. Got that car plugged in and up on the jacks, and then the pneumatic line got stuck for a moment. It's now on there. I can hear the tire gun going. The rear left tire is now coming off. I can see it visually as I make my way around the rear end of that race car. No puncture, but the team is looking at it. They called for a tire pressure gauge, so presumably the driver felt something that was askew. They saw something on the TPMS sensor, so they are in fact going to change a 3rd tire already in the first 2 hours of this race.
Complete disaster of a race for that team. I think there's no other way to describe it, unfortunately. And again, can't harp on enough how frustrating that must be for them to have to deal with, especially with how much preparation goes into this. We got a little bit of a moment for the 444. Just clipping the grass. Are they in a fight here? This might be with...
This is the 76 trying to make his way through on the 444. That 76 is our class leader in ZR3, Joe. But it's been that blue E36 that's kind of the meat in the sandwich right now that we're watching, trying to get around that black 444 with those day glow highlights. Alex Crane, when he's been in the car, has been the fastest of that class. And it just so happens to be that a ZP2 car is making its way through the inside as well. While that 444 right now is just driven by Hoffines and hanging on for Bruce Innovations.
Running 8th in class. Their gap up to Griggs is about 4.5 seconds. So definitely could try and run that down. And again, you could see top speed just about the same between these two classes. Watching the braking zone as they start to approach here. And there it is. The performance as the prototype zips ahead. And they both know it. They know while they're holding side by side, it's going to look close, but it won't be anywhere near close. And like you said, I think that ZR2 making life easier on themselves going down through the roller coaster.
I have to chuckle every single time I see one of those ZP2 machines neck and neck into the brake zone at the end of top speed, because the drivers have got their hands out the window paddling along saying, give me a few more miles an hour at the end of these top speed straightaways so I can clear them. But once they reach the brake zones, they go another what seems to be a couple 100 feet deeper in comparison to the ZR3 and ZR2 machine. So always makes me chuckle out there seeing that performance window and how deep those prototype machines really can push it.
Bad news for the 58 team of Colin Garrett, under review for pit lane procedure. Not sure what exactly they're being looked at for, but not wanting to get a one-lap penalty this early in the race if they wind up with that one. The big mission, BMW with his hands full right now, but hopefully should be a nice easy pass as they head under the bridge. In the meantime, the 444 still seeing yet more traffic start to approach from behind.
VIR is... Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, sounds like, sorry, we do have Jonathan with an update on the 290. Jonathan? On the 290, Jonathan.
I want to give you a closer look at that here. So this is that first of 2 punctures that we saw. A little further up, a few minutes later, this is the second puncture. You can see that tire has ripped, it appears, from the inside out. Take a look at this, though. I think the most interesting, this third tire, the team actually told us to not get too close, so we'll back away in a second. But look at this bubble that has developed on the tire. I would suspect this is a similar issue from the previous 2. You can see the bulging that has happened as load continues to go through those Yokohama tires. That can be particularly problematic. You can see the service happening to the 290 now. That is now a front left tire that is being changed. That is tire number 4 that has come off that car. We'll get a look at the 4th tire, but tire troubles plaguing this poor Ginetta that seemed to have a pretty decent amount of pace in it before that, guys.
And Joe, to jump in here, 4 tires in this short amount of time is definitely something else. And it's not just the rear. If they're changing one of those front tires as well now, I'm curious, what pressures are they running? Because sometimes if you overinflate a tire, you can kind of induce some more damage on the car. But you would think that they'd be constantly playing with those temperatures and pressures to try to find the sweet spot. And obviously, they're just kind of chasing their tail a little bit.
It does seem like that. And it is fascinating that we had that incident back at Barber, and now suddenly we're seeing these bubbles start to form once again, the bulging tires starting to rear their heads. But great catch there from Jonathan on the interesting damage that we're seeing on these tires at this point. So we have just pretty much, I think, made our way through most of the pit. I do see the 98, the 73, and the 555 are all in pit lane, but most everybody has now been in and out throughout the field as we've made an hour and 10 minutes into this 12-hour race. Your leader down in the ZP2s, currently Shane Roberts. The 109 has returned to the top spot over Ethan Barker. Down in the ZR2s, no surprise, the 99, who was so dominant yesterday, leads in the ZR2 class, well ahead of anybody else. And then Alex Crane is now up at the front of the ZR3s in that 76 car. So we've seen a little bit of swapping around in the slowest of the classes up to this point after 1 hour into this race. It's been a little bit more filled with action than I anticipated being for this long of a race, Joey.
I'm just trying to find, which cars are maybe moving up through the order, which cars are falling down, as it's 3 wide momentarily there on the front straightaway. I believe this is the 59 car that we're watching going by the 76, and the 59 still has Clay McGurk inside the cockpit right now. So he is making his way through, and just up and down the order. Our top 2, the 109 and the 77, that's Shane Roberts and Ethan Barker. Not too surprised to see those are our 2 fastest cars on the racetrack, turning 159s, low 2 minutes. But the number 3 car of Goto is also in that same lap time bracket, 2-minute point 2 that last time, and he's only about 7 seconds out of the lead. And just looked up onto the screen, saw the 94 had a little bit of an off there at turn at number 5 on the racetrack, and then really choked up what was the 76. I think that Alex Crane had a terrific run going, and the 94 just kind of moved over on the racetrack and then put his foot to the floor. I think that Crane might have a few choice words on that one.
No doubt, and that's actually for overall position. They're in 2 different classes, but Crane, I'm showing, is that actual half second behind as the 290 gets his first penalty, tire change, lap deduction. It's 2 laps, actually. It looks like they are being docked. It's kind of, this race has become almost a bit of a throwaway for that team, unfortunately, and there's multiple points on order. We'll talk about it a little later today, that they're awarding full points at the halfway mark of this race and at the end. So it's going to be a double hit in the championship for that team.
Sometimes it's about not beating yourself out there on the racetrack, but I can tell you, not every single day at the track is the most pleasurable, smiles on for 24 hours. Sometimes it is a tough haul, and right now that 290 team is definitely in it right now. But the good news is got lots of track time at one of North America's most premier, best racing facilities. So if you're having some difficulties, sometimes it's best to just assess what's going on with the car, maybe work on it for a few minutes, see if you can figure out exactly what the problem is. And then guess what? You still have hours and hours of track time to go out there, test and tune, and hopefully get ready for at least the rest of the season.
The Montgomery Motorsports 24 car, as we saw on screen, is now behind the wall. Don't have any information as to why. Also see that Kevin Boehm's 98 car is still in pit lane and in 24th overall. So I'm not sure if they've been in there for a long time, but I wonder if there's been some issues that we missed for that machine. This is on board with second in the ZR2 class, Ed Fardos in that 94. Again, a long ways away from the 99, but you really can't count anything out yet. I think that's the big thing here, Joey, it might look a little bit depressing if you look this early and say, wow, that's a big gap. But as we've seen, the unexpected can happen in these long races that you've got to stick with it.
And it always seems to unfold towards the end of the races, right? It seems like in the last 30 minutes, it just all of a sudden things start to unravel for teams, and all of a sudden traffic opens up for others. As once again, this 444 machine just choking a few cars up as some of the other cars getting off of Oak Tree. You see how bumpy it can be if you're really pushing the track limits over there. But yeah, no, we'll just kind of have to patiently wait and see how everything plays out in the final 30 minutes of the race. But the ZR2 class is known for some tremendous speed in those top couple of positions, and it is no joke today with that Team GTR 99.
Certainly a lot of long straights to allow them to really stretch their legs out. And they can't rest on their laurels either, because they do still have Anthony Pacelli on the same lap as them in the 177. So they've got to make sure that they don't lose P2 in the ZR2s. And then there's also that fourth and fifth place still running. Unfortunately, 290, of course, having their set of issues. So they're well off the pace. The 41 of Alsup still sitting in fourth, but they're a little ways behind. So they're not a current threat, but still in the running and could make up positions at some point. So as we continue to watch at least one of our ZR2s circulate around the circuit, and then of course, we've seen a lot of two tires off at a number of corners here today, and I'm a little bit surprised at the amount of mistakes that we're seeing in the early stages.
The drivers are pushing it. They're constantly going to push those limits. Yeah, we always say, in endurance racing, it's pretty much a sprint from the drop of the green flag now. And I think the drivers are kind of showing you how on the limit they are. Sure, they might not be pushing it to the qualifying potential in terms of the absolute deepest they can go in terms of the brake markers or really wagging the tail coming out of the corners because they know they have to save the tires. However, they are not taking it easy. They are still going to a very deep brake marker. They're still on the limit of traction going into these corners. So if you get in a little bit, maybe call it 5 feet, 8 feet past where you want to be, you can certainly go slip sliding around through some of these corners.
Keeping an eye on that 444 because they were looking so good yesterday. And yes, I know they're down in fourth. We've been highlighting them a lot because they are not one that you want to underestimate in this field. Just saw that the 909 has been in and out. So another pit stop for them. That seems a little bit off strategy. Not sure why we've got Pelosi making another stop at this stage. Also need to wonder when they're going to start doing driver changes. There's no minimum or maximum driver time rules in this series, so it is all up to the team on if your driver has the energy and if they've got the pace.
coming up on close to 90 minutes, just past 75 minutes into this 12-hour race. We've had, call it, one stop from nearly everybody. I'd really have to go down through time and scoring and scrutinize to see if anybody has not stopped yet. I do think that some of the ZR3 machines, that if they're in a full fuel conservation mode, they could probably make it to right about now, but for the most part, the drivers have done a stint. Some of them have swapped out to a second driver, and the teams have now accomplished that first pit stop. Sometimes it's just getting into the rhythm, not just the drivers, but the teams and the crew as well. Now that you've got the first one down and out of the way, it is just rinse and repeat here for the next 11 hours.
Not gonna lie, I'm impressed with our pit reporter crew already. I just mentioned the 909 and their strategy, and already Jonathan's got an update. Jonathan?
Well, thanks, Joe. We got to be quick. It is racing, after all. Speaking of quick and steady, the 909 has just been really good on fuel mileage. I talked to the team, and they said the customer of the car has just been really good at fuel saving, so they were actually able to go a little bit longer on their first fuel stint. So keep an eye for them. This might help them climb up the order as track conditions continue to get a little bit warmer and slipperier. They may benefit because they'll have more fuel on board, especially if they have a driver with a little bit more gentle of a right foot.
Okay, so that wasn't their second stop. That was their first stop. They made an hour and nearly 20 minutes into this, Joey. That could be a massive advantage. Yes, they're not looking like they're quite as quick as some of those up at the front, but you save a whole pit stop, and suddenly you're sitting in the catbird seat.
The only thing that I see might be the issue with it is just the pace, right? Is that it's great if you're able to extend that far. However, you need to keep that race pace up so you're on the same lap as everybody else. And that's the one thing that I see that's maybe the drawback of being able to push it this far on fuel.
And our viewers who enjoy endurance racing might be thinking of it in terms of, oh, well, just stay on the lead lap and maybe you'll get a chance to get backed up to the field. Well, it doesn't work like that in this series. The Code 60s that we keep mentioning essentially work as everybody on the same speed limit, sort of like the virtual safety car you see in Formula One. So there's not going to be any packing up behind a safety car, and you're not going to try and get laps back that way. Now, it still will very much affect the pit stop strategy. Because when we get a Code 60, it is a cheap pit stop, much like, again, you see in Formula One with the virtual safety car, but it will not allow everybody to bunch up behind an actual pace car to try and regain lost time or potentially try and make a lap back through pit stop strategy. But it is something that we'll have to watch out for. This is a one that I haven't seen yet. Car 58, monitoring for non-functioning brake lights. That's Waddell.
So I'm not surprised about that. Typically, that is a mandated safety rule that you have to have a brake light. It doesn't necessarily mean that you got to have multiple back there, but you need to be able to let somebody know that you are in a decelerating fashion out there on the racetrack. And I think especially when it comes to multi-class traffic, just need to be able to see if a car is slowing down at all. And you see some of the other cars in ZR3 and ZR2 maybe taking some liberties with the back end and how many lights they can put back there.
I see the 76 car coming in right now, so that is another pit stop happening. Assume that's going to be scheduled for them, but so far we do still have 27 cars running on the track. We have lost the 95, which was expected, and the 57 was a did not start in this race. So still plenty full of a field all out there and working. And that 76 actually had somebody come in on the right-hand side to the passenger side of the car for a brief moment. That was interesting.
And you said that was the 76 you were mentioning, yeah?
Yes, that's our leader, actually. Yeah, great.
That's what I was just going to say, is that the 76
on the rear view.
Autosport really has been the one that has been leading the way in that ZR3 class, setting the pace.
They're actually working on the rear view mirror right now. I think they're trying to get it to stay up. because I almost, it looked like at one point he was just literally had his hand over there constantly because it was not staying up at all. So like I said, I know you said that happens sometimes, but it seems like it has become a bit more of a major issue than we anticipated.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm looking at my side of things as well. They are fixing it. Thankfully, the good part about it, I mentioned there's literally 2 bolts on the back end. There's 2 mounts that hold down off of the roll bar, right? It's attached physically to the roll bar, not to the roof or anything like that. So if they can get some tools, aka a ratchet and a box wrench back there, now you have to know exactly what size that is. Otherwise, you're going to be going back and forth over pit wall just to find the right size in order to be able to tighten and tension those bolts. But once they figure that out, they should be able to at least tighten it up so it's not moving around. I think the one drawback, though, Joe, is that if it's a well-used rear view mirror, it might be a constant thing, and they have to do it every, call it 90 minutes, 2 hours or so.
Yeah, understanding that zip ties are being applied, so that might get around that issue. In the meantime, we've got Sloan down on pit lane with one of our drivers. Sloan?
I'm here with Travis Weltzine from HQ Autosport. Travis, this is your first Zenith race in the ZR3 class. How are you feeling? How's your weekend going so far?
We've had some struggles. We had a fuel pickup problem yesterday. That's why we missed the endurance race in the afternoon. So we got that sorted out, we think. So far, so good. We're just running circles. Lap times there, I think we're in the hunt. Just kind of see if the race will come to us towards the end. Yeah, so far with Zenith, though, it's beautiful. Hospitality is great. The car girls coming by with the water and the food and the drinks is awesome. That made our day yesterday. And everybody's super nice. You know, as usual at the track, everyone's super helpful. You got a broken car, we help each other fix it. Get through the race together, you know. So yeah.
Yeah, we love to see the camaraderie. You were in for the first stint, right?
No, Mike Donnick's in there right now, actually. Yeah.
You just look really sweaty walking around then, huh?
It's hot today. It's probably, 90 degrees already?
I think we're probably in like the 80s. Maybe there's a nice breeze. You're just a sweaty human being.
Yeah. We always wear black to the racetrack for whatever reason. That's a good idea.
Yeah, no, it's a little hard to breathe in these things, but it's okay. Well, a fire suit's actually really tough. I put one on once and I almost had a panic attack.
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of doing double duty right now because one of our pit guys was sick. So I'm helping with the pit stops as well. So that's why I'm in the suit, which I will be in for the rest of the day until my stint. So.
Okay. And tell me, where are you guys from?
We are from all over. The HQ Autosport is based out of Escondido, California. Myself, I'm in Palm Springs, California. Mike Donnick's out of Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona. And that's about the core team right there. And yeah, Rob Henred is in Mission Viejo, California.
Awesome. We love a good West Coast crew. Well, thank you so much for your time, and we're rooting for you guys, and we hope to see you on the podium later.
All right. Sounds good. I hope to see you up there, too. Thanks, Sloan.
Back to you guys.
That's the second person we've heard as being a little bit ill this weekend, so everybody take your vitamin C out there. In the meantime, we've got Jonathan ready with an update on the 76.
As mentioning the 76, went by Dawn and talked to some of the crews who went over the wall. It was, in fact, that rear view mirror that had been coming loose, but that wasn't the only thing loose in the car, saying that they felt a little bit of a vibration near the rear end. So we saw the trunk come up. You can see that on the track pictures. The driver who was assisting with putting those zip ties to fasten the rear view mirror, which did work from my understanding. They'll keep an eye on that. Went to the rear of the car with a wrench in hand and even more zip ties, just have a quick look around. Didn't see anything that looked out of place. They even had a USAC official watching on as well to make sure everything looked safe. She gave the thumbs up, so no problems for one of the fastest cars in ZR3 right now, guys.
They are out of the lead now with Harrison Motorsports 392 overtaking that spot with that pit stop. And they've, I think, changed around for the first time since we saw the start of the race when we had a little bit of a change for the lead. So some little bit of changes around there up in the ZR3 class. Certainly not even close to being over, Joey. And same thing with that HQ Autosport team down here in the ZR3s.
Yeah, I see that HQ, who Sloan just got done talking with, is sitting right there in 6th place in that ZR3 class. So we'll just have to kind of wait to see if they can make their way up through the order a little bit more over the course of these next 10 and a half hours that we've got at VIR. Getting a message from Race Control about car number 58. that non-functioning race link and those brake lights. They must pit to repair that car, and we're going to have one of those cars going down pit road here momentarily in order to fix up those mechanical woes that they're experiencing out there on the racetrack. And just to kind of give an update for everybody else out there watching, since we are, call it 90 minutes into this race, Shane Roberts and Roberts Motorsports leads the way 7.5 seconds over Ethan Barker in Nimbus Racing. And then round 3 racing in the number 3, Quoto, is currently sitting in our top 3.
That is a definite change from what we were seeing before, because it was all of maybe a second apart from much of the beginning of the race. There's one of our Random Vandals cars trying to cut back underneath on the GT machines. I believe this is the 98 back out on circuit, unfortunately running last of our ZP2s with a lot of work to do there. In fact, I'm showing about 5 laps down from our lead up at the front. Also, I believe we had a driver change during those pit stops with Thomas Belleman hopping into the 4. I don't believe he started this race, so there's a little update on that. In fact, I think some of the first of the driver changes we've seen throughout the field. Most everybody seemed to keep the same driver in the car.
You are right that it was Oliver Piatek in that number 4 car, so Belleman has now hopped in. The lap times showing pretty good right now. All of our top 5 kind of in the low 2 minutes, chugging along as we get some shots on the screen. This is our leader in that 109 car. We saw very briefly the white 290. Ari Baylog's still out there. That was the car that was having several tire issues, so knock on some wood over here. It seems like that thing is up and running consistently now as the leader sits in a nice slipstream from one of our ZR3 machines. We haven't talked about the fuel save effect too much here, and we're typical seeing these ZP2 cars just being able to drive around the ZR machines, both the 2s and the 3s. Joe, I think that at least if you've got a turned-on heads-up driver that really understands what's going on, you could probably save a significant amount of fuel tucked in behind one of these faster on the straightaway ZR cars every single time you run up behind one.
That's a very good point, because we've talked about how low slung the ZP2s are, and for these GT cars, for the most part, especially the BMWs, a much bigger hole being punched in the air as there is a larger silhouette. So great call on that. We'll see if anybody picks up, if it's enough to make a difference as well, and if any teams tries to take advantage. And I'm going to say it, Joey, and don't blame me if it brings anything out.
Okay.
We have been without a code 60 up to now in the first hour and a half. So this is a good sign. We haven't been without dramas, but we haven't had anybody come to a halt out on the racetrack. So that's the good news. No serious accidents out there. But at least we've been running since the beginning of this event without having to have a pause in the action.
Where my brain is going right now in terms of the strategy has to deal with the 109. Now, it is the 109 versus the 77 out front. But remember, we both made the comment that Shane Roberts pitted maybe just a little bit earlier than what we thought or what we expected out of that car. It was right about 50 minutes of green flag running is when that machine made its way down pit road. Now, if they do a copycat stint, that should mean that they are pitting probably within the next 10 minutes. I draw that comparison because round 3 racing went well past an hour, call it hour 5, maybe even pushing up to an hour 10. That can be a pretty big delta gap between those two cars in terms of the fuel and what's being put on and how long they can make those fuel stints, especially so early in the race.
And the highest car of that round 3 racing crew is still the number 3, and they're only, I'm showing, about 10 seconds behind, which, yes, it's an hour and a half, so it could extend beyond that, but as the strategies start to play out, that 10 seconds I don't think is going to be enough between the two to allow the 109, if they have an extra pit stop, to try and stay ahead. So if they're trying to play the rabbit to this equation, and they're going to need a whole lot more pace, to your point. Watch out for the round 3 racing team. It is certainly looking good on paper for them. We'll see whether or not that works out in reality as well.
And
Shane Roberts.
Joe, you know, I just want to reference something because we are literally talking about it. I 100% agree with you, right? There's nothing wrong with what you said, but the 59 proved us wrong on this exact same strategy at Barber. So I think we, right?
Yeah, I mean, like we keep saying, that's why it's a race. That's why we go out and see this action happen. So you got to try and see how it all plays out, because sometimes what we think is the right way to go just isn't going to be the one that we want. And it is going to be Gavin Vaughn, by the way, who should be hopping in for that 77 a little bit later in the race. Another driver who is very, very fast, as we're understanding that the 58 is going to have a bit of a change as well. And I believe they've had a swap in drivers.
Looks like Colin Garrett got in that car over there for Stratus Racing. That was the same car that had been messaged by Race Control about that brake light system. So it wasn't just the brake light, but also the RaceLink system. So making sure the transponder works, making sure that Race Control has contact with the car. So they have been in for service and got a driver change done, as looks like our overall leader here is going to be side by side. I'm sorry, this is Ethan Barker going by a lapped car going into what is turn number 1.
Now, one thing we should note about Colin Garrett, another driver with a lot of experience there over in Stratus, and I've got to watch him race in GT racing for quite a bit over the years. This is apparently his first time in an NP01, so obviously it's going to be slightly different, but we've seen the lap times somewhat close to some of these GT cars, so hopefully Joey won't be that great of a leap for him.
The thing that I've always found fascinating about hopping from car to car, that usually the markers don't change drastically too much. We have seen these ZP2 machines be able to push it a little bit deeper on the brakes. However, it is not, they call it 4 markers difference. So as long as Colin goes out there and drives to what he is familiar with, especially coming from that 9.4 Motorsports car over in that ZR2 class, we know he's plenty capable of driving a fast car and driving a fast car at the limit. So as long as he goes out there and just does his thing as a driver, don't try to do too much, just do your thing as a driver, he'll keep it on the racetrack. He'll figure out the brake markers on how far he can push it, or maybe he'll have to back up a couple corners, and then he'll really be wowed about how much rolling speed I think that he'll be able to enter these corners with. And that's something that he is going to learn over the course of the stint and getting used to the car, is that, wow, I can really push this car that much faster. As we've got a slow car that Ethan Barker just flew by going through Hogpen.
I was going to say something because I saw that white flag being waved on the exit of Oak Tree, which is the signal for a slow car, and there we saw the confirmation. I was trying to make out who exactly that was. Is that it might be the 392 I'm seeing. So that's Harrison Motorsports. That was our leader, wasn't it?
I'm not sure on that. I know the 76 has been running out front for the most part with Grissom Autosport, but it certainly could be with Jeff Altenberg in the car in that 392.
Yeah, that was our car that inherited the lead after Crane had to come in and make a fix. So some drama happening for that BMW M3. Unfortunately, they've managed to make it to pit lane. We don't know how long they've been crawling around, but it has been at least since the back straightaway that they've had to go at a slow pace. We'll try and see if we can get an update here.
Now, I know the driver quite well inside that 392 of Jeff Altenberg. Of course, him and I competitors from back in the Grand Am days, and definitely duked it out with him on the racetrack several times. So if Jeff feels something in the car, he is extremely well versed in winning championships in touring car through various different professional racing series. So I would absolutely trust what the feedback he is providing, and unfortunately that means the 392 is on pit lane.
Also, I believe you were the one that were saying you were predicting the 109 to be coming in a few minutes.
I saw that.
Yeah, they are in already. And again, while this might be shorter stops, we do need to keep an eye out because it did work out for cars last time at Barber. And it might not look like the best way, but they're going to hand away the lead, at least temporarily, to the 77. Ethan Barker remains out for the Nimbus Racing team.
I do see that it is going to be a change, a driver change in that 109. Ryan Pope is now hopping in that Roberts Motorsports machine that had pitted from the lead. So we'll see what kind of pace Ryan has once he rejoins the racetrack, as we get a shot of 99 of Rob Jakowitz just absolutely destroying the rest of the ZR2 competition right now. That last lap, a 204.0. Compare that to second place, a 205.4. So that's actually been the closest I've seen those lap times, only a 1.5 second lap difference.
Checking back in as well on the car of Kevin Boehm at 98, sandwiched currently between himself and second in the ZR2s, but uses that extra braking power up into Oak Tree to slice on by. Probably a good spot for it because now he's going to be ahead and hopefully won't be held up at the end of the straightaway by that 94 car unless he completely outruns him. And actually, nope, he is. He's got so much more power that he blasts on past down the straightaway.
You had, we were talking about random vandals, maybe about 10 or 15 minutes ago. You made the comment that about 5 laps down, I know it is, significant, but in the grand scheme of a 12-hour race, it is definitely not over by any means. I mean, that is only, call it a handful of laps, and about 10 minutes in terms of track position.
Sounds like the 909 is in pit lane along with Jonathan.
Yeah, just watching along, that was the car we were talking about that was doing really good on its first long, almost hour and 20-minute first fuel stint. Back in unscheduled, they're stuck in second gear. When asked if it was mechanical or electrical, they said it's a known electrical gremlin that they had been sorting. Interestingly, Random Vandals encountered a very similar issue yesterday, although that we understand was from a shift linkage. This is an electrical connector that the team is now fixing, so the car should be back out on track and is otherwise running a very clean race, and the 908 is running pretty good as well. So aside from that quick issue, should see the 909 back out shortly.
Okay, well, that's unfortunate. We'll see if we can get them back up to speed and running once again. But as we carry on now past the 1 hour and a half hour mark of this race, we're certainly into the thick of it. And we're getting fewer cars that are battling on track, more cars that are either battling the track itself or potentially their own car.
Something I'm starting to see form on some of these TV shots, Joe, and I don't know if you notice it as well, but the heat off of the racetrack, you're starting to see a couple of those little heat waves off of the surface itself. That means it is starting to get warmer and warmer into the day. We're up past 10 o'clock now in Virginia, so just a couple more hours until lunchtime, and then I think that the teams, drivers, crews, safety workers, everybody on site at the facility is going to start to feel that heat just a little bit more.
Feeling the heat was our former leader in the ZR3 class. Sloan has some information as to why they pitted in.
I'm here with Sergio over at 392 Harrison Motorsports. We're looking at what seems to be a very, very blown tire right now. Can you kind of explain what happened? You know what's going on?
Yeah, we think we had a small leak somewhere. We were losing pressure and the tire kind of just blew out, and yeah, we had to come in, do a tire change.
How did the driver feel knowing that something was off with the tire? Was there any stress in his voice?
It was stressful, and unfortunately it happened at turn 3, so he had to limp it the whole track. It's a long track, not ideal, but 10 hours to go. I'm sure plenty of surprises are coming.
Oh yeah, definitely. How many crew members do you have with you guys here? I think it was 4 last time?
No, we have 2 last time. We have 3 this time. We're upgrading.
We're moving up in the world. All right, well, we're really glad that the driver's okay. It looked like it was a really clean stop coming in, and I think that you guys are in a pretty good position for right now, so we're excited to see where you guys end up with the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
And again, unfortunate, especially considering the position they had found themselves in. Also, Sloan let us know that the 41 had a bad sensor, so they've got that fixed. That car, always easier to spot out there if you're looking for it. It's the BMW with the massive bodywork modifications on the back of it. That white number 41 currently running outside the podium in ZR2s.
Chugging away the laps over here at VIR. Everybody is in the same boat. You might as well grab an oar and start rowing for the next 10 hours, 16 minutes, 36 seconds, plus a lap. The 59 car, McGurk, has started to, call it, move up the order just a little bit. This is our defending race winner after Barber just last time out and pulled off a strategy that we did not see coming and was based off of that overall pace. You see him drafting behind that 392 that we had just reported is out of pit lane. It was one of those interesting situations that the ZP2's got a little bit more speed once they reach the S's. However, the motor and that ZR3 machine definitely accelerated that production-based car down into that section of the racetrack. And then you see just a little bit further back, this is a ZR3 pair of cars right now going at it. I do not believe that this is actually for position on the racetrack. However, they are team cars.
And that is the 85. That's Clifton Lipple. And it looks like the 14. So, yeah, that's not for position. That's the 14 that we were just hearing having some frustrations with those tire issues. They're back up to 8, so that's good. Messenger currently in the car. They are chasing them. But like you said, it's just unfortunately a lap apart right now. So Messenger, if he can't overtake, will want to try and go by the 85. Since they are teammates, probably won't try and fight too hard. They're currently split in position by the 909 of Automatic Racing, who run in the ZP2 class. Currently last on that ZP2 class field, actually.
See these cars kind of work together out onto the straightaway here. That 14 is the tail car of Ren Messenger there with AOA Racing. Going to pop out drivers right here and opt to slot back into the racing line. And I think just kind of given the position that the 14 is in comparison to the team car out there, I don't think that they're trying to cost each other too much lap time. There you see a nice coordinated pass out of what is turn number 2, letting the 14 by. So maybe now it's a chance for that 85 to kind of attach the virtual fishing line and kind of stay right there on the bumper of the 14, maybe learn a few things in terms of the overall pace and be able to use the slipstream.
I'm going to say that the drivers need to be taking mental notes as they watch those cars ahead. So hopefully he's been able to pick things up. Speaking of picking things up, I'm kind of trying to keep an eye on the 3 and the 4 and what their lap times look like this time by, because last time it was about a second difference between them. And again, about a second difference in favor of the 4. Thomas Belleman is catching up to P2, so we could see a change for the podium positions in the prototype soon.
Also talking about that battle is that the number 3, the driver of the number 3, has been in since the beginning of the race. So he's on stint number 2 while Belleman relatively fresh in the car, right? He is, call it, about halfway through, maybe 2/3 of the way through his first stint right now. So it could also be that the driver, the number 3, has been in there. He's been in the rhythm. He's performed his task for the last 90 plus minutes. He's hanging on until He's basically pulled out of the car, while Belleman, now IC on timing and scoring, has gone around the number 3 car. So that seemed extremely efficient and very quick.
Quick is right.
And there you go,
R3.
Joe.
Oh,
That's the fight right there. I was not saying it, but there's a 3.5 second gap now between Belleman and his teammate in the number 3, and that's obviously because the number 3 drove it off the racetrack in turn number 1.
exactly. So able to continue, thankfully. And they're kind of lucky that it was only 3 seconds that they lost. One of the things that I've always noticed about turn 1 is it's actually kind of downhill if you go off course. So it's hard to bring it back to the circuit if you go completely 4 wheels in the dirt.
And it's so high speed, right? Technically the back straightaway, you've got a few more miles an hour in terms of that ultimate top speed. However, the front straightaway is no slouch. You come out with a huge head of steam, and then you just carry that momentum. So if you're in just too deep into turn number 1 and you reach the grass, lots of times you can find the tire wall, which is not what you want to do. Look at this brake zone. It arcs to the right. So yeah, if you are not completely set up for this area on the racetrack, just like the number 94 showed us, you can go for a ride.
Wow. What timing. And thankfully, back on the circuit once again, you could see, took all the way until about the exit of that long right-hander to get back onto the circuit. Great job by Ed Fardos there to keep it from becoming a worse situation. You need a few rags to clean the dust off once they come in for their next pit stop, without a doubt. The poor 58 team cannot catch a break. Not only did they have to work on some of their race link issues, apparently they've got problems with the Code 60 system, and that is a must that is working. So they are back in once again doing work. Sounds like
go ahead, Joe.
We do have Sloan Polisner as well for the 555 team, who has been doing extensive work. Sloan, what's the story?
I'm here with Jay Tompkins and Bassam over at Bruce Innovations, the 555 car. Jay was kind of giving us a little update on what was going on, why their car is currently parked in pit lane. Jay, can you give us some more information for the viewers at home?
Basically, it was overheat crash yesterday. Either there's a pinhole in a radiator or the airflow is good enough, so it overheated enough that the motor side worked.
Bassam, what did you do?
Unfortunately, when you're not able to disable the traction control settings and everything, the car tries to compensate under braking, which I was not aware of. It enters this special term that a lot of BMW guys know about called ice mode. So the ABS essentially doesn't kick in, going into turn 1, slid right off, and then, once we hit the grass at VIR, it's nothing but a roller coaster to the tire barrier. Not a hard impact, enough to just the bumper and some of the cooling elements on the car. So we were able to get it all back together, but unfortunately, some of the cooling elements didn't do what they needed to do for us and led to overheating. So it's an unfortunate thing, learned a lot. We'll bring more parts, I guess, next time and see what we can do.
That's kind of one of those things where you don't know until you know. I heard you guys were here until 1:40 in the morning is what I believe your team manager said to me when I was talking to him this morning. You guys hang around for that, or was kind of a crew that...
Definitely a crew build. That's one reason why we love Bruce Innovations. They don't give up, and they're going to get the car back on track.
All right, well, thank you guys for your time. Back to you guys.
Joey, the crews really are the unsung heroes. That's the sort of stuff that you don't think about. That, yeah, it's rough on the driver physically, but the crews are out here today, and on top of it, having been out, we started this race at 8:30 in the morning. They were up till 1:30.
That is long hours, and you're right. The crew members are oftentimes the unsung heroes of racing. It doesn't matter if it's sprint racing, even more so endurance racing, having this machine last the entirety of a 12-hour race. And lots of times they don't get the glory, right? We're always talking about the drivers, right? Ethan Barker out here, Thomas Belleman, Victor Cuoto, Rob Jackowitz, Alex Sprain, right? All these drivers that are out there leading the class. We're saying their names, we're saying the team names, and oftentimes those crew guys are the ones that are responsible for the speed inside the race car. They're responsible for even tightening the lug nuts. If you couldn't tighten a lug nut, guess what? The wheel wouldn't attach itself to the car. It wouldn't make itself go out on the racetrack. So, yeah, big time shout out to all of the team members, the crew members. They are the heart and soul when it comes to endurance racing.
Camburn Performance has brought Pacelli in, so the 177 from third in the ZR2s getting some service now. Otherwise, everybody else is out on track. We saw the message there that the 58 heading, obviously, behind the wall, having to do some work because of the issues that they are having. So as we continue to watch the 444 here, now onto the podium as well because of the issues that we had for the 392 Hotlines. Like we said, can't count out this car, although they've now got the Porsche suddenly on top of him. That is to lap them. Haven't really talked about this. 411 has very quietly moved themselves up into second. So currently have Theodorakopoulos out in the car. Apologies if I had botched that name, and just chugging along.
I'm happy that you gave it a shot because on my screen, it doesn't even say the entire last name. I've got to bring it over to a different window and really click on the screen. Well, yeah, I could do that too, but oh my goodness. I'll leave that one up to you, though, as it certainly seems like Peter in the number 411 is doing a terrific job.
And there's the 99 in. Okay. Currently having a few issues there. So that was our leader, Jackowitz, getting fuel from what we could see of that freeze frame. We'll get back out. And actually, let's go to Jonathan about this pit stop.
Yeah, we talked about the 99 crew at length yesterday and their speed in that M4 GT4 Evo. One tank of fuel going, empty can goes back over the wall, second tank now in. They've already done a driver change, no tires on this stop. Quick visual inspection of all core quarters, clean as a whistle, waiting, a little hesitation. That M4 is revving the engine, just trying to get it in gear, a little bit of a hesitation. Now off and away, lost a couple of seconds on the back end of that pit stop, but otherwise nice and clean for your ZR2 leaders.
Yeah, that small hesitation, I think, is about the only problem we've been seeing from that car this entire weekend. They'll exit out onto the pit lane. Thankfully, a nice, easy pit exit. This one doesn't really dump you into the racing line. You got plenty of time to see who is coming along behind you as you break into the horseshoe. In fact, yeah, there's the 24 car is coming up behind, and thankfully not creating a problem for them as we once again return our attention to the 444, not willing to give this lap away to the Cayman. And eventually that Porsche Cayman is up and ahead, puts another lap down on the other podium sitter.
And while we've got that 411 Cayman in shot, I know that you were mentioning them, doing a terrific job up to second place. And I think even a bigger time shout out to that Heinlein Racing team as well, because from what I understand, yesterday, this Cayman right in that corner, turn number 10, had a little bit of an incident yesterday. So once again, one of these teams and crews that is up all night. There you see the damage on the left side of that 411 that is left over from yesterday. So it's not just one team out there. It's not just two teams. I think we heard from Jonathan pre-race that there were several teams out there last night late into the hours fixing up their cars so they're ready for today.
Battle scars apparent on that Heinlein Racing machine, without a doubt. But if it does have a good finish today, those will be well-earned battle scars if they can come away with some hardware. Looks like Siegel, I believe, has hopped into the 99. I don't know if we covered that. So getting a little bit of a driver swap in our leader for the ZR2s, who gives up a little bit of time to the 94, but still remains in the lead despite a full pit stop.
just checking in on all of our other racing going on. I was watching the onboard from Ethan Barker, who is our overall leader right now. I want to say he's right behind the 109 car of Ryan Pope, and typically we see these cars running together on the racetrack. However, it's been a fight for the lead versus the 109 trying to hang on to the lead lap.
Which, as we said, it can be important, not because you're trying to make sure in case of any sort of code 60, but just simply you don't want to lose that position. Big slide for both the 94 as well as the 411 machine coming around out of turn 5 there. That's definitely a spot where we've seen cars go wide a few times so far in this race. Just about 2 minutes shy of 2 hours into this race. We've only got to do that 5 more times.
And Joe, I'm a little excited off screen here because Ethan Barker just got his nose chopped off by the 109 in the middle of the back straightaway right now. So they're at roller coaster going down the hill towards Hog Pen as we're watching this 411 Cayman here on the screen. And I have to mention it because this is the 109 car fighting for his life to stay on the lead lap right now. We know that Nimbus Racing and Round 3 Racing, they still owe us their second pit stop, but they are duking it out right now on start-finish line on the front straightaway as this is a good battle down into turn 1. This is the fight that I was talking about. This is the 109 car. He's hanging out in 7th place while the 77 is our overall leader trying to put them a lap down.
And previously, these two were fighting for the lead as well. So a bit of a change for the pair of them. And for Barker, this is hurting. Bellarmine has been closing in the last couple of laps with him being caught up. Like you mentioned, Nimbus versus round 3. So there's not going to be any help between the pair of them. There's definitely a bit of a fierce rivalry starting to form. Can Bellarmine manage to use this to his advantage to maybe try and take the lead away from the 77? As let's see if we can get him in the shot. We're showing about 3.5 seconds. Nope, like a little far away still to be able to see them in the same camera angle.
I feel that the performance has swung to the 77, at least with the current drivers in the car. I'd mentioned that some of these teams have opted to swap out their drivers, and the 109 with Ryan Pope in the car is one of those teams that had a different driver start this race with Shane Roberts. Now Ryan is in the car while Ethan has been inside the number 77 the entire time. Here comes the slipstream on the back straightaway. You see him sitting in the toe, closing it in on the top speed. How deep does Ryan take it? Enough to defend.
Down to 2.3 seconds now. It is chopping away at that gap that they had built up. This is less than ideal. Thomas Bellarmine, with his racing experience, is doing everything he can to try and get by, or Ethan Barker, rather, who we're riding on board with. Bellarmine, the one chasing him. This is a much better run, and this time he does not cover the inside. Pope will allow him through. I think this might finally get the job done, but the damage has been done across the start-finish line, Joey. 0.7 of a second between P1 and P2.
Yeah, Bellarmine is directly out the rearview mirror right now. You'll see him in the next TV shot. He's going to be the yellow and white car as we feed through NASCAR Bend here at VIR. Turn number 3 on the racetrack. And really, I think job accomplished for the 109. Yes, he did get passed on the front straightaway right there, but how many laps was that holding up the 77? You got to think in terms of overall track position. Ethan Barker, Thomas Bellarmine, Victor Cuoto, everybody is due their second pit stop here momentarily. I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see some of them come in this time.
All right, so with the 908 in, and I understand the 909 also getting ready to come in, we're getting close to those pit stops. It sounds like we are going to step away for just a little bit. We are going to keep the action going as we ride on board here with these fascinating cars in the Zenith Racing Series 12 Hours of VIR. 9 hours and 46 minutes left to go here in our 12-hour race at Virginia International Raceway. And already we have had enough drama, I think, for at least half of this race. There have been multiple tire delaminations out there. We've had lead changes in just about all of our fields, as there was a slow moment coming out of turn 5 for the 109, who's certainly been in the thick of the action with the traffic during our break as we were watching the onboard. I'm Joe Peak with Joey Atterbury. Joey, this has been what I'd say has been an entertaining start to our first real full endurance race in the Zenith Racing Series.
We've had several longer races, which I think most people would consider still endurance races, 5-hour races, 6-hour races, and especially pairs of them. But you're right, in terms of the overall length, this is our longest race of ZRS so far, and it's only our third event in 2026. I think the best part about this 12-hour race, not just the distance, Joe, but the entry field. We are constantly seeing growth from round 1 to round 2, and now on round 3, our biggest entry field yet.
Right now showing 25 cars that are still running. Seems like we may have a problem with the 24 because they're showing in pit lane, but we've lost the 95, which we expected, and now it seems the 555 is marked as not racing. So I think they might be done for the day potentially. As we watch the leader in the ZR2s, this is the 99. They've led the sprint race, the non-point sprint race that we had yesterday, and by a huge margin. That's going to continue today. They're being chased by the 94 team. Ian Barbary has actually jumped into that car. So they have changed around since we last looked. And Brian Peel has handed over control of that vehicle to his teammate. And our leader, I'm just seeing, Thomas Belleman, has pitted in the ZP2s.
So the number 4 car is in pit lane, and I think the 77 must have come in just the prior lap because they are showing well down the order as well. Same thing with the number 3 car because they have done a driver change. Oleg Gorshkov behind the wheel now of that round 3 racing machine. That's the red and white machine from round 3. So we're kind of in the middle of this pit stop cycle. And it all started with that 109 car that is currently moving up the order because the other cars have made their stop. However, it certainly seems like the round 3 racing cars, as well as Nimbus Racing, might have the edge in terms of being able to have the overall pace and the fuel mileage.
Viewers who are watching as we took a break may have seen that the 14 had an off. Sounds like Sloan's caught up with that driver, that car's teammate, Ren Messenger. Sloan?
Here with Ren Messenger of the number 14 AOA car. Ren, how was it feeling out there? I know we saw you go off track a little bit. Were there any issues, or is it track conditions? Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, track conditions are super slick. We've had a left front suspension issue in this car that we haven't been able to figure out for the last couple weekends. So that's been kind of delaminating tires. That's what happened yesterday towards the end of the sprint race when we were leading, and it's what happened today too, about 30-40 minutes in. So I was just trying to nurse it. We put one fresh tire on the left front, which is always super weird handling balance, just doing the best I could. But we're just out there logging laps now. Hopefully, we don't have the most issues out of everyone in the ZR3 field today.
Yeah, you guys have been putting up a fight every weekend. It's been awesome to see you guys and see how you're handling everything out there. Are you getting back in today, or is that your last stint?
We'll see. I mean, I'm here to coach these guys and just help everyone, stay up to pace. So I'll hop in when it's necessary for me. But for now, since we only had 2 drivers in the sprint race yesterday, we're trying to give our other 2 drivers in this car as much seat time as possible. So we'll see. But yeah, for now, that's all I'm doing today.
Awesome. What'd you have for breakfast?
I had some toaster waffles and what else did I have? Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Do you know what you're going to have for lunch?
Anything that's up there, at least one of everything.
What about dinner?
I'll probably keep some of the sliders from lunch in my pocket and eat them before my red-eye flight.
Are you a dessert person or no?
I am. I will eat anything put in front of me that's free, so yes.
You heard it here first. Ren loves food, which is great. Ren Messenger, 14 AOA Racing. Back to you guys.
Good idea about the sliders in the pocket. I'll keep that one at my side for the next race that I'm attending. as well. So after the 4 took their pit stop, worth noting, Joey, that Belleman has emerged behind Ethan Barker. Now, I believe Belleman was ahead of the 2, was he not? Because I think we saw him make a pass earlier.
So it has been very, very close racing. And the 77, the 4, and the 3 have all been in the same group. I would include the 109, but I'm going to consider them off sequence just because their fuel stints are not nearly as long as those other cars that I had mentioned. So I'm really going to focus on the 77, the 4, and the 3. They've been within 5 seconds of each other the entire race long. So yes, I feel like the order might have shifted and jumbled around. However, they're still all within touching distance of each other. I do see that the gap to the number 3 car has grown just a little bit.
Gorshkov currently is hopped in for that number 3 as well, having taken over. So glad to see that has swapped around. I believe it was Piatek that we saw. No, Piatek was in the 4, excuse me. So a little bit earlier on in this race. Sounds like the 411 is in pit lane. That's second in our ZR3s. Let's head down to Jonathan.
Driver change underway for that 987 Cayman that's coming in. Still trying to fill that fuel tank. That first tank is going in, I think, a little bit slower than the team would have liked. Some ice actually being pulled out of a chest and going in to that cooling system inside the car. It is hot. I can watch along, even though the tires are not being changed. That car is sitting stationary, and a little bit of heat smoke coming out of the front end of those right side Brembo brakes. It is hot here at Virginia International Raceway. Still waiting on that first tank of fuel, now finally out and away, and a second tank going in. This fueling taking a little bit longer than that team would have liked. Every team fills each individual tank, 6 gallons. You can do 2 per stop. Each includes a 1-inch restrictor. Just waiting a little bit on that fuel to go in. Straps are on the newly installed driver. Some fresh ice in that cooling system. Door is closed. Now just waiting on fuel. The longer they wait, this might hurt them as they get back on track because they were running inside the top 3. Curious if they will emerge that way after this fuel stop completes.
I'm keeping an eye on the timing and scoring. Zerbuchen in the 392 still has not caught them, at least from what we can see. Of course, the nice thing is that start-finish line is after the pit exit, so it should update as soon as that car crosses the line out on the track. And we'll watch and give you an update once we see them start to emerge. It is still Crane, Alex Crane, who I think has been in that 76 since the start, who is leading up there. There's been a couple changes back and forth for the lead in the ZR3 class, some of them down to some issues out on the track. And now it looks like a few of our cars are going by, but outside of the class of the ZR3s, having already overtaken. At this point, it is up to the 392 is just coming by now. And yeah, 392 will take that second place off of Heinlein Racing.
And yeah, like you were just mentioning, that pass happening out there on the racetrack. It's a good shot of one of the AOA Racing BMWs making its way through the snake section here at VIR. Jump back over to what is the 109 car. Now, Joe, I want to ask you, I didn't expect to see that this 109 dropped so far down the order, because even though they short stopped in comparison to everybody else on the first fuel stint, they still found themselves out in the lead. However, that has not been the case on this second stint for the 109. They've dropped all the way down to 5th place, and you look at the gap between them and the leader, and it is pretty significant.
I wonder if there was a bit of a longer pit stop. There we see the 555 actually being literally towed in to pit lane. But Jonathan's got someone with him at the ready from the 411 team. Jonathan?
Out of the 411 as you get a fresh bottle of water. Pete Theo, thanks for joining us. We know it's hot out there. I see you've got the cool shirt on. We saw some ice going in for your teammate who hopped aboard. Talk me through your stint. You guys look fast running second in class.
Well, after a rough Friday, we did our best. The car seems to work, but we have a couple issues to deal with. And what can I say? The Virginia weather always beats us up, too. I think it's a 90 right now, and I got that extra layer of blubber as well. That doesn't help. So, yeah, we're doing what we can. I think we did a little bit on that to catch back up, and from there we'll see what happens. You know, it's just racing, 12 hours. Everyone might break, everyone might make it. Who knows?
One of those issues you were nursing, it looked like, was a fueling issue. That fuel fill looked a little bit slower than normal. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so yesterday we had an issue. We put a new tank in the car, and you know, something was in there, something died in there, whatever, clogged up the filters, and we didn't get much runtime yesterday. We seemed to sort it out, but unfortunately today, you know, I think we only last about 45 minutes in the stint, and we're going to make what we can of it. But other than that, the car seems to work. The tires are revulcanizing out there from all the heat, but we'll see if we can keep it on track.
In a BMW-rich field, especially in ZR3, flying the flag for Porsche and doing a nice job of it. How's the pace, do you feel, in the second half of this race once we get there?
Well, it's a little bit of a flip of script for me because I'm usually a BMW guy, so for me to be in this tax bracket is a little posh. I feel a little special, you know. We're doing what we can. Obviously, BMW's a proven platform, but so is Porsche, and so far so good. If we can keep it through the hot middle of the day, I think we might have a fighting chance, maybe.
What's the balance of that car like? I know the 987 is a really popular choice for a lot of performance driving, but in race trim, what's the car feel like?
Oh, fantastic. I mean, it really should have been the 911 that has that mid-engine, and finally did the RSR like that, but, you know, they'll never let the Cayman be the top car, so it's great. That platform's fantastic, yeah.
Finally, Pete, are we going to see you back in the car towards the end of this race?
Oh, you know it. You know it. Yeah, I got to get back in there and save the day, hopefully.
That's Pete Theo trying to extract as much pace as possible out of that 987 Cayman, guys, running strong inside the top three.
And I think more importantly than anything, Joey, he sounds in very good spirits about all of this. So I'm sure it's a little easier when you're running top three in this race, but he sounds very jovial for someone who just came off of a very long stint.
Out of the race car and a happy camper, that is always a great way to find a driver, and a little bit of action right there going through turn number 10 as multi-classes kind of showing itself in its true colors out there as everybody got jumbled up. A couple of those drivers dropping wheels off there. That was a little bit of a nervous moment as well for that yellow machine. That is Thomas Belleman speaking to the outside going down the straightaway there, and thankfully the AOA car saw him coming. I think it was yesterday that I was talking about how low the roof line is, and some of these ZP2 machines, you put them up to a larger ZR2 or ZR3 car, and some of the drivers really have to look in order to find those smaller prototypes. And also, I think, Joe, one of our first shots of that Camber Performance Ginetta, that 177 that we've gotten today.
Yeah, I've been kind of keeping an eye on them here and there. So far, so good, sitting on the podium. They are a little ways behind Ian Barbary in the 94, so they've got some work to do if they want to get another position up. In fact, they are separated by the ZR3 leader as well. So huge credit to the 76 team, who's outperforming a couple of our ZR2 cars, which is mighty impressive.
Watching a couple different onboards on my side as we get that Camburn Performance car. That's the blue Ginetta, the number 177, giving chase to, I believe that's the 444 they are going to the inside of right now in turn number 4. I'm hoping for a great day here for this Ginetta. I know that the team and the drivers have run into a little bit of adversity given that multi-class traffic in the first couple of rounds. So I hope that Clark and team do great today and keep on chugging along that Ginetta. After all, it was the other car, not a team car, but that white 290 that was having some problems that we reported on in the first hour or so, that things have calmed down, it seems, for them.
What was fascinating to me, since Clark kind of comes from our area as well with broadcast production, love to see him getting out in the car and showing that he's no slouch as well behind the wheel. Certainly doing a pretty good job here in this ZR2 class at this stage. Thomas Belleman in that 4 machine, just going to allow the very fast ZR2 number 94 get by at the end of the back straightaway. Obviously does not want to try and fight. Although, there you go. This is where it gets complicated. Coming back down the hill. Looks like Ian Barber had a bit of a slip-up going wide at the exit of the roller coaster, and back through goes the 4 car.
And I wonder if what's going on here with the 94. I was obviously there's the top speed difference, and we saw Bellman go around just before Oak Tree, so not surprised to see the BMW pass him back on the straightaway. It's just that last lap time out of Ian was a handful of seconds slower. Is actually more than a handful of seconds slower than Bellman. So to see him kind of go wide at the end of roller coaster right there, I think Bellman kind of had to do a double take and say, all right, where's the safest way to pass this car? I know I'm significantly faster, but I don't want to put myself into jeopardy.
I think that's the big key here. 77 with only that gap of about 9 seconds down to Bellman. Can't afford to throw that away. We've seen already the traffic create some battles for the lead and even a change of that lead position a few times in the first 2.5 hours of this 12-hour race. There from above, you can start to see the difference. One of those little specks already heading up through Oak Tree is our leader, well ahead of the number 4. Down into third, the P3 of round 3 racings, Gorshkov, is a ways away. They've definitely dropped off. A significant change, I will say, Joey, from when we began this race, because you think back to the first half an hour, the top 5, you could throw a blanket over them. Now it seems like they have really spread apart.
And it's been the 77 and the 4 in this second stint. You're right. I think that there was about 5 of them that you could have considered really close together in the first stint, and that's narrowed itself down to the 77 versus the 4. And that has been the overall pace as well as the fuel stint length. And those are 2 different teams. Ethan Barker, something else to say about the 77, is on his 3rd stint. So not just a double, but in stint number 3 right now, he is going to be one tired puppy after he gets out of the car. I think the only saving grace is that it is the morning time still. It has not reached the heat of the day in the middle of Virginia. So give him a handful of hours rest, especially if it's more than a 3-driver lineup, which I got to check. They might just have 3 drivers in this car. No, they've got 4 at least listed. So Ethan will be able to at least take a nap, get some fluids back in the car or back in himself, and then probably be ready to go later on in the race if the team needs him.
There's a few teams that are only running 2 drivers. The 178 team, one of those, the 109, at least according to our entry list. So that's going to be really rough for them. If the other driver's getting worn out, there's only one choice of who else you're going to be putting in the car. And that's going to mean more hours and drivers getting worn out all the quicker at this track. So there we see the 4 of Kenny. As speaking of the 109, I just saw them come into pit lane.
And I mean, I guess that makes sense, right? They've been doing 50 minutes shy, and this would be the 3rd stint. So that's already putting them about 30 minutes off strategy, or I should say off of the lead strategy right now. I think that the overall pace, when Shane is in the car, it can run up towards the front. However, you couple it with the shorter fuel stops, I see that this 109 might be digging themselves an early hole.
And I have to ask about that, Joey, because you're probably going to be seeing that it doesn't look like it's working here, or at least it appears to be. In this situation, do you stick with the plan, or do you hop off and know that you're going to get kind of the worst of both worlds because you've committed to one strategy and you're abandoning it suddenly partway through?
Here's the tough part that this specific team is in. I only see 2 drivers on the entry list. So they kind of are stuck with what they've got. They can't just constantly be rotating drivers to make sure that they've got somebody fresh in the cars on screen. I think that's the 411 that just went off and turned 17, rejoining the racetrack and staying drivers left. A little bit of a nervous moment there for the number 3 car, but everything is A-okay. So in regard to the strategy for 109, you can't really just abandon it I think that you could do a couple little things to maybe help band-aid some pace, but ultimately you're still going to be in the same boat when you get to the checkered flag.
Well, they've made it back out, so it looks like it was a good pit stop for them. Quick and easy, and returning in about 7th, ahead of Sebastian Rist. And so that at least didn't have any more dramas. You were right, that was the Heinlein car that had an off. They didn't lose position as the 444 stayed behind them. Howard currently in that Bruce Innovations BMW just outside of the podium. And the 392 has moved back up into second position since the pit stop that we saw for the 411 team as well. Worth mentioning that one. And as Joey said, about 2.5 hours into this race, on the left-hand side, we're watching the number 94. That's second place in the ZR2s. This is their onboard.
Like you mentioned, awesome picture-in-picture between their onboard and our main feed broadcast here on the screen. Got the ZR2 and the ZR3 ticker up as well. Have 3 classes going on here at Zenith Racing Series, all taking place on the same piece of racetrack. Have those ZP2s, and of course have that wonderful class breakdown that Jonathan and Sloan put together for us that we'll be showing throughout the broadcast. Really highlight the differences between the 3 classes: the prototypes, the sports cars, the production cars, however you want to phrase it, and how they're all put together based off of that horsepower to weight ratio.
Ooh, we've had an incident between cars under review. So the 444 and the 14. That's Bruce Innovations and AOA Racing. But I'm going to throw it on down to Jonathan, who's got more information on how the drivers are trying to stay cool in this heat.
Guys, one of the big storylines from the weekend has been how hot it is here in the Virginia heat. We're in the middle of the summer. It's a nice hot day with not a lot of cloud cover. It's been warm for both drivers and crew. I'm here with the GTR 99 crew. James, you've been sitting on the pit wall in the Nomex fire suit. You've got the chill out suits. Tell me a little bit about the system that's helping keep you, the rest of the crew, and your drivers who are rehydrating back in the RV a little bit cooler today.
So we use the chill out system, and they have an actual pit larger unit, has up to 6 connections on it, and then you can wire it off and add even more people. It's huge to have out here, even if you just, it really is, for us, we need to be suited up pretty quick, and it gives us the advantage of staying in our Nomex suits pretty much all day and just plugging in instead of having to tear down our suits and re-put it back on and everything. We can really just focus on staying ready to go at all times, plug in, cool down, and if we need to come in at a moment's notice, we're still suited up, ready to go, and we're not dying of heat over here.
And for your drivers inside that M4 GT4 Evo, what are some of the tools and systems they're using to stay cool inside a very toasty cockpit?
So they have the Chill Out System Pro in there, which is huge, and then the car actually has a decent AC system, which helps a lot. None of our drivers really care for a water system. They try to just stay hydrated beforehand. They don't like to drink water in the car. So just the Chill Out, and then a little bit of AC in the car, all the difference. They can usually go 3 or 4 hours without overheating, even on events like this or Road Atlanta when it's 130, 140 degrees in the cockpit. It keeps them cool enough.
James, really appreciate your time. Wishing you and the rest of the 99 crew a good, safe race, and stay cool out there. It's been toasty today. It's a pretty significant system. A huge box with all of these different hoses. Shane, I know you're hooked up to the system as well with the cool shirts, but
how fast it cools down, just grab right there.
Well, I'm touching the shirt now just as Shane is plugging it in, guys. It was about room temperature before, and I can already start to feel some of the liquid going through the pipes. It's pretty incredible, this whole system. There's a lot of different methods of cooling drivers and crew members down. I know Sloan has some of those methods as well.
I love hearing the way the GTR team cools down, but the automatic team has something that I think is honestly even better than a cool suit. They have a slushing machine. If you guys remember from the last race, they had a Coke flavor, but this time we're working with Mountain Dew. And actually, I was just informed that they are having a competition called Name That Slushy Machine over at the automatic social media. So if you guys have ideas on what you want to name the slushy machine, feel free to put that in the YouTube comments, because I think that we could really just make a really great name for this slushy machine. I know there was also a war over it on Facebook. They were either going to bring it to Mid-Ohio or here. Personally, I'm very happy that it's here because I think this will be my version of a cool suit system. Not saying I'm going to put a slushy in my shirt, but it might get to that point because it's going to be about 91 degrees out here with crazy humidity very soon. But if you want to know how teams stay cool on pit lane, you got your cool suit system or you got a slushy. Back to you guys.
I'm willing to bet money that somebody has suggested Slushy McSlushface at some point on the name of that thing. So, also, an update. We just saw that the 14 is behind the wall, and they were part of the ones that were under review for an incident with the 444. Makes me wonder if there maybe was a little more involved, and if this is related, or if they just coincidentally had other unrelated issues to take it behind. So AOA Racing not really looking forward to the way today has been going. Already experienced some problems with the tires, and now seems to be something further wrong, at least at this stage. So speaking of the Coke-flavored slushies that we had, Joey, I want to give a quick shout-out. If anybody out there has a Coca-Cola that they could bring up to the production booth, a big mention of our poor producer, Mike, has been feeling under the weather today. He's been sticking out through some rough conditions, so a big shout-out to him.
Joe, not just a Coca-Cola, but maybe if there's some Chipotle around. I know that Bordy would also love some Chipotle. So maybe a Coca-Cola and a burrito delivery.
Some NyQuil, maybe. All right. So right now, just a quick update for our viewers that are just tuning in terms of where things sit. Our podium for the ZP2 sees Ethan Barker up at the front. Thomas Belleman has actually been running him down. That gap was 9 seconds before. It's down to 2.5. And then Gorshkov in the other round 3 racing car, number 3, sits in third. Down in the ZR2s, it's Jeff Siegel in the lead for the 99 team. Been running away with this one. Ian Barbary, though, has been trying to keep them honest. That 94 team's been running second much of the time. And a great shout out to the Camburn Performance 177 Ginetta, rounding out the top 3 there. They're actually split between P2 and P3 by our leader in the ZR3s, Alex Crane in the 76. I think Alex, if I'm remembering right, has been in the car since the beginning. Zerbukin in the 392 is currently sitting in second. And then our lone Porsche out there in the ZR3s with Heinlein Racing sees Heinlein in the car itself and running in third.
I believe you're right when it came to that 76 car, Joe. I don't think that Alex has actually hopped out of the car yet, because you were mentioning early on the rear view mirror issues, right? And Alex was in the car then. When they came in to get that thing fixed up, I still remember seeing Alex in the car. So, yeah, the 76 driver on his third fuel stint right now is, I believe that this is a familiar name. Are you seeing this? Who is inside the 411 car, which is, I believe, who we're watching? Todd Rotura. We know that name from over in North America Sprint Challenge Racing.
Indeed. So very familiar with the Porsche format. Obviously, a little bit newer to racing. This is his first professional season, but he has come out the box swinging. And I'm not shocked to see him get more track time here in that 411 car. I'm excited to see what he can do, as there he is coming down into the braking of the horseshoe right now. Currently running on the podium in his class. If the timing is showing right, though, I think he's got a minute and a half to catch up to second place. So not exactly hunting him down and looking for a pass in the near future, but he's going to want to put some good laps in to try and set the team up for later.
It's all about getting those laps in, and especially for a driver like Todd, you'd mentioned, so new to racing. We cover another series that he also competes in and races in, so we're familiar with the speed that he can definitely do out there in terms of lap time. He can wring the neck of a car, so he is going to extract the most amount of performance out of this 411 Porsche Cayman out there with Heinlein Racing. And So I'm very, that was a little bit wide there through turn number 10. That was almost a commentator's curse as Todd got out into the marbles. Thankfully didn't go for a ride in turn number 10, one of the fastest corners that we've got here at VIR. And you had mentioned that 444 as well as that 14 incident. It had said turn 10, Joe. We usually don't see incidents in turn number 10.
And we got a car slow. I think that is the 777. So that's Curie and the Big Mission Motorsports BMW, seeming to lack a little bit of pace right now. Hopefully they'll be able to get going for whatever caused that problem, at least for the time being. So we are not out of the woods yet. We talked about the 14 going behind the wall. The 24 has been back in the pits for some time as well, from what I can see. So we are starting to see a bit of that attrition play a factor a couple hours into this race. The teams, the cars, the drivers now really feeling it.
Naturally, we're going to see the attrition, right? That's just part of endurance racing and part of the time versus the machine as these two ZP2 cars looking down the inside of what is turn number 1. Almost a little outbraking maneuver right there. But I was going to say, with attrition, kind of the winners come to the forefront and gain the pace over the course of these 12 hours. They aren't necessarily always out front. And I love seeing how many ZR3 cars are still running. We've been talking about the growth in ZRS. I think the biggest growth comes in that orange ZR3 class. And I only see, once again, knock on wood, 2 or maybe 3 cars that are on pit lane. They are all out on the racetrack.
Fantastic. And the more the merrier, if you ask me, especially with endurance and multi-class racing. Get out there, give us a lot of action and chaos. It might be hard to follow sometimes, but it's certainly fun to watch as we see another of our ZP2s carrying on. There is the 909 giving chase on them. Pelosi has had a bit of a rough start, unfortunately still running in 9th, but they're not quite last. We know that the 58 team has had multiple technical issues that they've had to deal with that have set them pretty far down the order, unfortunately. So it's going to be a real slog for them to get back in. In fact, I think they're showing something like 12 laps behind the overall leader right now. It's just unfortunately not likely to be doable for any sort of realistic good finish. They're just going to have to try and minimize the damage in the points championship for them. Ethan Barker still leading up there for those curious, but the battle for the lead, Joey, I think is starting to come forward because Belleman has caught him.
Only 0.4 of a second difference. I think the biggest surprise, and I really shouldn't even call it a surprise, but Lundqvist is in the car for Stratus Racing, and he just set his green personal best fastest lap that last time by, a 1:59.7. So the driver with tons of professional open wheel experience showing exactly why he's so fast. Now, that number 59 is down the order in what is 4th place, so he's got a little bit of ground to make up in order to go catch those lead guys, but that's the fastest car on the racetrack, while, like you said, the 77 and the 4 are starting to duke it out for our overall lead.
Sounds like that 76 is in pit lane. Let's go to Jonathan to hear about that.
It is. Remember that 76 Grutum Auto Parts BMW was struggling with some mirror vibration issues. Vibration at the rear of that race car early on. Brought that in, put some zip ties on it, seemed to do the trick. This is a scheduled pit stop. 2 tanks of fuel going aboard that race car. No tires at this stage of the race. That is a scheduled stop for your leaders in the R3. Nice and clean, and they're off and away.
And amazing, they're still up at the front despite having that problem with the mirror. And Crane, I believe, just got out of the car from what I could see on our feeds behind the scenes. So finally gets a bit of a break. Need to check to see who is going to be joining in that 76. It's either going to be Grissom, Rebay, or the other crane that might have relieved that driver. In the meantime, they're already back on track and rolling and didn't even lose the lead to now Todd Rutura because Zerbuchen has taken a pit stop. So Todd has moved the 411 Porsche into second.
I'm going to give some credit to Alex Crane. Like you said, he's hopping out of the car, but inside these ZR3 cars, it is no joke on the physicality aspect. You got to remember, most of those cars a little bit older, a little bit more manual when it comes to the driving experience. I believe this is the 59 chasing the 3 for position right here on the racetrack on our screen. So this is a fight for third place overall. But back to my point about Alex is that car, you're having to use the H pattern shifter. You're having to use all 3 pedals. You have to use the clutch. So that driver, not only did he just perform 3 hours inside the race car, much more of a manual experience. Here's the 59 of Lundqvist is looking to the left side of Gorshkov, and this is for that third place position, Joe.
And no wonder there, Linus Lundqvist, that's a name that sports car fans and even open wheel fans might recognize. Indy Lights driver, or Indy Next, I should say, and also competing in IMSA, using his experience to good effect to bring them back up onto the podium. 134 goes behind the wall. That's Griggs. So they're sitting down in 9th in the ZR3s. They were already well down the timing tower.
And look at Linus just already stretch that gap from the number 3 car, that white and red car that he just passed on the back straightaway. Going through what is turn 1 and 2 here at VIR, and he's already opened it up about 20 car lengths. And I think one of the great parts about putting in a driver with this much experience when it comes to that multi-class traffic, he is going to slice and dice and be more aggressive when he comes up on a car that is within the class, just like we saw with the number 3 car. He takes the first possible opportunity. Now, it was on the back straightaway, so it made it look nice and easy, but Lundqvist is on a mission.
Now, we have been talking about him as though he's the Iron Man of the early stages. Jonathan has Alex Crane with him.
Well, Alex, I think Iron Man is an appropriate moniker because you've driven this entire race duration up into this point, and it's not exactly easy conditions. It's hot. I could see the sweat on your brow. You immediately hopped out, plugged the cool system in for a second before I pulled you away from the pit box for an interview. But hydrating right now, talk me through a very physical first stint.
Yeah, we got really lucky. The cars in front of us made a couple of mistakes, and we were able to get out into P1 on the first lap. And just from there, we had pretty open lap in for probably 25 laps or so, and that allowed us to build a nice gap. And it was just about not making mistakes. And the team gave me a good car, and we were able to hold on to P1.
Saw some zip ties used to fasten the rearview mirror. Talk us through that in the early stages, and has that played a factor since then?
No, they fixed it, and it was doing well after that. But yeah, the first stint, I was probably halfway through, and the mirror just wasn't secured very well, and it kept, once if I would hit the rumble strips, I'd come out of the corner, and the mirror I'd be looking at my crotch, and instead of the cars behind me. So it was almost every time my hands weren't on the wheel, it was on the mirror, kind of readjusting it. So yeah, that was it. Yeah.
It didn't seem to affect your pace. You brought that car in at the head of the ZR3 class.
We're really happy, and still a lot of racing to do.
You've done the lion's share of the driving so far.
I think I'll probably not be back in the car unless they want me to. I'm really willing to do whatever the team wants me to do, and we'll kind of see what happens here. But I'm looking for a little bit of rest right now.
Well, I'll let you get to hydrate. Congratulations on a phenomenal first stint.
Thank you.
Good input there from Alex Crane, and definitely had to deal with some adversity, it sounded like, inside the cockpit. Thought we saw the 14 a little slow. Not sure if that was just letting traffic by, but it looks like that AOA racing car is back out on track. They lack a lot of laps up to their leading class, something in the realm of, I think, 12 laps it looks like right now, unfortunately. So they've got quite a bit to make up. This is another battle with the 3 having gotten back by Lundqvist. So he retook that podium position, Joey.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly where that had happened, but you are 100% right in that Gorshkov has now passed Lundqvist for what is third place overall. It's almost going to be deja vu from what we saw about 3 laps ago. There's Linus using that slipstream to full effect, pops out driver's left. I expect him to outbrake the number 3 car going into the brake zone. Sure enough, there he goes. And so now the number 59 is back into third place. We'll see if he can hang on to it this time. Lap time was a little bit slow that prior lap, Joe, and I think that's exactly why Gorshkov got by a 204.9 out of that 59 car. That's about 3+ seconds slower than what we usually see out of him.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, lap time's certainly not what they look like at the start of this race. The quicker cars, Barker and Bellarmine up at the front running 2 flat 4s. Both of them actually very comparable on lap time. That battle for the lead still in the hands of Barker and actually has grown apart to about 1.1 seconds. So maybe Ethan responding a little bit there to try and keep himself at arm's length. Worth noting that the 177 has been in and out, so they've had their pit stop. Pacelli still stays in that car. And the 41, I think, has seen a driver change. Garton has hopped into that 41 machine. They're still running in 4th in the ZR2s.
And Joe, I had to go back and look because it's not often that you see Lundqvist get his doors blown off, and he got majorly checked up by both Ginettas coming out at turn number 17 a couple laps ago. That's how the number 3 got back by that number 59. So now that they've got a little bit of clear windshield out the front end, I do expect this number 59 to go ahead and take off. Like I said, he just got majorly checked up by a roadblock of Ginettas literally across the racetrack.
Got a feel for Linus as well. I know he's been racing in North America for quite some time now, so probably has gotten to experience quite a bit of this heat in a race car, but you have to remember, he is a Swede, so probably used to slightly cooler temperatures growing up over in Scandinavia. In the meantime, as we watch the 3 of Gorshkov go around, we've now hopped on over to our leader, Ethan Barker. Only a second ahead. There is your second place car, the yellow and white of Thomas Bellarmine, filling his mirrors, making sure he cannot relax.
I do still see that the 59 is shown he is on the lead lap. He is just, call it about 3/4 of a lap down. So on timing and scoring, on our side of things, they have to actually pass by the sector, the timing loop, in order for it to update. And so while we see Ethan Barker here about to complete lap number 85, Linus Lundqvist was just starting lap number 85. I think that's important. Joe, that was our fastest car at Barber. It was also one of our fastest cars at Sonoma. The 59 is always a threat for the top position when it comes to the end of these races.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one. Ooh, this is getting a little close here down the main straight with the ZR2 machine looking to be a little bit in the way, at least for the time being. Our 109 off course, so that's the Roberts Motorsports machine with Pope currently in the car. That was over at turn 10. Really, generally don't want to have an off in these prototypes at turn 10. That's such a high-speed section. It could be easy to have it chucked back into the barrier on the opposite side of the course through there.
And I'd be curious to see, we are going to be getting a code 60 here momentarily here in about 10 seconds. And I believe I see the 99 car maybe stopped on the track, maybe the 109 as well. And so code 60 in effect right now.
Well, I said that an off at turn 10 is not ideal. I wonder if this is the cause. Now, the car no longer showed as stopped. It sounds like we're going to be getting tons of pit stops because we should be well within the window for most of the teams as we hop on board our Nimbus Racing leader down at 60 kilometers an hour.
Let's see if we can see anything here at turn number 10. I don't see a car off drivers left or drivers right, at least from the run between 10 to 11. We'll try to find out exactly where this issue is on the racetrack. But right now, definitely under that code 60 condition. And I think, Joe, look at the time as well. 9 hours. This should be right on the window, or at least very, very close to the window for our lead ZP2 cars.
It is indeed. Sloan is at the ready down in pit lane to give us the pit stop. Sloan?
I knew we were gearing up for some pit stops, but I heard as soon as the code 60 was ready to be thrown, cars are coming in. Crew were actually caught off guard a little bit. There was a few team members over at round 3 that I know were rushing to get ready. We've got our Stratus car in right now. I know Nimbus is on its way in as well. This is the most exciting part, I feel like, of the race, when there does get a code 60 being thrown, and it's cool to see how different teams are going to execute their pit stops. Are they doing driver changes? Are they doing tire changes? Are they just fueling? So I really talk about how it is a dance when you're trying to plan out these pit stops with your crew. You're trying to figure out how many people are going over the wall, who's getting out, what's going on. I know Jonathan down here has some more info too over at round 3. Jonathan, take it away.
Round 3 racing also making its round of pit stops. These are crucial stops for ZP2 competitors once the field is slowed under code 60. 2 full tanks of racing fuel going and burning out of the tires. The team is applauding a very nice and clean stop. No driver change, but as soon as Stratus is back out, the number 3 round 3 racing red machine is back out as well. Further afield, the 908 is waiting after its sister car 909 came in. Full tanks of fuel going in there. The Janetta, the white one, stopped behind it. The 411 came in just before. There goes the 908. So plenty of takers on pit lane trying to take advantage of that code 60.
No shock. We kind of anticipated that it would update the strategy, would throw the strategy in a blender, if anything. So the 909 and various other cars all taking advantage of this situation. I can report that the 109 car has been showing stops somewhere in the back straight for quite some time. I thought I saw it start to creep forward for a moment. We don't have any information quite yet as to what has happened, other than they had an off at turn at 10. You can kind of put the pieces together yourself to assume that maybe there was a big incident, especially since you don't have small ones typically through there.
I understand that the 59 is in as well. Certainly seems like Matt Million is going to be going into that car, relieving Colin Garrett out of the machine. So we'll just have to patiently wait. And there is that car, Joe. And you're right, it is on the back straightaway. Now, driver did a terrific job. You don't often see this kind of little extra run out on the back straightaway. But this is exactly what it's used for, just in case, as well as some of those alternate courses that we got here at VIR throughout the facility.
Yeah, it can be used as a chicane up there to help slow things down a little bit. These drivers not having to deal with that this time. Ryan Pope opening the door, so that's a good sign. Usually that's universally meant that driver is okay, they have that as now. We've got some of the Stratus racing teams taking their pit stops. And in fact, let's go down to Jonathan, who's got the report on this 77.
Well, the 77 may have come into pit lane in the lead of this motor race, but they're not going to exit that way. They've been jumped by round 3 racing. The number 4 electing not to do a driver change, faster on the pit stop, and that yellow machine is going to make it out ahead of the 77. That is a change for the lead in the pits, guys.
And I also see him doing a little bit of damage repair down there on the 77, Jonathan. That is on the right rear of the car. It doesn't seem like anything super significant, but I see a crew member out there making sure none of the body work has come undone. I wonder if that had to do with any contact out there, or if that is just kind of some natural wear and tear that has happened on the race car.
Interesting repair job as well, just a couple pieces of tape. So yeah, it must be something that's only slightly loose that they're concerned. Look like the rear light, potentially, they're trying to prevent from coming off. Camden Hibbett hopping in for that 4 team and taking over the lead now after the 77 has been in control for quite some time. How will that change the complexion on the track?
And I understand that Jonathan has a little bit more info on that 77 down on pit road.
Yeah, it was a great spot on the camera monitors, guys. The tail light had come loose, and there was a crew member underneath who was able to re-plug it in. I saw them also with a spray bottle just clearing some debris out. This is endurance racing, after all. You pick up tire rubber, you pick up debris, plenty of different things that can happen around a road course, but just plugging that that tail light back in. So not only did they lose a little bit of a ground to the R3 Racing crew, the number 4 who pipped them on their pit stop, but waiting those few extra seconds, although it was only seconds under this code 60, to repair that tail light. Further down, I also saw the random vandals, the number 98 further down the field, had to come into its pit box sideways, trying to avoid some of the other traffic in what's a very busy pit lane right now.
Always one of the disadvantages when everybody tries to make that call, is it's going to be a little bit crowded in there. Just crossing our fingers that everybody manages to stay safe. That's why they have the limited crew members that are allowed to work on the cars, of course, as that is considered a safety issue. You can see they're going to put this stricken 109 on the flatbed to return it back to pit lane. I'm sure the team will be trying to see if they can fix whatever is wrong to get it back out on the circuit. Always want to try, Joey, and get as many points as you can, even if you do have a hiccup such as this during the race.
It's all about keeping on swimming, as Dory says, and sometimes you just got to keep on turning laps out there. Sometimes the fortune isn't always going to go ahead and roll your way, as we take a shot of on board of Cody Grissom out there. I know it can be a little bit tough to see with the exposure level out the windshield. And this, this is the 76 right now. Lawson Crane is actually driving this race car currently.
Yeah, I know it says Cody up there all the time, but we have to avoid the temptation and make sure and double check who is in the car. In the meantime, Sloan has, I think, tracked down what happened to the 109. Sloan, can you tell us?
Hi guys, I'm here with crew members over at the 109. They are still checking on the driver, so I don't have too much to report on right now, but I will get back to you when I do have a straighter answer. Just want to give them some room for a second, but they're okay. We'll come back to you a little bit later. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Sloan. It certainly is an interesting way to get our first one, and that's one code 60 out of 3 hours of racing, which is excellent that we've been getting that clean of racing so far. The safety crew casually making their way back, so they are all pretty much done now that we've got that car on the flatbed. And it should be as simple as finding an opening in the Armco, and the trucks should be able to start taking that car back to the team to inspect.
One really neat part about these Code 60s is that you'll find once these safety trucks are officially off the racetrack, like Joe was just mentioning, we're going to be going back green flag very, very quickly, right? We don't have to wait for the pace car to get all the way back around to start a restart with the green flag. We don't have any of those procedures here with Code 60. So literally, once the racetrack is clean and clear and safe, we can resume.
Yeah, so it's probably going to be finding an opening on the inside of the circuit, since that's where they need to be to try and get to pit lane. Oh, actually, he's going to turn it around. So there. Oh, okay. So there is an exit directly behind them. That makes sense. That'll take them pit by the the support pits, and that still will allow them to get back in. They'll just have to come fully around the track, unfortunately, because that is actually the farthest you can get without the access road managing to take you back to pit lane the normal racing direction. Green flag getting ready to emerge. Hibbett will be your leader for the ZP2s. Siegel, the leader for the ZR2s. And Crane, Lawson Crane now leading in the ZR3s. Green flag is out. We return to racing once again.
As you see the green flag here on the front straightaway, the cars are accelerating down through roller coaster right now and into hog pen. See the number 77 is really out in front of one of these lead trains right now as everybody resumes racing speed on the racetrack.
Lundqvist is going to be in third, it looks like. Remember that close battle with Gorshkov before the code 60 came out. That is actually separated a bit. Not a whole lot. Looks like about 2 seconds between them. Linus will want to use this as a chance to maybe try and run away, because they were certainly back and forth for a while to decide that third position. Hasn't really changed things up all that much other than the strategy. And then, of course, the big one that we had already mentioned was the change in the lead between Vaughn and Hibbett. But we do have a change in some of the cars getting penalties out there for a Code 60 violation. That's the 5, the 14, the 85, and the 909.
Get some of these shots. I believe this is the 392 here on the racetrack going through what is turn number 3. I think we had reported that Jeff Altenberg was in that car a little bit earlier when they had that tire issue, and now you see Sergio Ramirez driving that car, giving chase right now to an AOA racing machine. They're actually trying to chase down the number 76 BMW that leads that ZR3 class, and I think they've got about a lap to make up before they get on par with that car.
Looking through all the drivers that got penalties, and I think the highest up that we're seeing is Kenny in the number 5 round 3 racing team. They're currently sitting 5th in the ZP2s. They might not lose a position to wrist, though. We'll see when timing and scoring updates where they wind up being placed. That is a bit of an off coming out of Oak Tree, but thankfully does not come to disaster. Now we've got an update on pit lane. Let's go to Sloan and Jonathan.
Currently here on pit lane with a little under 9 hours to go. Things heated up for a little bit here when the code 60 got thrown. Multiple pit stops were happening. Jonathan and I were kind of talking about what we're most interested to see now following the rest of the race. I currently wanted to bring up the ZR3 class. We were checking in with HQ Autosport earlier. I saw some of the comments. Someone was saying they were taking 7 gallons of fuel. They're actually taking 10. They're not able to get all the way down to the bottom of their tank, so they're attempting to fill in more. We were having the same issue over with the Cayman team. They are also having a slow time fueling. So it really comes down to their execution of these pit stops and who's going to come out on the top. I know Jonathan had some thoughts too in the ZP2 class. What are you looking for with these pit stops? What are your thoughts on how this has been going so far?
Well, I think it was interesting seeing all the chaos, everybody trying to take advantage of the slower speeds on track with the code 60, the number 4 car jumping the 77, the number 4 car jumping the 77, but the 77 on pace has been a little bit quicker, although they're almost a minute behind at the time of the green flag. I suspect that gap will close, and I think that's going to be a battle to watch in the next 20 to 30 minutes. Also, keep an eye on the 59. Had plenty of battle fighting in the podium positions, but I think between Stratus folks and the R3 folks, been the battle at the sharp end of this field, and the mixture of how things shuffled around after the code 60 and the round of stops there, things spice it up a little bit further.
Yeah, we're currently looking at still some breezy weather. I think we're up into the mid 80s now. I'm sweating, so if my makeup starts running off my face, I don't want to hear it, but I'm very curious to hear how the track conditions are changing as the time continues. So that's kind of our update for right now. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Sloan. Thanks, Jonathan. And as we check in from above here, our drone with a nice bird's eye view of the action on the track. Gap between P1 and P2 after that change, it looks like shuffles to about 22.5 seconds. Gavin Vaughn will have his work cut out for him to try and re-catch back up. See if that changes later on in the race with further strategy calls between the teams, because 22 seconds definitely could be shaken up by a strategy call. Meanwhile, Ian Barbary in the 94. Always easy to tell when we're watching from on board that car. The bright green hood, despite it being the rest of the car is bright orange.
It throws me for a little bit of a loop, but you're right. It has become a very recognizable onboard. Now, if we went to a TV camera, you'd say, hey, that is not the same car at all. It is definitely a bright orange number 94 BMW out there. Pretty funny to just kind of see the visual difference between driving inside the car and what the driver actually sees and experiences versus what you would see if you were sitting trackside as this car is going around VIR at a great clip, doing lap times that are about, was a 2:04.7 the last time by.
Also got an update on the 5 car. Looks like that penalty did put them down to 6, so the 908 of Wrist from Automatic Racing gains a position. Kind of surprised to see the 908 not as competitive this time around. I think back to Barber especially, where it seemed like Sebastian and his crew certainly were up in the thick of it. Maybe just hasn't gone their way, or maybe the pace just not quite there so far. I can tell you, Joey, from what I can see on pictures behind the scenes on one of our feeds, there is some significant damage on the back of the 109.
There we are. We're getting it on the screen right now. And yeah, that's not just a car hit. I would assume that might have been at least a tire wall or something, but that is primarily left rear damage. If we're talking about turn number 10, that could certainly be a car on the inside part. But you were saying turn number 10 is a corner that you don't want to go off at, just plain and simple. If you're in one of these smaller prototype cars, if you go driver's right, you're in for a wild ride of some major bumps. If you go driver's left in terms of a hook spin, it usually ends up in a tire wall. A little bit of a mystery still, but heavy damage.
That's such a shame, because that was a car that was highly competitive. Yes, it kind of started to drop back with their strategy calls, but you want to see the whole thing play out and try to figure out if it would have worked. I guess that'll leave as a question that'll be unanswered in the time being. Jonathan is talking to some of the crew there. Jonathan, what's going on?
Ryan Pope out of the race car. First and foremost, glad to see that you are okay. The car unfortunately hasn't fared so well. What did you feel?
You know, I was just kind of turning laps. I felt good, comfortable on pace. It was just kind of a track placement error. I got the wheels a little too far over the curb there, and once they slipped over, I was along for the ride. Sorry to the guys and everyone else. Good job to the track officials and the tow truck driver. I appreciate them, and we'll regroup and try again next time.
Up until that point, the 109 had been running strong. A lot of pace in your hands, in the car's hands, the car that you said they prepared for you. Does that bode well for performance the rest of the season?
I think so. First drivers are talent. I try to keep on pace, and I felt pretty good out there. We got a good team. We'll get the car back together, and we'll see where we go from there.
Sorry it's under these circumstances, but glad you're all right.
Thank you.
Yeah, you could hear the disappointment on that one. And to Ryan's credit, I'd say he was keeping pace pretty decently. Now, I think we've seen the battle start to erupt once again between the 59 and the 3. Lundqvist still up ahead. Gorshkov has caught back up to him. So Linus is not going to have a chance to relax in this race. We're currently riding through NASCAR Bend up to the left hook as we ride on board with the Round 3 racing car.
Yeah, chasing him down, and just kind of see how it develops, because Lundqvist's last lap time of 202.1, while compare that to Gorshkov at a 204.7. And these cars have caught up a significant amount of ground when it comes to our overall lead. Remember how we were talking about, or I should say Jonathan was talking about, how the 77 was over a minute behind that number 4 when we went back to green flag after that code 60. So they have now narrowed that gap up pretty significantly, and the 59 has come along as well, as we get shots of our ZR2 class leader now inside the top 5 overall.
And apologies, that was actually Nimbus Racing we were on board with there, but Gorshkov is definitely close. It's within about 2 seconds. Lundqvist right now still chasing on the 59. While while we watch Jeff Siegel out there and cruising his way around this circuit, just putting the laps in at this stage. It can still fall apart. There's still so much racing. There's so many dangers out there that they cannot relax, and they can't take anything for granted on this. And I'm sure it sounds like we're trying to inject unnecessary drama, but that is the truth about this style of racing, that they lead by a comfortable margin, but comfortable margins become nothing or DNFs with shocking rapidity out here if you just let your guard down.
Well, you want to talk about letting your guard down and some shocking stuff happening. You see the race control message, the 24 is behind the wall, but I see that Sloan had saw the 24 come in, and there was no crew at the tent. So a little bit of miscommunication there for number 2014.
That's not a good sign if the 2014 doesn't have anybody even there to attend to the car. I wonder if that...
They're eating ice cream, the old Harry line, right?
Exactly, yeah. It's hot out. They need it. But that is a joke for anybody who does take that literally, by the way. But 99, who we still see watching, having no such troubles, at least for now. Being chased by 9-4 Motorsports. Now, are they on the same lap, or are they lap P2 at this stage? Let me double check on that.
They look to be at least one lap ahead, potentially up to 2 laps, depending on where they are in the timing lead.
Gotcha. Okay, so yeah, it's pretty handy at this stage between them, which does mean that the buffer should allow for some drama if they need it in that 99. Another thing that we haven't seen a whole lot of that has happened in the past, granted we are still relatively early, is mechanical issues, mostly for the ZP2s. Now, Joey, it seems as though this race, while there have been a couple here and there, it's been mostly down to, I'd say, more electronic stuff inside those prototype cars, not like what we saw at the first couple rounds.
I'm shaking my head and my fist at you right now, Joe. That's the best way to start a commentator's curse, is to start talking about stuff that hasn't happened yet on the racetrack. And you're right that the ZP2 class had a little bit of mechanical woes in round number 1, right? It was mainly over at Sonoma Raceway where we saw that those problems, specifically the rear axle issues, happen on these machines. Now, I will say that VIR is significantly faster than Sonoma. However, we didn't see as many failures when we went to Barber after our Northern California stop to open up this season. I think it had more to do with the specific load on the racetrack. Sonoma has a ton of elevation change and a ton of corners where you're putting a lot of load into the car, and we see lots of axle failures when you get up on Roval racetracks where you're putting lots of load into that outside corner. I wouldn't be surprised if the engineers were also coming up with some parts fixes in between rounds 1, 2, and 3. But you're right. I hope that I have washed away all of the bad juju by rambling about it long enough that we don't see any issues with them.
All right. I'll have to remember that method for next time. We do still have Ramirez in second, and the ZR3s trying to play catch up on Lawson Crane as well. That gap is relatively large. Todd Rutura also sitting in third in those ZR3s as we continue to watch the lead BMW in the ZR2 class. So far, if you're just joining us, we've lost the 95 machine. The 555 car is out. The 24 we know is behind the wall. Now, they're not being shown as withdrawn from the race yet. And then the 134 team also in the pits currently. And then we're waiting to hear what's going to happen with the 109. No word on if they intend to try or can get it back onto the circuit. As that's good news if you're the 58 team, because they had all their issues early on. And that's one car that is slowly becoming within range to gain a spot.
I've been watching our gap over here between our top two just trying to find where the number 4 car is on the racetrack, just so I can make sure that I'm looking at the right intervals, because our gap seems to jump a little bit between what seems to be about 20 seconds all the way up to about 50 seconds, at least on the Alcamel side of things here. So I think I'm going to go off of the ticker that we've got on our production feed, which shows about an 18-second gap between Camden Hibbett and Gavin Vaughn. It's important because the 77 car has had a little bit more overall pace when it comes to the lap time here in this fuel stint with Gavin inside. It's been traditionally about a half a second all the way up to about a second and a half faster per lap.
Gavin Vaughn, another of many drivers in this series that raced in spec Miatas. What's interesting, though, is one thing that he had pointed out is he got into the road racing side through sim racing, of all things. Before that, he was kind of into oval racing, but really discovered the love through here. There's also a driving instructor over at MSR Houston. So he certainly picked it up with ease, and just goes to show that driving talent doesn't matter if it is on the circle track side or on the twisty bits, that if you know how to wheel a car, you're probably going to be quick on either discipline, at least quick enough. We'll see if he can be quick enough to run down Hibbett in that 77 in this middle of the race stint that we've got now entering into the 4th hour of racing.
I'll ramble on a little bit about kind of that transition and what you were talking about with the experience level, and starting with oval racing, doing some sim racing, and then going over to spec Miatas. I couldn't agree more with, if you've got some talent behind the wheel, is what you said. If you have some talent, you can go to any class and be competitive and have fun. However, if you jump into a spec Miata, it is so much fun. The best way I can describe it is like if you went to a birthday party with 10 of your closest buddies and went to the go-kart track and just had an absolute ball, because those cars, they race amazing when you put them on any sort of racetrack, and they are slow enough, right? I'm not trying to be mean to the class. It's where I grew up racing, but they're slow enough that you can lean on competitors. You can literally reach your hand out the window and turn down their rearview mirror if you're close enough. So if you are talented behind the wheel and you get the opportunity to race in spec Miata, I think everybody will have an absolute blast doing it, and then they'll realize, we only did 110 miles an hour. That's as fast as we went the entire time. It seems a whole lot faster than that.
Sometimes it's not about the speed. It is about who you are racing against. We kind of seen that in this series as well. There might be faster prototypes out there, but these things put on fantastic racing. And I think one of the bigger points, because you've brought this up multiple times, Joey, is that those spec Miatas and just most Miata and MX-5 racing, that really teaches racecraft out there, having to go wheel to wheel. I feel like that's really necessary in something like this, where you do have many cars on the track of varying speeds as well.
Typically, when you go up in your racing career, the gaps seem to spread out that little bit more, because the cars are getting faster, right? The performance window, it's that much bigger, and the talented drivers will find that performance, while some people are going to miss those 1%, 2%, 3 percentile, and that's when that speed level really starts to open up those gaps. But I couldn't agree more with you. Learning how to racecraft. Now, in go-karts, you can certainly learn close racecraft. However, once you finally get into a car and have some mass around you, you're not just sitting in a 200-pound go-kart anymore. You're sitting in a 2,500-pound or more race car. Things move around a lot more. When you're doing 125, 135, 150 miles an hour, the air moves the car around a significant amount. When you jump onto that brake pedal, guess what? The car moves around. So you got to get used to all of those things inside a car, plus being comfortable with somebody literally on your door or pushing you around like a spec Miata would. Learning how to race in that racecraft is just as important as learning how to do a lap time.
A couple drivers that are still learning how to find some speed out here. not only am I seeing Lee in that 909 ZP2 having his personal best lap of the race, Matt Million, no shock there in the 58, set his personal best down to a 59.8. That is way faster than even the rest of our leaders in the ZP2 class. It's just a bit of a shame that he won't really be able to do much in it in that 58 car since they've lost so much time. But definitely an eyebrow raiser that he is going so quickly this far into the race.
This is a shot here of, I believe this is Lawson Crane inside the 76 right now. They have resumed the race lead, or I shouldn't say the race lead, the class lead of their race, and still turning incredibly fast lap times. They are about a lap ahead of the 392 right now, so they've got a good amount of wiggle room to go out there, just kind of run their pace as we see the 59 of Lundqvist make its way by the 76.
Head down to Jonathan. He's talking with Colin Garrett.
Well, Colin, we've been talking pit stops all day. The cars need racing fuel. So do the drivers. You've come out and gone straight to lunch. What's for lunch?
A cheeseburger, unfortunately, or embarrassingly, rather. I had a cheeseburger here the other week, and it was pretty good, so I'm going to try it again. But, yeah, just trying to get refueled. Going to have better stuff than cheeseburger here in a little bit, but I just need something to get me fueled up. I got, I think 4 hours before I get back in the car, so it should be good by then.
Well, the cheeseburger is warranted and earned because you've hopped out after your stint. Talk me through it.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's my first real day. I guess yesterday was my first real day in one of those cars, and this is my first race day. They're pretty different. Trying to learn a downforce car that also doesn't have that much power, so it's a very fine balance on how to drive them. We've had a few little gremlins today. Our brake lights weren't working until we got to 1,000 psi, so they're really only working in the big brake zone. So we had to come behind the wall and fix that real quick and reset that. But other than that, we're back out there, and I have no idea where we're at, but everything seems to be going well. Matt Million's in the car right now, so yeah, it's a good day.
How have you liked adapting to a car with downforce? There's a lot of turn variety here at Virginia International Raceway. Does that provide a unique challenge?
It's super weird. I have mostly all GT experience, and then I was just here a couple weeks ago in a NASCAR truck and ARCA car, so it is a complete opposite to what I have been used to driving around here. So it's super cool. It's very weird having absolutely no downforce in the little short corners, like the slow corners over here, specifically by the Pagoda Grill. But in the fast corners, man, you're just flying. I had a huge off over in South Bend yesterday because I was like, we're going to try to apex at 115 miles an hour. Didn't work. I think it would have. I just knocked the curb just a little bit with the left front and got made it a Baja V-Lox there for a little bit, so it was kind of fun. But it's overall, it's been a good experience. I'm super thankful to the Stratus guys for allowing me to come out and run this thing. It's a fun project to be a part of.
Best of luck the rest of the day. Guys, we've slowed on track. Back to you.
Yes, we have a code 60, and for those worried that something's happened on track, you don't have to fret. This is apparently scheduled. The ZRS folks have deemed this a predetermined code 60 so that teams can actually get lunch to everybody. So, as we said, this is a paddock that is kind of trying to be inclusive, and a lot of these teams, we heard one of them say earlier, Joey, they brought 3 people. So probably don't exactly have a catering crew to get all their stuff to them.
Yeah, so we're going to slow them all down, give the teams and drivers just a little bit of a breather. I know that we're waiting a little bit longer as well. I know Sloan is probably ready with her hit as well as we slow everything down, like you had mentioned, code 60. And just kind of give a rundown before we started this, the number 4 is the leader, the 77 in the 59. That's our top 3. But Joe, we do have some strategy. The 59 is on pit road, it shows.
Ooh, interesting. Okay, so yeah, a couple teams still using this to, I guess, take a pit stop. In the meantime, like you mentioned, we do have Sloan ready for one of the fan favorites. It is time for a stint with Sloan.
Welcome to a stint with Sloan, where drivers trade the seat of their cockpit in their race car for a seat I bought at Target a few months ago that is currently deflating under us as we're speaking. I'm here with TJ Heinlein. Wow, that is a loud car. I hope you guys could pick that up. Over from Bruce Innovations, who was actually on our podium yesterday. I was talking with TJ a little bit after the race. We were sitting up in hospitality, and he was kind of giving me a little background on him. So, TJ, you have an incredible foundation called Drivers for Hope, and I'm going to pass him the mic, and he's going to tell you guys a little bit about it. DJ?
Awesome. Thank you, Sloan. What an opportunity this is for the foundation, and what a great day we're having right now on a beautiful VIR doing some racing. So, yeah, Drivers for Hope, everybody. It is something that's kind of never been done before, and we were officially a 501c3 as of December 3rd, and actually my co-driver is in the car with me. He is here driving, and he's our executive director. So it's kind of a whole team, obviously, racing team, right? So we're all here together. And yeah, what we do basically is we take families and kids that have gone through extreme hardships, life-changing hardships, and we take them to Vegas. We give them a full-on trip, full experience, airfare, hotels, everything like that. And then what do? Of course, we put them in race cars. So we partnered with a company down there called Dream Racing, and they couldn't have been more supportive and wanted to jump in and help us out. And we literally will get the kids in the cars, give them the full experience. The cool thing is, too, is if they're over 14, yeah, so here's some of the suits. So if they're over 14, they actually can drive the cars as well. This is one of the suits here, and the reason why I have them is I brought them with me on this trip because right after we're done here, Sunday, me and Angelo, we fly out to Vegas, and we have Ezra, and we have Stella. So we try to ask them their favorite colors, what they're at. So Stella here, 10-year-old and 11-year-old. So won't kind of get into the conditions with them, but basically it is, we can tell you, Ezra, he does have a condition that there is no cure for. So it's kind of a rough deal. They're managing it the best they can, and he's just a huge race car fan, and he loves going fast. And what a better opportunity for him to do that. So they went onto our website, so Drivers for Hope, driversforhope.org, if I can talk, driversforhope.org. And we have an application on there. So if you know of any child out there that's deserving, that has gone through an extreme life-changing hardship, we deal with children with child abuse, all the way to foster care, foster programs, obviously medical conditions that love motorsports and love cars. We want to talk to them, and we want to see if we can get them to Vegas and have them go through experience. So it's pretty fun.
Yeah, when you were telling me, yeah, we take kids to Vegas, I was a little like, what do you mean? But I think that's absolutely incredible. I think hearing your story, too, giving people the opportunity to get behind the wheel is something that is really not attainable for the average person, especially kids who are coming from tough times. So I think the fact that you're able to give them that experience is absolutely incredible. How did you get involved with Bruce Innovations? Have you had friends at the team, or kind of tell me about how you came to be at that team?
Yeah, so with Zenith series, it was actually approached to me by my co-driver, Angelo Dinkoff, and he's like, hey, there's this new series, think we should go check it out. He had connections with Bruce Innovations, and we just kind of made it happen, put it together, and it worked out really well. And I'll tell you what, this series is amazing. Like, this is legitimate. So we do a little bit of racing with IMSA and everything like that on the side, but you guys just take care of the drivers, you take care of the teams. The hospitality is beautiful. This, right? Like, you just don't see this, so it's amazing. So, but yeah, I just kind of want to touch really quick too on the reason why we do this with Drivers for Hope and why we take the kids. We look at this as a trauma healing and a relief to the children that have gone through these hardships or currently going through these hardships. Because, as you know, getting in a race car, you can't really think about anything else other than what's the job at hand right now, right? You don't want to hurt anybody else around you. You don't want to hurt yourself. You want to protect the car. So, in a sense, that gives you relief. You're not thinking about what's happening day-to-day actions. You're not thinking about, what medical conditions I've had, what treatments that they've gone through, anything like that. So that's the sole purpose, is trauma healing and making sure that these kids are fully taken care of.
That's absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, TJ. It's driversforhope.com. Is that what they can driversforhope.org, driversforhope.org. And hopefully maybe you think you'd bring some kids to a Zenith race, maybe?
Yes, that's the plan. Hoping to have a conversation here with organizers, and we love to because we do bring the kids to racing, to races, and give them that experience at the race as well. So we just had a family go through at Laguna, and yeah, I don't know, anything racing, get them involved, have a good time, because there's going to be some kids that we have that just can't get in cars. They can't experience that. So this is the next best thing, is bring them to the track, see how the pits are, and maybe get in and out of cars, kind of check that out. So yeah, we're hoping to be here more and more.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time. You're going to get in the car one last time, I think you said? Okay, awesome. Well, we appreciate you. We appreciate what you're doing for these kids. I think that is I said the word incredible, but again, an incredible thing that you're doing. Yeah, well, we are excited to see you out there, and hopefully maybe we'll see you on the podium again later today. Thanks for your time. Back to you guys.
Great stuff there from Sloan. A fantastic cause. I love that, and glad that they're able to give some kids some incredible memories. So again, that's driversforhope.org if you want to get involved in some form or fashion with that great cause. Camden Hibbett still your leader. And looks like Ethan Barker just had an outlap. Now, naturally, Joey, it sounds like we had a number of teams that took advantage of that code 60 to get a pit stop done. And unfortunately, a few that have some penalties, the 41, the 411, and the 909. That 411 is our third place team in the ZR3s.
Yeah, the 909 is one of the automatic racing cars as well. They're a little bit further down the order, so not necessarily going to spread them out too much more, but right, that 411 car, it's definitely going to affect their run. They are currently sitting in third place in that ZR3 class. Checking the gap behind, it does look like they're comfortable, at least, Joe. Seems like they've got 2 laps on what is 4th place in class, so yes, it is a penalty, but shouldn't be too bad.
Exactly. Now, one that may have an effect, and in fact, I think it did, is nope, it looks like they're still ahead. I was going to say the 41 is also sitting in third. That's in ZR2. And Anthony Pacelli in the Camber Performance car was running behind them. It was about a lap, but they just pitted in, so that might not switch them around now that the 177 is taking their pit stop. Could have had an effect for the podium in that ZR2 class. We've got...
And I just want to point something out as well. When they do these penalties, now, typically if you're watching endurance racing or other forms of professional racing, when you get a lap penalty, typically the cars have to come down pit lane, right? They actually have to serve that penalty. But how they do it in Zenith is they just simply get into timing and scoring and subtract their lap out there. So it can get a little bit cattywampus in terms of following it while they're actively applying.
Let's head down to Jonathan. He's got an update on the 177 team in the meantime.
Yeah, guys, that's at Camber Performance Janetta. Janettas that we see in the ZR2 class. Engine cover is off. He stops amidst code 60 conditions, although this car has stayed put as we've gone back to green a little while ago. Chasing a vibration in the race car, unsure of where that vibration is coming from, but engine cover is up. That front mid-engine Janetta, one of the best sounding race cars out on the grid, but not as fun to drive. If break out what is that, you can see the mechanics checking over primarily the left front corner of that race car, but now also checking the right side, the front as well. Hope to see them back out soon, but never fun when you're trying to chase a vibration that you don't exactly know.
It was a bad visual when you look down pit lane, you see a car with its entire front bodywork removed, and the crew furiously trying to inspect various parts underneath. So like I said, they were potentially in position to maybe take away that third place, but the 1 lap penalty for the 41 should not have an effect because of that. And in fact, interesting that they're currently kind of looks like maybe removing a few things from underneath as a hand is being held out. I do see the 908s also pitting in. That's Sebastian Rist of Automatic Racing, currently running in 6th in the ZP2s. So we'll see what's going on there. Had another personal best lap for the 909 sister Automatic Racing car just now. Ran a 2016, picking up pace once again. Lee still inside that car. That's the second time I've seen him reset his personal best lap.
The only downside, though, is we just reported on it was that lap penalty from that code 60. So 909 down a handful of laps. The 908 I'm showing is about 5 laps down, about 4 or 5 laps down, as Sebastian Rist is getting in the car right now. They are on an outlap, getting back out there on the racetrack. I think when it comes to the overall picture of things, I'm still looking towards ZP2 and really the 59 car, Stratus Racing. They have not had the track position for the first 4 hours of this race, right? They've been hanging out inside the top 5 and slowly have crept up to inside the top 3 now, and are now officially clawing back some of that track position to get to that lead group.
Riding on board with Nimbus Racing, Gavin Vaughn, currently inside the cockpit. Finds some space up into turn 10 to sneak underneath. That's got to be a little bit sketchy trying to make those passes into there, but these drivers do know what these prototypes are capable of, especially in the faster corners in comparison to the GT cars. So I'm sure they're not doing it without reason on trying to maybe take a risk through that corner. As far as something that we touched on yesterday that I don't think we've mentioned much today is the overall of our ZR2 class, because we had an overall win for the ZR2s last time out, and that was for the 99. They're currently running in 5th, and they're about 2 laps behind the leader. So I'm not sure if we'll see the same heroics today, but still Jeffrey Siegel in that 99 is doing a phenomenal job outpacing a number of our ZP2s.
As we just kind of watched the action on the racetrack, we were just reporting, Joe, on both the 909 and the 908. I believe that Jonathan actually has an update from Automatic Racing down on pit road. What do you have for us, Jonathan?
Yeah, that's right. We saw the engine cover off of the Ginetta a little bit further up the pit lane. The rear engine cover was off of that prototype machine for Automatic Racing. It was a rear camber block that had worked its way loose. The reports were coming over the radio that the race car was handling a lot looser in the rear, a lot of oversteer that got progressively worse. When they brought it in to examine it, number 1 mechanic gave the left rear tire a shake. Noticed certainly something was loose. They did a once over the suspension. It was that rear left camber block. Now tight, no more problems there and off and away. Only lost some time, but potentially an issue there that was caught by the Automatic Racing crew, although they did lose a little bit of time on pit lane.
Hopefully they can make that time back up. One team that has very much made time up, as Joey was talking about, that 59, started from last in class when they gridded up, and is currently now on the podium. Lucas still behind the wheel of that car. We'll watch Gavin Vaughn take that 77 around Oak Tree, still trying to play catch-up on Camden Hibbett after not the most recent Code 60, but the one prior. They found themselves losing that track position, losing quite a bit of time through a difference in strategy calls in terms of driver changes that held them up longer. And that allowed the 4 to start to run away. Round 3 Racing definitely has quite a bit behind them. Them and Stratus, definitely number of cars out here. And Joey, it's always easier. We've got more bullets in the chamber to find your target out there. So not surprised that round 3 is now moved up to the top.
The old spray and pray method, right? The more bullets you got, you're eventually going to hit the target, the checkered flag at the end of it at some point, right? But no, it's always beneficial having a team car, and what's better than having 2 cars? 3 cars is even better in the case of round 3 racing. So Stratus has got the pair. Round 3 has got the triplets out there. And then you also have to remember the plethora of drivers. Not only do you have the multiple cars, but you have at least 2, most likely 3 drivers in each one of those cars. So you can kind of copy paste the data between the cars and the fastest drivers and say, this is our benchmark. This is what we need to go after. And it just kind of helps the drivers along with their learning process as well. If one of the cars is really hooked up, well, guess what? They can go talk to the drivers in a friendly manner. Yes, they are competitors, but they are on the same team. They have access to the same in-car video. They have access to the same data system, so they're overlaying everything. And like I said, what's better than 1, 2, what's better than 2, 3, and then you multiply that by another 3 with all the drivers, you have lots of squiggly lines to review.
The 177 getting those lines active. They're back out on track, but they lost position to this car, who had their fair share of issues. So the Ginettas, the 2 of them that are racing this weekend, have swapped spots. Johann Schwartz up into 4th and is trying to catch up to Garton. They're actually showing, I believe, on the same lap, which is also, I think, just as impressive considering they had, what was it? I think we were up to 3 tires they had to replace, which, crossing fingers, we haven't seen them in for that issue since. Hopefully they've got it fixed now.
There is the shots of that white 290. Does seem like they do have it fixed. Now you see the bodywork on the both sides of the rear end of the car where they had those issues. The right rear is a little bit more tore up, but I think most importantly is that when this car does have the tires underneath it, I don't see any tire smoke out of the thing. There's a little bit of puff of some gravel going over the grass. That's nothing to worry about. But when you do have that damage on the car, it's always lingering in the back of your head. Did I clear everything out of those fender wells? Is there going to be any more persistent issues out there? And it seems like this 290 has fixed its issues and is literally back out running laps on the track.
I always say you cannot give up, and they are within range of maybe getting up to 3rd place at some point if they can keep the pace on the track. And these drivers and the team, I have to give a lot of credit for what they've been able to do out there. Now, meanwhile, I swear out on the circuit, in terms of battles, checking through to see if we've got anybody that's near one another. It doesn't look like anybody within class, actually, that is close enough that we need to keep an eye on it. We're getting near 4 hours into this, 4 completed hours, and that means we'll have hit the 1/3 mark of this 12-hour race, just past noontime, towards what is going to be some of the hottest hours of the race. But as we've seen, been getting just a little bit of cloud cover, not a whole lot, but hopefully that will help out.
I hope so too. I have a fear though, Joe, is that it's just adding more moisture into the air. I don't think that the ambient temperatures are coming down at all, unfortunately. I think it is just adding to the mugginess that is Virginia. And if you've ever been to VIR in the summertime, trust me, it can get extremely warm. I have several pictures of how my hair would start at the beginning of the day, and by the end of the day, I look like a completely different person.
You and Sloan should compare notes on that one. So,
I think she would have me beat.
Yeah, most likely. Yeah, and we have to remember, too, you talked about being here at VIR specifically. You're right next to a river. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot of moisture in the air. So, as someone who has lived next to a river for a number of years, it does have quite the effect when it is hot out, and you notice it as all that moisture evaporates into the air around you. Definitely seems like some very good pace for Schwartz here. And that 290, as the car has been looking like it is handling well, despite not being the case in the opening stages. Last lap for them, a 2:01.4. Keep in mind, these ZP2 cars are running low 2 minutes, 2 flat 3, 2 flat 6 for many of them for the fast cars. So that is is a real sign of how much speed there was to be unlocked for the 290 once they got their issues resolved. So I think...
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Before I hand off to you here, Joey, sorry. I keep seeing these notes last second. So I want to head over to Jonathan, who can tell us more firsthand of what it's like out on the ground.
Yeah, guys, Sloan and I have been standing here on pit lane throughout the duration of this race so far, and we'll continue to do so. We're lucky for a little bit of cloud cover, less direct sunlight, but the ambient temperature has stayed consistent around the high to mid-80s. It should get about 4 to 5 degrees Fahrenheit warmer in the next 2 or 3 hours. That being said, we have floated around 49 as it is now % humidity. It's gotten as high as 55, but no higher, and I think that is the benefit here. No rain is predicted in Virginia, although in this part of the country we know how quickly that can change. But for now, conditions seem stable, and this cloud cover is actually probably helping driver grip just a little bit, although something I'm noticing for the first time since giving this update, just a little bit of a tailwind heading down the front straightaway. That might affect some of the more downforce driven cars.
Very good point that we haven't talked about a whole lot here, Joey, is the wind. I haven't, at least from the pictures we've seen, doesn't seem like it's been all that blustery. But yeah, these prototypes, since they are so reliant on that downforce, they do have to make sure that they keep track of it and what direction it's blowing at certain parts of the track.
Thankfully, these cars don't have a tremendously high top speed as the Camburn Performance Janetta goes for a ride in Oak Tree here. Keeps it off of the tire wall. It is the 177 right now. You see him refiring the car, just trying to get it going again and get it back joined on the racetrack. Now it's got fire again. And it is accelerating down towards the straightaway. I wouldn't be surprised if that was just maybe a little bit too much speed on the apexes in between 11 and 12 down there. It can be easy to carry too much speed into the second apex.
I want to give a pat on the back to Anthony Pizzelli, who's in that car, to keep it from going into the wall. Just a simple 360 and get it going once again. That could have been disastrous there. So he's avoided the worst, but unfortunately going to have to get all that dirt and gunk off the tires as he gets it back up to speed. We'll return our attention to the 4 of Camden Hibbett. Here, our leader in the ZP2s. Still ahead of that 77 of Gavin Vaughn. We're seeing the gap now showing at about 29 seconds between them. I have to double check to see what the results have looked like for this 4 car.
Yeah, and I know it can be a little bit difficult just trying to follow along that gap between the 4 and the 77. It just kind of fluctuates depending on where they are in the timing loops and whatnot, so it jumps around a little bit. But I can tell you that this is pictures of our lead car, the 4, on the back straightaway, and the 77 right now is in what is turn 4, turn 5 right now, and approaching turn number 6. So there's about half of a track length in between the 4 and the 77.
It's been a very good season. This team, Hibbett, Pietek, Elliman, they're all sitting in second. They're actually tied with Barker and Vaughn as well on those 51 points. But with a win to start things off and then a win last time out of race 2 at Barber, they also had another podium finish, a 4th place finish, rather, I should say, out at race 2 for Sonoma. They didn't have as good of a race for race 1 at Barber, but still they're trying to see if they can get ahead of John McClintock there in the points. So this lead of the race is going to be very much treasured by them. They will not want to relinquish this, though there is still lots of racing to go. So far, so good. And we cannot lose sight of the fact that in about 2 hours' time, Joey, we'll get the halfway mark, and there are going to be full points awarded at that moment.
Yeah, it was talked about briefly, but that's a great mention, is that 6 hour mark going to be giving out those championship points. So call it 4 hours done, or just about 4 hours done. another 2 hours remaining, at least to halfway. And I think that's probably the first big hurdle in this race is get to that 6 hour, see if you can claim some of those championship points. And from then on out, it is just going to be a race to the end.
Let's head down to Jonathan. He's got more for us on the ZR3s.
I think you guys bring up a great point with the full points being awarded halfway. I know that's been on the minds of many of our ZR3 competitors. Remember, the tire allocations look a little bit different, at least without a penalty, for 2 of our 3 classes. For ZP2 and ZR2, you were allowed 8 tires before you were given a penalty. It is the same as it has been to the season so far for ZR3. You get 5. That's a full set of 4 that you start the race on, plus our Joker tire. But I know a lot of the teams, including some of the BMW folks, AOA and Harrison in particular, who were talking about this, intentionally taking a tire penalty to get a little bit of fresh rubber in the second half of this race. But I suspect, in conversations with the team leading up to today, that those stops will happen after the 6 hour mark so they don't lose track position making those tire pit stops.
Thinking back to one of the teams that actually successfully used that, Joey. I think it was the 9.4 car, or 9.5 car for 9.4 Motorsports, confusingly, that blasted back through any penalties that they got with some of the testing they were due to try to figure out those tires. So, does anybody dare try and do that since they've got more time in this race to try and make up for that?
I think the biggest difference, though, is the situation that you described. They actually went to a different compound of tire, like a different tire completely, versus just changing that one extra tire to take the 1 lap penalty. So I don't feel that saving a tire for the outright pace is going to leapfrog you up the order like we saw out of that W in rounds past. However, 12 hours is a very, very long time to spend on a set of tires, especially call it the front left here around VIR. You're really leaning on the front left quite a bit. So I would be prepared to change that front left whenever it is absolutely needed. And if you feel like you get by 6 hours and it can give you a performance advantage, go ahead and take advantage of that and gain a little bit of time out there on the racetrack. But I don't think it's going to gain you laps per se.
Yeah, especially with how long it does take to get around this circuit. We ride on board with that 290 machine. Once again, we were watching Schwartz earlier, looking very, very fast. Johan doing an awesome job to overcome 3 tire changes after the car decided it did not like the rubber they were putting on the machine. And now it's finally decided to behave, and they've got all that under control. Still working on chasing down Garton, which, if the lap times have been showing correctly on that one, they've been gaining something like 10 seconds a lap on that Retro Rockets 41 machine.
Oh, that's something to definitely keep an eye on, because that's a huge amount of time that you're making up out there, at least in terms of per lap. You see a 202.1, which you go up and down through our entire list of cars. There's not many cars that are turning, call it sub 205. You're going to be mainly looking towards that ZP2 class if you're turning that sort of lap time. So definitely on the move.
We've just crossed over 4 completed hours riding on board with Daniel Taylor in the 777. They're in 8th in class for the ZR3s, but your leaders in each of the classes is currently Camden Hibbett, driving the number 4 round 3 racing car. As the leader in the ZR2s is currently Team GTR 99, as Jeff Siegel currently sits behind the wheel. And then Lawson Crane for Grissom Autosport for the 76 is leading in the ZR3s. We're going to step away for a brief moment, but don't worry, pictures will not go away. We'll keep the action running here on the Zenith Racing Series as we still have 8 hours to go. Well, we've had a significant development here as we come back from break. It looks like car 3, that is Gorshkov in the round 3 racing cars, had some sort of problem here in the oak tree as we see on our screens. Now, I didn't see the car because it does actually, I'm looking on my track map, and it looks like that car has now taken off. So at least they were able to get going from what appears to be their own power. But one of our top 5 runners in the ZP2s coming to drama over at Oak Tree Corner. Not a good thing. Last time we saw this, Joey, was when we were watching the 109 and said, well, you don't have small problems over at turn 10. I think turn 12, you can count that as well as a corner that often chews up cars.
And it's such a high-speed entry going into that section. Thankfully, when I saw the car, it was just stationary in between what is 11 and 12 on the racetrack. So that typically means it's more of a mechanical issue versus a car losing control and going off at a high rate of speed. And like you said, it did seem to move again and refire. I'm trying to find exactly what happened on my side of things, maybe put together a few more pieces.
Naturally, a lot of cars are once again taking advantage of this. I see the 4 team has pitted in. Hibbett, Sebastian Riss in the 908 pitting. Looks like Neil Desai in the 5 car also pitting in. Johann Schwartz in the 290 is joined the pit lane. With Ingalls in the 330, and then Pacelli in the 177 having another run down to the pits, as well as a few others. Unfortunately, we will not see the 109 car again. They have officially withdrawn from the race. Not really that surprised with the extensive damage we saw on the rear of the car. Now, Joey's been doing some searching, and Joey, it doesn't sound like very good news for fans of the 3.
When we found it, it was stationary in between those 2 corners, like I mentioned. However, it did run off at a high rate of speed going into what is turn number 11, and it nosed into the tires with the front left. So I'm sure that number 3 probably has some front-end damage on the car. It just seemed like too much entry speed going into 11. Didn't seem like the car got loose at all. Just carried it straight on into the tires, never got it turned in for turn number 12.
Common issue to have. You can see one of our safety vehicles going back to their spot, as I assume now that the car has been cleared by itself, that they won't be needing them. In fact, yeah, there goes another of our safety trucks on in. So we have to wait for those to get back to their position before we are allowed to get going. In the meantime, Stratus Racing also pitting in. So Lundqvist, who we ride on board with, is going to try and take advantage of this before they go back to Green Flag Racing. And that looks like the 411 in front of him, but it does look like the front of the car, the hood is up, interestingly, as we now watch with the 59. So as we wait patiently for our drivers to take their pit stops, we're going to take this opportunity, as it looks like Green Flag is going once again, to remind our viewers what is the difference between these 3 different classes. Let's check in with Sloan and Jonathan.
Our current top class in the Zenith Racing Series is ZP2, and the P stands for prototype. These are purpose-built race cars, carbon bodywork, downforce, wing angles, and they offer drivers a unique challenge to navigate GT traffic while on track. They run to a 9-to-1 power-to-weight ratio. In this example from Zebeco, is just one of the many cars eligible in this championship.
These cars can reach up to 150 miles per hour on track. They're intense, they're hard to drive. Think about these cars as a rocket ship on track. These cars are perfect for those trying to work their way up through the prototype rankings. Our ZR2 class is currently our fastest GT4 class. Think of these as high-performance luxury production vehicles. You can race a homologated car like this BMW M4 GT4.
Or this, the G56 from British manufacturer Janetta. Both cars are eligible to race in the ZR2 class. They may run to the same 9-to-1 power-to-weight ratio as the prototypes, but make no mistake, this is a thoroughbred GT car. Class Lastly is our ZR3 class. Like the ZR2s, these are GT or Grand Touring cars. They run at a 10.5 to 1 power to weight ratio, and they offer the same challenge of a Grand Touring car, although this is Zenith's most affordable and most accessible class.
These are heavily modified cars for track use only, perfect for those club racing teams that are looking to compete at a higher level.
Well, now that we are back underway, looks like the 4-car did change drivers during those pit stops. Piatek is back in for that 4 machine. Gavin Vaughn staying in the 77, and I see Jason Alder in for the 59 as we have a slow 290 once again. I really hope this is not another tire issue for this car. They've already suffered enough. Usually you want to try and charge that pit entry, so it is a bit odd that they were coming in that slow as they just come in behind the 99.
Yeah, I noticed that as well, but hopefully, like you kind of alluded to, they were just kind of taking it easy on that pit entry phase, not to overspeed the pit limit cones out there and bring it into that pit box. Going up and down the order, the 290 it is pretty close. You're right. I think you had mentioned that before the break, the Retro Rockets car in contention there with that 290. So maybe something to keep an eye on a little bit more in those future stops. Keep the performance up.
In fact, just as you mentioned it, Retro Rockets is now officially scored as 3rd place. Interesting change. Something I didn't get to touch on during the break or after the break rather, is that the 94, while on track, did overtake the 99. Now, that wasn't for position, but it meant that they unlapped themselves at that time. Now, I don't know if that is still the situation after the pit stops, but that tells you that the 9-4 Motorsports team has been steadily gaining. And I did look at the lap times, and they were, I think, about 2 seconds a lap faster at times than Jeff Siegel in that 99. So this race is not over, even though the 99 has had a commanding lead for much of it.
And in the previous rounds of ZRS, it has been that, call it ZR2 class, that has fluctuated the most in terms of the amount of laps ahead versus the leader, right? They kind of flip-flopped in terms of those tires. We talked about the tires and taking the tires as an advantage in terms of the speed. 9-4 Motorsports did that with one of their cars in round number 2. I think they kind of tested it in round number 1 as well. So even though there is a lap or maybe just under a lap difference between these cars right now, it is by no means over with 7.5 hours still remaining.
Getting ever closer to that halfway mark. This is on board with Ed Vardos in that 94, has since hopped in. And so a little bit earlier, it was being driven by the likes of Ian Barbary, who actually did a lot of yeoman's work out there to try and get themselves back into contention on this one. But while they might be back-to-back on the timing screens currently, it is not exactly close right now. Siegel back out after they take their pit stop. Maybe that'll hopefully give us an accurate reading now of where they sit on distance. I do see that the 3-car, after their incident out on track, is still sitting in pit lane. So don't know if we'll be able to get any sort of updates soon, but hopefully we'll be able to find out what kind of condition that car is when our pit reporters are able to reach to that. Also, the 98, it looks like, into pit lane. But worth noting that 98 has reached 6th position. It's been a steady climb for Random Vandals.
They had that trouble early on. And I want to say yesterday they had a little bit of trouble with some shift linkage or some transmission driveline issues. Got shots there of the 94 going by one of the ZR3 cars with the 411 giving chase as well. So Random Vandals has had an event-filled weekend, to say the least. And so I think that they're doing a terrific job staying out there on the racetrack. And to your point, now up into 6th place in class, 8th overall. and you look at the cars that are directly in front, they're not having the easiest days either, right? The number 3 car, we documented their issues. That's what brought out the code 60. So Random Vandals is looking to pick up another spot relatively easy or early on here. And then it's just one more lap up to that automatic racing car of the 908. Max Opolsky's in it right now, and he's always a rocket ship when he's in it. But my point being, there are positions that are not necessarily 5 laps ahead. It is 1 lap. It is 1 lap to the next spot. So definitely not out of it.
Make a really good team about Max and the speed that he runs. So, yeah, we got to make sure and pay attention since they've now jumped up into 4th. 3 laps off the lead, so they do have a lot of work to do there as we check out with that Random Vandals car. About to inherit a top 5 position now within a couple laps. Actually, I think on this lap, yes, because they're being scored as on the same one as that round 3 racing car. They'll just go by another of our GT machines. Looks like we do have Waco back out on track in the, well, yeah, because I was just looking at that 98 car, excuse me. But also Desai in the number 5. Neil, just having taken a pit stop, returns to the circuit, currently running 8th in the ZP2s. A little bit of
that?
Smoke coming off that car.
Well, and I'm not sure if it was smoke or maybe just a little bit of fluid. Now, some of these cars, they'll have oil catch cans or blow-by cans and whatnot, and basically catch anything that's dumping out of the engine in terms of vacuum and atmospheric effect and whatnot. And sometimes they're just vented to the atmosphere itself. That could be a possibility, but even then, it did seem like an excessive amount that was coming out.
Agree. Not something we typically expect to see, so kind of crossing fingers that doesn't become something worse out there. 85 I see is pitting in, and then the 58 also for Stratus Racing are in the middle of a pit stop. I see at least 23 cars potentially running, depending on when we get news on what's going to go down with the 3. The fact that they took off, to me, says that it should be hopeful that they can maybe get it back out on track.
That's what I would assume as well. And it did nose in. From what I saw, it didn't hit the side too hard. It didn't back it in. So there wasn't like a big-time whiplash angle or anything where it slapped the tires. It just seemed like it drove straight into the tires with that front left. So as long as everything checks out with that front left, maybe a new steering arm or whatever it is, just to make sure that the thing is driving straight, and maybe duct tape some body work together, and it should be able to go out there as long as it's not deeper into the corner or front end.
Well, I thought we were going to get an accurate read on Seagull and Fardos, but now Ed has brought that 94 into pit lane, but it does look like there is 2 laps between them currently on my timing and scoring. So the overtake that he made, unfortunately, not really helping them as much as maybe fans of the 9-4 Motorsports team would have hoped. This is the 444 and our leader. That's the 99 there ahead in the purple and white. That's the black and yellow of Bruce Innovations, with the eponymous name inside the car is currently Devin Bruce, who is wheeling that machine, trying to make up ground to the Cayman of Highland Racing.
And I love the growth from the ZR3 class, and that Bruce Innovations car, of course, took the 2.5-hour sprint race win yesterday in class. Here's a shot of the 99. That is our ZR2 leader. I was going to kind of lean into this ZR3 class a little bit, Joe. We do have a kind of similar situation to ZR2 in that there's a lap in between first and second place in class right now. However, the performance has swung back towards that 392. Early on in the race, it was a 76. We've got a car slow here. This is in between what is 5 and 6. It seems like they've been able to refire. I believe that's the 58, correct?
Yes, it is. Now they are on an out lap. It's showing Matt Million in the car. That might still need to update because I think they need to go across the line. So don't want to say who has spun it or had an issue until we get some more information from our data, our time and scoring data. But at least the car is now moving. That car is many, many laps down at this stage because they had a lot of updates to do. We also saw on our screen that the 85 team went behind the wall. So not only did they enter into pit lane, but Clifton Lippel and AOA Racing need more than just a pit stop, apparently, to get some work done. The 94 has come back out on track as well. They're still showing it about roughly 2 laps down from our leader, the 99.
So what I was going to kind of lean into about this ZR3 class, and I do think that the 392 is actually on the lead lap. They're in threat of going a lap down from the 76. That's the Grissom Autosports machine that has really led that class. That's been that blue E36 car out in front of ZR3 all day long. However, the performance has swung in favor of Harrison Motorsports. That's the 392. You see the message on screen. We saw the 58 get going again. However, that's at turn number 12, so that's a little bit of a different area. But my point being, second place about 2 seconds per lap faster in ZR3 than first place.
And I think that's the big thing, is it's not just a little swing of, they've got 3 or 4 tenths a lap over them. 2 seconds per lap starts to add up. Remember, we're on lap 130 for our leaders currently. So we're going to be looking, let's see, at about a third of the way into the race. We're going to be seeing something in the realm of 390 to 400 laps that these cars are supposedly going to reach. Depends on how many Code 60s we have, of course, and how long they last. But that's at least the estimation based on the pace we've seen so far, that what we're looking about here in this race. See the 908, so we mentioned Opalski hopped into that car. They are now in pit lane once again as well. And I thought they had a recent stop, so I'm not sure why they're coming in so quickly once again.
This is number 4. And so now the 58 is behind the wall. Now, I know that it has not been the day that the 58 has wanted. It really has been the 59 in terms of the Stratus racing cars that has kind of carried the flag today. So maybe just some more lingering issues, because I look at the 58, they're already about 25 laps down. So maybe still just scratching the heads and trying to figure out exactly what's wrong.
Yeah, we kept describing yesterday as an extended practice session for a lot of the teams to get ready for today, but for the 58 team, that's kind of what this has turned it into. Since there's not much they can fight for at this point, might as well just continue to get information about the car, what it can and can't do, and find out how to find speed out of that. But good points on Stratus Racing still having Alder up there in that 59 running within the podium. And, you know, I had talked about the how far the 99 had moved up the order before. Well, they are now in 4th overall. So I don't think we're going to be seeing them take the overall win like we saw. You just can't count anything out. Still impressive that Siegel has managed to do what he has in that ZR2 machine.
It's funny because you were talking about the 99. I thought you were talking about the 98, because as soon as you had said something, I looked over and that Random Vandals car has moved up into 4th place in class. You had said 4th, and you're right. Ooh. Siegel in ZR2 is 4th overall, but Random Vandals is now 4th place in that ZP2 class, because Max Opalski, you had just mentioned it with Automatic Racing, back into pit lane. So a quick few positions gained for Random Vandals, be it at others' problems.
We saw on the screen as well the 94 with a pit lane speed violation. So they're going to get a 1-lap penalty. Now, they look slightly off pace as well. This is
they
coming up
definitely
into
look off pace.
Uh-oh. Trying to see. continuing slowly from turn 11. That's where they just were, so that is very recent notes.
Now, Joe,
yeah,
we have seen this car have, I don't want to, not exactly, but maybe some electrical problems in the past. Remember at Barber, where they were constantly having to pull the car over, having to do the reset, and then it would refire and get back going again. I wonder if it's a similar issue.
That could be, because they did have that recent pit stop. So yeah, good catch. And man, again, things from the past just kind of cropping up on a few teams and really haunting them out there. Looks like Desai just moved up into 7th because of Gorshkov's incident. So that's another position down for the 3. Thankfully, that 94 car did not stop on track. They are still going. They're just about to the pit entry now. There's another car that also had some issues here. The 177 of Clark Camburn, which thankfully seems to have mostly got it sorted. Unfortunately, it was pretty costly issues because they fell to last on class and have since been kind of trundling around in that 5th position, with the 41 having managed to overtake them. 41 and the 290. I feel like we've seen this a lot in the ZR2 class, though, where teams that were many laps down in recent races, Joey, do seem to somehow get back into it.
Yeah, I think that we had brought that up not too long ago because we've seen the biggest swings in terms of the amount of laps down / amount of laps needed to get back onto that lead lap. And then all of a sudden, other people have problems. Maybe another car takes those strategy calls and they have tire or lap penalties that really set them back. So I'm in complete agreement. I think that the ZR2 class is wide open until maybe you get to the final 15 minutes. And this is an issue here. Front right completely missing off of, I believe this is the 908 car, Max Opalski behind the wheel. And that's heavy front right damage. That's not just on the nose, but you look at that entire front right corner, it is barely hanging on.
Well, he's pulled it somewhere that is out of harm's way, apparently. So I'm not sure where exactly that car is. Certainly seems to have managed to do the right thing in this situation. So what may be a problem is that if the entire nose of the car is missing, that means it's got to be somewhere still out there on track. I hope it is not in the firing line.
And Joe, that was... Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, let's go to Jonathan because he's got an update on that 908.
Well, it's interesting. I actually watched it leave its pit box without the nose, and I suspected it was going behind the wall, not back out on track, but the team sent it back out. The nose cone is not on track. It is safely on the cold side of the pit wall alongside some of that front-end bodywork. They had it stationary in pit lane and were examining a few things, hence why I thought it was going behind the wall for further examination. Glad it is pulled off safely, but can assure you there is no debris as that 908 car now passes me, having gone behind the wall, and there's significant front-end damage. It's passing me actually right now. That front right corner is crabbing at probably 10 or 15 degrees. It looks like it's made contact with something. It did not leave pit lane that way, so it must have left pit lane, hit something, and it's finally made its way back to its garage stall now.
And that's going to be huge, huge repairs. So now the Random Vandals car is promoted up to 4th position. They're still showing about 7 laps down from the lead cars, but I mean, a podium is not out of the question. Now, this 94 that again looks slow has not pitted yet. It's been on and off. At times it seems to get back up to the pace, and then it drops off as the car, the number 15 car, now has a flat tire. I don't think we've talked about the 15. Where are they?
I'm not exactly sure where the 15 is, but I have to kind of smile over here. Joe, so typically our ZRS races have been, about 5 hours, about 6 hours, kind of in this 4 to 7 hour window. And it all seems to unravel and unfold in the final hour, final 30 minutes. We've mentioned that. And where are we at? Call it about 4.5, 5 hours into this race.
So it doesn't matter how long the race is. Seems to always be that consistent time that we have these issues. And it's certainly plaguing the ZP2 cars in this stage of the race. There is that second place runner, Gavin Vaughn, still 30 seconds behind the leader. That has not changed for some time. The pace seems pretty equal between the 4 and 77. Curious if at some point it will swap back, since, Joe, we do know that part of the reason they separated was because of the difference in the driver swap call. So the 77 could theoretically pull the same move if they see the 4 making that call at some point.
Just have to keep an eye on those strategy games, and also have to remember how aggressive the strategy calls are going to get for that 6 hour, that championship points mark there as well. So if you were to ask me, would you alternate your strategy just to grab some points at 6 hours? I think that if it's way out of the ballpark, no need to change what you're doing. However, if it is within grasp and you don't have to change things too much, maybe 10 minutes here, 15 minutes there, I do think that it is an opportunity for these teams to maybe change what they're doing on the racetrack and have a few different alternating things going on, at least at the 6 hour mark, which is going to be coming up, at least in terms of thinking about that stop shortly.
So the 9-4 car actually just came into pit lane finally. I guess they could not get that diagnosed out on the track. Strangely, and this may have just been someone nudging the camera mount, but the camera's changed positions in there, so I can't exactly see what's going on inside the car right now. And I'm sure they're furiously trying to find out why it is not at full song on the track. Neil Desai in the 5 car is back out there and up into 10th place now. So great job by that round 3 racing car to get back in the hunt as we check out the 444 machine, also running in 5th place.
An observation I saw out of, I believe it was the 77 on track when we had our cameras on them, is this 444 doing a nice job pushing up the pace a little bit and passing several cars in that section of the racetrack. But what I was about to say about the 77 is I was seeing some pretty significant flames out the back end of that machine, especially going down into turn number 1. Now, that's not uncommon, right? It can certainly happen, especially out of these cars that have been running for several hours. It's just something maybe a little different from what we've seen in the first handful.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll keep an eye on it. You never know. Could be a developing story. Also in this group is the 411, with Heinlein Racing having kept that car at least in the top 5, currently running 4th, no longer on the podium like we saw a little bit earlier. I'm sure they're trying their best to make sure they can stay in the hunt. Meanwhile, we've got some information on the 908. Let's go down to Jonathan.
Exopolsky has hopped out of the race car. Talk me through what happened. We saw the suspension failure, but where did that start?
Oh, we're about 3 laps into the stint. I just got into the car and roller coaster, which is the corner right after the end of the backstretch. We went through it. No curbs, try to stay off curbs, and the wheel for that left rear bend, and it just went straight. The wheel went all the way in, and we figured out later it's a lower ball joint that broke on the car. So we had to bring it back to the garage to fix it because we can't do it on pit lane. Yeah, kind of unfortunate because we were struggling all race, but we were still kind of in the fight. This to happen kind of sucks, but it is what it is.
You can see the sweat on your brow. How physical is it out there in the Virginia heat? This is probably the hottest it's going to be all day.
And I was only in the car for 10 minutes, so it's hot out here, and I don't know. You don't think about it when you're in the car, but when you get out, you realize how hot it's been. I don't know. It's frustrated for the team because I want to do good on this one after the year we've had. Been so fast, and we didn't know we didn't have the pace this weekend. I thought we could still salvage something. But it is what it is.
Any chance we'll see you guys back out there, or is this day done? I know the crew is pouring over the car now.
I'm sure we'll get it back out there. Multiple laps down, obviously, but if we could just get it back out, finish the race, and that'll be the goal.
Max, thank you very much. Hope to see you back out there.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan. Yeah, they're still scored as 7th, but as we've seen, there have been a lot of these teams that have been having problems today. So, especially in the last hour or so, it's worth trying to at least get it onto the track. In the meantime, let's head on over to Sloan. She's talking to Matt Million about what is going on with that 58 car.
Here over at Stratus with Matt Million, who's just climbed out of the 58 car. Matt, can you kind of give us an idea of what's going on with it?
Yeah, we're having some technical gremlins, something with the throttle where we just kind of lose the ability to accelerate out of one or two of the corners, and then we have to reset the car, and then once we reset it, it works for a lap or two, and then we get the same issue again. So we're just diving into the diagnostics and see what we can see on data so that hopefully we can finish it out strong for the next 7 or so hours.
Can you kind of give us an idea of what it feels like when you're out on track and something's going wrong? Are you worried about crashing? What's going through your head in those moments? Is it really just talking to your crew and figuring out if you should come in, if you should wait it out? Can you kind of tell us about that mental gymnastics you have to go through?
Yeah, I mean, it's really pretty simple in the racer's mind. You're just trying to diagnose the issue and communicate it effectively so that they can have the tools that they need to do what they need to do behind the scenes to fix the issue as quickly as possible. So it's really a game of good communication. A little bit of frustration, but we're here testing the V-Locks and doing the most laps that we can do on it for development. So part of the program today.
Just another day over at Stratus. Are you hopping back into the 95 today?
No. The 95 will be parked for the rest of the day, hoping to get back out in the 58 car here shortly.
All right, sounds good. Well, thank you for your time. Back to you guys.
Sloan. Are seeing pictures of the 3 car being worked on, so that's good. We'll see what kind of updates we can get on that in just a moment. Also, Jackson Lee in the 909 now moves up into 5th in class as well with the problems for the 908. Haven't really talked about that automatic racing 909 all that much today. So this is a boon to them. Unfortunately, it comes at the cost of their teammate, Joey.
Yeah, a little unfortunate there, but sometimes that's racing. This is the 99 car getting around ZR3. I was going to make the comment that car that they're passing maybe just looked a little bit off pace in turns 1 and 2, but seems to be accelerating okay going into, call it sector number 2 on the racetrack, because that's a wild ride from one of the AOA racing cars that's out of turn number 10. Turn 10 is always a dangerous area, but it's not necessarily somewhere I circle that is going to be the busiest part of the racetrack, and it really has been today.
All right, let's head back down to Jonathan. He's got a little bit more info on the 3. Jonathan?
Yeah, down at the Round 3 Racing Garage, that number 3 that we recent code 60 after a crash at the end of the S. Speaking with the team members, hard at work repairing the front end of that ZP2 car, that it looks to be cosmetic damage only, which is great. And speaking with some of the crew members saying, I don't think they've replaced any mechanical components, just some ties, some rivets, some fasteners, and some mechanical elements, really structural, holding up the front end of that car. The splitter, there's some tape going on to the front headlights. I can see the drill at work. But mechanics, it is all hands on deck trying to get this car back out for the end of the race. They seem optimistic that it can happen, and the benefit is there's no real structural damage to the race car, purely cosmetic, which, despite the crash, I think is a best case scenario.
It absolutely is. Didn't look good before. The 908 having their problems means that, yes, there is big reason for the 3 to try and get back out on track as quickly as they can, because it's looking like it might be a race with that automatic racing team to try and take 7th in class. Big thanks again to Jonathan and Sloan for all the hard work down on pit lane. We still have 7 more hours to go, just about hitting that mark now. It started out nice and easy, Joey, on figuring out when drivers were going to pit, but the strategy is all over the map now.
It really is. The Code 60s threw us a little bit of a curveball, more like a knuckleball. And I think right about now, I was mentioning those 6-hour championship points, that if anybody is kind of forecasting that 1 hour stop to make it to that 6-hour mark, it's going to happen relatively soon here. I think that the window should be open for at least another 15, 20 minutes if you're trying to only grab those 6-hour mark points. Otherwise, we're just going to see business as usual and teams go about their usual, call it 1 hour stops, maybe just over in some of the other classes.
So that confirmed my suspicions from earlier. We were told car 15 had a flat tire. We don't have a car 15. I think that was just a mistype, and that was car 14 that had their flat tire, and now they've exceeded number of permitted tire changes. They will be docked 1 lap. That is Blevins currently in that car, but it's kind of just you take the punches and you roll with them at this stage if you're that car. They've had some of the worst luck here at Virginia International Raceway, currently running 9th in the ZR3s.
This is the 59 car passing what is the 392 on the racetrack. Probably outbrake them here into this section. This is always tricky. That's where we saw the number 3 car have their little oopsie daisy on the racetrack. Everybody stays right smack on the racing line. And something else that we did bring it up about 5 hours into this race, the line on the racetrack, very, very clean. Now, you don't see a ton of rubber buildup off of the racetrack. However, each one of these times a car dipped a tire off into the grass, it brings dirt out onto the racetrack. And we don't have sweepers going out there, so think about every single corner of this racetrack seeing racing action for the last 5+ hours now. It is going to get dirtier and dirtier and dirtier.
I'm seeing pictures of the 177 being looked at by crew members, all working on the front of the car. So not sure if there's more drama over there, but that's not a good sign because they've already done that once and had to take an extended pit stop, losing lots of track position. And the drivers obviously are starting to feel it, but we can tell that the mechanicals of the car also struggling out there. And I'm glad that we showed a little bit of that 392 because, whoa, as we got a car off at turn 1, disappears behind the hill. Can't quite see what is happening yet. I think that's the 73 is going to crawl back over the hill, sheepishly return to the track. And thankfully, it looks like it does not have damage, so it did not make it all the way to the wall.
And I know my memory is bad, and it's going to prove itself really bad right now. This was the car that I was just mentioning that was just a little bit slow in that same section of the racetrack, was it not?
I can't remember. My memory is worse, apparently. So I can't remember at all if that is the one. We'll try and see if we can get that dug up.
I remember it was an E46 BMW, and there's only a couple of them out there. And this is the car that you were talking about, the Ginetta, the 177 on pit lane. Now, that certainly seems to be a lot more splitter damage than what I remember seeing last time. We saw it spin an oak tree. That was probably about an hour or so ago. And there was another car slow exiting what was turn number 12.
Yeah, I see the 177 also had that spin at turn 12. I think we saw it, and I don't think it hit the wall then, so that it's probably not from that. Yeah, it's a bit strange, but it definitely had its fair share of duct tape all over the front of that car. In fact, one of the headlights completely covered by that black tape. In the meantime, we saw a glimpse of the 411 still giving chase. One thing I want to get back to that I'd started to talk about, and then we had that car off at turn 1, was the 392 of Harrison Motorsports, just quietly running in that second place. We've only mentioned it here or there, but we haven't even really seen them on screen all that often, and yet they are on the same lap as our leader in the ZR3 class.
And slowly hunting them down. About 2 seconds per lap. There was multiple laps between them at one point in the race. And it was about maybe an hour ago, just over an hour ago, the performance swung towards that 392 of Harrison Motorsports. So here on screen is the 76. This is the Grissom Autosports machine leading the class. And then not too far front, I believe, it's still a pretty significant gap, is that 392. But you're right, about 2 seconds per lap is what they are taking out of the lead to this car.
Last time by a 2:10.5 for Grissom. Ramirez a 2:07.8. There is the Ginetta back onto the circuit, now freshly patched up. Love these above views that we can see of the circuit and just see how gorgeous the grounds are. A few of the little creeks and rivulets that wind their way around this place to try and guide all the water away from the racetrack, of course, kind of lining the side of this circuit. As the Porsche Cayman comes out of South Bend, the Ginetta going to be just ahead of that leader in the class. We'll see if they easily let them by.
And while we're talking about that Ginetta, that 177, I believe Jonathan Grace has some more updates for us with that car.
Yeah, that's right. You guys have the eagle eye spying in on it and in pit lane. It has left and has now rejoined the racing surface, but there was a lot of race tapes and bear bond being applied to the front end of that car. It was, in fact, that spin. As the car was coming back on track, it snagged the splitter on some of the Virginia grass, ripped some of the bodywork fasteners off, and so it was loose. That team from Camberton Performance did a good job of bringing the Ginetta, the 177, back into pit lane, got the tape on it, and it is all safe and sound, and most importantly, approved by race control to be race-worthy and go about and continue to compete. But it did lose a heap of time trying to get some of that front bodywork safe and secure again.
What that did do is set them even farther behind the 41 that they were trying to chase down. It's now looking somewhere in the realm of about 8 laps that they've got to catch up just to get to 4th place, let alone trying to jump up to P3, which is another lap ahead. Schwartz and Alsup still vying to try and decide that last step on the podium in the ZR2 class in today's race. We are under 7 hours left to go now. It's not that much longer before we get to that critical halfway mark where we expect to see cars try to take maybe a bit of unusual strategies to get some valuable points in this longest of races we've had so far this season.
In one of these camera shots, this is actually from, call it the hotel over there just outside of turn 5 and 6 at VIR. Always one of the best places to stay. When you think about racetracks, what's better than literally staying on the facility grounds? And if you don't have to be in one of the early run groups, you get to be woken up by the amazing sights and sounds of race cars directly outside your hotel room.
A little bit of a look inside. Going to put another lap on the Heinlein Racing Porsche. Does a good job staying out of the way. They know that's not their fight. And that is another aspect of endurance racing. Just understanding what is worth really causing trouble for, what do you really try and fight for, and what do you realize, it's better to try and get to the end on this one because this really doesn't concern us.
Sometimes the drivers are thinking about it. Sometimes they're not. Sometimes they are just locked into exactly what they want to accomplish out there. And yeah, there's 6+ hours remaining, but sometimes that isn't even in their brain at all. And I think for the 76 car, they are on a mission right now, trying not to bleed too much time. Remember how you had said Ramirez was at about almost 3 seconds a lap faster? This time by, it's even significantly more. That 76 car definitely got held up, a 213.6. You go back to Sergio, a 206.4. That is a massive chunk of time, that lap.
It is. I don't think it's going to be that much longer that we're going to see this lap difference between the two cars. Ramirez just doing fantastic out there, and that's not to cut down on Cody Grissom, because he's doing his best. As we had a little lockup trying to get inside the Porsche, as our 909 just unfortunately is going to be plugged up for the time being. Once he gets past the snake, should be able to get out of there and get on by. But let's watch and see what happens once we get some driver changes. We have to remember that we had the likes of Alex Crane, Lawson Crane as well in that car. They were able to put down some good times, so this could swing around by the time we get to different drivers inside our top two.
This is the 77 making its way through on the traffic. And that was the 909 in front. I thought briefly for a second I had seen the number 4 car, and I didn't think that they were that close to each other. Gap still showing about 16 seconds in terms of the difference between our top 2 cars. A little bit of some nervous moments there as they all rapidly approach some ZR3 cars, and one of them right in the middle of the racetrack, especially in that high-speed section here as we ride on board now with Gavin Vaughn inside this Nimbus Racing 77 machine.
We already knew about the tire troubles for the 14 car. Apparently there's a little bit more to the story. Let's go down to Jonathan.
Yeah, guys, I saw the 14 stationary for a little bit longer than it would have liked on an unscheduled stop. The reports from the car was a crazy amount of understeer during right-hand cornering. Car came in for evaluation. Tire technician went over the wall. Wouldn't you know it, front left tire is, you guessed it, 75 PSI. Way higher than normal. Took 45 PSI out of that tire to get it back down to 30 in the operating window. The 2 rear tires were at 45 PSI as well, a little bit higher than they would have liked. Tire pressure bled out before that would have been what was likely an imminent failure at that high of a pressure. The team was unsure how it got to that high of a pressure, but 75 PSI, certainly way too high for race conditions. But no tire failure, same tire that was on the car. They've changed that front left a couple times today, first of which was that pretty dramatic failure in the morning that started the setbacks for the 14. But off and away with no replacements, just a little tire pressure bled out.
And as we saw on the screen during Jonathan's report, the 909 with a massive off down at turn 1. It wasn't just all the dirt that we saw kicked up, Joey. I could tell there was a huge lockup into that corner.
Well, that's where it started, right? We were following the car, all of a sudden, a little bit of white smoke, more white smoke, even more white smoke, and then by the time we got down to turn number 1, there was a huge dust cloud, and I'm quite surprised that given how long that car was sliding the front tire for, that it actually got it woed down before reaching the tire wall. So a nervous moment there for automatic racing, and you saw the car kind of weaving back and forth when it rejoined the racetrack, try to assess if there was any more damage.
Jackson Lee's been having an eventful stint behind the wheel in that 909. They're still running in 5th. Neil Desai is the one trying to chase them down. I'm showing 3 laps between the cars, so it should at least keep them in the position. The fact that he got it back on the track and rolling, but he can't afford to do that too many more times, especially in certain parts of this track, because as I had mentioned yesterday, there's not really much in the way or any gravel traps that are around this circuit. It is off into the grass and dirt, nothing to slow you down, and you can easily find yourself in the Armco if you put a foot wrong.
Tire bundles are plenty around EIR. Knock on wood that nobody else is going to find any here this race. Had plenty of cars try to make it there. We saw a couple cars down there in Oak Tree. I think the closest one that we've seen has probably been that 177, which did the full 360 on the outside of what was turn number 12. But once again, they didn't make it all the way to the tires, as a little bit of a stack up here between the 2 ZR classes. One of the AOA machines is now going to let our ZR2 leader through, and then there goes through the white 290 as well, kind of giving chase to that 99.
Oh, and the 290 has passed the 41. I believe that was switched around last time we looked. So at some point, Alsup has been overtaken by Johann Schwartz. Podium is now in the hands of the 290 ZR2 team that you see on screen. What a comeback for them. I would not have predicted, especially after the 3rd tire that they had to replace, that they would have any hope of getting a result today.
Was it 3 or was it 4?
I believe I believe they were. Well, I think I know they had to come in 3 different times, so they shredded 3 tires. I want to say
an amazing comeback, nevertheless, right? And props to that team, right? Because it is not easy when you have that many problems early on, right? It wasn't in hour 3, hour 4. It seems like the majority of the issues were in hour 1, right at the smack of the green flag. So huge credit to that entire Moorhead Speedworks team over there campaigning that 290 to keep their head down and their car in the fight.
I think that's the best you can ask for in this series, especially in today's race. Stay in the fight. Just make sure that the car can get out on track and it can circulate. And you never know, something could happen that really changes the complexion of things. But for now, we carry on, and so does that 290. Just putting the laps in now that they've finally gotten that position. They've been working multiple hours to eventually regain in this race. We're watching a few more of our GT cars now battling down through the left hook and now into the snake section. We're hearing from Sloan that the 77 may have had some interesting stuff happening at the back of the car. Okay.
Well, Joe, remember, that was the car that they were putting the tape on the right rear.
It was, you're right.
And making sure that the taillight was in. It didn't seem like there was any damage to the bodywork. I wonder if it was just literally a taillight kind of flopping around, hanging out back there. And usually, now I'm not going to speak for the racing series, but usually as long as you have a brake light, a tail light, that's what they're asking. So they just have one on the other side.
And this time it actually is a lot more important because we're going to be going until 8:30 in the evening here. So it won't be fully dark, but it'll be dark enough that you definitely want the cars to show when they're braking, when they're slowing up ahead, and of course the headlights as well. Don't know if our eagle-eye viewers noticed on the 177 when they taped it up, they left at least one of the headlights partially uncovered.
Got to be able to see where you're going, and we'll find out, right? All the drivers will find out that VIR gets incredibly dark at night. Now, I've competed in the 13-hour at VIR several times in years past, so driven plenty of times at night, even in convertibles around here at night. They do not have these big stanchion pylons with lights pointed at the apex, so when the sun goes down, it does get dark out there.
And sad news for fans of that number 58 from Stratus Racing. It is officially out of the race now. This is really unfortunate. Hearing from Jonathan that is a fuel issue as to what eventually ended their day. That's going to be the third different car that is officially removed from this race in the ZP2 class after the 57 was a did not start, and the 109 is showing as out of it with Pope having had that huge accident earlier.
Really in the smack middle of the race, call it, right? I know that we haven't reached the true halfway point, but it feels like if cars and teams are going to start to have these maybe little nagging issues, it's going to start to creep in right about now. The drivers might feel a little something with the car, or everything is rolling all hunky-dory out there. Just in the case of call it the 4 from round 3 racing, everything has seemed to go their way so far. And when everything is going your way, you just want to keep it nice, tight, and quiet out there. Don't change anything. Keep on rolling with the punches.
Exactly what they've done. Now, we should give a little bit of an update on the gap, though, because Gavin Vaughn, we had mentioned, was looking quicker than the 4 car. They've got it down to 15.7 seconds now. So it is cut in half, essentially, from what we saw maybe about an hour ago in this group. And there's some of that fire that you were talking about being spit out the back of that 77 car. Whoa, with a nice little slide out of the corner.
You caught that. I was just about to make that comment that not only the fire, but nice slide coming out of turn number 5, one of these low-speed sections on the racetrack, using up all of that grip on the back end of this car. And you can see that taillight dangling on the left side. So I think that this is interesting. And, I should have read a little bit closer what Sloan had mentioned. I thought it was the same issue out of the right rear. Now, watch the car when it goes around. It's actually the left taillight that is dangling out of this one now. Going to have to do another tape job, Joe.
It'll at least look symmetrical when they get it fixed. So
there's just going to be a bunch of tally marks on the back with some tape.
Apparently. So another notch on the bedpost if you are the 77 team, as we've got, but it looks like the 98 has come into pit lane. So that's the Random Vandals team with Josh Green currently showing in the car. We'll see if we get another swap around on that one. They've been another great story that we've been following, much like the 290, where they were far at the back early on, had a couple issues. Bit by bit, they've been gaining positions. They've nearly made it to the podium. They're not close right now, but all it takes is one more car with an issue ahead of them, and they're suddenly on the steps.
All right, here is our leader. So this is the number 4 of Oliver Piatek, and this is actually what I've been waiting for, is physically a camera on the number 4 car, because I am watching the 77 on board. So the 4 car is going through what is turn 6 right now. This is the red and white 3. I think that's important to report on as well, because remember, they brought out our most recent code 60, had to take it back to the garage, fix a bunch of stuff on the front end. So they have returned to the racetrack, and now this is on board the 77. So I do feel like that gap that you were reporting on earlier, I think it was about 16 seconds. I think it's down to about 13 and a half seconds, or just under 13 and a half seconds. And the 77 is on its way.
Now, I believe we've got a very quick, short stint with Sloan. Let's go down to her on pit lane and see who she's caught up with.
Welcome back to a stint with Sloan, where drivers trade the seat of their cockpit in their race car for a seat I bought at Target for $30. It's currently deflating under us as we're speaking because it's really hot. I'm here with Ethan Barker, driver of number 77 over at Nimbus. Ethan, how you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good. I think we're doing pretty good. We had just some tiny mechanical stuff, but we're right in the fight for the lead, only a few seconds behind the leader. And we're shooting for the win.
Awesome. So Ethan just let me know he did a 3-hour stint today. He did a triple stint. Can you tell me what were the track conditions when you started, and what were they like when you got out of the car?
So doing the 3-hour stint, it allowed me to see how much the track changed. It was really fast this morning, and then the car slowly got hotter and hotter. But it was super interesting to get all that experience. And the first 2 stints are pretty easy. Then I went around to the third stint, and then my cool suit actually wasn't working. It has since been fixed, but that third stint was pretty difficult. It was a really long third stint.
Are you going to be getting back in the car sometime soon?
One more time, sorry.
Are you going to be getting back in the car soon?
Yes, very soon. He's going to do, I think, one more, and then I'm going to jump back in.
All right, is that going to... Wow, it is also windy out here, which is kind of nice. It's still pretty hot, and I'm sweating very badly. But what is your plan to bring it on home tonight?
Just be smooth, just be consistent, hit our marks, and keep it clean.
I love to hear that. Do you have any plans for future racing? Are you racing in any other series? What's your 2026 look like?
Just 2026, I'm just full-time Zenith, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Awesome, that's great to hear. Well, congratulations on an incredible triple stint. I hope that you don't have to do that again, but if you do, we're rooting for you, and congratulations on a great race so far.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
That was Ethan Barker from the 77 team, who has now cut it down to 12 seconds, continuing to close. So we could see a battle for the lead here in the next couple dozen minutes or so. Depends on if they can keep that up, and also what happens after the pit stops if they start to swap out drivers once again. Jason Alder is currently running third in that group in the 59 Stratus racing machine. So we got 3 different teams in the top 3 spots in the ZP2s. Round 3 Racing leads, Nimbus Racing in second, and Stratus in third.
And most importantly about all of those teams that you just mentioned, all on the lead lap right now. So that is pretty cool to have them duking it out for what is a lead spot. This is the 4-car on our screens right now, and I'm watching on my side. Holy smokes, Gavin Vaughn just went 2 wheels into the grass, and now he's forcing it 3 wide on the inside of turn number 1. We see it now, but he was forceful in getting his way through the number 3 car. Got to remember, that's a team car to Oliver Piatek, our leader. I don't think that there's any team orders in trying to hold up the 77, but Gavin was on a mission, and he was not lifting.
Well, not too surprised that they had some help. Let's, in the meantime, head down to Jonathan. He's talking to our class leaders in the ZR2s.
Well, Alex Brousseau, it's not only a successful day on the track for you guys, at least up to this stage. You've been plenty quick, but your team is well fed. You've got some homemade fajitas here with some pretty healthy ingredients. Tell us why you're doing this and why it's important to keep your crew and drivers fed this way.
Well, part of the owner's mandate is we want to keep everybody healthy and sharp as much as we can. We've got a training program, we've got a nutrition program, we've got gluten-free, organic, grass-fed, everything. I'm responsible for the nutrition, the training, the driving, the transport, all the logistics for the team, and I want to make sure everybody's on point at all times. We've got some guys that have allergies. We've got to make sure that they don't get caught. And, just keeping everybody away from the sluggishness is a way to stay on top of our pit stops and our driving.
I think it's something people take for granted in endurance racing. Obviously, the performance in the car is important, but the performance of you and your body over the course of a 12-hour race, that ends up being probably a 15, 16, 17-hour day for all of you in the Virginia heat. So making something with good, healthy ingredients seems like it would pay dividends.
Right. Food and training is a big part of our team. Doesn't matter what age we are. The young drivers got to train. The old drivers got to train. And we all got to eat well, and I make sure that nobody gets caught with their pants down as far as nutrition is concerned.
Well, lastly, aside from the helmet, you're almost suited and booted to hop back into the car. What kind of a race car are you going to take over? It's been a fairly smooth race so far for you.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
No problem. Just asking, what kind of a race car are you expecting to have based on the feedback? It's been a successful day so far.
Well, the car's been perfect. We got a great maintenance program. Preventative maintenance is on point. Same thing with our nutrition for the people, is the nutrition for the cars on point. James and Harold, we run an amazing schedule on the replacement parts, so we've got a very reliable car. We just got to make sure not to run out of tires. I don't know if you look over there, we've got 3 out of 4 corded. We ran them pretty dogged, and we just make sure that car's on point and our pit stops are clean. No penalties and no mistakes.
Well, no view like being out front. We'll let you get to it as you prepare to hop in the car. But a well-rounded effort here for the GTR 99 Club.
Slushy.
Nutrition for...
I got my slushy.
The important parts from Sloan. Looks like the 290 was in and out during that. So they actually, even with that pit stop, they will remain ahead of the 41 Retro Rockets team. So they are using that speed well. And Ramirez, I think, if I saw right, was getting down to about 20 seconds behind Grissom. I'll double check to see if that is right here. No, excuse me. I'm looking at our tower now, and it's showing it about a minute between them. Still, that's half a lap, considering they were a lap behind, maybe even a full lap behind the ZR3 leader. For them to cut back that much really shows how hard they're pushing.
Pushing it to the absolute limit, and then probably a little bit more as well. It's been really fun watching that car climb back in terms of that track position, because early on in the first couple hours, I thought that Grissom Autosports car was just going to run away with it. Like we've seen in some of the prior races with Zenith, when you get a car out front, it can certainly be really, really tough to stop them. But ever since, call it about hour 5 into this thing or so, maybe just shy of that, yeah, the 392 has come alive and has just been eating away the lead. This lap has actually been the closest I've seen, only about a half a second of difference.
we see, I think that was the the 4 car that we saw going by. Here's that 99. So that was the team we just heard Jonathan talking to. Looks like standard fuel stop. And the 290, unfortunately, because they went through all their tires early on, are now having to experience some yet more pain. A 2-lap penalty is more than likely going to put them back behind the 41 once again.
Yeah, I showed them currently on lap 149, but they haven't reached the start-finish line yet. So yeah, no, that's going to be interesting with the 290, and with 2 laps, it will for sure put them behind that retro rocket spar. You had mentioned kind of the 290 and what a great job that team has done. I don't think it's over yet. I really do feel like the mentality of Moorhead Speedworks is whatever that's going to be thrown at them, they are going to take it right on the chin and come back out on the racetrack and show how fast they can actually be.
Well, I'm with you. I mean, based on the comeback they've already had, and now it updates, yes, they are multiple laps behind, or at least 1 lap behind the 41, with a couple cars in the ZR3 class in between them at this stage. We heard from Jonathan that they had one of their drivers ready to go. That was with a different car that he was talking to. Is the 99 that just had their pit stop and kept Jackowitz in the car. So as we get down to 6.5 hours left to go, will we see any interesting strategy calls? Are most drivers going to try and keep the cars out on track until that 6-hour mark?
I think the most interesting part for me is this yellow car that is being held up. He's got 1, 2, 3 cars that are not of the ZP2 class directly in front, and the lead is all but gone. Under 10 seconds. I think I saw just about 7 seconds at one point between the number 4 and the number 77. So going to be very, very interesting just to kind of see what this is going to do, given that there's only 27 minutes left until we get to that 6-hour mark where the championship points are given.
And while we have seen the lead exchange hands a couple times, and some of that was in the very early laps in those ZP2s, we haven't seen it change hands since, I want to say it was about 2 or 3 hours into the race when I think it was the 3 car had a bit of an off and handed it over. So since then, it's been very firmly in the clutches of that number 4. And then, of course, we had a lead change off track with the pit stops between the cars. So this could be
and Joe,
a first. And
sorry to interrupt
you.
I see the 77 jumping onto pit lane right now, and
so
I believe the number 4 is on the pit lane as well. This is important because these are our top 2 runners, and I just noticed the 59 has just left pit lane, so they got in 1 lap earlier. Our top 3 cars that were all on the same lap are on the same pit stop cycle.
Interesting. Okay. Someone could maybe try to break out, and maybe that's what the 59 is trying to do, is pitting a lap earlier than their rivals, as work now carries out on our 2 cars. Let's see if we get any driver changes between them, and also where they emerge, because as I was just about to mention, this was how it exchanged hands last time, was that the 2 teams had differing strategies on those driver changes.
You're spot on there, and we're going to see what the out laps plus the in laps. Now, obviously, the 4 led the 77 onto pit lane. That gap was roughly, call it about 8 seconds. We're going to see if they leave, if that gap is ballooned at all, if it's shrunk at all. And then crucially, where is that number 59 on the racetrack? They stopped that 1 lap prior, but Jason Alder is in the car and turning some really fast laps.
He's on the back straightaway right now, I can tell you from my track map. We're not seeing him on screen currently, but the 59 will hopefully, be right about the same time. And indeed, our top two are just leaving. The gap showing at about 4 seconds between them now. That may change a little bit as they fully get up to speed. But this means our top three, Joey, should be maybe about 20 seconds apart total.
Well, and here is our top two. So what was almost 10 seconds going into pit lane is now, call it about 5, maybe 7 car lengths on the racetrack. So the white and yellow number 4 is Thomas Belleman, our leader. That black with the pink highlights, that 77 of Gavin Vaughn, and the performance has been in favor of that car giving chase. I think they're both get held up a little bit right here from, I think that's the 392 directly in front of him. Okay in terms of the top speed, but once we get to turn number 10, things might get choked up. Where does Thomas decide to go? He's going to try to sneak it down the inside, but there's nowhere to go. This is going to put the 77 right on the rear bumper.
We're going to hop on board with Vaughn. This is that 77 machine. Will he have enough of a slipstream down the backstretch? We saw a number of passes in the very first hour of this race using this exact same method, but nobody's been close enough to try and use that slipstream to slingshot past their rival in quite some time. He's gaining on him, but I don't know if he's got enough straightaway. He could stick his nose in. It's going to be the inside of the kink, the outside of the roller coaster. They're going to go wheel to wheel. Vaughn is going to have a nose ahead, but it's not job done yet. Now he shuts the door, and with that, we have a new leader.
And now Thomas Belleman has to sit there and look at the flames being spit out from that number 77 as Gavin drives away, or I should say thought about driving away. He just got checked up huge on the front straightaway from the car directly in front of him, one of our ZR3 cars, and now Thomas Belleman is fighting back on the inside. They're still door to door going into turn number 1. Advantage on the racing line goes to the number 4. Gavin is going to have to go the long way around to get this pass back to the lead.
I think he might just do that. It looks like he's almost even, but he starts to slip back on the exit just a little bit. He's got his nose in, and it's now fully in front, coming down at a NASCAR bend. The pass has finally been made for Gavin Vaughn. It has been probably about an hour in the making. The car's still sliding around a little bit, coming through the left hook. And remember, that was all on the outlap as well. That is coming back from the tires having cooled during that whole time.
Don't count out the performance of the number 59. I know it shows that he's a little bit further back by about, call it 10, maybe 12 seconds, but is the fastest car on the racetrack. A 2-minute .4 out of Jason Alder in that Stratus Racing machine. I think that Gavin Vaughn and Nimbus Racing know how fast that 59 car is. They are on the go button, and they are trying to now extend the gap between themselves and the number 4 to try to help out with a little bit of a buffer.
Speaking of helping out, Gavin's trying to pull some slipstream off of the 444 as Devin Bruce stays off to the right-hand side. He wants to not be a hindrance to this leader of the race, but he's got to run his own race as well, and that is going to compromise both of them turning into the roller coaster. But critically, he will, at least temporarily, remain between Gavin and Thomas.
I can't wait to see what the gap is this time. I know that the traffic kind of got in the way, and oh my goodness, Gavin Vaughn almost just lost control in the same section of the racetrack that he got choked up in just a lap before, and here comes the number 4 again. Thomas Belleman's trying to use the momentum on the outside. However, he's now going to get boxed in from this ZR3 car, but I think that Gavin Vaughn is just thinking inside of his helmet right now, can I just get a clean lap? I've got the performance with me right now. I've got the fastest car. I just can't get a clean racetrack.
And we have to remember, with just a little bit more than 20 minutes to go before they hand out the points for the halfway mark in this race, and that is full race points, as though you are finishing a real race. at that halfway mark. So these drivers do really want to try and have that track position. For Gavin Vaughn, that was a critical move.
Oh, my goodness. I know that we're not even halfway. We're approaching that halfway. But, yeah, critical, I think it is the best way to put it. Stratus Racing, still fastest car on the racetrack by 2 seconds. They just took out another, call it 2.5 seconds, as our leaders are duking it out, getting choked up by traffic. And once again, the 77 just in a little bit of a vulnerable area in the racetrack, not able to carry the speed that he wants to, and under threat once again. The number 4 sitting in the slipstream and is in another possible passing situation.
Ellerman's closing. Ooh, he might have the inside for the roller coaster. He's not going to have the shorter distance through the kink, but he's on the racing line. Still, he has to back out of it. That may be smart in this situation. That was going to be risky going too wide into there. So Vaughn will retain that top spot, at least for now. Gavin doing everything he can to try and retain track position. And after 6 hours of racing, we still have an incredible battle for the lead of this race.
And they're getting choked up huge. Another 2:02 lap time from both of these front runners. They're typically turning 2-minute flat out there, so multiple seconds per lap they are losing just dealing with the multi-class traffic. You compare that to Jason Alder in third place, a 2:01, and it's a low 2:01. So it didn't take out 2 seconds on that lap, only took out 1 second.
Finally, a little bit of breathing space for Gavin. Ellerman maybe about 6 or 7 car lengths behind him at this stage. Jason Alder probably egging them on to keep on battling if they would so choose, knowing that he could get back in the hunt on this one too. Gained quite a bit of time on that pair. And then behind them, you get down to 4th place with Josh Green with multiple laps to make up. Random Vandals just plugging away at that one. We watch our 2 leaders. Does seem interesting how much more we're starting to see these cars slide through some of the corners. I can see it from our camera shots, Joey, that there's a lot of lateral movement now.
I think that it has more to do with the track, right? The track temperature, the ambient temperature. Now, we've been reporting that it has been warm all day long. However, we're kind of in the thick of the afternoon now, and it's going to stay hot for, call it, the next few hours at least. Cars weren't dealing with that at 8 a.m. in the morning or 10 a.m. in the morning. So what was a low grip racetrack has now become a visibly low grip racetrack where we can actually see these cars squirming around. You couple that with, guess what? They've already done 5 hours, almost 6 hours on these tires as well. I think everything is leaning the direction of not wanting to do any more laps, and they're just screaming for a little bit of help.
I think help would be much welcome, but unfortunately, you kind of stuck with what you got right now. Off screen, I noticed that the 9-4 Motorsports car had a bit of an interesting moment. I wasn't sure if that was with lap traffic or if it was a car off the pace. Actually, yeah, there it is right there. And that was that BMW that seemed to be quite slow in front of them. I don't know if there's issues, but certainly forced that orange machine to kind of have to leap out of the way.
The other thing that I just took notice of, it was still about 2 corners prior, but I saw the 59 in the same camera shot, and I can report that it is officially under 10 seconds now, the gap between 2nd and 3rd place. And with Gavin Vaughn not being able to run away from the number 4, it's just going to turn into a 3-car battle here soon enough. And if memory serves me correct, Joe, I think it was Jason Alder in the car at Barber Motorsports Park where he had that monster stint or monster couple final stints for Stratus Racing that ultimately gave them the win.
That's a good point. Yeah. I mean, he is a driver who is a sight to behold when he's hungry. able to do some impressive stuff during his stints. He actually got his start in racing getting a yard cart, not even your traditional go-kart when he was a kid. And that just kind of got him into things, eventually found his way to traditional karting before he worked his way up through the ranks. I think the most significant thing as far as some of his background that at least really made my eyes pop, apparently once built a boat from scratch and with hand tools.
Well, now, Joe, I have also seen, the Flex Seal commercials. So it depends on how big it is.
It was clarified. He did clarify that it was a completely legal boat, too. So I don't think this was any bear bond sort of shenanigans going on.
No, I'm being very facetious. That's an amazing feat. There's no way that I could get everything to line up properly. My boat would definitely have a lot of duct tape and zip ties just to try to get the thing pointed straight in. Did you see that? There's a car stopped on the racetrack just past the lower S's, but before the bridge on driver's left side. And oh my goodness, that's a huge piece of bodywork right in the middle of the uphill S's, right before you get to the top of them.
Yeah, that is not a good place to be. It might be slightly off the racing line, but we've seen cars go side by side there frequently. I would not be shocked. Oh, and there is the answer to some of our questions. That's the 14 with a delaminated tire. So that is where that piece of rubber that you saw came from. There it is, right there.
You're right. That is the tire. I thought maybe it was like a bumper or a piece of a splitter because you're never quite sure. And you're right. Call it 2/3 of the tire that is just completely torn itself off of the wheel. And my goodness, yeah, some drama.
Okay, so is this related to the 73? They're creeping along, and in fact, they should be coming close to this camera shot now. They've got Gray in the machine. That's Eric Gray. Go ahead.
And I believe Jonathan Grace has some info for us down on pit road.
Down with Brad McCall, team owner at Round 3 Racing, not related to the 14 with the tire going down, but is related very much to the battle for the lead of this race, with full points being scored in just over 12 minutes' time. How eager are you to get the 4 back to the 4?
Yeah, that was an unfortunate delay during that pit stop. We had to come in. We were running out of fuel, so we had to pit. And we did a driver change, and just unfortunately, the net got caught up, and we weren't able to secure the driver in the car in time, so lost the lead on that driver change. But we got a real fast driver in the car now. Hopefully he can get back to the lead in the next few minutes.
Strategy-wise, this is very interesting. In the time that we've begun this interview, the field has fallen under a code 60. Does that hurt you or help you?
It probably hurts us. Gives us a little less time to get back into the lead. But yeah, it's too bad. We really had this in mind, going for the 6-hour win. But yeah, stuff happens.
I suppose the knock-on is if this code 60 can be cleared quickly, you still might have 10 minutes or so with the field well and truly bunched up. You were right on the tail of the 77, so potentially a benefit there?
Yeah, it could be. They're two really good drivers. They're both really fantastic. I mean, just watching this battle has been a lot of fun. Thomas is in our car now. He's just lightning quick, really smart driver. I saw a couple times there he had an opportunity to go for a pass, go for a move that maybe would have been a little ambitious, and he backed out of it. So he's still got heads-up driving, thinking long-term about a 12-hour race. But yeah, we really wanted the 6-hour win. It's not over yet.
Feeds beautifully into my next question. How eager are you to be there at the end and fight for the overall win at the end versus the points potentially on offer in the next 10 minutes?
Yeah, the overall win at the end is absolutely the goal. I mean, that's what we came here to do, run 12 hours, finish at the top of the podium. And believe it or not, our other cars are not completely out of it. This is a long race. A lot of things can happen. It's grueling to go through 12 hours here. Is tough, especially in this heat. So anything can happen. We're not giving up, even with the cars that are several laps down.
Appreciate your time. Round 3 has been quick all day, guys.
They sure have. Now, we saw on screen the 73 limping its way back home. And initially, I thought with some of the smoke that we saw coming off, Joey, that maybe there was something under the hood wrong, but you noticed exactly what I noticed. That car was leaning to one side.
You and I thought the exact same thing. I was very worried when it rejoined the racetrack, just given where the smoke was coming out from. But then once we got a couple of other TV angles on it, the left rear certainly seemed to be towed out pretty significantly. Didn't seem to have any other bodywork damage like what we saw out of the AOA machine. That BMW had pretty much shredded that front left tire as well as the fender as well. So more significant damage on the AOA car than what we saw out of the 73.
And that's what slows us down. Obviously, they do need to go and try and retrieve the tire bits from around the climbing S's, which is probably going to be an interesting cleanup. That's, I guess, perhaps one of the shortcomings that we've got of this Code 60 is they'll have to try and get cars to navigate around the cleanup crew for situations such as this. But that hopefully shouldn't last too long. And then, of course, with that car with the suspension damage, that actually helps them out tremendously, because not only are they losing less time, but it's much safer for them to get it back to the pit lane.
Seeing some more pit stops go on right here. This is the number 909 car from Automatic Racing. They are in pit lane, and watch this pit stop take place here. Back to you, Joe.
Yep, random vandals have been on our radar for some time, but it is also on the radar of Jonathan, who's with them now.
Well, you might want to keep a closer eye on them. They had about a half a tank of fuel when they came in, just about a half fill to top that car off under service and take advantage of the Code 60. Random vandals in their number 98 machine, running fourth in class at the moment, fifth overall. This might help them jump up the order, because I think they've timed that Code 60 stop perfectly.
Noticed something as they were working on this 909 car, Joey, and something I hadn't noticed before. Is that a flap for letting heat out that they just raised up on the front there? The roof, did you see that?
You know, I'm not sure. However, I do have the YouTube feed pulled up, and that is just about 10 or 15 seconds behind. So I will go ahead and see exactly what you're talking about. Typically, anything out of the top of the car is going to be airflow related. And I do see kind of two little pilot holes up at the top. Now, those are still open. And I would assume that that is feeding fresh air to the driver. And those are those pilot holes that I'm seeing on either side of that roof light. Is that what you're mentioning?
Yeah, those things.
Yep. Yeah, no, the little eyebrows, if you will. And I would assume that those are being dumped straight into the cockpit.
Well, hopefully they're not giving a concerned look by the end of this race, because they're still
you can
sitting.
Put some googly eyes on those, right?
Cars, but in real life. The teams, no doubt, would have some fun with that. Green flag coming back out here in just a moment. Jonathan is confirming that is air vents for cooling on those cars. So our suspicions were correct. Interesting little tidbit on them that I hadn't really noticed up until this footage, as the green flag is now officially waved, and the 98 is back out on track along with the 909. So that timing worked out perfectly for those teams to get in and out without losing green flag track time.
Yeah, see, the majority of the field has been able to complete their service onto pit road. So they're either on an out lap or have already resumed with their timing sectors. And just to kind of talk a little bit more about that driver cooling, I am getting reports that it is 90 degrees ambient air temperature right now. How cool do you think that air is going to the driver? Because 90 degrees is not cool, but I bet you the driver thinks that's some glorious cold air coming in and refreshing it.
It's all about perspective, right? And comparatively, it's going to feel a whole lot better than, 120 or something inside the cockpit. So, yeah, I'm sure it is going to be very difficult for all of our drivers. In the meantime, Sloan has a little bit more news on the 73. And Sloan, what's up?
Here over at the 73 pit box with Austin Webb. Can you give me an idea of what was going on? I know the car's back out now, but he was in here for a little bit. What happened?
Actually, we're going to take it back to our pits. It looks like we have a bad left rear control arm. Looks like it bent. We're going to go head back to the pits. We're going to throw another one on, and you'll see us back out here shortly.
It's so funny. You guys seem so chill right now. I'm like, oh, the car just went back out, right? And you're like, nope, that's not what happened. Have you been out there yet today?
I've not been out. I've been fueling the car. We're going to let the main drivers, our quick drivers, go ahead and take it for the rest of the day. We had wholesale changes to the car. We put a fuel cell in. It's not doing too bad for a car that's been sitting for 10 years.
10 years? Oh my God. So this is the first time it's coming out of retirement, or?
We were here at Barber. We didn't have the right fuel cell. We didn't have a quick fill or anything. So we went ahead, took it back to the shop, got all the good stuff done to it. So now our pit stops are not 5 to 7 minutes. Now they're about 2.5 minutes. So we're going to take it back to the shop again. We're going to do a bunch more changes and get all the old 10-year-old parts off the car.
That's so exciting. Well, I'm so glad that you guys are back here. I do remember now about everything with the fuel cell last time. It's been like, 5 weeks? I don't know. But anyway, we're wishing you guys best of luck. Hopefully it's a quick fix, and we'll see you guys back out there soon.
All right, you'll see us here shortly.
All right, thanks, guys.
And another car that you're going to see here is the 59. Joey Alder has caught up to Belleman. I don't think Thomas has had the pace of his rivals this stint.
He has not, and he's dropped 6.5 seconds off of Gavin Vaughn. Remember, they were really locked into combat, and that was only about 15 minutes ago, because it was about 6 hours 20, maybe 6 hours 22 left on the clock when number 77 snagged away the lead. So in that span of time, 6 seconds has grown to be the gap, as well as Jason Alder eliminating himself from 10 seconds behind. It is still the fastest car on the racetrack, leaning towards the 59.
So now the question is Alder also quicker than Vaughn as well? And you maybe try to run him down. It's got a little bit of work to do to get up to him, because Belleman dropping off by those 6.5 seconds has meant that there's at least a decent gap. And I can't say that I have ever seen a Rastafarian tire before, Joey.
What?
It's not the first we've seen, but it certainly seems to be a trend today. You've got to take care of your rubber underneath you. Down into turn 1, Jason Alder in that 59 Stratus racing car is starting to hassle Thomas Belleman. Belleman was not able to keep Vaughn back, but he definitely made him work for it for at least a couple laps. What did he learn from that fight?
He's going to learn something new even more, because when the 77 got by, he found out that Gavin kept getting choked up from the ZP2 and, the ZR2 and ZR3 cars. Might be a little bit of a different story when the 59 gets by. I say that and I look out the windshield, and there's two multi-class cars that might either help Thomas or hurt him.
And in fact, both of them are very far up the order in their class. Well, that's an ambitious move from Belleman. He's going to try to use it to great effect. Unfortunately, it is not going to be a buffer, at least for now. Nice move by both of them to get that done. I'm sure that gave a fright to both BMWs.
It took Jason Alder for surprise. I think that he was expecting the number 4 car to roll a lot more speed through turn number 10. And I mean, the 59 almost pile drived into the back of the number 4 car. And that's really kind of what ballooned the gap even more. Alder couldn't get back on the gas, and now that we're in the racing rhythm of going into the brake zone of what is turn number 14, you see him right back closing it up once again.
This battle is not over. Now, thankfully, they have a lot of clear track in front of them, because the next car up is the leader, so he's not going to fall back to interrupt it. And then I see the 290 a ways up the road. So might be another lap and a half of just a straight fight for second between these two.
Let's see where Jason decides to try to make the move. Catching and passing are two totally different things, and sometimes you have to have a pretty significant advantage in one section of the racetrack in order to get up close enough in order to make a big-time lunge. And I think we're kind of seeing that response out of Belleman right now, is that you don't need to be turning laps that are 3, 4, 5 seconds a lap faster than somebody. You just need to be on the rhythm, in the right gear, in the right section of the power band, and the other car can't quite get the momentum to swing by you.
Can certainly make life difficult for that 59 if Belleman wants to try and defend here. Starting to see a little bit more in the way of marbles here and there around the track. You don't expect too many of them since the tires do have to last so long in this series, so they're not going to be shedding quite as much rubber as you would typically see in many races. Even still, you want to try and stay on that racing line. Coming off of Oak Tree, Thomas Belleman has to keep an eye on the mirror because Alder looked like he had a decent run, and he's going to follow in the tire tracks, but as we watch from above, it's still about a car length back. He's getting ever closer. He's going to show himself to the left-hand side, coming up into the braking zone. He's going to go as deep as he dares, but he's not completely past. Now he is, and that is going to be Alder up into P2.
Jason closed the door right at about apex, and thankfully Thomas kind of got the hint. I don't think that there was more than probably 4 or 5 inches between those cars at the apex, and now you see the 59 from Stratus Racing start to stretch its legs just a little bit, even in the span of just 2 corners, up to about 10, maybe 15 car lengths, and accelerating away.
This means that Jason should have, he's going to have clean air this lap. We'll keep an eye out between himself and Vaughn, but honestly, even with the pass, I'm seeing he was half a second faster than the 77. That doesn't bode well for the Nimbus Racing team if they're paying attention to that.
It's been that way for the last hour or so, ever since Jason has gotten in the car, and he's been putting in another monster, call it double stint out here, but I think that once this 59 officially smelled the blood in the water, call it 20 seconds back or so, they took out huge chunks of time. And then all of a sudden it was 15 seconds back, and then it was 10 seconds back, and then we had the code 60, and all of a sudden they were right on the back of the number 4. So not only has Jason put in a terrific stint of driving performance, but it also seems like things are starting to fall away with the 59.
Just checking in behind the scenes a little bit with Jonathan and Sloan, because I noticed that the 41 is still showing in pit lane, and I swear that it was that way many minutes ago. So hope there is nothing wrong with that car, because they've had such a good race up to now. It's allowed the 290 to easily get back up into third in that class, but certainly not looking good at this stage. They still have the 177 to be worried about as well, since they are still out on the track and could overtake them for yet another position. But look at the distance on this lap alone for Jason Alder over Belleman. He was definitely being held up. Lap times this time, Gavin Vaughn picked it up. It is a 2.2, but down to a 1:59.8 for Jason Alder.
It continues to close, and remember how we were talking about those 6-hour championship points? Well, we have officially passed that halfway mark, and I actually had to back it up to kind of reassure myself. The 59 car passed for second place right on the back straightaway with roughly 10 seconds to spare before we hit that 6-hour mark. So when you think about points, that was an important pass that happened literally on the back straightaway of the last lap before the 6-hour mark.
Looks like Big Mission Motorsports getting a penalty for passing under the code 60. That's a big no-no. So they are already down in 11th in class. It's actually, I think they're the last car running right now, I'm just seeing. So yeah, the 134 is sticking with it. It's just unfortunate that they're going to get another lap taken away at this stage. As we watch on board with our current leader of Gavin Vaughn. I think he's gotten the hurry up. He's going to try and push as hard as he can, because now he knows that Stratus Racing, is coming. Oh, and it looks like we have a chance to hop down with Sloan, because she's got an update on the 41 car. Sloan?
You guys, I wish there was a camera on this right now because the teamwork that is going on here right now is incredible. I am here with Nipper, part of the 41 crew. Can you tell me what's going on?
We have a suspension issue, but we think we got the stuff to fix it. So it's looking good. We a little bit down on power, so we're trying to make up for it with being extra aggressive. Maybe some curb hopping or something contributed to it, but my guess is a couple of minutes we'll be going again.
All right, that sounds good. Yeah, there's a lot of teamwork that's happening right now, and we're hoping that you guys have a quick and speedy fix, and we'll see you back out there soon. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Sloan. Yeah, really gutting that they lost a good opportunity there for a podium, but like we saw, you can't count it out quite yet. With traffic getting to be a big problem up through Oak Tree this time around, though.
Very busy section of the racetrack. It seems like turn number 10 all the way through Oak Tree has been the biggest action zone we've had for the first 6 hours. And what was that? Janetta, the blue car on the tail end of this 3-car train, thought it had a little bit of a head of steam, and then it popped out and got some fresh air. All of a sudden it lost all of its momentum here, and now things will kind of go as we expect with the ZP2, a little bit smaller, lighter, faster, going to accelerate away through the corners.
Watching the 77 having some interesting moments with lap traffic on the backstretch as well. Yeah, it got a little sketchy getting close to the edge of the track off screen, but this move down into turn 1 will free up the number 4 car as he carries on. Excuse me, the number 5 car, I should say, of Desai as he carries on. And we see also that 177 that I mentioned trying to play catch up on the 41. I'm seeing 5 laps difference right now. That means if it's roughly about 10 more minutes that Garton is stuck in pit lane, we will see Pacelli move up into 4th.
I'm happy we jumped over to this car right here. So this is the 77 that we were just mentioning, and it had to deal with a lot of multi-class traffic through, call it Oak Tree. Then they were drag racing them all the way down the back straightaway, and that has a huge effect when it comes to the gap between first and second. The 77 now looks in the rearview mirror, and he can see the 59 of Jason Alder under 3 seconds back. The 290 car definitely didn't give him any favors, and same thing here through the lower S's. That's a ride for the 77. The ZR3 machine did not see him on the right side, and here comes Jason Alder, foot flat to the floor. He's going to overtake for the lead while the 77 had multi-class issues.
We had a dearth of lead changes through the opening half of this race, and now suddenly we are spoiled for choice with our second within an hour, and on top of it, a change for P2 as well thrown in there. I'm not sure that we're going to be seeing the 77 be able to respond on this one based on the pace that Jason Alder has shown, but they do have that lap traffic. That could offer a chance if Vaughn wants to be sneaky.
Alder is a smart driver, though. You see him use the slipstream all the way until he was tucked up behind that number 24 car from Montgomery Motorsports. So he utilized the slipstream off of the bigger, faster car in terms of the top end as long as he possibly could, and then made the pass into the brake zone down there. I think that now that Alder has fresh, clean air, nobody out the windshield, a new leader with Stratus Racing, everybody take notice about how fast this car is.
And this is literally a last to first moment for them, starting from 11th on the grid of ZP2 cars, and now suddenly they're up at the front. I think they can be pretty darn proud of what they have achieved today. And we always know that coming into these long races, 12 hours gives you plenty of time to make up for a lack of track position on the grid, but it still amazes me when a team overcomes that sort of hardship.
Sometimes it's fun, Joe. Sometimes it's fun to start in the back and have to pass everybody and give yourself a challenge if you know you've got the performance. I don't think that was this specific case and situation. However, I'm sure that now that the challenge has been accomplished, at least in terms of getting to the lead, they can take maybe a little bit of a sigh of relaxation and know that, okay, we're back where we belong in terms of the pace, and now we just have to execute what we know we can do until the end.
Saw that the 94s visited pit lane. That's second place in the ZR2s. And, great news for the fans of the 41 team. Alsup has returned to the track. They are still in fourth. They remain ahead of Pacelli, and it looks like it actually is still at about 4 to 5 laps that they've got over their next rival. So that was great work by the crew that we heard Sloan reporting on, that they got that turned around as quickly as they did.
Now, Joe, I don't think I've heard you talk about it, and just stop me if I'm repeating you. Have we reported what has been happening with the 94 car with 94 Motorsports? Because they were up to 1 lap behind our class leader, and now they're 7 laps behind and still showing in pit lane.
Okay, yeah, I had mentioned that they were in pit lane. I didn't realize they had been in pit lane that long. And it sounds like we do have information on the 134, who we saw having some problems a little bit earlier on. Let's go down to Sloan.
Here over at Big Mission Automotive with Steve, driver of the 134 car. Right now, your car is in the air. Steve, can you tell us what's going on?
The short answer is I don't know. This car was in the pits for a couple of hours. We broke a hard brake line or hard line to the master cylinder. Got that repaired. Brian has been out for a couple of laps. We haven't fully resolved the braking or clutch issue, but he radioed in lap ago, 2 laps ago, just complaining of a pretty significant rotational vibration somewhere in the driveline. That's what I know. Guys hopped over the line. They're taking a look at it. What do you see, Jimmy?
Probably the same axle that we replaced last night. Yeah, different car. Drive axle in the rear. Yeah.
All right, you heard it here first, folks. Unfortunately, having to replace another part on, or same part on another car is never what we want, but hopefully they'll be out of the pits soon. Back to you guys.
And Joey, if it is the same part on another car, that to me says a trend. So, I mean, at least it gives them more information on it potentially to make sure it doesn't happen on a third car. But it's never a good sign if it's happening to both cars.
Hopefully they'll be able to identify what the call it inducing cause is and be able to fix that, so that way it doesn't constantly arise for them on any of the cars. As we jump on board here with one of the onboards, this is on the 777 of Stephen Smith. I got my picture-in-picture confused because I was also looking at the number 77. It just is missing one of the 7s in the front.
Yeah, and slightly slower car. This is in the ZR3 class. Currently running in 6. Haven't touched on this Big Mission Motorsports car all that much, but this is another car that's just been kind of steadily putting the laps in. They're going to allow the 290 machine to get on by, which is getting dangerously close to taking second place away from that 94 that we touched on a little bit ago. I think there's still 2 laps before Kaufman overtakes Fardos for that P2 and ZR2, but yeah, keep your eyes peeled because suddenly we could have a significant shift up at the top. Ooh, there was a moment for Smith as we rode on board.
And what a day for that 290. We have touched on it a few times, right? And saying that they've had a tremendous comeback drive. There is still a long ways to go in this race, but they were knocked down heavily in that first hour. They came back to what was 4th, and then it was amazing that they were in 3rd place. And on the podium. And now, just with others kind of having some unfortunate luck, they are in potential as long as they keep chugging along to grab away that second place position as you get a couple shots of that white Jetta on the screen.
Yeah, and those who are watching closely probably saw some of that damage that were on both the left and right rear. Did he just suddenly slow on the backstretch? Oh, there's a dog.
That's a coyote, it looks like.
So
now, this will be
have
interesting to... Yeah, I was going to say race control is going to have to handle this.
Yeah, no, that is a danger, and it's not just for the animal itself, but it can do serious damage to the cars. It is a danger to the drivers as well. So yeah, no wonder they're going to have to become animal control instead of race control, at least for a brief moment.
If you've never been to VIR, it is smack in the middle of nowhere, really. Martinsville isn't too far, Danville isn't too far, South Boston's not too far, but we're not talking about these huge urban sprawling cities. Lots of forest and woodland area around, so not surprised to see a few furry creatures also enjoying the sights and sounds of Zenith Racing Series.
I mean, he's paying attention to the track. It's been kind of interesting to watch. He almost looks a little bit confused. I got to cross the track. Now what do I do? Because he's got that concrete wall to his inside.
I think he's asking, like, what happened to the race, guys? I finally got my spot to watch this thing, and everybody slowed down.
Slowly trotting along. Yeah, I'll be curious. Okay, they have a truck that's heading over to try and wrangle this thing. I don't think they're very much equipped for trying to capture it, so they're almost going to have to coax it probably somewhere outside of the track area.
And no, and I mean, it's not up to a safety worker to try to wrangle a coyote. That's not a safe thing to do by any means. So this is exactly what they're going to do. They're going to turn that safety truck into a border collie and simply herd it where it needs to go.
It's going to continue along our wall here. This is kind of turning into one of those races that sees a little bit of everything at this point. I don't think I've actually called a race that's gotten paused because of an animal quite before. There we get a nice above view look at that coyote. Yeah.
And now he's crossing the racetrack again, back to driver's left side, so he's not in harm's way anymore. Does he make the jump? Oh, he couldn't quite clear the green guardrail. So now he is going to test the speed limit trap on the back straightaway, see how fast he's running at top speed right here before the brake zone of turn number 14, and just try to figure out exactly where he needs to go.
He's coming back to the inside. Now that will get him out of the racing room. He makes it over that hurdle, but he's not completely outside of the facility. So I don't know if they have something better to deal with it here on the infield, potentially, hopefully. And everybody who is there, please stay safe and don't approach the coyote.
And I'm wondering who our camera op is over just past the bridge, because I have a feeling they're going to have a furry visitor here at some point soon. As we cut away to some onboards and try to figure out exactly how we are literally going to wrangle the situation. Oh my goodness. So that was a replay that we just cut to, and that was on board the 290, and he did some amazing avoidance to not hit this coyote, and now you see the wildlife returning back into the forest of VIR.
That may be still in the infield, I believe, but yeah, it's at least he should be able to hide out there. And I suspect that 290 clip that we saw was the one that initially we saw from above, where I spotted that car slowing mysteriously, and no wonder that he had to try and check up there. Great heads up, because I think that's the last thing I would expect to have to watch out for on the back straightaway.
I understand if you're over in Bathurst, right, and you got a kangaroo hopping across the racetrack. I think that's a pretty standard thing, or I shouldn't say standard, but not unheard of. And this was the first wildlife crossing at VIR that I've seen at a race.
Yeah, I think I would have expected a deer probably before we got the coyote invasion out here on track. A number of teams,
Was it
as
Wiley?
we've been distracted. And maybe. Has anybody seen a Roadrunner trying to get across the track that he was maybe going after? We do have plenty of cars in pit lane. Actually, many of them already out. Sounds like a number of them we're seeing from info from Sloan have already been in for fuel. Not really that great of a surprise. In the meantime, the safety truck looks like they're going to exit as their crew returns to the vehicle.
And I am curious where that little rascal ran off to. I do hear you that there is that forested section on the infield, and I wonder if he hopped back over the fence over to driver's left as well at the end of turn number 14. I see that the 77 is in pit lane right now. That is pitting from second place. Also the 59. I'm not sure if you said the 59 was in as well, but the 77 full on getting a driver change. So that will have a new fresh face behind the wheel.
Could probably use it. Like we've been talking about how this is some of the hottest hours of the day, and trying to go for those long stints are going to be a lot harder than what we saw earlier in the morning when it was somewhere around 75 degrees or so. Still warm, but not as crazy hot as what we're seeing here. And if our viewers who are not longtime race fans or endurance fans have been noticing, they do need to try and make sure the drivers can have a nice view outside the car. What that does is prevents them having to use up another of the clear strips that they oftentimes can pull off the windscreens of these cars to clear them off.
You see a lot of these cars finally finishing that service. And I think crucially, importantly, it needs to happen right now because we are green flag action back out on the racetrack. So if you are still stopped on pit lane, you are losing more time to everybody else who has returned to the racetrack.
Well, right now, that's Gavin Vaughn and, well, actually Camden Hibbett. I just saw that updated. The 4-car did have a different driver in there, but it looks like that is switched around because it was Bellarmine before. And now Ethan Barker is back in. Sloan did say that was going to change hands. Along with, we're hearing a tire change for the 77. That might be able to help them pick up the pace.
And it is just past that halfway mark. Wasn't it right at the opening of the show that we were talking about those tire allocations, and some of these teams and drivers, knowing that they can swap, are going to simply wait until that 6-hour mark, get those championship points, and then be able to take the first opportunity to put some new tires on the car. And if you made it 6+ hours on the first set, there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to make it the same on the next.
5.5 hours to try and reach that checkered flag. And a couple other cars still sitting on pit lane. The 94 is one of them. And then it looks like the 392 still waiting. Almost everybody else has managed to get out. There's a few of our ZR3 and ZP2 cars that are well down the order. It look like they are currently sitting in the pits. The 73, the 14, the 908, the 85, and the 58. As we watch that 77 pick up the pace and head on up Madison Avenue.
I'm curious if I can find where the 59 car is right now in terms of on the racetrack. I mentioned it because they were all relatively close. I want to say it was maybe 3, 4, 5 seconds between first, second, third, kind of all equal distant gaps between those 3 cars. However, I feel like the 77 lost a ton of time during that pit stop just between the tires and all the extra work that was going on there. Some of those Code 60 penalties that you were just mentioning as well. But I think that the 59 has taken off well down the road in comparison to his two competitors.
You are not wrong. The 4 lost a ton of time as well. I'm looking at the track map. Right now, the 59 is getting ready to enter turn 10. The 4 is only entering NASCAR bend. That's a massive loss. They are actually still relatively close to the 77. Barker, I don't think lost nearly as much, at least in relation to the 4 car. But the 59, that played perfectly into their hands. And they have Clay McGurk in the car.
They got the car serviced and out by the time the Code 60 ended. I think that was the key part. If the Code 60 had been a little bit longer and the 4 and the 77 were able to resume to the racetrack while the Code 60 was still active, we would not be seeing these gaps. But because Stratus Racing did such an excellent job on pit road, they got the driver swapped and the car back out onto a hot racetrack. Clay was able to go out there, foot to the floor, and now, like you said, has, 40 seconds of gap between himself and second.
We got some info from Sloan. She's saying that 94 that is actually now officially fallen to third place went behind the wall because the differential was getting hot, and they fixed it. Supposedly the car should be returning to the circuit soon. But the 290 is now up into second place with, let's see, it is 11 laps up to the lead. I mean, that 99 team has this one on a silver platter at this stage.
From yesterday's performance, go ahead, Joe. I see that we got somebody lined up.
Yes, we do. Ethan Vaughn, who had a heck of a stint, is with Jonathan. Let's go down to pit lane.
Down here, just debriefing with the team briefly. Gavin Vaughn has just hopped out of the race car, and you did it in pretty good condition. You were in the car for, you said, almost 4 hours in the Virginia heat. How was that stint?
Shoot, I was just focused on driving, man. There was a point in the race where my hands were kind of numb and just focused on driving. Like, it's a state that you get in when you drive these cars. They're so fast, it just requires so much focus. I love that feeling, but started making mistakes towards the end. You can only be in the heat for so long, in the car for so long. I just had a few offs, and I was like, guys, let's come in for fuel, let's get a fresh driver, and we'll go at it again and try and get P1 again.
Did the maximum you could to get those points scored at the 6-hour mark, and you did it in the lead of the motor race. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, it definitely feels good. I came on the radio, and I was like, hey, guys, like, did we get the points? And they're like, no, like 5 minutes, you got to get him. And I was giving it everything I had to push and catch these guys. The number 4 round 3 car is insanely fast with 3 top tier drivers, and I gave it everything I could to try and catch them, and luckily we got it with just a few minutes left. So
probably the hottest part of the day is when you were in the car. Temperatures on track will cool, and the car should get a little faster and grippier. How confident are you in the race pace for the last hour or so?
I'm super confident. I've always been pretty good on old tires and in tough conditions as far as when the car is super oversteery, super understeery. I try and work on learning how to manage the car and get faster. But I'm just trying to improve myself every time I'm in the car. And I do feel confident that we'll be up there with the top guys. The lineup of drivers here is just so far above anything I've ever competed in before. So I just try and push myself and try and keep confidence, yeah.
Finally, we saw you took tires. How many, and what was the strategy and the thought behind it?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I was so gassed and so like in the moment that I was just get me out of the car. I was so tired, but Ethan with 2 brand new left sides will be super quick. At the end of my stint, the left side tires were falling off, and it was super slippery, super slick. It kept making mistakes, getting oversteer, understeer, all the steers that you can get. But yeah, it was mainly about just preserving the car, preserving the mistakes, keeping the car on track, and going a bit faster.
Gavin, we'll let you get some well-deserved rest. Thanks for your time.
all the steers you can get. That is a quote that I'm going to hold on to for some time.
You think he was dealing with livestock as well?
That's where my brain went. I was trying to come up with a good pun, but I didn't get enough time to unleash my torments on the rest of you yet. So, Clay McGurk, though, I noticed is not as quick as Camden Hibbett and Ethan Barker this last time by. Keeping an eye on it to see whether or not that stays consistent. While it looks like the 392 exceeding number of permitted tire changes gets 5 laps taken off. Now that is our second place car, who was 1 lap behind the 76. That's not going to be the case anymore. And in fact, they are going to wind up
dropping down to 5th, either 4th or 5th place. They are on lap 165 right now. So if they take a 5-lap penalty, that is going to drop them behind the 411 Heinlein Racing machine. That's a huge one for the 392. And there it goes.
Well,
it was just applied down to 4th.
I would argue that is huge for the 76 as well, because that was the only team that was close to them. Now they've got 4 laps to the next nearest car, which is the 330. Another team I don't think we've talked hardly at all about, but that's HQ Autosport, who again, quietly but surely, has just put themselves in the right spot.
I'm with you. I think that the 76 right now is looking at the strategy call of changing the tires for Harrison Motorsports, and they are saying, thank you, because now we are just a cool 5 laps ahead of second place. And even if they're running into any sort of small issues out there, whether it be car setup or the driver is not completely happy with the performance, they're able to just kind of run their own pace. And actually, if we zoom out, there is the 392. So the 392 that was running in second place in class, chasing down this car, is now in frame.
This thing just seems to turn on a dime. Certainly have been no lack of stories for us to follow throughout this race. And this is going to look to the inside, coming up to the braking zone. Yeah, he just let him on through. Probably got the word, you do not have to worry about that car anymore. They've got a lot of work if they have any hope of catching us at this stage. And the nice thing is, at least for us, that the lap times, at least for the fastest cars, being roughly 2 minutes, a little bit more than that for the slower classes, means that you can basically equate this to somewhere in the realm of 5 laps, 4 to 5 laps for every 10 minutes that you sit stationary on pit lane. And I think I can quickly hand off to Jonathan, who's telling us what's going on with that 76.
Yeah, they're your leaders in ZR3 and have been since really the early stages of this race. Despite some zip tires on the mirror, that certainly has not helped their pace, and their tire wear has been pretty good as well. They're in a position, like you guys were just saying, where they could effectively afford to change all 4 tires. That's not the plan. They are pretty confident in their tire wear. They said they are looking at potentially changing that right front to fix what's now recently developed as a little bit of understeer, some plowing in the right-hand corners when that left front is loaded. But other than that, they are trying to leave those extra 3 laps that they have effectively in the bank to try to continue to maintain that advantage that they've built. So they'll change tires as needed. They have the gap at the front of the field to do so, but right now the only plan is to eventually just change 1 single tire in the left front corner of that car.
The teams are kind of thinking about these things, it sounds like, keeping it in mind. Rebay is hopped into that. Number 76 had a little bit of a catch there coming through the left hook. That's one of those corners, Joey, I feel like that gets underestimated a lot of times.
And you're talking about the whole left-hander there.
Turn 4.
Yeah. Oh, turn 4. Yeah, no, turn 4 is extremely tricky. And you're right, it is that kind of shallow left-hander there, because one of the slowest corners that we've got at VIR, so a lot of the drivers start to use that apex curve to help rotate the car. Some of the cars, they like it, and they'll climb all over it, drive over it all day long. Some of the cars don't like the platform being upset quite as much. So each car, each driver has their own method about turn number 4, and the other little quirky part about it, the later you apex it, the more you hug drivers left on exit, the better it sets you up for turn number 5, which is far more important.
And we've also heard a number of drivers and teams say that they're trying to stay off the curbs as well. And I'm sure it'll vary from corner to corner which ones that you want to try and stay off of. But no doubt there is some thoughts being sent to the suspension of the cars, the tires, just trying to make sure that your equipment can get to the end of this race. The 290 team I've seen has just brought Kaufman in. That's our second place in the ZR2s.
And they've got a pretty significant gap up to the lead. I think what's more important, though, is that number 94 car. They are back out on the racetrack. I'm not sure if we ever actually found out what happened to that 9-4 Motorsports car, the actual number 94, because they were stationary in pit lane for quite some time.
We did. Sloan let us know that it was a differential getting hot. So they actually took it into the garage. Yes. So to get that fixed. Yeah, there's a lot that's happened in 12 hours. I don't blame you.
Oh, Joe, it hasn't even been 12 hours. It's only been about 6.5 hours so far.
Still got plenty to stuff our brains with.
Yeah, we got a lot more information to try and remember.
It's a rough one, but this is what I love. Endurance racing, very much its own beast, and has been quite the test today. We want to see these drivers, these teams have to face a true challenge, and I think they have out there. It's for those that are watching online, about 3 in the afternoon currently. Remember, we've been racing since 8:30 a.m. here, so it's getting hot, it's getting tiring. We haven't even reached the final third of the race when we'll start to lose light out there, and it'll start to become a question of who actually will see the finish of this one. We've lost officially 4 cars, although I think we might have a few others that are going to be gone because they've been sitting in pit lane for quite some time. But the 57 team, the 95, the 555, and the 109 are the ones that have been withdrawn so far.
We are currently riding on board the number 77. This is Ethan Barker behind the wheel, chasing Camden Hibbett by a significant margin right now. I think about 15 seconds or so behind that yellow and white number 4 car. The track position was playing out for the 77, and I think that code 60 just really unraveled a lot in terms of track position between these top 3, and I think an excellent strategy call as well from Stratus Racing with the driver swap around. We know that McGurk is always fast in the car, but I really think that Alder is probably going to be the anchor in terms of that driver lineup. So while you're out front and you can extend that gap like what we saw, why not put Clay in the car, have a beautiful stint out front and in the lead, and then be able to hand it back to your drivers knowing that you are incredibly comfortable in terms of that track position.
We were just talking about the 94 losing second with those problems. Well, now it's been reversed. Jonathan, there's something happening with the 290.
Yes, there is. It was sitting in fairly decent position after some of the tire changes. It had made its way up into the top 3 in its class. It will drop significantly as it is still stationary on pit lane. The engine cover and that front mid-engine Ginetta is off. They're chasing an electrical gremlin. We saw the other Ginetta chase a vibration earlier in the day. Remember, this is the car that lost a lot of time and ground early in the race after making no less than 3 tire changes for rear tire failures on both sides of the car. That has not been a story since the early hours. The damage of that car has not plagued it any further, and it has run a clean race up until this point. But the team is scrambling at the moment, trying to get cooling on the car. They have the engine cover off. They're pouring over the inside of the car and just trying to understand what is happening right now with the 290, because I don't think they have a solid answer yet.
Thanks for that, Jonathan. We could see the 98 team also coming in. They're going to have to ease their way around that car. Looks like they got plenty of space, thankfully. So Random Vandals coming in from fourth out there. And it looks like they are getting ready not only for a driver change, but appears to be some fuel that's going to be put into the car, which I guess you might as well, with the way this strategy goes. So let's see who they put in to replace Josh Green.
I think it's pretty cool to be able to be sitting in one car and see another car come into pit lane and have their stop done directly in front of us. And I mean, things have seemed to be going well for that Random Vandal squad ever since they had the little hiccup early on. I'm sure it's going to be a race of what if, knowing that they could have kept up. It just was a couple laps right there in that first couple hours that kind of set this car back. Maybe a left door as well.
Oh, yeah, interesting. Okay. Having some trouble with that one. The driver not going to be able to find his way over to some comfort, hopefully a little bit of refreshment as well. And
now they got it closed.
Okay. The other thing that I just noticed, I think it was 3.5 seconds. Yeah, 3.5 seconds difference between McGurk and Hibbett on that last lap. And I have noticed every time I look, it does seem like the 4 is the faster of the two cars. Could we see that battle for the lead return?
That's why I was mentioning, I think that it's a perfect call from Stratus Racing. Get McGurk in the car when you've got that track position advantage. Get his stints accomplished right when he doesn't necessarily have to worry about having to catch up to another car or having to absolutely defend against another car. We've seen the performance in the 59 pickup when they absolutely need it to. So I think right now for Stratus Racing is a great strategy call with what's happening currently.
On board with Curie in the 777 as that chasing car. That's the 4 just going by now in the yellow and white. Camden Hibbett in a hurry and does not want to be held up through corners such as Oak Tree to lose time, as Clay McGurk is going to try to get his best out of this stint, get them back out into the lead when they have their next pit stop. Let's go down to Sloan because she is with the 73 camp. Sloan, what's going on?
Here with Austin again for the 73 car. Austin, you just gave me some interesting news. Did you care to share?
Yeah, it looks like we're going to go ahead and retire the car. We're going to save the hours. It looks like a few off-track excursions did some damage to a lower control arm mount. And, we want to be safe. We want to make sure that we're protecting everybody out on the track as well as ourselves. So we're going to go ahead and retire the car, and we're going to get it prepped up for Road America, where we're actually bringing another car. So we'll have 2 cars at Road America. We're going to throw our hats in the ring in the ZR4 class as well.
That is super exciting. I was like, what number is it going to be? You got 73, and he was like, I don't really know what's on it now. So you're going to have to update us then. And if it's like a lucky number, we got to know the story behind that and everything. But glad to see you guys are in good spirits. Are you guys just going to pack up and head home now? Or are you going to stick around for the rest of the race?
We're going to pack up a little bit, but we're still going to cheer on the other teams out here. We really enjoy this series, so we want to see these guys to the end.
We love to hear it. Thank you for your time, Austin, and very proud of you guys for what you put out there today. You truly left it all out on the field.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
All right.
Yeah, shame that they won't get to see the checkered flag, but they put their best in on that one. That 73 was one of the cars that we saw have a big off at turn 1. Not too surprised that it caused some damage at one point, and that is what brought about the retirement.
The attrition rate has been relatively low, though, in comparison to some of the previous rounds we've had. So, yes, there's always going to be misfortune somewhere on the racetrack with somebody. It's just a matter of how much the teams have prepped themselves, their cars, their drivers, their crews, and what they can or can't fix at the racetrack. And sometimes not every single problem is fixable.
This is on board with our third place car, Ethan Barker in the 77. also actually pacing quicker than McGurk right now. So top three are essentially closing in together. In fact, pace looking quite similar to Camden Hibbett's, and keeping him honest so that he can't do anything too silly out there. The gap, I think if I'm seeing right, is still wide enough that the 77 is not a direct threat, but certainly wants to make sure that the Ford cannot rest on his laurels as we watch him come back up along the sweeps here of the main straight once again and climb through the gears along one of the fastest parts of the track.
See about that speedometer, it's all the way in the bottom right part of the dashboard here, about 135 miles an hour on the front straightaway, which seems pretty accurate in comparison to what we've seen on the back straightaway by about 140 miles an hour. So maybe just a couple mile an hour slower on the front straightaway. That's traditional here at VIR, as goes bounding up and over the curbs of both the apex and the exit of what is turn number 3. Now you see him accelerate through third gear in the lower S's here. Going to be flat out, and I think that we saw the cars enter sixth gear in the uphill S's yesterday. They're right at the top of the rev range in fifth gear, and it's really up to the drivers to decide if they want to grab that sixth gear, maybe use a little bit less fuel in terms of the rev range. You see him click it up to sixth at the very top of the hill and then immediately back down to fifth to get it right where he needs it to be for turn number 10.
Definitely impressed with a lot of the drivers for today and the way that they've handled the conditions to drive as well as they have. But especially these prototype drivers having to be that much more accurate through the corners and carry their rolling speed to find the pace of these cars. Speaking of which, the 99, since we kind of touch on it from time to time, is still in fourth overall. So ZR2 still looking at a potential overall top 5. But credit to the ZR3 class. Rebay in the 76 is actually sitting in 8th, so we're looking at maybe a top 10 for the ZR3s as well. But of course, like we keep mentioning, the attrition has played a big part in that. In probably the last 2 hours, seeing many more cars start to come upon issues. And as of 13 minutes from now, we're going to enter into what will be the longest race that these drivers have experienced so far in the Zenith Racing Series.
Long stints all around for everybody out there. Just got to keep on chugging the laps away and keep on trucking here at VIR. It's definitely going to be a long 12 hours.
I see the 777 is pitted in from there on board. So I think some work being done. 290 is still sadly sat stationary. Also, not the views that we want to be able to see out of the windscreen of our cameras provided to us by the lovely folks at GPX. As the Heinlein Cayman is going to stay out of the way of one of our prototypes between turns 10 and 11. Glad to see that lone Porsche is still representing the German brand out there amongst the many BMWs that they're racing against. And of course, our two Ginettas as well. Unfortunately, only one of the Ginettas, I believe, running at this point, and that is the Camburn Performance car. Otherwise, as I mentioned, the 290 is still taking some service. But we take a look up at the front at the impressive number 59 of Stratus Racing, currently being piloted by Clay McGurk. Last lap, still another 2 to 3 seconds being lost consistently to Camden Hibbett, kind of hunting him down. So as the cars continue to cycle through here, looks like we'll keep an eye on Clay McGurk right now. See whether or not Camden Hibbett can continue to cut in on this one. The exact time difference last lap looks to be in the realm of about 1.1 seconds, or 2.1 seconds between them. So just a shade over 2 seconds. Got to give a lot of credit to that 76 team. I know we were talking about it maybe about a half an hour ago with how impressive it's been. They've held off ahead of everybody. I think the big key at this stage is that they need to continue to avoid the pitfalls that many of the others had. About the worst drama I think we've seen from them is literally a rear view mirror that will not stay in place, that they had to zip tie. We thought it was going to cost them a decent amount of time. Apparently not enough, because all those around them either haven't had the pace or can't seem to manage to keep the mistakes away. Looks like the 330 of HQ Autosport just trying to keep themselves in it and on the track to try and chase them down. Where did that 330 actually start this race? Yeah, they're another one that did a very good job. The 76 started from 5th, which is about mid-pack, but the 330 car was 10th out of our 12 cars, in the ZR3 class at the beginning of this race. And yet right now they're sitting in second and honestly 10th overall in the field. Honestly, if your car is still running, you're probably going to be in a pretty decent spot of the overall positioning. Right now, at least of those that are on track, I don't know of those who have officially retired yet. I'm seeing, let's see, looks like 16 cars. 16 cars still running out of 28 who started this race. That means we are at just above half the field still running. Do see that the 777 has returned to the track, so they had a bit of a long stop. Not sure what the cause of that was. They're currently running 6 in the ZR3s. Curie stays in that car. They got a ways up to the 444. Looks like about 7 laps between themselves and Hoffines. Haven't seen that driver in the Bruce Innovations 444 in quite some time. I'm sure he's nice and rested by this stage. Class Traffic has been doing a very good job with behaving out on the circuit. It's been a few scary moments out there from here and there, but haven't really seen too many that have tangled with one another. That is the good news, that everybody's been treating this extended race length with quite a bit of respect. This is our 99 of Jackowitz in the car, currently leading. Rob has helped drag this car to a victory yesterday. I think if they show up to more races, it's going to be a real problem for a lot of these other teams. The 94 finally has their hands full. 94 Motorsports, who was winning all of our previous races, suddenly finding themselves many laps down. In fact, some of that came from some penalties a little bit earlier, along with having to work on the drivetrain. You could see the difficulty in trying to overtake some of that class traffic, which I think is part of what also makes this very impressive, that they've behaved so well, because that 99 car is very clearly out-dragging the prototypes, and you would think that the difference in speed in the various places, despite the prototypes being quicker over a lap, would cause a lot of problems. But they've been quite respectful down into the corners. not trying to trip over one another, giving a little bit of room, and especially the trust from the ZR2 cars to just wait it out, knowing that the ZP2s are going to outbrake them once they get to the end of the straightaway and clears them down into the corner. Of course, one of them has to take a compromise line, but that is just the nature of the beast. Also want to give a shout out to the Camburn Performance car, the 177, still out there on the track. Last time we saw them, there was a lot of tape on the front of that blue Ginetta. They're still running in 5th, so they've still got a lot of work to do. Here's where finally that 59 car is able to shine a little bit more than the 99. Makes his way past. I mean, it was quite a few car lengths between them going down the back straightaway. That just goes to show you, after losing about a dozen of them, he's immediately passed by the time they get to the other end of the track. By the way, for those that have been watching the battle for the lead, the gap now down to about 10 seconds. Hibbett's been chomping away. McGurk's still trying to run consistent lap times. I am seeing relatively consistent laps, about 2 minutes and 3 seconds for the most part from the 59. The 4 has been about 2 seconds a lap quicker most laps, or in that range of these recent laps. And it's been a similar pace for Ethan Barker back there in the 77 Nimbus racing machine. Let's see, the 59 car that we've been watching, currently coming down through Hogpen, and the 4 is actually just coming through Roller Coaster now. So as they crest the hill, they actually should be able to see them and have that visual up ahead. In the meantime, we've got Joey back with us. And Joey, it's been not too much to report out there, but I can tell you that Hibbett is closing in bit by bit.
I can see that, yeah. Now under what is 10 seconds, that gap between McGurk and Hibbett. Ethan Barker also giving chase. That last time by was a 2:01.0 from that third car in line. That is that Nimbus Racing number 77 machine. Currently watching the 99 on the racetrack. Also conveniently named Team GTR 99. Currently driven by Rob Jackowitz. Has been the class of this ZR2 field ever since we dropped the green flag, and I can actually include yesterday into that as well. Of course, we had the 2.5 hour sprint race, the first ever sprint race Zenith Racing Series yesterday. And this ZR2 car won overall. Yes, you are hearing that right. It won in front of the ZP2 cars. Just the outright pace over the course of the 2.5 hours combined with the pit stop strategy. We had a couple of those code 60s as well that shook things up just a little bit. And they came out victorious, which was pretty cool to see. It's not the first time that we've seen a ZR2 class car out in front. We have seen one of the 9-4 Motorsports cars lead overall as well. I think it goes to show you how competitive this ZR2 class really is, and the GT4 platform of cars that can kind of fit right into this class and take them out with that horsepower to weight ratio and be able to compete against some of the best wheel to wheel here at Zenith Racing Series. Still just line astern out front in terms of the lap times. I think that McGurk actually responded just a touch on lap 192. It was a 2:02.4 in comparison to a 2:02.6. So both of them dealing with a little bit of traffic, and as they crossed that time, advantage swung heavily to Camden Hibbett by about 2 seconds now. So that number 4 car, like we heard Joe Peak say just a few minutes ago from round 3 racing, is starting to close it in. Ethan Barker in the 77 and Nimbus Racing still sitting there in third place. Roughly, I see about 20 seconds out of second. So if our top two cars fight it out for a few laps, we all know that can slow down the lap times, right? And if it's sacrificing 1, maybe 2 seconds per lap and you fight for 3 or 4 laps, all of a sudden 15 seconds can evaporate and Ethan Barker will be right on the tail of things once again. Uh-oh. Have the 94 car slow on the racetrack. This is on the back straightaway. This is our second place car in the ZR2 class, and we have seen this car maybe have a few hiccups from time to time. Have it slow on the racetrack and then maybe be able to get refired, but where it is on the back straightaway right now is actually in the uphill section. Now, it's not very steep uphill. However, I do see it coasting to a stop right now on driver's left. Hopefully, they'll be able to get this car refired. However, the driver definitely knows that it is coming to a halt and has pulled it 2 wheels off into the grass on driver's left-hand side. We'll just have to patiently wait to see if they're able to shut down the power in this thing, get it refired back, and see if that maybe fixes the issue. There's the message from race control. I know it says turn number 12, but turn 12 was the previous corner, and now we are getting a code 60 starting in about 10 seconds. This could make or break some strategy right now. And there it is. Code 60 is now applied for the number 94 car of Ed Fardos that is stopped currently on the back straightaway. And I understand that Jonathan Grace is down on pit lane with a little bit of an update of what's going on with this 9-4 Motorsports machine.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is the number 94 for the 9-4 Motorsports crew. A loss of reported drive. Team was speculating perhaps a differential, but they don't know for sure. They'll have to wait for further assessment, but that car, as you can see on the stream, is going to require recovery. I can tell you, Round 3 Racing is laying out and preparing for a round of pit stops just across. Their rivals all race to their right. Stratus Racing also gearing up for a pit stop, so I think at least in the ZP2 class, everyone going to try to take advantage of the slower overall on-track pace from this Code 60. That's not unique. We've seen that throughout the race, but I can certainly tell you there are driver changes on deck, and I think full tanks of fuel about to go in once these cars make their way down pit lane.
That's awesome information that we're getting from Jonathan down there, and I was especially keen to hear about what was happening with our top 3 in ZP2. Of course, we're seeing the safety trucks right now attend to that number 94 that is stuck on the back straightaway. However, hearing that round 3 Nimbus and Stratus are all gearing up for a pit stop, that tells me just you got to take advantage of these Code 60s when they're here. And right now is definitely one of those times, and especially with how close the racing was getting in that ZP2 class between first and second, you can't afford to get caught out and lose a ton of track position. Can report that it sounds like we got Joe Peak back here in the commentary booth, and just to fill you in real fast, because nothing eventful happened per se. We are under Code 60, but it was because of this 94 car just simply lost drive from what Jonathan was saying. So a little bit of a drive line issue somewhere in this car and pulled it off driver's left on the back straightaway.
Which definitely lines up with what we saw a little bit earlier, where they had to go behind the wall to try and solve those issues. So I fear they have not completely got them under control at this phase, and this could cost them a second place finish. It all depends on whether or not they get it out in time, and if the 41 can make up, let's see, it looks like about 4 laps I'm seeing to try and overtake them on the timing screen. So as we wait for that code 60 to end, which should be relatively soon, because we can see on our screens they're actually opening up the gate to get the car out of the back stretch, and now they've successfully given a release for the safety vehicle to get out of the way.
It may be just a little bit longer to retrieve the car back to pit lane this way. However, I think the big positive, right, is that you get the safety trucks off of the racetrack a whole lot sooner. So when you are running a race with the code 60 and don't have to wait for a safety car to make it all the way around to the start-finish line to resume green flag racing, we can do exactly this and say, hey, you know what, in under 10 seconds, we're going to be back green.
And I think that's about to be happening now. There it is. Green flag is out. Clay McGurk is still in pit lane, but Hibbett and Barker are both still out on the circuit. So this could see a quick change. McGurk, no, he is actually just out now. So we wait for the timing to update to see what position exactly they are in, because we could have another switch around to the top spot.
It's always interesting to see which one of these teams is going to kind of shuffle things around, and every pit stop seems to be just slightly different in terms of that timing. So there's the number 4 car. It is out in front of the number 5, and then Joe, there's the 59, and I think that was a huge wiggle. So the 59 is going to be stuck behind the number 3 car, and the number 3 car really slow on the racetrack. What's going on there? And now we're under another code 60. This was just a little interesting, wasn't it?
Okay, I'm trying to figure out what caused this latest one. I hope we didn't get visited by our coyote friend again, because it certainly was quick that this happened. So everybody comes to a slow crawl once again. Hibbett did get out in front of the 59, as Joey detailed, but it is not a huge gap, so he can still get back in there and try to catch back up. But Hibbett has been the quicker of the two of them before this, and that is why, as the Random Vandals 98 has buried itself into the tires.
I would expect this is off of turn number 12, turn 14 at the end of the back straightaway is where I'm guessing. It seems to be just slightly downhill off of a right-hander, and that kind of spells roller coaster for me. The front end of the car is completely underneath the tire wall. Now, the tire wall does not extend up over the windshield. I do feel like the cockpit of the car is completely okay, so the driver, is not out of the car quite yet, but I don't feel like it is anything significant in terms of that, other than just a little bit more of call it a snowplow shape going underneath the tires rather than into it.
The good news is I'm pretty sure I saw him moving inside, and I think he actually has the door open. So I think he is okay at this stage. Sadly, it's taken a little bit before we see the safety vehicles. There it is now, and they can take care of everything. This is by far the biggest hit that we have seen all race long up to this point. And in fact, you can see they're going to have to reverse out the car just to get him going. Let's go down to Jonathan, because he's actually in the pit stops talking about how things are really in flux right now.
Flux is exactly the right word to use, Joe, because I think the strategy right now is all scrambled up. We saw both R3R and Stratus laying out to make their stops for the top 3 or 4 positions in this race. As the field went green, everybody that was laying out for a pit stop pulled back, and immediately we saw the 59 come in. They would have timed that perfectly had it not been for the code 60 ending, and unfortunately they're going to effectively serve a drive-through penalty. Not that they were penalized, but they were going to lose time coming in and out of pit lane without making their stop. They will not lose any further time for the service, although I can see the 59 their changes anticipate. We'll update when those cars are back in pit lane, but now everyone, for the second time in about 5 minutes, laying out for pit stops.
Now, the fact that that car wound up there, to me, says it was at speed, and we had gone back to racing for at least a little bit, Joey. That seems extremely sudden, and I wouldn't have thought that the tires and brakes had gotten that cool in that period of time. This seems like an uncharacteristic mistake from Kevin.
100%. I don't know what happened, and I agree with you. I don't think that these tires... Actually, look at the safety truck spinning all 4 tires trying to get this thing out. Uncharacteristic out of Kevin. He does not crash cars like that. He's not known as a driver that's going to go and tear up equipment. And so you're right. You're not used to seeing this random vandal's car buried into the tires. I do have one theory, and this is plop on your tinfoil hat here, folks. Under the code 60, I wouldn't be surprised if the drivers are trying to clean off the tires, right? And that's going to be left and right, just trying to swerve to clean them off, build the tire pressure, build the tire temperature back up. I wonder if maybe he drove it over a couple little curbs in that process, got a little bit of brake pad knockback, and the first time he went for the brakes, once we went back green, it just wasn't there.
Might be that. Again, just speculation at this point. In the meantime, Jonathan can report on the pit stops happening with the leaders right now.
They are in. It is chaotic in pit lane. You can hear the 59 leaving. Actually was the best of the stops for Stratus. It is fresh tires going on. It looks like just a slightly scrub set onto the left side of the number 4. The front left 5 lug nuts come off. It was a tank of fuel that went off as that fuel can was thrown over the wall. Fuel was splashed out. 1, 2, 3 round racing cars. It is crowded. In comes the 77 as well. The 4 is still at the nose of this field. It was a driver change, and now it is a second tire going on. It's going to be a rear right changed, a rear left change. We saw the front left change. I wonder if they're going to change all 4. You're allowed to do so midway through this race. It is going to be fresh rubber on all 4 corners. No changes so far for the 3, but it is wedged between its 2 teammates as the driver change takes place in the 5 just behind. Your ZR2 leader has come in, but to avoid some of the traffic, that BMW had to nose into its pit box sideways. Plenty of space is now. The 908 is having to be pushed back so it can refire. The 59 is off and away. 77 in for fuel. 1 tank, 2 tanks, engine on. It's off and away. You can hear it fire the engine. Good clean stop. It looks like the 4 might be losing track. The 3 having to be pushed back. Finally, the 4 off the air jacks, but it's the 3, the teammate, the sister car. It's a race off of pit lane, and the 3 is out ahead of the 4.
We thought pit stops would be an important part of this race. I didn't think they'd quite wind up to be that action-packed out there. In the meantime, let's head down to Sloan. She's got one of the drivers with HRD.
Hey guys, over here with Alex. They say Alexis too, apparently. Okay, Alex over at HRD. They just had a great pit stop. I believe you guys took 2 tires, or this was your second tire that you took today?
Yeah, we took 1 tire earlier, I think the previous stop, and we just took our second tire on this stop.
Okay, gotcha. And you just got out of the car, right?
Yeah, I did.
How was it?
It was pretty intense. The track is definitely getting a little slick out there. You can see in all the turns, things are getting very black and a lot of rubber and emulsification down, and it's getting slippery.
Slippery. So is that what caused you guys to come in and grab another tire, or what was that about?
Oh, no, the tire was bald. The tire was very bald. We came in, but the code 60 is what prompted us to come in.
So you would have stayed out there with a bald tire if there was not a code 60, or?
Yeah, I had at least another 15, 20 minutes in my stint. I would have survived somehow.
Wow, that is honestly impressive. So do you have any strategy for the rest of the race?
Go fast and win.
I love that. Are you fueling your team with any type of food to go fast and win?
I try to get them to drink water, but they're drinking terrible things and eating hamburgers, so.
We had a raspberry Uncrustable that was divine. It like came down from heaven.
Wow, that's really, really special. You like raspberry?
Well, I didn't until I had this raspberry Uncrustable.
That's phenomenal. I don't think I've ever heard of a raspberry Uncrustable before. Me either.
Carly is the true winner.
If you don't know, we do have a cart girl who's going around, and she's got snacks, she's got water, she's got literally everything, and apparently raspberry Uncrustables, which is pretty great. So tell me, is this your guys' first race with Zenith?
Yes, our first race with Zenith, having a good time so far, no question.
I'm so glad. And you guys are from where?
Northern New Jersey, Long Island, and New York State.
Wow, East Coasters. Okay, well, glad that you got
Tiv is really from Hungary, but we don't.
Oh my! Oh, we're all over the place. Very exciting. Well, thank you guys for your time. I absolutely love the enthusiasm over here. We're happy to have you guys in the paddock, and wish you guys best of luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Back to you.
So that was Todd Rutura. I can attest. We've got to watch him compete, and one of those that comes from that New York area. But Joey, that pit report sounded like something I'd get from you talking about Raspberry Uncrustables.
Well, what's wrong with Raspberry Uncrustables?
I just every single time I feel like you have an opinion on food that you can share with me. So that one just felt like something that I'd get out of you.
Now, I will say, I do have an opinion. Yeah, I honestly, I've never actually had an Uncrustable sandwich. Now, I was a picky little brat of a kid that didn't want crust on his sandwich, right? But I've never had one of these new Uncrustables. Have you?
It's been a minute. They're not bad, I have to say, but I haven't tried the raspberry one. So we'll see what we can do after the race to get that sorted out. Now, interestingly, they're pulling the flatbed away. Is he able to drive this car back potentially? No, excuse me. Looks like they're getting the ropes out. So yeah, they're going to flat tow it.
I wouldn't be surprised if they get this car back to the garage and there's not a ton of damage. Remember that round 3 car that went into the tires, call it a couple hours ago down at turn number 12. Now, I expect that one went in at a little bit of a slower speed. However, that car didn't have a whole ton of front-end damage. It kind of shows you how resilient these cars can be. I think that this car more went under the tires than anything versus going and causing heavy damage into it. You see him pulling it right now by the strap. I do see at least the front left is pretty crumpled up on this car now that it's kind of pivoting around to something where you can see it.
Yeah, so I wonder if that does it. Or they're removing it, so they will in fact need the flatbed in the end. This won't cost us, I think, too much time because we're hearing from Jonathan that they are sending some tire bundles out, so they might need a little bit of time to get that fixed. With 4 hours and 45 minutes left to go, we aren't going to be out too much racing in relative comparison to the total time we're out here. But as the teams prepare to load up the stricken number 98, most of the teams have already managed to be in and out.
I also, just kind of checking up on the various classes, it's pretty impressive how far in front the 99 car is in ZR2. I understand that Jonathan Grace has an update for us on one of those cars in class, the 290 car.
The 290, who did a nice job of climbing its way back up the order before an electrical gremlin plagued them. They spent a significant amount of time in pit lane. Happy to report they are now back out on track in that beautiful white, great-sounding Ginetta, albeit multiple laps down. They will continue to try to finish this race and learn as much as they can for the next round. It seemed the solution was to route some air to blow cool air onto the electrical components that were overheating. That is all the information I got, but it seems that everything is in working order and that Ginetta is fired and away under code 60.
And that puts them back behind the other Ginetta. We should point out, for the first time in a long time, they are out of 5th place and now up to 4th with multiple laps over the 290. So I don't think that's going to be changing very quickly. Between the Virginia dirt and the missing bodywork, that car is looking a little bit more like a modified right now.
I wasn't prepared to put that mental image in my head with the skew and everything. Yeah, no, I'm going to have to eat my own words here because I thought that this car was totally okay and it more went under the tires, but just the more we're able to see the front left, it pretty much looks destroyed on the front left. Very unfortunate for Random Vandals.
Yeah, so maybe went in it just a little bit catty-cornered and hit the front left instead of directly where maybe it could have absorbed some of that impact. You could see them lining it up on the entry to the flatbed here. Sure, that's its own skill for the track workers, is giving them a little bit of complication to try and extract this one compared to what we've had with all the previous incidents, which have been pretty darn simple, of removing what few cars have actually come to a halt out there from the racing surface. So this might wind up being one of our longest Code 60s we'll see, at least up to this point in the race, and we're about 7 hours and some change into it.
I can't help but to think that gosh dang Wile E. Coyote had something to do with this.
You know what? He could have been trying to avoid the coyote. We don't.
And it's a raccoon
We haven't
car.
got word yet,
right? I mean, it's wildlife on wildlife.
Oh, good catch on that one, Joey. You've apparently upset Sloan for blaming the coyote, though. So let's go to Jonathan in the meantime. Sounds like the 3 car is back in pit lane.
It is, and just as quickly as back out, because it was a beautifully clean swap of all 4 tires for that number 3 round 3 racing car. We mentioned the blue, the red, and the number 4 yellow car came in all at once, and it was so chaotic the team did not want to change tires in that melee because they would have had to back the car up to do so, filled it full of fuel, and sent it back on its way. Quick examination of the tires now. Boy, they are toast. They are in good shape. They are not corded, but they are significantly worn in this Virginia heat. So if there was a good a time as ever to change tires, I think now was it. But trying to utilize the benefit of slowing the field down under Code 60 to change that rubber, albeit with another trip down pit lane.
With tires balder than me and other tires looking like they were about to give up, I think, Joey, that teams are starting to get a better picture of just how close it's going to be by the time we get to this 12-hour mark on those tires. Caring for your equipment going to be job number 1.
Now, I have seen how bald you are, but what I am trying to picture right now is maybe that shredded tire and a wig that we could somehow get on you for something like that.
My wife does have dreadlocks, for what it's worth, so
I don't know if she'd be willing to let you borrow them, Joe.
This is true. We'll take a picture later playing around with it, but we've got the car now up on the truck bed, and we're going to be going back racing here pretty soon, most likely, unless there is some work to be done on those tires. We haven't seen them come on over for that, and I don't see any that look too out of place, at least here, unless they were sending them off somewhere else where they didn't like the way that they looked from something earlier on. But safety vehicles, go ahead.
I was just going to say, typically when they have to replace those tire bundles, it's when they physically get out from the wrapping, right? There's almost like a plastic wrap that goes around those tire bundles. And when they get out from underneath that, typically, aka when they get hit really hard, that's when they have to be replaced. But it seemed like they were able to stay within that band.
Yeah, and I think that's what we've got here is you can see the cars have been just kind of puttering around at this speed. It's about 36 miles an hour when you get the 60 kph. And I think we're going to be seeing that removed shortly because we should have those safety vehicles into an opening, since I think there's a number of them coming down that hill that are easily accessible, including the pit lane itself. But this is our leader, Clay McGurk, who is ahead of Ethan Barker. Now, I believe that was after the pit stops, because I want to say that we had the 77 at the front before those pit stops. Did we not?
No, I do not believe so. I believe that the 77 was really in third place, giving chase, at least before a lot of this Code 60 shenanigans happened. And remember, we had 2 Code 60s kind of back to back, so things got a little bit shuffled up and then re-slowed down almost immediately. But from before the initial Code 60, it was the 59 ahead of the 4, ahead of the 7. And it was, I believe, Bellaman in the car. It could have been Piatek in the car that was hunting down McGurk. That was really the gap that we were watching, was the 4 catching the 59. And then we had these, call it double Code 60s.
And pardon that, just for a moment, had a little bit of a flash of a hiccup, but looks like the 909 just emerged from pit lane, as now we finally get official word that green flag will be starting imminently. The clock starts to count down. That allows the 909 to get back out in 5th place, which interestingly is in the same lap as the 98 who was involved in that incident. So we're going to see them up to 4th in class after that one. Green flag is out. McGurk does not waste any time. He does not want to allow Barker or Piatek to close in anymore.
It can be a little bit of a difficult task to do when you're a driver and you've been under these slower conditions for so long, and you get back going and we've got more problems on the racetrack. I believe this is in between 5 and 6. Car gets refired. Almost seems to be like one of those electrical issues where as long as the driver is able to completely shut down the car in terms of the battery and the power cycle, it can come back to life.
That, I think, was the 58. Matt Million currently in that car. They were experiencing problems earlier on, but it looks like they solved them, came back out, and maybe had one final little trip up out there. Let's hope that that is the last of it. Do want to say that we're being told that Kevin Boehm is fine right now. So that is the best news that we've been wanting to hear.
Catch back up with the 290 out there. They are still sitting in what is 5th place in that ZR2 class. I think I see Johann Schwartz behind the wheel currently, being chased by the Retro Rockets machine, and that is just on track. Retro Rockets a little bit further down, I should say actually a little bit further up. They have been up in 3rd place in that ZR2 class.
Yeah, exactly. And the 41, I think, has been as high as 2nd at one point. It's been a back and forth between themselves and the 94. But right now, the 94 holds that advantage. I don't think that's going to be for much longer. And, well, as soon as I say that, on my timed and scoring, they swap places because the 94 Motorsports car was dragged back to pit lane last we saw. So now, Retro Rockets is one more step up the podium, but let's see what the gap is. 8 laps? Or no, is that 18 laps? I think that's 18 laps up to the 99.
Correct.
Wow.
Yeah. I know. I had looked at it, I think before I had spoken with Jonathan maybe 10, 15 minutes ago, and I had to do the double take as well. I was like, wow, that Team GTR 99 car is way out in front. And also in ZR3 class, I know we're getting some race control messages about some tire allotment penalties that you guys can kind of read out. That's the 411 for Heinlein Racing out there in 4th place in the ZR3. But we had that car back in ZR3, the 392, which was looking so good, right? And then they took that huge 5-lap tire penalty. Well, it has breathed a little bit of life into the 330. That's the HQ Autosports machine driven by Mike Donick right now. And I believe you had said something about that machine. We haven't spoken about them too much, but very, very quietly find themselves in 2nd place in class.
Sometimes that's the best way to go about these long races, is just do your thing. Don't stir up any drama. If you don't have the pace, you don't want to draw attention to yourself. No, none of the other teams really going to be watching that closely then at that stage. So, yeah, the 330 has been flying under the radar. They're about a lap ahead of the 392. So that's the good news for them if you're following that 330 team and cheering them on. The bad news is it's 4 laps behind the 76, who has been hard to touch after their initial problems with their mirror early on.
Watching these overhead shots here, I just can't speak enough about VIR, the entire facility there. Of course, I love the road racing circuit and full course, which we are running here, but they have so many alternate courses between the Grand course, the Patriot course. You can even just run the interior. You can run, I forget what they call the big giant version of it all, is 59.
Grand West and Grand East.
Okay, there you go. I got a little nervous there, is that ZR car almost looked like it was going to bump draft a little ZP, and I was worried for that spoiler. But yeah, no, just an amazing facility, and then you consider the go-karting as well, just outside of what is kind of turn number 1 on the racetrack, the condos, the barns that they've got, the garages, the paddock that they completely paved over about, 10 years ago now, maybe even 15 years ago. It used to be an all-gravel paddock, so VIR is keeping up with the times, and it is definitely one of the premier road race facilities in North America.
I said it yesterday during our 2.5-hour show that, I love all the work that they have been putting into it. By the way, off to the side, we've been getting pictures of the damage of that Random Vandals car, and it is definitely extensive. The team's been carefully expecting it, and there you can see it now on your screens, and also just how much it was dug into the dirt as well. That sort of snowplow effect, like you were saying, Joey, did it no favors.
Look at how strong the car is. You see the crew member going over there and standing on the splitter. Now, this is a broken car, right? And he is using his foot on the splitter, and it is completely using the entire shock absorber. I think that goes to show you how strong these cars actually are. It ripped off the front left fender. And he's even trying to move around that front left corner, see what arms are broken, see if there's any lateral movement as well as any vertical movement in the car. And Joe, I know it looks drastic, but I only think that maybe there's a couple broken arms and a lot of body work that's gone.
Well, crossing my fingers for the team that it isn't as much work as we had feared as we started to get pictures of it emerging from that tire barrier. But it is still Clay McGurk, by the way, who is leading right now. I think that's who we're watching on screen coming down the hill in that 59 gap. I'm showing it about 13 and a half seconds over Barker. And actually, Clay was outpacing Ethan on the last lap. Let's see what this one holds.
202.5 compared to a 203.1. Those are those lap times you were just mentioning here. The 59 is going to cross the line. Very, very consistent. The 202.8. Now, the 77 was about 10, maybe 14 seconds behind. He's going to be crossing the line here momentarily, and Timing and Scoring will update his lap. 203.00. So the Stratus racing car resumes to be the fastest car on the racetrack, at least inside the top couple.
Interesting. The tides have changed, because remember, he was being gobbled up almost 2 seconds a lap for a long while, but Ethan Barker not looking like he's able to match it, at least on these laps that we have watched. Now, traffic could always be a part that maybe we're missing, and we're hearing the 290 is now headed behind the wall. What's happened?
Oh, no. Yeah, for a car and a team that has really fought back from a lot this race. They had dropped down to what is 5th place in class after being up as high as 2nd, I believe, and it was really kind of the heartwarming comeback story. But I saw that Ginetta cruise on pit lane behind the Random Vandals car, so they are not even on pit road. They're back by the garages.
Jonathan says it is more electrical problems. And we've seen that, I think, from both of the Ginettas, if I'm remembering correctly, because didn't the 177 also have to have the team kind of looking underneath the hood for a little bit?
And they had more, maybe, imbalance on the tape as well.
Yeah. Yeah, Jonathan reminding me it was a vibration on the 177, so maybe not electrical for both of them. Still, a bit of a shame to see them both run into such serious troubles that at least one of them we might not see at the end. It all depends if they can get those electrical problems fixed this time. They've got 4.5 hours to try and get it on the track. But at this point, they're now losing many laps up to the 177. And we've said that's the end of it before, or at least won't see them climb very high. But at this point, I'm not going to write anybody off.
You know, it's been a few hours of endurance racing over here, Joe, and my mind is wandering a little bit. I wonder if you could get one of those raspberry Uncrustables into the slushy machine.
I don't tempt Sloan. I feel like that's something she might try if we left her to her own devices.
I'm just saying, it's available.
They asked a bunch of the drivers when they gathered information of what the weirdest thing they ate at a racetrack was. I have a feeling that you would have some interesting answers based on the way your brain is going.
Look, I am always a fan of racetrack food. I've never been a huge combination guy, It's funny you mention him. My dad always loved to mix his food, but I've never been like that. But at the racetrack, I do love my racetrack food. Big time shout out to the Snack Shack, the stand over there at VIR. I always loved their chicken sandwiches. I always know that they're upgrading as well. They got a bunch more stuff on the menu, but I always knew that a chicken sandwich over there at VIR could definitely cure a hungry tummy.
All right, so if you're listening from the track race fans, there you go. There's your recommendation from Joey, who you could consider a local, at least for about 10 years, having spent a lot of time at this track in his early career. But we're watching that 24 car still out there. Another of our vehicles that deserves what we sometimes lovingly refer to as the Dory Award. They're the last car running, and I promise you it is meant with the utmost respect to the drivers out there, because when you are the last on the field, it can often feel a little bit hopeless. So to see a team that has the spirit of the race behind them and keep carrying on in spite of their track position always gives me heart and makes me excited to see that they just love racing. Doesn't matter if they're first or last, they love being on the track.
Will Tompkins driving that number 24 for Montgomery Motorsports, and just kind of taking a look at that ZR3 class in front of them. There are two cars in class that, as long as they keep chugging away and doing those laps, they should be able to pass them. So what is a 9th placing class could easily turn into a 7th placing class, and they're actually going to jump up several positions in terms of the overall running order, as long as they're able to continue on.
And that's pretty much what everybody's been doing for quite some time, is just get it back out there, carry on, and don't do things like that. The 59 is pushing as McGurk trails through the dirt coming out of Oak Tree for a good chunk. That was definitely a number of feet that he's had two wheels off.
I'm all for it. I think it's okay if you use a little bit of grass and dirt. After all, I did grow up racing spec Miatas, so I think that the racetrack is significantly wider than what it actually is.
If it gets you the lap times, then you might as well use it, I suppose, is the theory you got to go by in racing. So it seems like McGurk kind of subscribes to that. Now, last time by, he was about 7/10 slower than Barker. We're going to watch him cross. Let's see if that dirt gives him any lap time. He crosses with the 2:03.1. That's a little bit slower than what he did last time, so don't think we can count that racing line as effective for him. And then we know that Barker, maybe about 13 seconds. We'll make that 10 seconds back. Ran a 2:01.2. Now the Nimbus Racing team is responding.
Don't discount that line yet. He just needs a couple laps to be able to optimize it, Joe. He'll figure it out, okay? Sometimes you just need a couple laps to be able to optimize that off-track racing line. But you're right. Ethan Barker, all jokes aside, took out 2 seconds that lap. And before those Code 60s, remember how we were reporting that the number 4 was chasing down the 59? he is in a similar position, just a little bit further back in terms of where he is on track right now. He has been turning laps consistently faster than our top two. It just depends on when he hits the multi-class traffic, because they are hitting him at different areas on the racetrack when they catch him.
Manage the traffic, make good decisions, be safe, but at the same time, try not to lose time, because after nearly 8 hours at this stage, we have our top three separated by, let's see, what's the total? 28 seconds, which in a sprint race would obviously sound like a lot of time between them, but you consider how quickly things have swapped around, either with issues out on the circuit or changing drivers or the pit strategy, that those 28 seconds means that all three of them are easily in the hunt for the victory.
And things are going to start to get tight, right? They're going to start to worry a little bit more of, where's our fuel window? Should we be picking up the pace just a little bit? Where's our competitors in terms of their pit stop cycle? Because our top three has been pretty much identical, within 1 lap, maybe 2 laps of each other in terms of when they are pitting and taking those driver swaps and the full tanks of fuel. I guess that's the biggest outlier, is the driver changes haven't been identical on when they are swapping the drivers, and that could certainly play a key part once we get towards these closing stages.
And we have seen enough of a difference in pace, while not majorly dramatic. It's enough that if you put the right driver in the car at the right time, you could find seconds per lap compared to your rivals. So that strategy is going to be paid close attention to all the way to the end of this race. The 909 got bumped up to 4th in class after Kevin Boehm's car was overtaken. And then Pease in the number 3 round 3 racing also makes his way back up into the top 5. So we continue to see changing around four class position in these prototypes late in the race. The 59 having to wait a little bit for the 41, and then now I fear that ZR2 car is going to start to frustrate him more, as he'll have more grunt down the back straightaway. Checking back in with our Ginetta, the 177 now up onto the podium thanks to the problems to the number 94 team. So another return to form from Camburn Racing after they also were down in the depths for many hours in this race.
Kind of both Ginettas have been a similar story, haven't they? We've really been documenting the 290 and how they've been able to come back. A little bit of a heartbreak recently seeing them in the garage, but you're right that the Camburn performance car finds themselves in a nice position because of it. Back up onto the podium in that 177, got to chase down Retro Rockets, which is another one of those cars that has just been quietly chugging away right now, finds themselves second in that ZR2 class. Here is the shot of that heavily taped front end on that 177. There's the 909 of Automatic Racing. Another one of these stories that, guess what? If you have a little bit of trouble with the car or a little bit of trouble on the racetrack and you've got the solid team behind you that you can rely and say, hey, we've had problems, but we can fix this thing, and you can keep doing laps out there. Yeah, you may be a handful of laps down from the leader, but you look at the overall spots, that 909 is up into the top 5 overall, 4th in class.
So as they carry on, they're going to keep that tucked away without a doubt. We watch them come down the hill. Big drop through there at Hogpen, and then along the main straight. That's the suites and the garages, by the way, that you can stay at the track just above where they're working on the cars. Just be prepared for maybe an early morning wake up if you aren't part of the regular team working the event, because the cars will start to fire up in the morning. So we see that 909 get by a couple of our GT cars, the ZR2 machine having to play patient, unfortunately, as the ZR3 not exactly letting him by quickly.
Back to the inside of turn number 4. If you're side by side, thankfully the Ginetta is able to clear him by turn number 5. If you go side by side through turn 5, it can cause some major choke points all the way through the lower S's, where the cars really then have to drag race down this short chute to the climbing section of the S's. But thankfully Clark was able to just sneak right on by the inside, and it was a non-issue. And you can see the Bruce Innovations car, because they did not get by, are held up all the way down here through Oak Tree.
This 444 has been another interesting one to follow all throughout the race. As Hofines has brought it up to 4th, just outside of the podium. Seeing, I think, about a lap behind, maybe less than that, over Zerbuchen. I'll see when our timing and scoring starts to catch up, if that changes here. Otherwise, they've got to make up a fair bit. Not impossible, as we've seen, to get back into the hunt on this one. But it looks like they are, in fact, a full lap behind there. We've got 3 cars left on the lead lap. So that's really what is perhaps the most tantalizing thing about this, is that up at the very front, the overall win is still being contested. And speaking of which, I just realized, Joey, since we looked last, it's gone down to 2.5 seconds between McGurk and Barker.
What I think is pretty neat, yes, the gap is closing. A little bit of a race on the track down into turn number 1, just between these cars, not necessarily for position itself. But I was doing the math. We are currently on lap number 208. Once they complete lap 208, that is 680 miles completed here at VIR. And to your point, our top 3 still on the lead lap.
Car 24 has stopped, but it looks like they're getting going now that we're getting live picture. Saw a little smoke maybe coming out the back, but it dissipated quickly. So hopefully that wasn't anything terminal. They're another of those cars that we're talking about that have been circulating far back down. They're no longer the last running. That is the 85 of AOA Racing right now. They've got Manley currently plopped into that car.
This has been a pretty good scrap here between these 2 different BMWs. It's the 444 machine with Hofines in the car. TJ Hofines currently driving that, call it black with the day glow yellow vinyl. I believe that is one of the AOA Racing machines that is directly in front. I believe that might be the number 85, and they're back out there on the racetrack. Of course, both of the AOA Racing machines having to deal with some of the problems a little bit earlier on. Here's a top speed difference between the 2 different modeled cars. Certainly seemed like the Bruce Innovations car maybe had a little bit more mid-range, accelerating up through that straightaway, but once they got to a little bit more of a terminal top speed, the AOA car was able to regain that advantage. And here's that gap that you were talking about. The 77 is within missile lock range.
There we go. Another battle for the lead, potentially. I saw maybe they had something dangling off the right-hand side. That's where they taped up those rear tail lights. Hopefully it's not coming loose for a second time here, and put themselves under threat of needing to come in to fix that, especially with them so close to being able to take the lead away. They've been outpacing the Stratus Racing machine for many laps now. It's taken them quite a while to cut it down. Let's see as they cross the line how close it is. We can visually see, of course, but it was up as high as about 20 seconds between them. They'll cross the timing line, and I'm showing less than 1/10 of a second as they cross.
Pretty impressive. The hunt is on. Can Clay McGurk hang on to this lead? I believe this is his second stint, at least in terms of this part in the race. Of course, he was driving a little bit earlier in the course of this 12-hour race, but He has now been stuck inside this number 59 for a pretty good amount of time. And he has been out front the entire time that he has been in the car. Ethan Barker has been hunting him down. It's just a matter of, can he find a way around this Stratus Racing car?
Ethan's already using some psychological warfare as he was flashing the headlights at him to try and distract McGurk. Didn't seem to do anything, at least at this stage, but we'll see what other sort of tactics he tries to pull out of his hat at this stage, getting close to the final third of this race ticking over. Won't mean a whole lot other than we've only got 4 hours left to go. On to the backstretch. This is where you need that good run. Both the tires are getting so worn out for all the cars by this stage. If you get the grip, if you find the limit of getting that throttle down, you could have a good effect, but it's not good enough for Ethan, who stays just out of range.
Look at the slipstream. It's just so powerful that once you get really towards the end of the straightaway, you can physically see that closing rate. Yeah, it wasn't close enough by getting into that brake zone in order to make the lunge, but as long as you're a little bit closer and you see him swing the car out wider to try to really square up the exit of Hogpen turn number 17, that's going to provide him a little bit of an advantage in terms of the top speed. You see him already closing in on the 59. Which piece of racetrack does Clay decide to defend? Right in the middle. It's going to make Ethan go the long way around, try to outbrake Malaka from the inside car there. They're still neck and neck, door to door. Clay edges out ahead at the exit of turn number 2.
They've got to be careful, especially for Clay, taking that inside, locking it up. If he runs into the side of Barker, that could be a penalty for either one of them, not to mention the damage that might cause. You don't want to get a full lap penalty this late in the race. It's going to be a lot harder to try and make it up at this sharp end of the field. So he holds him off for now as we get an update that the 24, sadly, has had to move it behind the wall. So some more serious issues to be addressed with that car that was stopped on track a little bit ago. Barker got one shot at it. What's he going to get for the second attempt?
A little bit of a game of chess right here, right? Going down into Oak Tree. I feel like how close Ethan was following him through the S's. He probably could have pushed the issue going into Oak Tree, but probably feels like that's not his best passing opportunity. He probably feels like it is getting the run out of turn number 12 and using that slipstream and hopefully passing him here at the end of the back straightaway, then using the momentum through Roller Coaster and Hogpen to accelerate away. He's a little bit closer this time. The 59, once again, right smack in the middle of the road. The 77 is on driver's left, outbrakes him going into Roller Coaster. Ethan Barker back to the top of the point.
Well, he used to sing in a barbershop quartet when he was younger, and I'd say right now he is in perfect harmony with this car. Really brought it back from a long ways and now lead this race once again. The 77, the 59, the 4 have all traded that top spot at various moments in this latter half of the race. For now, it will belong to Nimbus Racing. Of course, they do have what looks to be a little lap traffic, so this might not be over and dusted yet.
A little bit of a nervous moment there as well for Ethan. I don't know if that was just the rear end stepping out or avoiding action around that 444, but definitely had to alter the steering wheel angle just a little bit. And what was a pass on the back straightaway. Now McGurk definitely has to take avoiding action from that AOA Racing BMW. And I was about to say what was an extremely close battle for the lead is now ballooned way up. It's got to be 5 seconds or more.
You talked about the difference in height between those cars, and I don't even know if that BMW could see that he was trying to get around the outside there. It was practically in his blind spot, and it was nothing untoward. I don't think there was anything intentional there, but was just about gave me a heart attack. I can only imagine Clay inside that thing.
I hear you. However, the outside of turn number 5 is always going to be a closing door or a dirt
100%. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm kind of amazed that he even considered that one. I think he desperately wanted to keep up with the 77, maybe a little too desperate in that moment, as now we got one of the farther down cars in the ZP2 class. I think that might be the 908 that we're seeing that's splitting this pair.
I believe you're right. As they go down through this roller coaster section. All downhill. Heavy compression right there through, call it just past the apex of what is turn number 17. You also have 17A. It's kind of a really long right-hand corner where you definitely have to rotate the car at the beginning, really let it settle into the compression, and then hopefully the car continues to turn around the, call it, final quarter of the turn. As it's still busy down here in turn number 1. Those two BMWs, even though it's not for position, are loving the racing between each other.
It does feel to me like they're having fun out there. I thought maybe the 444 had finally gotten that one done, but no dice. Still the lapped car is not going to give this one away. Now they're being approached by Piatek in the 4, who's also still trying to catch up to McGurk. That last lap with that big checkup for Clay, by the way, a 2:05.3.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm just seeing that as well. And Piatek, a 2:09. Going to have to keep an eye on now the gap between second and third. I did hear that potentially pit stop should be coming up relatively soon. Just have to keep an eye on that as well. And got to remember, these top 3 cars, the 77, the 59, and the 4, have all been pretty much identical within 1 or 2 laps when it comes down to taking those pit stops.
Let's go down to Sloan. She's having a chat with Randy Kenny at Round 3 Racing.
Here with Randy Kinney at Round 3 Racing, also with his dad named Randy Kinney too, which is very interesting, but he's not a Randy Kinney Jr. Anyway, Randy, you were kind of giving us a overview of how your day's gone today. You want to tell the viewers at home what your day's been like?
Yeah, it's been fun. This track is just so much fun to drive, but I got in for my stint and my cool shirt wasn't working, so I was absolutely exhausted by the end of 2 hours, and it was the hottest I think I've ever driven in a race car. I don't know how people did it for decades, but yeah, that was my experience earlier. Gonna be hopping in later.
Yeah, I don't know how you survived that, honestly. I'm barely surviving out here in the wind in a short sleeve shirt, so I commend you for that. How's Atlas doing?
Atlas is doing fantastic. He just had a spa day a week or 2 ago. I think they put cucumbers on his eyes and everything. It was great.
I love that. Take care of your folks, or your pets, folks. Wow, the heat's really getting to me, I think. All right, so when are you going to hop back in the car again?
At some point in the next, how long is left in the race? 4 hours? Some point in the next 4 hours. I don't know exactly when. Carter's doing great, so he can stay in there as long as he wants to.
Well, poor Carter. I think the heat's getting to us all a little bit, but hopefully we're going to get some more cloud coverage later. But anyway, thank you, Randy, and we are excited to see you back on track a little bit later.
Thank you, Sloan.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, I think that it's going to get more and more rough, even with the sun going down, because now it's not just the heat, but the effects of the heat over this extended period. You're going to feel that exhaustion, that feeling after you've been outside in the sun for a long day, going to start to wash over these drivers. As I think the 3 car is having to watch these two try to sort this out. He probably is yelling that they need to pick a lane so that he can find his way by. He gets at least one down to the oak tree, but I don't think he's going to get the other down the back straight.
I think yelling was probably the right term, and the number 3 car was doing the right thing, right? He is several laps down from any sort of class position, and now he's going to be even more frustrated. He's going to be holding the fist out the window as the BMW motors by him on the front straightaway. But it is a tough spot for moto to be in with round 3 racing, several laps off of any sort of position, but like I said, doing the right thing, not interrupting anybody else.
The fist or the Tommy Milner? That's the big question.
I don't think it was to that point quite yet.
No. I wouldn't think so. But we're going to ride on board with the 777 of Jenkins, at least for a brief moment, and also check in with our 411 car, Rubenstein, currently behind the wheel of that Heinlein Racing Porsche. They're running in 5th. They were up onto the podium for a little bit earlier on this race. They've had a penalty or two, I think, for the tire changes. I'd almost be curious to see if there was some way to collate the data of which teams haven't had a penalty for tires by this point, because there's been a lot of them.
It's a long race, and that would be an interesting data point to really see in which tires were they taking. Were they only taking one? Were they taking multiple sets? And just kind of driven around here quite a bit. I bet you the majority are going to be the left side, primarily the front left. And if you're changing one of the left side tires, you might as well change them both. It's not that you're going to only lean on the front left. You're leaning on that left rear pretty significantly through a lot of these corners as well. Kind of just depends on how the car is set up. And when you talk about having tires on for that long of an amount of time, the car has to be well balanced, because if you have a lot of understeer in the car, you're going to be going through a lot of front tires. If the car is really, really loose and you just can't keep the rear end underneath you when you go to the gas or even in the middle of the corner, guess what? You're going to be going through a lot of rear tires. So all of these cars out here are well balanced.
Sounds like Carl Rebe, our leader, is going to get a relief from the heat. Let's go down to Jonathan.
That's right, 76 is in. Good clean stop. 1 tank of fuel done. Second tank is in. Vent valve comes off, and 6 more gallons go aboard that BMW. Team scrambling as the brakes are smoking, but you would expect that here in the Virginia heat. We're seeing a driver change in effect as well. No rush. The team looks cool, calm, and collected despite the heat. As now the Hans device and the straps go on. There's so much that goes into a driver change. And now tires going over the wall. That is fresh rubber. Over goes the jack. And here's the call we've been waiting for. Would they or won't they switch tires? We are getting at least one change. Like they told us before, it's that front left that's been seeing a lot of that load in a right-hand biased track, or turn biased track rather, much of that load. So they'll have a little bit of fresh rubber, but they're struggling to get those lug nuts off. Again, they have a few laps of a buffer, so no rush. But the team is still trying to get that fresh rubber on as quickly as possible. This is their first tire change of the day that can see the tire that has come off, and my goodness, there's absolutely no tread left on it. It is toast. So if you're going to change, now's the time to do it. That is just about corded. I think they've timed this tire change perfectly.
And you could see they've got a number of crew members over. Now, they are limited, I believe, if I'm remembering the rules correctly, to how many can be over the wall at once. So they do have to be cognizant of that. This should put them in a decent position towards the end of this race. So quite literally, a full stop, other than maybe going up to 4 full tires, which I don't think they would want on this one. But this should make quite a significant difference to the end after the 14 car we're seeing getting another penalty with Blevins now behind the wheel, and that's for too many tires changed.
And I don't want to jump to conclusions over here. However, there was one of the crew members over the wall without a fire suit or anything on like that, so I wonder if they're taking a look at that. I'm not sure if that is one specific rule, but most of the time it is.
And I think they were well within the limit of numbers, at least, because Jonathan's letting me know it's 6 over the wall, including the driver. So there we go on that one. And again, that is attempting to keep those costs down. We don't need Formula One pit stops in this series to get the tires on and off in less than 3 seconds. But it still provides quite the challenge to make sure that you are efficient on the lane. As we check out the Liqui BMW returning to the course, being chased by that number 4 at Piatek, who runs in 3rd in the ZP2s.
And check out that last lap time from Oliver, a 2-minute 0.8. The next fastest lap that I see is actually Pease down there in 5th place at a 2:02.7. So not even a car that is inside the top 5 at all. Oliver Piatek is right now on a mission trying to hunt down that Stratus Racing car.
Once again, we get a little bit of intrigue here at the front of the field. The gap between the top 3 in the realm of about 20 seconds now. So it's gone down 8 seconds from when we checked in maybe about 15 minutes ago. Getting ever closer. Those 3 are probably watching each other like a hawk. If somebody makes an interesting strategy call, I'm sure those on the box are going to be carefully calculating what exactly they're doing, figuring out if it's worth trying to cover them. And of course, they're all going to be waiting to see if we get another code 60 at some point, because with 4 hours left, not impossible to go green, but also with more and more mechanical issues appearing out on the track, it seems more likely that we are going to get at least one. Saw the 777 look like they were aiming for pit lane, so I think Jenkins going to take that car in for service.
And Joe, I have a little bit of a bone to pick with you, especially with that last statement. You said 4 hours remaining. I'm looking at the clock. We are under 4 hours remaining. We have done 2/3 of this race. We're calling in the closing couple of stages.
Well, I guess if I wanted to save myself, I'd say we've got probably 4 hours on air.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah. Let's head down to Sloan and Jonathan, though. They've got an overall update on what's been happening to give us the big picture.
Welcome to less than 4 hours of our first 12-hour endurance race for the Zenith Racing Series. This has been an incredible day so far. The weather right now is about 90 degrees, and track's probably, about 115 degrees is what we're talking about?
I would say well over 110, past the point where it's going to be comfortable. We've seen and we'll continue to talk about tire wear. It's slippery out there. It will get cooler as the evening starts to fall and the sun starts to set, but it's pretty treacherous right now.
Treacherous. That is a really great way to describe the track, I would believe. But another great way to describe the day is we went down to the top 3 leaders of each class, and we wanted to get some quotes for them just to hear where their thoughts are at for the day. So from the Grissom 76 car, we heard clean and consistent. Love to hear it.
From the 99 crew who's been leading in ZR2, it's, they first wanted to thank their team owner first and foremost. He's sick, couldn't be here with the team today, but a huge shout out to him who helped prepare the car, Harold Petit, who couldn't be on site, but I'm sure is watching along fondly and probably smiling at how the 99 has performed. Said if they do win and end up being fortunate enough to win, the race was really won 2 weeks ago. All the preparation that went in the shop to get to this point, they made a comment, Sloan, about how hard it is to show up, roll off the truck, and be consistent over the course of the weekend, and they've done exactly that since first practice.
And with that, we have Stratus, whose strategist said, "Is it worth the tires?" Enough said.
Well, they'd been using them, battling with Nimbus, who's gotten that 77 to the head of the field. Stratus was leading in the 59, but that battle has remained close in the last couple of hours.
Yeah, genuinely, this has been such an exciting race to watch all throughout the day, but I feel like these next 3 or so hours are going to be even more intense. The weather, honestly, I'll say it again, is pretty nice right now. There's a really nice breeze. I've stopped sweating, which is super exciting because it's been really, really rough out here. But super glad to have Jonathan with me. Any closing thoughts that you have for right now?
Well, I think you led into it nicely there. Watch in the last 4 hours, especially the last 2. It's going to get cooler. The track will get grippier. Those who have changed tires, specifically in our ZP2 class, we heard that tire really comes into its own midway through its life. Those Bridgestone Potenzas have a lot of potential and a lot of grip late in that stint. So I think once we see some of the fastest drivers on track, all we can get back in the car. We know in the 59, Linus Lundqvist is set to do the next 2 hours. Jason Alder will take that car to the flag. I think the 59 is going to be one to watch. The 77 is in the mix. Round 3 racing, let's not count them out. They've been quick all day long. The other 2 classes have been fairly straightforward, but for ZP2, I think plenty of storylines in the final 4 hours.
Definitely. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, guys. Great stuff from the teams as well to hear from them on on that one. And one thing, Joey, that I do want to point out to our viewers, because I've stood on that balcony where they are just by the suites. People don't realize how loud cars are when they reverberate off of hard walls behind you. It's extremely loud up in that spot.
Yeah, it really is. And when you're standing on the balcony, kind of like how they were, you're literally above the racetrack. So when the cars enter pit lane, they are physically going beneath you. It's pretty cool. You don't have any big catch fencing or guardrails between you and the racetrack. It is just a clear, unobstructed sight of some machines going around an amazing facility in Virginia.
This is following along with Ethan Barker. We're continuing to put the laps in over Clay McGurk, who runs in second, and Oliver Piatek running in third just behind them. The gap between P1 and P2, I'm showing up to 10 seconds now. And I think another 10 seconds. Looks like actually 8.3 now to third place. Piatek closing in. But as we can see, that will ebb and flow thanks to the traffic. One of the other cars on track. Actually, no, that is our second place. That's Clay McGurk, third in line. But I believe the 908 just in front of him. That's the second time we've seen McGurk take that line. Joey, has he worked the kinks out of that yet?
No, not quite yet from what I saw that time. No, and I apologize. We're not picking on the driver at all. Just it can be an easy thing to do going out of turn number 12. And I think that time Clay definitely lifted up out of the gas. So the further you drive it into the dirt, the bumpier and bumpier it can get over there. So I think mission number one, take care of the equipment knowing that you have just under 4 hours remaining and you got to give it off to your co-driver soon.
My thought goes to the 177. They had their off and destroyed the splitter. I'm sure it's even easier to do it on these extremely low slung prototypes. So yeah, I agree with you that keep it on the black stuff out there. You don't want to slip off into the dirt. And he still hasn't gotten by either of the lapped cars, one of them a GT, another his fellow ZR2 machine. So this is not doing any favors to Clay McGurk, who's going to use the downforce to get down to the inside through NASCAR Bend, and that might get the job done finally.
Gets around the BMW, you're right. Now he's going to have to set his sights on the fellow ZP2 machine. Obviously, that's not for position in front of him. It's a lapped car. However, it is still a car that Clay has to navigate around and not lose too much time. The last lap, that one was another one that definitely hurt the 59. We documented him going off in turn number 12. It equates to a 2:05.1. Oliver Piatek giving chase a 2-minute 0.7. That's about 4 seconds that Oliver made up.
We've seen that a couple times, that the traffic has been a real thorn in the side of that 59 car during this stint. And you think about the 205 from before that we caught up on, the 205 here. That alone is probably about 9 to 10 seconds lost on the track to Piatek in just those two. And now the gap is showing it down to 4.4 seconds. So yes, when we see these moments, I know it might feel like overselling it a bit, but when you look at the time, they are a huge dramatic swing in the play.
I think goal number one for the 59 right now in closing out this stint is it's okay if the 4 does catch you, and I wouldn't be too worried about it if there's another pass on the racetrack. I think it's mainly making sure that your fuel stop windows are aligning with what you want towards the end of the race. We've seen a couple times where you get towards the end, maybe a late code 60 happens, and one of these teams definitely gets caught out by it. We know the 2 strong drivers that are going to be getting in for that 59, so I wouldn't be too worried about the overall performance in terms of the lap time. I think it's just making sure you're on pace when it comes to the fuel.
We mentioned it at the top of the show that the fuel strategy can be a big part of this race. It varies based on how far you can go, and of course those code 60s having an effect on it. Once we get down to about 2 hours to go, then we start to keep track of who's pitted when, who still owes us a pit stop, and how much of one, as we've learned from races such as Barber, that if you have a short enough pit stop, even if you do need to have that extra stop, you can sometimes get away with that splash and dash.
I want to draw your brain to something, Joe, and it's the 392. So we had him on screen temporarily. And remember, that was the car that was chasing down the class lead in ZR3. Then they took that big 5-lap penalty. They are turning laps 5 seconds faster than the class lead. And am I seeing this right? 8 seconds faster than the 330 car directly in front, and have made up already 3 out of those 5 laps after changing the tires. Harrison Motorsports and Zerbukin behind the wheel right now is very impressive.
Good catch. Yeah, I mean, that is looking like it is the right call. We teased it a little bit before that there could be teams that attempt that, because we did see it at previous rounds, and it wound up working shockingly well. We thought surely teams wouldn't want to accept a full lap penalty, let alone a 5-lap penalty. But apparently, for the 392, who has gotten back on the same lap as the 330, it's actually working out just fine. And they've got to make up a little bit to catch up to Donick right now, but HQ Autosport has got to start paying attention.
And they got to start paying attention quick, because it was, I call it 8 seconds the previous lap, and I'm adding up this. I mean, it's 7 seconds this lap that the BMW took out of that HQ Autosports racing machine. So a developing story. It's not there yet, but it will be soon enough.
I mean, if that's about 15 seconds every 2 laps, then you're looking at, I believe, about 8 laps that they'll need just to get to that next car. Maybe 9 laps to reach them, which is not a whole lot in the grand scheme of things. Frankly, it's going to be a shockingly fast rundown to get to that car ahead. And we've been having fewer and fewer cars out there. I think we've had a number of them return. It does look like, I think we're in the realm of about 20 cars back on circuit now. But fewer cars means fewer traffic, which means hopefully for those that are trying to play catch up, that's less time lost in trying to overtake lapped cars.
We've got our cameras here on our overall leader. That's the 77. That is the 909 in shot. Now that is not first and second. It is first, and then that 909 is in 5th place with Rob Pelosi behind the wheel. Stoner Car Care products there with invisible glass. Always a recognizable livery, especially if you've watched Grand Am as well as IMSA racing in the last, call it, 10, 15 years. That name, Invisible Glass, has been on several different race cars throughout the, call it, GS and into GT4 era. And great to see him over here with Zenith Racing Series competing in the ZP2 class.
Now, I can see that on pit lane, it looks like Stratus has got a driver in the wings, suited up, ready to go. I suspect that McGurk's going to be hopping out sooner rather than later.
And I do see that it is Jason Alder suited. Now, what's interesting to me, Joe, I'm looking at the same thing. And if you see Jason, he does have his race helmet on, but what does he not have on? He does not have his Hans device on. I wonder if Jason is going to be a driver swap assistant while Linus gets in the car, and he is simply suited up so that way he has his safety gear ready just in case.
Good catch on that one. This is why I'm very glad to have Joey in the booth. His time in that pit lane, very invaluable for catching these little details. So we'll see if that does come true out there. We're watching on board with the 777. Unfortunately, we've been having a number of our onboard cars with issues with the cameras just because of the temperatures out there, it sounds like. 777 had quite a moment going through Hogpen this time. Thought I saw a big bobble that the car washed way out for a moment.
It's going to happen. I'm not surprised if it did happen. And really, it's been more the turn 10 through Oak Tree 12 area that I think has been our biggest culprit of those mistakes or little oopsies out there. When I think of VIR, probably the easiest place to get crossed up in is that section that you were just talking about, is roller coasters down through Hogpen. I'm getting some shots on my side of the 411 car in pit lane. It just kind of took me for a surprise. It looked like they dumped out a whole bunch of ice water to the rear of this car. I wonder if it was just part of a cooling system that they decided needed to be refreshed.
That would be my guess, because it was someone that was working on the right-hand side of the car, which is where they would have placed that. Looks like they've swapped the driver out. It was Rubenstein in the car. We're still waiting to see them go past the timing line and get us an updated name as to who has been put in. That 411 team actually starting 5th in the ZR3 class. So a possible top 5 finish for them. To see if they can bring this the rest of the way there. 3 hours and 40 minutes left to go. And this is a battle for position on screen. Clay McGurk versus Oliver Piatek for P2.
And given what we know about Stratus Racing and that crew on the wall, I wonder how long they are going to leave this 59 car out. If it was me, if the 4 car got around in this section, I'd probably be wanting to bring him into pit lane. However, if he's still leading out on the front straightaway, I don't see a harm in leaving the car out as long as it can make another lap around on fuel. I don't see too much urgency in the Stratus Racing pit right now, so I think it's at least going to go one more lap. But look at the run from Oliver Piatek. He's already side by side, albeit on the long distance of this arcing front straightaway.
And with a car to the inside, that complicates it more. That forces the 59 to break a little bit earlier. There goes the 4 of Piatek, and he'll take second place just like that. And to be honest, I was thinking the exact same thing as you, Joey, that if he's got track position, hold up that car as long as you can, because why not? But now that he doesn't have it, you might as well pit him in, see if you can get some fresh shoes in there, and see if they can make up the time in some of the final stints here.
And I am seeing pictures behind the scenes that Lundqvist is suited up, and he does have his Hans device on. So just to kind of complete that speculation, Jason Alder is probably going to be a driver change assistant, while Lundqvist is going to be hopping in, and McGurk will be hopping out.
I know we didn't see it on screen, but he's clearly feeling fresh because he gave us a wink over the camera feed. Oh, the 908 has found an off through the Oak Tree corner. Thankfully, looks like they did not hit anything. They will emerge just ahead of second and third, but stay out of the way. Scary moment for Opalski, who just about threw it away for a moment.
And I mean, that was right in front of the 4 and the 59. To your point, Max did a great job that when he rejoined the racetrack, he was not in a dangerous position. So thankfully, Oliver and Clay were able to get around safely. But when you're fighting inside the top 3 and potentially for the lead of the race, the last thing you want to see is a car going off in a high-speed section of the racetrack right in front of you.
And they're still clipping the dirt. In fact, that's way too much dirt.
Yeah, sorry, we were talking about the same thing. We saw it at the same time, and oh my goodness, hang on to it, Oliver Piatek, but it gives second back to McGurk.
Okay, was not expecting that, especially with the way that Piatek has been doing so great in this afternoon's racing. That mistake is going to cost them a position. Now, will he be able to gather that back up? Because he has been pushing hard. He has had good pace over McGurk. So theoretically, he should be able to reel him back in. But I'm sure that was a scary one because that is a very fast corner exit.
Yeah, I'm still catching my breath over here. Oh, it's going to go back to Oliver now. Oh, he gets boxed in. Oh, my goodness. This is a rather interesting lap and a half that has developed here at VIR. And now Oliver is just absolutely stuck behind the roadblock that is the ZR3 BMW. McGurk is in clean air and is accelerated away probably 4 seconds. Now the 4 car finally gets freed up, but the damage is already done.
And to be fair, I kind of feel like maybe this is a smart move from Piatek with that lap traffic. Yes, I'm sure he would have liked to have gotten by, but like I just pointed out, he seemed much quicker than McGurk. He could have risked the car going up through those S's and caused a big accident, or he could know that with 3.5 hours to go, McGurk should still be within chasing range. And there you can see the gap between them. I'm showing it about 3 seconds right now. So yes, not ideal, but he's still got a car. He's still got pace, and hopefully he can go run him down.
Here's the 77 on to pit road. So this is our overall leader from Nimbus Racing. And they are stopped taking a can of fuel. It sounds like Jonathan Grace is down, ready to report on it.
One tank of fuel nearly depleted. I suspect it will be second, tossed over the wall. A little bit left in that first 6-gallon tank, but as I say that, in comes the 59. All eyes have been on Linus Lundqvist, who will hop aboard that car. There he goes over the wall. First tank in, door is open. 1-seater insert out. And McGurk climbing out as well. You can see Alder just inspecting the rear of the car. You were right on, guys. He is just assisting over the wall. Seat insert goes out. In goes the orange cap of Linus Lundqvist aboard that 59 machine. I look behind me to my left, the 99, your ZR2 leader. They are in. R3R laying out to stop. It is now the 77 who came into pit lane in the race lead. A little bit of tape going on to some damaged bodywork. Very minor on the rear right of that car. Waiting, and now released from pit lane. Engine roars to life, burning out the tires and away. We wait now for the stop of the 59, who has taken on a second tank of fuel. Engine on, door closed. McGurk gets out of the way. Linus Lundqvist, who was the fastest man on track yesterday, has to the task now of trying to get that 59 from where it sits in second position. Net to the leaders. Now he's out and away. This is going to set up a battle to the end, although we know Linus Lundqvist will not go to the end. It'll be Alder to take that car to the checkered flag.
So the
Joe, I
emerges.
I think the 4's got a problem. I think that the 4 of Oliver Piatek has been fuel bobbling this lap. He was extremely slow exiting turn number 3 into turn number 4. It seems like the car is back up to speed right now, but I wonder if it was one lap maybe too long.
Yeah, I had noticed that he was kind of being hassled there for a moment. In fact, has lost the position to his teammate, Carter Pease, who seems to have been able to get by quite easily. Now let's watch and see if that yellow and white machine decides to come into pit lane. He'll hold to driver's right, and yes, he does. Again, Joey catching the little details out here. So they have brought it to potentially way down to the fumes at the bottom of the barrel.
And I totally get the strategy call, and it is okay if the car has a fuel bobble as long as the driver can switch to that extra fuel pump, call it an alternate fuel pump, another pickup over there, so that way you can make it all the way into pit road. But that was not quite the case for the number 4. It slowed drastically what seemed to be 2 times that lap.
Linus Lundqvist back in the car. IndyCar driver, Formula E driver as well. So lots of experience in high downforce machines, or generally just non-GT racing out there. But he's got to make up some time. Now the question is, what's going to happen with Piatek after he got held up? How far back will he be from that pair? Barker is already past him. And where is the 4? and the 4 is now past him too.
And I saw the 4s just now leaving their pit stall, so they are about to cross the start-finish line, but they still have to get up to speed on the racetrack itself. So, man, yeah, that one definitely caught out the number 4 car.
And apologies, yeah, I meant the 59 managing to get by. The gap is not huge, to be honest. Right now, they've only got the 94 between them. And obviously that's not for position. So we'll wait for the gap to update, but I'm going to wager somewhere in the realm of maybe 8 to 10 seconds, which could be doable. Question is, do you think if you're Thomas Bellamine, if you can catch up to Lundqvist that quickly with the pedigree behind that 59 driver? And before I hand it over to Joey, I do want to switch over to Jonathan, who is talking to the number 4's former driver.
Oliver Piatek fresh out of the car. We can see how physical it is. We saw you bobble just a little bit on pace. It looked like you might be close on fuel. Is that what you felt?
Yeah, that's what we hope it is. I'm just coming out of a corner, just bogged down a bunch. So we're hoping it's fuel. Got Thomas in the car, filled up the tank, so we should be good to go now. Let's hope it's just fuel, and yep, we have a good race for the win.
Good clean stop. How confident are you that the 4 can find victory lane in a few hours' time?
I mean, I'm pretty confident. I think I'm really confident with the lineup. Me, Thomas, and Camden are really fast. The cars worked all weekend. Obviously, you never know. You might have some bad luck. Something might break. So, just kind of keeping our confidence low until, last hour or so.
It's Oliver Piatek. 4's been fast all day, guys.
And we've got a car stopped on track. I think that is the 444.
Yes,
now that I look
is.
at it. Uh-oh. That's just along the backstretch. In fact, this has been a very common spot for us to have cars come to a halt so far today. 3 hours and 30 minutes left to go.
Are you trying to say we need to use the back straightaway chicane? Is that what everybody is pitching for?
No, I like a long back straightaway. I don't think we need that chicane. What I was about to say, though, that the top 3 had already pitted, so they can't really take advantage of this if we do get a code 60. Now, I see the lights going on and off, so it looks like, Joey, they're trying to cycle the car.
And typically, yep, and now we're getting word from control. Code 60 is going to start in 10 seconds time here. So just momentarily, everybody is going to have to slow it down. And I think we're getting a couple words behind the scenes as well. So the 444 is stopped on the back straightaway, and they are going to have to retrieve that car. So we do have to go under this code 60. However, it also conveniently works out, Joe, because guess what? It's dinner time in Virginia.
It is. So it all kind of fell into place. Remember, it's not just the crews, it's not just us that need dinner, but also all of the marshals and workers around the track that need to be replenished. So we want to try and take care of them. Car 99 exceeding number of permitted tires, 4-lap penalty for them. That's our leader in the ZR2s. Now, I believe they are still, we said, 18 laps ahead of P2?
They could do that a few more times.
That's a good point. They could almost afford to probably take 4 tires on all of the next stops that they have and still finish with the lead of this race, which is an astonishing stat to realize in this race. That has been the dominance that GTR 99 have had over the rest of their class field.
And I think my biggest question, at least in terms of the outright pace and whatnot, still lies with that 392 of Harrison Motorsports. We saw them take that huge tire penalty, but they have crawled back from it. It at least looks like they are on the same lap as what is P2 right now, and they've had a significant performance advantage. I think it's just, can those tires make it the final, call it 3.5 hours or just under 3.5 hours, and hang on with that same type of performance? Because if they can, I would be a little bit worried if I was the 330 who is actually in pit lane right now.
we have had a few other teams in pit lane. We saw the 908 of Opolsky taking their service, so they've returned. It looks like Schwartz in the 290. Actually, they might still be behind the wall, if I'm remembering right, as well. The 411 of Heinlein getting work done. And like you mentioned, the 330 is now on the pit lane. I just see the 909 also stopped, and they've got Charlie Espenlaub popped back into the car.
A busy boy. He's always one of the classic pros you can throw into pretty much any one of these cars and get a great baseline reading, and not only that, get a tremendous racing stint out of him. So we'll see what he can do, and of course has a long history with automatic racing over there. And while we're talking about automatic, big time shout out to Dave Russell. Go way back into the Grand Am days with him, and he's of course one of the best team managers, team owners you can possibly get out there. Runs automatic racing, and if you're ever looking for a top-notch operation, it doesn't matter what cars you're going in road racing, definitely look them up.
Gets Joey's nod of approval. Looks like that 85 is going to be pitting in. Is the 777 doing likewise? Yep, they're both going to work their way down to pit lane. Now, one thing, you know what? I'd have to check the rules. Is pit lane speed the same as our code 60 speed?
I would assume
so.
Yeah, I would assume yes.
Which is pretty slow for pit lane speed, 36 miles an hour, roughly. But yeah, I was thinking about that earlier, that you could maybe try and take advantage. It looks like the 411 is changing tires, and look at that. Got to keep your head on a swivel, because the 777 had to stop on the turn-in for their pit stall since the car ahead was going to take their spot.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a busy pit road. I saw that the 77 was back on pit lane, and Jonathan Grace is down there with some more information for us.
Quite literally a splash and dash for the 77. We saw in that initial fill, I commented that there looked to be a little bit of fuel left in that first 6-gallon tank. I suspect that's what they were topping off on so that they could stay on effectively the leading strategy, as they are the net leaders of this race. They will lose that, making an extra trip down pit lane, but they have the benefit of doing it under code 60, although they should be well and truly topped up on fuel now.
And again, those sorts of calls, Joey, I feel like are the really clever ones in the situation, keeping your wits about you, since it is so unique and the team's maybe not as used to trying to think outside the box with how to take advantage of this. But yeah, making sure that you are good enough on fuel, or at least better on fuel than some of your opponents, can sometimes make up for what you might lose, even though you don't want to be in pit lane any more than you have to.
It sounds like they got the code 60 bailout package. It's kind of what I'm picking up here, because if they weren't able to get the car completely full and they are able to bring it back down under these code 60 conditions where they're not losing a bunch more time and they're not losing actual positions on track because we don't have a safety car out there, I think that the teams will probably see that and say, you know what, I do like having a code 60 because it kind of covers our back end just in case we have a mistake on that pit stop. And to your point, Joe, yes, they can come back in and top back up, and those fractions of fuel might be an advantage when it comes down to the end.
Especially considering this is a code 60 in the middle of the hour, and as we have said earlier on this weekend, the ZR2 class, or ZP2 class rather, should be able to get anywhere we've seen between 50 minutes and an hour and 15 for those who are really stretching it. So it's a bit of a wide window that we're watching out for, but an hour and 15 does make it tough for them to get to the end. So if you can help yourself out by topping up, you absolutely need to do it. And I wonder if that's what the 909 is doing, because Espenlaub has brought that car back in.
I think that's exactly what they're doing, is just making sure they have the maximum amount of fuel when you go back green flag racing. The 909 is not going to catch any of the cars in front of them without those cars having issues, right? They are several laps down when you look at the competition factor. So I think the goal for automatic in the 909 is, fill it all the way up. Let's stretch it as far as we possibly can. And since it's still under code 60, why not?
Lose a lot less time when all your competitors are going along at pit lane speed around the entire track. We're still waiting for the 444 to be retrieved. They're going to lose position most likely to the 411 team who we saw on pit lane when we were on board the 777. They are taking at least one tire. It looked like the front left. And actually, am I showing right? They might actually still be in pit lane. Apologies. Maybe it was more than just a tire.
I missed which car you were just talking about there, Joe.
The 411, the Heinlein Racing Porsche.
You know what? That's one that I had kind of had in the back of my head. I was more paying attention to the HQ Autosport versus Harrison Motorsport. So I think your observation on that 411 is probably just a little bit more accurate than what I've got.
Okay, so I'll see if we can send our crew down to check that one out. But that should have an effect on the top 5 if there are some problems happening with the Heinlein Racing Porsche. Regardless, well, especially with the problems for the 444 as well. So maybe the 777 team could get back into this. They just emerged from the pits themselves. Griggs currently in that car. Brian Griggs having done a couple of stints so far today at this point. And in the meantime, we still remain under this code 60 because I do still see the 4. Well, okay, the 444 actually disappeared. Well, maybe not. They disappeared for a brief moment on my screen, and they are moving. So that means they've been hooked up. They should be off the circuit itself pretty quickly with what we know about that exit area. And I think we're going to go racing soon.
And since you had mentioned the superhero before, I think it was in relation to one of our drivers, but that 444 is kind of painted Batman themed. It could disappear into the night.
Yeah, not the way they wanted to. Green flag is now actually out, and we are underway. Ethan Barker leads over in your ZP2 class with 3 hours and 19 minutes left to go. And the ZR2's Jeffrey Siegel in the 999, even after they took tires and took a huge hit on laps, is still leading in the ZR2s. And then down in the ZR3s, it is Lawson Crane, who is in the 76 car leading for Grissom Autosport.
Everybody accelerating back up to racing speeds now, as we, I'm sure, are going to get a feel of a lot of these penalties. Car 4, code 60 violation. Joe, that adds on top to what you were talking about with that Heinlein Racing car. So not only the stuff going on during the code 60, but now having a penalty to go along with it.
They just showed as having emerged from pit lane, so that's the good news. I have asked to see if we can get any information, so hopefully there can be a bit more to back it up, because I'm pretty sure that was a longer than normal pit stop for them, even if it was with tires. We watch Ethan Barker leading by what is showing about 6 seconds over Linus Lundqvist.
Healthy gap, but you gotta wonder, now that Lundqvist is in the car, how fast can that number 59 go? And of course, how much of the car does he need to save for Jason Alder once he hops in the car to anchor this thing out to a close, which I assume is going to happen probably in the last fuel stint. I would assume that they leave Lundqvist in for probably a double right now, which would take that timer all the way down to about 1 hour remaining.
I'm with you. Get the freshest driver you can into that car and try and book it at the end of this race. See if you can make the sprint to the end enough to take the victory. And we'll watch these lap times, because now this should be the first full lap under pace here that we are watching these cars circulate. The gap at the start of it, 5.7 seconds between P1 and P2. Sloan letting us know that there was nothing wrong with the 411, just had a slow pit stop.
Sometimes that does happen out there as we keep our eyes focused on number 77 right now. He's doing a good job once he's gotten up to speed, and I think one nice thing that Ethan is realizing, nobody in front of him. Look at this piece of racetrack.
Wow.
I mean, how often do you get to say that you have got VIR all to yourself?
I'm looking, and he is a full sector behind the next car up. Unfortunately, it is a whole bunch of cars together, so once he gets the traffic, it'll kind of make up for all the time that he had running on his lonesome. But yeah, he's got to be wondering, where's all the cars? I thought we had 29 starters in this race.
Well, there were 29 starters. I think that he is realizing, oh my goodness, the objects in the mirror appear to be losing right now, and I am out front.
Boy, are they. And we're going to get an update on lap time. Does look like timing has come down slightly between the pair of them since we watched. So I would wager that Lundqvist is maybe a tiny bit quicker. It's not going to be huge chunks like we saw with some of the cars earlier, but here comes the timing line, at least for Ethan Barker. The 77 crosses, and this latest lap was a 2:01.1. That's pretty good pace here, especially this late in the race. And then it's Lundqvist, a 2:01 flat. They were barely hundredths of a second apart from one another.
Nearly identical when it comes down to that lap time, and then Belleman just crossed the line with a 2:03.9. So there's the big pace difference right now. Nimbus Racing and Stratus Racing starting to pull away from that yellow number 4 car. And I think that this is really the point in the race where there's nothing left to save, right? You got to go, and right now the 59 is in a position where they have to actually go and catch this 77 car.
Which, based on what we're seeing now, is looking like it might be a little bit more interesting compared to before. But as we were just kind of mentioning, it's 2 cars all on their own. And that's what I am eager to see, is we've got a straight fight between them. So it's going to be fascinating and pretty well equal machinery as well. Because remember, these are all the same NPO1s with maybe a few different ones, some of the Evos out there racing. They are all basically kind of a spec class compared to the rest of the classes. Looking forward to seeing how this plays out.
And it's just going to be the lap time duel. You know, each one of these drivers has kind of proven that they're very, very equal when it comes to these clean laps. The multi-class traffic always plays a part in when you catch a car. So maybe the 77 might have a few cards kind of fall his way. Maybe the 59 might get held up. There was a little bit of
Joey,
a hurdle.
that's the 99. That's the 99 going slowly. We've got a problem for our leader.
Yeah, I just thought it was a slow car on the racetrack, but you're right, Joe. That is the ZR2 leader.
Oh, again, you can't write anything off in this series, especially when it gets close to the end of the race. So they have many laps over the rest of the field, but they got to hope that they can get this turned around. This almost feels like shades of what we saw back at Sonoma, where we had teams that were having to turn the cars around quickly with some issues to try and get them on track to hope that they can retain their track position. Jeff Siegel was in the car, but he's got it to pit lane. And it looks like let's go. Oh, no, excuse me. We don't have anybody there yet. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say I'd be very curious to find out exactly what happened to that car. Just by the math and their laps amount out in front, they seem to have about 25 minutes right now. So urgency always of the utmost whenever the car is slow. However, they do have a little bit of a buffer as long as it's not a significant problem.
That's the big hope right now. Everybody who is a fan of this team is going to be crossing their fingers. The lap that they came in was 223. You get down to the 41 car with Reed Garton in it. They are on lap 210. So 13 laps that they're trying to catch up to that car. That's going to promote Espinlaub up into 4th overall, since they were actually running behind the 99 up until this point. So drama once again raising its ugly head in this race, and the 99's behind the wall.
That's what I was just about to say. They are not even on pit road anymore. They have fully pulled it behind the wall. Now, I think that this could be, call it an efficient move. If you know you can't fix something on pit road, why bother wasting time? Immediately get it to pit road. But that also tells me it's something more serious.
Wow. Again, I can't believe the twists that we keep getting in this series that keeps the racing interesting. And now what we thought was a foregone conclusion suddenly shows to be a bit of a question mark as to who's going to come away with that ZR2 win, at least at this stage, with about 3 hours left on the clock. This is one of our ZR3 cars. This is on board with Griggs at the moment.
I wonder if a ZR3 classed car is going to complete the race further ahead than ZR2. I know that sounds a little bit silly, but yesterday in the sprint race, we had a ZR2 car win overall over the ZP2, and it might just kind of be a rearrangement of that order today.
And Crane is actually about 6 laps behind. So we do the quick math of just over 2 minutes per lap, and you're looking at maybe 13, 14 minutes that they've got to get that car out if they want to stay ahead of them. I don't think that's their main concern, frankly. I think they're watching that 41 car.
You're right, yeah. No, I was just kind of making a little bit of a fun thing to watch on timing and scoring in terms of the class positioning, but you're right. In terms of the main goal for the 99 right now, it is to return to the racetrack ahead of the number 41, which would be about just over a 20-minute period that they can work on the car without losing that position.
Well, let's hope that team is got a good handle on that M4 GT4 Evo, and that they feel like they can solve whatever issue is cropped up pretty quickly. And the fact that car kind of coasted in, not ideal. At least it was able to make it back. I think the worst scenario would be if it came to a halt out on the track.
I'm still scratching my brain about that 392 car from Harrison Motorsports. Still turning laps now. I see 6 seconds faster. So not quite at the 8-second mark that they had in terms of closing in with HQ Autosport. But definitely still at a pace advantage. And actually now we've got that 392 on our screen right here going through what is turn number 12. So this is the BMW that has definitely been on a move. Still a lot of ground to make up in terms of getting that second place, but they certainly seem well on their way.
Jonathan Grace is finally caught up with the 99 team. Jonathan, what is the solution to this mystery?
Well, they were expeditious in getting that car quickly behind the wall into the garage. Actually went to the pit stand first, but the team beat me to the garage. It is pulled up. It is on the air jack. They're leaving the driver inside. Report I'm hearing initially is a blown brake line. That is the rear right. Also damage, it would appear, to the rear right caliper. Team has called for parts on both. The front hood is up to cool that BMW, but they're trying to get this car back out on track as quickly as possible. They have a buffer, but every time it sits here, and as much time as they spend, it is ticking and ticking away.
Blown brake line, not one that I was expecting to see.
And thankfully, Joe, that's actually not too long of a fix. And if they're worried that it damaged the caliper, whether it's the fitting going from the line to the caliper or whatever it may be, I would probably just yank off that entire line from the hard line, which is attached at the fender, and replace the caliper. Now, this is counting on if the team has a spare brake line and has a spare caliper, but I mean, the caliper is hauled on by 2 bolts. That brake line is going to be probably a clip plus 1 bolt attaching to the hard line. And that would be my quickest source of trying to resolve that issue, if it is only that.
Jonathan saying they do have spares. Car 908 continuing slowly from turn pit entry. Bit of an interesting name for a turn, but let's see if they can keep from causing another code 60. Although, if he does cause a code 60, that'd be the best news possible for the 99 team. There's, I wonder if that's a bit late. The 908 now saying stopped at that same area.
And that's the car that has had quite a few issues already today. That is not the 909, but the sister car of the 908, which is significantly further down. I see about 70 so laps down, at least to the class lead right now. And Joe, and I'm not sure if you've caught this. Sometimes we'll clip to some of these random shots, but this red AOA car that had the shredded front left tire earlier on, I'm not sure if it's just a little bit off the pace, or when we grab it, sometimes it seems to be off the pace, letting other cars by.
The last lap was a 224, so it could be, but like you said, they may be slowing to let them through.
Yeah, and I mean, a 224 is 15 seconds slower than the class lead, so that is pretty significantly off the pace.
Sounds like the 444 going to get a driver change and fuel as well. And okay, pit entry. I was thinking pit exit for some reason. I'm getting a photo from Sloan as to that car being stopped. Now, it is mostly out of the firing line, and she's also saying that the front left tire is actually out as well. So hopefully, I would think that would mean that they should be able to just limp that back into their pit stall from where they sit right now.
Hopefully, I feel for the automatic crew, because pit lane at VIR is not completely level. It's somewhat level. However, there's a reason why the car stopped so far down. It's because it can't coast up the hill. So hopefully we've got some nice refreshments for everybody after pushing that car. They have the slushy machine, right? That's automatic racing. They should be okay.
I think that's with the traveling little cart that they have. We've got a code 60, so maybe they have not been able to restart it. I believe that may be for our stopped car at pit entry. And again, music to the ears of the 99 team, meaning they'll get even more of a reprieve for having to replace the parts on this car.
This is working out, especially, like you just mentioned, for that BMW that is sitting in the garages. So, not that they wish to have something fall ill on the racetrack, but sometimes that's just how the cars will happen and unfold themselves here at a race, especially a 12-hour race. So it just kind of gives them a little bit more breathing room, and I shouldn't say a little bit, pretty significantly, right? Depending on how long Code 60 is. These laps are usually 5 minutes or more, which drastically extends that time.
So, yeah, the 444 having the tire out, and the 908 still having mysterious reasons that they've come to a halt, and now they're going to have to try and retrieve that car. Now, for the reason for this code 60, since a car could still have an incident and run into that area at the pit entry, that's why they can't just let the team go and try and grab it, because they want them to be able to be in a safe space if they send anybody out within harm's way. But hopefully that should mean that this should be very short, and they should be released once again.
Look at the time remaining, Joe, and the way this Code 60 is happening, it could be that opportunity to kind of hop on that 1 hour train. It obviously depends on where you're at in terms of the track position, and obviously how comfortable the teams are feeling in terms of how far they can stretch it on fuel. After all, They have been racing for, call it 9 hours now, so they've got some really, really good data points from each one of these drivers on how far they can stretch it on the fuel. Maybe that number has changed just a little bit. However, right now would be a good opportunity to have it right around that 1 hour mark for the rest of the race.
Harrison Motorsports agrees the 392 has come in and they're refueling right now. Let's see if there's anybody else doing likewise. 444 returned to the track, I'm showing. So Dinkov currently in that car. Espinlaub as well has brought the 909 car back out.
And I had mentioned that the 909, at least previously, not going to be able to go catch the top 3, but what is more important about them taking all the fuel, right? They came in during that previous Code 60 to take the second stop up. Remember, you had made the comment on that. And then they also came in this time for this Code 60 to fill it up with fuel. They're only 1 lap ahead of the number 5 car. So even though they're not going to catch the top 3 per se, they still need to run to the end. And we've got the green flag back out onto the racetrack. Cars are accelerating up to speed once again.
Full tilt for the field, but not for the 99 team. Seagull's still waiting patiently for the crew to wrap up the work because they're still showing in pit lane, or at least in the garage, I would assume, from our end. The lap that Garton is up to is 2:15, so another 8 laps between them. That's still going to be quite a bit. The 908 did have to get towed up to their pits from that pit entry. Which is unfortunate to see. They've been having a bit of a rough race at time, especially with how quick we know Opalski can be. It's I feel like he hasn't really been able to show what he could do today.
Sometimes that's just how racing goes. You can look forward to the next round. We know that Max is still very young in his racing career. We know a lot of these drivers still very young in their racing career, and they are learning how tough adversity can be, especially when it comes to endurance racing and really how much of a team sport it is. It's not just one driver that's going to go out there and win the race. It has to be that team effort.
A lot of dust kicked up by Ramirez there in the 392 up into the faces of the 777 here that we ride on board with Griggs now up into fifth in class, rather, I should say, for Griggs. Brian has been in the car for a little bit now and been just kind of plugging away to see if he can catch up to that 411. Unfortunately, with 411 getting back out, even with the penalty, they're still ahead by about 3 laps, I'm seeing.
Chugging away laps here, and I think we just clicked under 3 hours remaining. So all that 3/4 of the race done, 25% remaining.
Thomas Belleman goes by us. He still remains in third. Ethan Barker, though, is leading this class in the ZP2s for the 77 team. It is Siegel who is in the lead, even though they are on the garage in that 99. We'll see if that changes in a bit. And it is Lawson Crane who is up at the front for the 76 team, still out on the track. We'll be back in a moment. We'll keep the action going here on screen, so don't go away. with 2 hours and 31 minutes left to go. We are into the final stages of this race. Welcome back to Zenith Racing Series. I'm Joe Peak with Joey Atterbury, along with Sloan Pollisner and Jonathan Grace down on pit lane. During the break, Linus Lundqvist is up to the lead of the ZP2 field, passing Ethan Barker for that one. And for the first time, we had a change in the lead in the ZR2 class. Reed Garton overtook Jeff Siegel, but then Siegel returned to the track, and with a 13-second per lap difference in their pace, he got it right back within about a lap or two. So it was brief, but the 41 had a glimpse of hope. They are still on the same lap as them right now, Joey. So again, as we've seen, you can't count anything out, but great job for the 99 team to get that thing turned around.
What intrigues me most, first of all, I agree with you. Great job to get that 99 car, fixed it, and back out, resume the lead. But our top three, let me just read off their lap times that last time by. A 2-minute 0.4 from our leader, a 2-minute 0.8 from Ethan Barker in second, 2-minute 0.0 from Thomas Belleman in third place. So we have three cars, call it, 8 hours into this thing, 9+ hours into this thing, all on the same lap, and they're all turning lap times that are near identical to each other. It tells me this thing is far from over, and it is up to one of those top three cars to go out and win this thing.
We've reached lap 255 for those top runners at this point, so we've collected quite a few of them. Haven't had a whole lot of Code 60 interruptions in the latter half of the race. Last one came from the 908 car coming to a halt at pit entry and having to be towed into pit lane. I can tell you that the 98 machine of Kevin Bohm and Random Vandals Racing has officially withdrawn, so they are the latest retirement. They'll continue to fall down the order here at the end as other cars behind continue to overtake. From my counts, 19 cars are on the track and circulating right now.
Top 5 are ZP2 cars, and then we have a gaggle of ZR3s for a bunch, and then it starts to kind of get intermixed between the ZR2s and ZR3s just outside of the top 10 overall. But you're right, fantastic amount of cars still running, coming up on just shy of 10 hours into this race, 9.5 hours into this 12-hour race currently. And you see the picture is starting to look a little bit different in Virginia. The sun isn't straight up in the sky anymore. It is by no means low on the horizon. It's just the shadows are starting to come into play a little bit more.
They are absolutely getting longer. It's past 6 o'clock local time. And to your point, Joey, that's kind of something that I was wondering about. I was trying to watch on the onboards during our break. There's only two parts of the track that are very short that face the setting sun, that are west. Unfortunately, one of those is actually through Oak Tree, where you definitely want to have sight of where you've placed the car. So that's going to be tricky when it comes down. Do you have much experience dealing with that at this place and the sun kind of getting in your eyes?
I never really found it to be that big of an issue. Now, I spent most of my time in production-based sports cars, so I always had a roof over my head. And typically we run these big old visor strips, at least on the top of the windshield as well. And honestly, if it's going to be an issue, just make sure you run a shaded visor, at least if you're going to be driving in those situations. But I wouldn't worry about it too much. The other nice thing about VIR here is look at the tree line, right? The tree line is quite tall all the way around the racetrack. So you never get the sun truly staring into the eyeballs.
That's at least one nice thing about that. So as the drivers carry on, we are going to once again remind you of what the difference is between these three classes. Let's head to Sloan and Jonathan.
Our current top class in the Zenith Racing Series is ZP2, and the P stands for prototype. These are purpose-built race cars, carbon bodywork, downforce, wing angles, and they offer drivers a unique challenge to navigate GT traffic while on track. They run to a 9-to-1 power-to-weight ratio, and this example from Zemeco is just one of the many cars eligible in this championship.
These cars can reach up to 150 miles per hour on track. They're intense, they're hard to drive. Think about these cars as a rocket ship on track. These cars are perfect for those trying to work their way up through the prototype rankings. Our ZR2 class is currently our fastest GT4 class. Think of these as high-performance luxury production vehicles. You can race a homologated car like this BMW M4 GT4.
Or this, the G56 from British manufacturer Zenith. Both cars are eligible to race in the ZR2 class. They may run to the same 9-to-1 power-to-weight ratio as the prototypes, but make no mistake, this is a thoroughbred GT car. Lastly is our ZR3 class. Like the ZR2s, these are GT or Grand Touring cars. They run at a 10.5-to-1 power-to-weight ratio, and they offer the same challenge of a Grand Touring car, although this is Zenith's most affordable and most accessible class.
These are heavily modified cars for track use only, perfect for those club racing teams that are looking to compete at a higher level.
And we have seen a lot of those teams that are kind of making that step up here to professional racing, using this as a nice accessibility point to try and test the waters to see if they can cut it up against some fantastic names. We've already talked about guys like Charlie Espenlaub out there racing. Of course, Linus Lundqvist, probably a very well-known name to race fans that are watching. So I believe it was one of the competitors saying a little bit earlier this weekend when they were talking to our pit reporters, Joey, that they were kind of surprised at the level of talent and competitiveness throughout this field.
And lots of young talent as well that is kind of learning their way and trying to find out how to go professional racing. I feel like ZRS being all-inclusive in terms of not only the action on the racetrack with multi-class, but kind of inviting to all types of drivers, for those that have already accomplished a lot in their racing career, like the names you just mentioned, or maybe some of these younger drivers that are learning how to kind of race their car around that racecraft that we talked about. So yeah, I love what ZRS has kind of developed into in just the 3 short races it's been around in 2026.
And then we've still got a few more coming up later in the season, of course. This is not going to be the end, so more endurance racing coming your way, going to places such as Road America. And, of course, ending what I'm looking forward to at Daytona International Speedway, a track synonymous with endurance racing, and it should be quite fun to see them get up onto the high banks in these cars. So as we continue to watch, go ahead, Joey.
I was just going to say, I don't think we mentioned that the 77 got back around the 59, so Ethan Barker is actually in the lead of this race. That's what we're watching right now, and of course, I was kind of used to seeing those 2 cars at the front, but it's been a swap around in terms of who's leading.
Thanks for calling that one to our attention. It's, once again, Nimbus Racing up at the front, and the 59 is electing to pit. Now we are at 2 hours, 23 minutes left to go. Assuming they can make it just over an hour and 10 per stint, they should be able to make it on one more stop after this.
Just over an hour 10. Well, it should be, because it's going to be +1 lap.
You're right. Yeah, that's a good point. Which is still cutting it a little close for comfort. We saw the maximum yesterday during the sprint race being about an hour 15. So you're hoping that you can get the maximum out of it.
I mean, is this not exactly what they did at Barber? And I was calling them out for it and saying, I don't think that this is going to work. And all of a sudden, they put Jason Alder in the car. It doesn't seem that it matters if it's Lundqvist, McGurk, or Alder. They go out there in the last, call it hour and a half, 2 hours of this race, and they find a 7th gear, and all of a sudden they win the race.
Yeah, you honestly can't put it beyond them. That has allowed Belleman to promote himself up to second place, but of course, they also still owe us a pit stop, so that's going to be handed back at some point. Lundqvist returns to the track in thirds, and we'll just watch and double check, make sure that driver tracker does not change. But I'm kind of with you, Joey, on the call that we anticipate that Linus is going to be in for these 2 stints, and then they're going to hand it over to Jason.
Well, let's see who pits next. In the middle part of this race, the 77, the 4, and the 59 were all pitting, call it within 1 or 2 laps of each other. Now, there has been lots of Code 60 action, so I think all of that has kind of swapped around just a little bit. Here's shots of the 77, our overall leader with Nimbus Racing. Nice lap right there, a 2:08. So they are not slowing down at all. They've got their foot on the gas, continuing on. And I think that a more safe pit window would probably be about 10 minutes from now.
I agree. We'll see who can make it to that, but it's unfortunately not the 4
cars in.
who is also pitting in. Yeah. Well, then, that also puts them a little bit behind the 8 ball in terms of fuel if they want to try and run it the same way that the 59 team is. Now, Joey, I don't know if your pile of Post-its has all the Code 60s, because I had failed to write down how many we've had. I was going to guesstimate maybe about 5 or 6 so far, which is actually, I'd say, a pretty good number.
I think we're right about that, and you got to think we had a couple. One silly one, right, with Wile E. Coyote out there on the racetrack. And then we had a second one that just kind of popped up immediately after a Code 6. I mean, we weren't even green for 30 seconds, so I'm going to count it to a couple of interesting Code 60s. But you're right, I think about 5 or 6. And did you catch that on the back of the 77 there? It seems like the tail light is loose once again.
That's been a running theme. Also, pit stop for the 777 team, and I think they're doing a driver change, so Greg's probably getting out. Our producer behind the scenes is telling us 9 Code 60s, which
really
sounds high. Yeah, that sounds like a lot to me, but I mean, again, our brains are pretty full right now, so maybe we just lost track.
Well, he's saying directly from timing, so I mean, I'm going to trust the hard data. Yeah, I was up at 4 in the morning. I guess that's a good reason for me not to know.
By the way, the 77 also now coming in. So our leader, the last of them, and supposedly the safest of them on fuel to get in, but all 3 of them definitely cutting a little bit tight. And the drivers obviously are going to have to keep that in mind. The teams will let them know if they want them to try and save, or as we saw last time, sometimes it just makes sense to push like the Dickens, take that extra splash and dash at the end, and still come away with the lead just because you trust in the pace that you've got behind the wheel. And like Joey pointed out, if you're the 59 team, you probably have pretty high confidence in the pace of your drivers.
If I'm Stratus Racing, I'm very, very comfortable, right? You have one completely fresh driver who's been out of the car for several hours now. And I mean, Clay did what? A double. Linus is doing a double. So that means that Jason has been out for 5 hours, or call it about 5 hours. He's going to be completely fresh. Now, completely fresh in 90 degrees VIR muggy heat is, still pretty warm, and he's only got an hour to do in that car. He should be able to hop in that thing, put the hammer down, and just absolutely run with it.
I want to note that the 76, our leader in the ZR3, is in pit lane. And also, it looks like after a penalty during the break for the 392, for I believe a Code 60 violation, they were docked one more lap. And they are still showing on the lead lap as the 330. So that means they made that up already. And mighty, mighty impressive for them to somehow manage to keep up with that HQ Autosport team. forcing them to have to play a rear guard here late in this race.
I think that 392, you're right. It's just kind of lurking right there. And it seemed that once they might have been right there to take the chomp out of second place, they were taken down a peg, but they have been right back at it. And to your point, yeah, huge amounts of lap time. Still the fastest car in that ZR3 class is Zurbuchen in that Harrison Motorsports BMW.
Now, the 77, if I'm remembering our notes correctly, he was in second before the pit stops, and they've come out in third. So was there a longer pit stop for them, I would assume?
And it shows, I mean, it's... Well, and I think that we were talking really about the pit window with the 59 car, and you bring up an excellent point because I was a little bit distracted looking at the other class, but the 77 has hit pit lane, and we're still looking at 2 hours, 15 minutes remaining. I do feel more comfortable about this window. Based off of the sprint race yesterday, that was 2.5 hours. These cars could maybe stretch it up to an hour 10 or an hour 12 with the help of a code 60.
That's a good point. Yeah, that was one of the things that we did see yesterday that helped kind of extend those stints. But we haven't gotten one in a little bit here. It's still plenty of time for something to happen out there on track. Haven't seen too many dramas in terms of cars slowing out there recently, so hopefully they've got most of the bugs worked out. This is our leader, though. This is Linus Lundqvist in the Stratus Racing number 59, coming across the 908, or excuse me, the 909, rather, of Charlie Espinlaw, who's going to hold off to the side. He knows this is not his race. Yes, he's running in fourth, but he's many laps behind this class leader, so that's not really his fight.
I think he was just going to give him a tow all the way down the back straightaway. Like a good buddy out there, and then near the end of the straight, he lifts off, lets the car by, and I'm smiling over here because when a driver is in the groove doing his thing, like the 59 is right now, last lap time, 2:05, second place, a 2:02, third place, Gavin Vaughn, a 2:05.9, still getting everything up and running in that 77 machine, but Lundqvist is picking up track position hand over fist right now.
That was the 85 Pollard for AOA Racing we saw ducking into pit lane at the lower side of the screen as we watched from above, and continue to watch this 59 circulate around the track. Camden Hibbett is running in second. Oh, and I spoke too soon about a car going slow. It is the 392 who had actually just taken second place.
Oh no, this was the car that I was really wondering about, and just after they had taken their pit stop penalty, it seemed like they had a huge amount of performance, but now something has gone awry underneath the hood of that BMW. Joe, do you see a little bit of smoke coming out, or is that maybe just what I kind of visualized? Maybe at the left
no,
side.
I think you're right. Yeah, no, you are correct. I thought it was a little bit of dust being kicked up by the car,
front
but
left tire, it looked like.
I think you're right. Interesting. And that's a long ways from pit lane, so that's going to take a long time to get around. In the meantime, let's go down to Jonathan, who's got the update on the impressive 99 team.
Impressive indeed. Last time I checked in with you guys, that car was up on the jack stands in the garage. You made your way back out onto the track in fairly good position and quickly retook the lead, but it wasn't quite that easy. Talk me through the process of getting the 99 back on track.
Yeah, so the driver was complaining he had no brake pedal, went straight to the floor. We had him to come in. I immediately noticed there's brake fluid all over the right rear wheel. I knew obviously there was an issue. Got him back to the garage. Sent my guys to get the caliper or brake line, one of the two. Luckily, we have an extensive amount of parts in inventory. Sourced the part, got the brake line swapped out. I guess it ended up rubbing on the wheel, put a hole in the line, fluid everywhere, but we got it figured out. Luckily, there was also a code 60 during that time, which helped us out a little bit. Able to get out just in time. I think we ended up 30 seconds behind the first guy, and now we're back up in the lead. So luckily we had that buffer, and we were able to get back up there.
When we stopped by earlier, not on air, you spoke to Sloan and I about preparation and the fact that if you win this race today, it will have been done 2 weeks ago leading up to this. Was this all part of that preparation?
Absolutely. I'd say a huge part of it is our inventory system is really dialed in. Our guys know the system really well. I was able to start taking the car apart. I told them, hey, go get the part. They knew where it was. It was easy to find. We weren't wasting time looking for it. We spent a lot of time building that system, and it's for times like this where even saving a minute or two makes a huge difference.
Thank you, James. Perfect execution, even in unfortunate circumstances, are part of the reason why the 99 is still in the lead.
That's telling that this team is that organized as we've been watching that 392 continue on around. I'm actually impressed as well with this 392, Joey, because he's not shredded the tire yet. He's been very gentle crawling back.
He is taking it nice and slow, which is what you need to do. And if it is just a flat tire, don't destroy this car. I'm looking, the gap down to fourth place is, call it a handful of laps, about 6 laps. So, yeah, your hopes of maybe catching the cars in front of you are diminishing. However, you still have a great podium spot as long as you don't damage the car and you can get a new tire on it.
And we've already seen them come back and chase down the 330, not just from their own disadvantage on track, but then overcoming penalties within not that many laps, frankly, because, again, it was a 1-lap penalty that you get handed for any of these penalties on track. So that is 2 minutes and some change of time that they made up very, very quickly to put themselves in that second place. It's just kind of cruel that it gets snatched back almost immediately from them here. So with 2 hours and 9 minutes left to go, they still have time to make that one up. It is not over, but the 330 is going to have to book it now because they've gotten a second chance at taking P2.
I guess my second follow-up question to this 392 that's going to have to replace the front left. Now, I can only assume that they changed the compound of tires when they took that big penalty and went on to that other set of tires, right? And that's where they got that huge pace advantage from. Do they have another single tire, or are they going to have to change all 4 tires? What is this pit stop going to bring for the 392?
That's a good question. Yeah. And since they already took a penalty for one, that means they're going to get a penalty for the next one as well. So that adds to the misery of all the time that they're losing with this issue. This is our leader, Lundqvist, in the 59, looking like he is really wheeling that thing right now. So I don't think that car is showing signs of trying to save fuel.
He is on the loud pedal. It sounds like Sloan is down on pit lane with the 392.
Down here, 392, it looks like they're taking fuel. They're doing a quick driver change. We think this is going to be the last big pit stop.
No, we're going to have another pit stop, but unfortunately we have a front left tire right now that is flat, so we are about to change it.
All right, you guys taking a penalty for that?
Yes, we have to.
How are you feeling about that? Does it make you a little nervous, or we just kind of...
No, it's because we're super close to second place right now, so...
Yeah, I mean, we still got, what are we looking at here? A little over 2 hours left on the clock, so that's not the right app that I was opening at all. Yeah, a little over 2 hours left. So you guys have been running super smooth. I know that when we talked yesterday, you were thinking about doing a tire change first, like 6 hours in, and I know you guys have had a few things thrown your way, but still, you're driving flawlessly, which is awesome, and the teamwork here is incredible. And now we have Wipe hopping over the wall right now. They're changing the tires, so, this stop is taking a little longer than I think that they want to. They're taking a left front, and that is going on right now. Cars starting up again. This is really exciting. Oh, that tire is absolutely just, I don't even know how you would describe that. It's not a good-looking tire, I will say. Jonathan, how would you describe that tire?
Sloan, that tire is completely delaminated from the rim. Looking at the wear, because most of the tread is intact, was fairly consistent, albeit aggressive, but that tire is completely separated from the rest of the rim, Sloan.
Yeah, you heard it here for folks, dilapidated. Looks like we're still changing the tire. Looks like things are going smooth. Just making sure everything's on tight as it can be. And we'll be back. See you guys soon. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Sloan. there. We're getting visual of the tire as well. Still plenty of tread on it. So it was down to something that either they struck out there or maybe got cut on something.
It just depends on where you're looking on the tire for that tread.
True. This is true. And it is back out and running. Like you mentioned, they had multiple laps down to the 411 machine, so they easily return in third place. I'm showing maybe 1 or 2 laps, probably 1 lap down from Weltson in that 330. We've seen them come back from that already. I don't think that is the death knell for them to get P2 yet. This is the 777 in the meantime in that same class. Were in 5th place earlier. They seem to have lost that position to the 444, I believe, and now running 6th.
Yeah, Bruce Innovations has moved up to 5th place. Those were the 2 cars you were just talking about. Riding on board with that 777. It is Griggs behind the wheel currently. Brian Griggs right now piloting this machine. And I'm looking at the lap times, a 2:18 last time from this 777, 2:09 compared to the 444 directly in front. So maybe just getting up to speed, maybe everything's still working out the kinks over here after getting in the car, but definitely a little bit of a pace disadvantage right now.
Ramirez, as we heard Sloan mention, is hopped into the car, so they did change those drivers. And I think Ramirez, Sergio, is going to try and get that thing up to speed as quickly as he can. Just saw a change of overall position in the meantime as we watched the 41 go by. Anthony Pacelli went by Heinlein in that 411 car. That's for 12th overall. Credit to the Camber Performance team, back up into the top 3 many hours ago. They're still holding on to that position over the 94, who is back on track and is trying to play a big game of catch-up, which I don't know if they'll have enough time to do so. And then, of course, that 41 team now a little bit behind the 99 after they overtook them, but still running in second and slightly slower than Pacelli, so could see Camber Performance try to catch them in the final hour or 2.
I think that's probably the more realistic potential than Ford catching third in that class that you were just mentioning. It is still going to be very much an uphill battle. There you see on screen 392. Was that 2 laps of a penalty they got? I think that's what I was reading. And so,
yes,
to what you were talking about, they were relatively close to the 330. However, that penalty, I feel like, is going to knock them down just that much further. They'll still be safe from falling down into 4th place, but 2nd place is going to be a pretty far reach now.
Yeah, 2-lap penalty versus a 1 is a different kettle of fish, unfortunately. And as we saw on screen, the 58's going behind the wall. Again, it has been kind of a back and forth all race long for that team on if they're going to get back out and keep going. But I give them credit for not giving up and bringing it back out, trying to finish what they can. Off to the side, I believe the 14 changed drivers, and Blevins hopped out. Okaranza, from what I could see from the helmet, has gotten back in. They're running 8th in the ZR3s.
Update a little bit further down in that class. We've been really talking a lot about the ZR2 and the ZR3 class. I think that's where we've seen the most growth here at ZRS, especially from round number 2 to round number 3. The ZP2 class has been strong from the beginning, always putting out over 10 cars in most of the races we've had, and always showing extremely competitive. It doesn't matter if it's the fight up at the front or if a driver or teams have some issues early on. They always seem to be able to fix the small problems with these cars and get back out and always have, call it, great mid-pack fights. And 4th, 5th, 6th place later on in these races, just kind of how the cards fall with everybody and how they get along with 12 hours of racing.
12 hours of racing and limited rubber which is, I think, played
great
in a
point.
tremendous part of this, because we've seen so many cars that probably would have been in the hunt, but they had to take that spare tire either because of these delaminations or just simply feel like they could use that pace to overcome things. So I think we can't discount how much it's been to the drivers using what's underneath them and the teams deciding what to do with how that has unfolded. Grissom, by the way, I don't think we've talked about this, that Mark has gotten back into that leader in the ZR3s. So the 76 with the eponymous driver behind the wheel now.
I love that my brain was going to the 76 and all of a sudden you started talking about it. Man, we gotta start thinking about
we spend
different
too
stuff.
much time together.
But to my point about the 76, we've had the top 3 in ZP2 be extremely consistent. We've had the top runner in ZR2 fall a little bit of a foul to some mechanical woes. The leader in ZR3 has been that 76 pretty much from the drop of the green flag, and they have stayed extremely consistent in that class lead.
Yeah, they absolutely have. I know we had the 14 kind of up there a little bit early on, but for, like you said, since probably about 1 hour in, nobody seems to be able to touch the Grissom Autosport car up at the front of that ZR3 class, running 6th overall as well. A mighty accomplishment from what is supposed to be the slowest class out there on the track. And I think you have to give a big nod to that team for not only having the pace, but having a well-prepared car that everybody else around them tripping over themselves. They're one of the few that has just been plugging away hour after hour.
Car 24, you see, is behind the wall. They've kind of had their woes out there on the racetrack today, showing completed about 144 laps so far. You compare that to the near 250 of that same class up at the lead. So 24 team probably doing a little bit more test and tune, just like how we were talking about the 58 team from Stratus Racing. I think it's a great opportunity that if you have the extra personnel, if you're a multi-car team, to kind of dedicate it to that car. Let's fix the problem. Let's see if we can get back out there on the racetrack, even if it's not to complete the race. Did we actually solve the problem? How long did it take to fix it? What can we plan for next time? Or it just turned it into a testing opportunity.
Well, and to your point about fixing it, reinforcing it, like you said, preventing it from cropping up again. Because if you can figure out what caused it, then you can keep that car from experiencing that one more time, as the 411 is a temporary roadblock for the 59 through one of the fastest parts of the track. Can't make the car disappear, and thankfully great behavior between the two classes as Lundqvist is able to go by the Heinlein Porsche there, who runs 4th in the ZR3s.
I'm smiling over here because remember how we thought Stratus Racing pitted too early? I mean, picking up huge amounts of time compared to the 4 and the 77 out there. What was a race for the lead, maybe under an hour ago, has now become a near 40-second gap between first and second.
It's almost disgusting how quick they can be out there. It's got to be frustrating, but it sounds like another quick team. Grissom Autosport is with Sloan. She's finding out what's the story behind this newcomer.
Well, it's a pretty incredible story as well. So, with the family, dating all the way back to one of the original Mercury 7 astronauts, Gus Grissom, from the Apollo 1 mission. That sticker is on the race car. I'm here with his son, Mark Grissom, Cody, his grandson, all of whom are involved in this program. I think it's a really touching and inspiring thing that you have the Apollo sticker on the race car. When did that start, and why was that important for you to do?
Just keep the memory of the Apollo 1 crew in everybody's memory.
Is it helping you go any faster today? Because it's been a pretty flawless day for you and the crew. You've executed well. The car has been quick, and all the drivers have been too.
We've been
And Cody, I'll turn to you. I mean, what does this mean for you to carry the Apollo badge and the Grissom name itself?
Oh, I think it's great. I mean, it's cool to continue the remembrance that going on. And then, I mean, that whole thing is how we actually came up using number 76. My grandfather co-owned a IndyCar, Jim Rathman and Gordon Cooper, and their number was 76. So I've always used it on any car I could for the last, I don't know, 15 years? Yeah, so it's cool to keep that legacy kind of going on and being involved in motorsports. I love racing, so I'm, glad to be in this business. I feel like we're pretty fortunate, so.
Well, I think that legacy would be proud today. Talk me through your race, because it's been mostly with no other ZR3 traffic around you.
I didn't expect to be in this position when I was loading a car up on a Tuesday evening, so I'm just very fortunate, and I feel like everything's going well so far, and knock on wood. I'm anxious, ready for the race to be over.
A couple hours to go, but sitting at the head of the class. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Wow. So ties not only to motorsport, but maybe a little bit higher flying than we're used to, because we see a lot of aviation involved in racing, Joey. I don't think I've ever talked to a team that had involvement in space exploration.
No, I think the closest thing we got was when we were covering some Velocity Invitational a couple weeks ago, and I believe, what did we have? Rocket engineers, rocket propulsion engineers. That was pretty interesting.
That's right, yeah. Worth noting that the off-screen, the 777 team came into pit lane, and I figured that might be unscheduled because they were in not that long ago. I saw the team getting the bear bond and zip ties out with the hood. I wonder if the pins were starting to fail on that BMW.
Well, a good job for the crew to jump into action there, because the last thing you want is to have, let alone a piece of bodywork, especially the hood, have any sort of failure. So better to be in pit lane and get that thing fixed than potentially have a hazard for the driver.
Up from above, Lundqvist still leads, checking out the 444. Who we know cut down a tire a little bit earlier on, and who are they battling with there? I don't think that's for position. No, it is not. But definitely having an interesting time trying to overtake this other BMW.
Oh, and it got narrow right there into turn number 3. That is our class leader, number 76 car. That's the blue BMW out of this pair that is fighting on the racetrack. So not surprised to see Grissom just completely close the door there on the 444 going into turn number 3. They are of the same class in ZR3, but that 444, a lot of laps down, and the class leader having none of it.
How much does he want to fight, considering the lead that they do have? We were just hearing from their team. Might want to get on the radio to Grissom and just let him know that it's not our fight. This car is probably not going to catch us in the next hour and 53 minutes. So if it gets a little too intense out there, just pull over, let him by, and let's finish this race that we have so far really aced in an impressive way.
I would love to hear you get on the radio and argue with a racing car driver to let another similar class car by when you are the leader. It's happening right now, but I would love to hear it.
There's a reason I'm behind this microphone, because I don't have to squabble with the drivers. But it's at least giving it the option to the 444 now finally, I think, sneak through and hopefully take off to try and catch up to Heinlein. Dinkov showing about 3 laps behind them. The lap times between them, though, about 6 seconds apart, at least based on the previous time around. So certainly could be doable for them to at least catch up to 4th place. We'll have to watch and see as this continues to progress. We were talking earlier as well about how the sun is getting lower in the sky, and pretty soon we'll start to see some headlights start to have to come on. For a second, I thought the 76 might actually want to try and get right back by.
It looks like it. It looks like these two cars are very similar in pace, which I'm not surprised, right? They're both ZR3 cars, so they both abide to that same power to weight ratio. One is a lot newer than the other, so they're making their speed in two completely separate areas of the racetrack. I mean, you can just see the size difference between these two cars. And so when they do kind of catch each other, it seems like they almost trip over each other rather than be able to pass.
I just feel like that's kind of part of the issue. I think that's the 5 of Kenny that is catching up to the back of him. He's actually on the same lap as Espinlaub, so he doesn't want to be held up for too long. He could have a battle for 4th in that ZP2 class on his hands before the end. There you see the 76 still waiting patiently behind. Both of them going to have some good grunt down the back straightaway. So I don't think the pass for Kenny is going to be happening here, although he may try to outbrake into the roller coaster.
Happy you mentioned him and the 909, though, because the last time I saw the 909, talking about the car directly in front of Randy Kenny in class, this car did actually leapfrog up into 4th place. So, albeit different on those pit stop strategy cycles currently, they are kind of in that overlap phase of one another. We've seen automatic racing in the pits several times, just trying to keep as much fuel in that car as possible. And I have a feeling this is why they know round 3 racing is literally right on the tail.
One ZR3 team that has been having a bit of a rough one is AOA Racing. Sloan is with them.
Hey guys, over here at AOA Racing with team manager Bradley. The 14 is behind the wall, unfortunately, again. And I was just telling Jonathan, the grit that this team has, every time you've gone over the wall, you've tried to figure out what's going on, you get back out there, and then you end up back over the wall again. And Bradley, what is going on this time?
Yeah, so it's not taking fuel, so we're trying to figure out why. There must be a clog somewhere.
Alrighty, well, I think that just going back and forth all day for the past 10 hours, we've been admiring how hard you've been fighting out there. It's absolutely incredible, especially in the ZR3 class. It's incredibly competitive. What are your thoughts for the rest of the race? We got 2 hours.
Yeah, we're just going to keep running as hard as we can, never give up, never surrender.
Is that the team motto?
It's my motto.
It's Bradley's motto. Okay, well, we're hoping you guys get back out there soon. I know that you guys are fighting to the end here, and we're all rooting for you.
Outstanding. Thanks, Sloan.
Yeah, back to you guys.
Joey, you've caught something that I didn't notice before, that the 177 is suddenly in pit lane. I hope this is scheduled, because they were looking like they were having at least a decent bounce back for a moment.
And the ZR2 class has been very much up and down, and shouldn't say I'm too surprised. That has been the class with the biggest swings in terms of the laps and who can be on top. Retro Rocket's currently in second, but that 177 from Camber in Performance has fallen several laps down from second place. And yeah, they are showing on pit road. I think the next biggest problem they're going to encounter is the number 94 car, who has had their share of problems, is only 2 laps behind that Camber and Performance machine. If they are having an issue with the Ginetta, it certainly is going to fare well for 9-4 Motorsports.
We have a couple cars on pit lane, and Jonathan is with them now.
Yeah, I'll get you an update on that 177 in just a moment, because I'm watching some of our class leaders come into the pits. It is a full multiple tank fill for the 99. That GTR crew operating flawlessly as normal. Fuel going into the car, no driver change, just the catch can underneath to get that fuel. Engine is fired, waiting, released and away. Actually ended up beating the 909, who had came in behind out of the pit lane. 909 had to give way for just a moment. Further up the field, I saw the 59 come in as well. That car was in the hands of Linus Lundqvist. Curious to see if he's going to finish out this race. He has been blisteringly fast at the head of this ZP2 field.
Oh, but we got a car stopped on track. Was that the 58? I think it was. Yeah, Matt Million once again. And that's almost the exact same spot I think we saw it stop earlier when they emerged, because this is another outlap.
That, I think, is the 3rd time that we've seen that exact same thing happen in the exact same spot. So I'm with you, and I'm seeing shots, at least on my side of things, that 177 is still in pit lane. They are adding even more tape to the front end. So what we thought was happening is indeed that car is still stationary.
Just went off the jacks, though, and they put a whole bunch more tape on it. It's looking a little less than stellar right now, almost a Frankenstein of a front end on that machine. Let's hope that it can get to the finish, because they're trying their best to cake it with that bare bond in hopes that it will hold to the finish. Pacelli is back out on the track officially now.
Getting shots of 59 continuing to lead the way. Still 30 seconds ahead of the number 4 car. Camden Hibbett is behind the wheel. Gavin Vaughn giving chase in the 77 with Nimbus Racing. All 3 of our top competitors in ZP2 still on the same lead lap.
Indeed. So that's now put them about 30 seconds apart between P1 and P2, 18 seconds apart for P2 and P3. Jonathan, in the meantime, is caught up with the 177 team.
Clark Camburn helping with some of the repairs over the wall. We saw the engine cover off, and did I see a tire change as well? Can you tell us what happened?
We didn't change the tire. We just took it off to look. Anthony was reporting some smoke in the cockpit, and it looks like there's a little bit of an oil leak. It's getting on the headers. He thought there was a tire rub, so I think the car's okay to go to the end.
We saw you top off with a little Mobil 1. Did you see a loss in any of the oil level?
I mean, it was low, but not so low that I'm concerned about. It's just a safety thing.
And the tape has been holding on the car. It looks like it's been clean, at least since you initially applied those patches.
Thanks for reminding me of that. Yeah, I knocked the splitter off the car, I don't know, 6 hours ago, which wasn't great. It backed our lap times up a second and a half. And yeah, so since then the car's been okay. We actually had the sort of whole nose assembly and splitter had lost a stay and was fluttering really bad, and it was creating some aero instability, and my race car driver excuse is that's why I spun. So since we lost the splitter, that fixed the flutter, so the car's more stable, just slower.
Such are the rigors of endurance racing. That's why it's in the name. But I think this is also why you do it, because despite the patchwork, despite the full fills and the patches, you're still out there, still running well.
Yeah, and these guys are working so hard. I mean, we were here super late last night and the night before, and they're digging as hard as they possibly can. So super proud of the team, and we're just going to keep going.
A couple hours to go. We'll see the car at the checker flag, I assume?
I hope so.
Thank you, Clark Camber.
Still looking at a podium finish as it sits right now, with a car that at one point had the whole front of it removed, and everybody digging in the engine area. It sure is fantastic to see them within a shot of getting some champagne at the end of this race. But I also love that he had his driver excuses ready for mistakes that happened hours ago, Joey.
I mean, he's good, love Clark and everything that he's done for the sport and all the coverage that he has provided for various forms of professional racing. And I've got my file cabinet over here. All I got to do is pull out which drawer, and I've just got a list of excuses of why it's never my fault.
Of course, that's what every race driver should have. There is that same car, the 177. You can see it almost looks like an art job on the front with the tape kind of spread across there, but it's holding, and that's the important thing.
I got to ask you, Joe, because you're an artist yourself, albeit a different type of application. How do you think you would do a gaffer tape job on the front end of one of these machines? Would you put a little bit of flair to it?
I mean, you gotta do it with style, right? Or else what's the point? So, well, I don't think that the rest of the crew would probably agree with me on that one, but I don't think I'd be the one that would be sent to try and get this back onto the track in the first place. So again,
for reference, everybody, Joe does some amazing work with a rattle can and some graffiti type artwork. So I think that he would apply some pretty neat design to the front end of the car.
Can't say I've ever done it with tape before, although that would be a fun challenge. as these guys, again, will make the car look pretty once it gets to the finish and gets to collect some hardware. I think that's the big differentiating factor on whether or not you call it a pretty car. And it has been through the wars today. It has earned its stripes. We'll see if it can just seal the deal out there on track. Haven't seen much in the way of changes up in the top three. We've been kind of watching out for that because
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I see this, and it might be developing more. Remember how Clark said that there was maybe a small little oil leak that is dripping down onto the headers, and the driver is reporting that, right? Because they instantly smell and they instantly see something in the cockpit. But the more that I look at this 177, and that was a big puff of smoke out the left side. Whenever the car is loaded up on the left side, aka going around a right turn, which there's a lot of here at BIR, it seems like it's putting out more fluid and more smoke.
Okay, here's one of those right-handers, and getting a little bit of it there. I was kind of wondering, it almost looked like it's maybe when they lift, but no, because here we're getting a little bit of it down the back straight too. I noticed that as well. I was seeing those puffs of smoke here and there. It's not looking ideal, and maybe they are not out of the woods yet.
And it could be a tire rub, right? It might not be the oil issue that he was talking about, but there is definitely something coming out of the left side of the car, and it is being affected more on the higher speed sections where there's more load. I'm sure from the overhead shot of it going through what is turn number 17, and there's race control saying mechanical black flag for this car.
Yeah, they're not liking what they're seeing. If there's any fluids that are being dripped on the car, they don't want that making its way to the track. Now, I don't know when they handed that to the team. There it is right there. So now they for sure know that they have to come in, but they did pass by the pit entry. That was, of course, shortly before we saw the message.
Yeah, I don't think that the message was able to be relayed to the driver in the very, very short amount of time that it was posted to when they crossed pit entry. So, yeah, they have to go another time around. This is no fault of the driver or team. It's just when it was applied, and now they understand and will be bringing it down to pit road.
Ooh, that was a lot on that left-hander. We saw a whole bunch of smoke coming out there, and I do not think that was any sort of lockup. The gap between themselves and Barbary, who is in fourth, is only about a lap, so they're not going to have much time to try and diagnose and solve this issue.
Unfortunately, I think it's going to mean that 94 going around the 177. I just feel like the amount of time that it's going to take, even just to bring the car down to prove to the officials that it is okay, if it is, that 94 is going to make up a ton of time.
They've been running very good pace in comparison to, I think, 6 seconds a lap faster last time around for them. Barbary and the 94 Motorsports car were actually suffering from overheating issues on the driveline at one stage. Had to bring it behind the wall to work on that, and they've now got a shot at getting back onto the podium themselves. So coming up and across into Oak Tree, our leader in that class, the 76 of Mark Grissom, has been experiencing no such issues himself.
Something I hadn't even thought about, and Jonathan Grace doing a great job of pointing it out to us. If the 177 has to go under the hood again, they got to rip off all of that tape or a bunch of that tape just to get access to where they need to fix this car. I do see it on pit road as of right now. They're going to be bringing it into the pit stall. So I have a feeling this is going to be a little bit more extended than what they hoped for.
When it rains, it pours, and we keep saying it, but I think it's important to reiterate that you cannot count anything in this series, and they are just using a box cutter, it looks like, and cutting through it. So that's
smartest thing to do. Yeah, smartest thing to do. Great job by them just to realize, okay, yeah, it's a gap there, and just cut that thing right off and The only bummer part is now the engine cover is officially off.
They're already looking into it and taking some rags to the car. No doubt it is a mess underneath there from all the smoke that we were seeing, if that's any indication. And so officials will be watching closely to make sure they're happy with it before it is allowed to return to the circuit. This is the 909. Obviously trying to put another lap up 76. Interestingly, though, 909 is the next car up in the overall order. That tells you how good the Grissom Autosport team has been doing with this race.
Very impressive. Very, very impressive out of a ZR3 class car. The consistency has been there all race long. They have yet to let off the gas. In terms of the lap times, the only car that's been faster in class has been that 392. And Joe, maybe we should stop talking about the 76. They just went for a ride on the exit of turn number 10.
The most concerning part was that it started to get very, very loose as it bounded over the dirt there. We've seen a lot of cars kick it up going wide there at South Bend, but you do not want the car to start to get wiggly because, as I mentioned earlier, it often gets shot out to the left-hand side where, yes, there are some tire barriers, but it tends to be massive impacts into that wall, and that definitely will steal a win away from this car if they have that happen. I'm with you. Let's maybe stop praising how good of a job that they're doing so far in this race. Now, one thing we do need to think about, since we were kind of talking about the 177 coming back into pit lane, there's going to be some other cars probably visiting soon. What's that marker we're looking for? Hour 15 left to go for the ZP2s?
Roughly, right? Roughly about an hour 15. And I think about an hour 5 is a little bit more on the safer side. First of all, big time shout out to the entire Cambrian Performance crew. I just watched them pour an entire jug of Mobil into that engine without a funnel. If I tried that, there would be oil everywhere right now.
Joey lacks aim, noted for later. As
especially on a hot car. I mean, oh my goodness.
Yes. Yeah, that is true. You don't want to be touching anything that is surrounding it because this thing has been running for 10 plus hours now at this stage. And they are digging into what is going to be a very uncomfortable engine bay during a hot day. I think the sun setting can't come soon enough for a number of people out there.
Here is the shots of this 177 still on pit road, and I think they're going to be getting ready. Yet here is the hood going on the car. So they added a bunch of oil. I saw them in there with a bunch of rags, just trying to make sure the car is as clean as possible. And now I wonder, are they going to send it back out? And how fast is the car going to be? They're going to have to deal with the body work again as well, or if they're just going to send it back behind pit road.
Let's see. They are releasing it now, but we'll wait and see if it makes the right turn behind the... Oh, yeah, it's retired!
Yeah.
Wow.
I just had a feeling when they weren't going for any tape on the bodywork, that has been a persistent issue, that it was not going back out onto the racetrack, unfortunately.
Another disappointing ending for one of these ZR2 teams. It has been a roller coaster of emotions for just about every team out there. Even our leader, the 99, has not been immune to it today. I hope you're prepared for some mental trauma out there if you're going racing with ZRS today.
So this is the 59, our overall leader. And what we have observed in the last couple stops is that they're maybe just a bit shy of where I would feel very comfortable in the race. And that means they should probably be aiming up a pit stop in the next 15 minutes or so.
Sounds about right to me, but we just don't know for sure. And of course, we have seen that some of the teams have tried to go for a quick sprint and get back out there. But one area that I'm pretty sure that if Joey and I were there, we'd be sprinting towards is the slushy machine. So why don't we head on down to Sloan and Jonathan, who seem to have a nice little treat waiting for them.
I know you guys are all probably jealous of the slushie that I had earlier, but I didn't really get to show you the slushie. Here I am with Jonathan, and we are going to show you the magic of this slushie machine. Currently, the flavor is Mountain Dew. Jonathan, do you want to go ahead and sauce me up some slush, or slush me up some slush? Perfect. All right. I can now do one. Oh, there you go. Now, this is automatic racing, and I said earlier that they were fighting over who was going to get their slushie machine, but now I've heard from Bill is that they got their own. So cheers to having our own ZRS slushie machine at automatic racing. I'm not going to lie, that's really good. Like, that's a really good slushie. What do you think?
That's pretty tasty. Yeah, it's actually, with the heat right now in the day, that's refreshing. Thank you, gentlemen, for the slushies. Quick note on the pit strategy while we're at it, Sloan. About 49 minutes since the last pit stop for the leaders. If that gives you any indication, they're stopping at around an hour and 5 minutes, generally, throughout this race. They've done about 10 to 11 pit stops, have the leaders so far.
Yeah, I have a brain freeze, I'm not going to lie. This genuinely is a very, very cold slushie. Back to you guys.
That was going to be my first question, Joey, is if they were getting brain freeze down there. You got to be careful. That's only professionals around that thing, right?
I was wondering if there was going to maybe be a brain freeze challenge over at Barber, and I think Sloan just had a little bit of a challenge against Jonathan, and oh man, I'm sure they're happy with the slushies, maybe not happy with the brain freeze.
I was going to say, I think she's learned her lesson about trying to imbibe too much of a drink at Sonoma. So she's going to enjoy herself.
Oh, we got a
code
here,
60. Joe. Yes.
Jinx.
I owe you a Coke. So where is it? I'm trying to see where we have on track, and I'm not seeing a car stopped right now that I can make out.
I don't see anything either. Even on our timing and scoring, the cars that are stopped have been stopped for a significant amount of time. But while they are slow in this code 60, we have another wildlife issue. Now, this is a much more adorable wildlife issue. This is just outside of turn number 3, in between turn 3 and 4. And it seems like we have some baby duckies that want to come and watch the end of the ZRS race. And I shouldn't say baby duckies. These are Canadian geese, and
I was going to say
a flock with them.
My wife would be extremely disappointed that you would not identify those as geese, and they do have the crew out to try and coax them out of the way. Unfortunately, they are moving at a much lower pace than the Coyote. Mechanical black flag for the 85. That is the AOA racing team. Manley currently in that car. We don't have any more information as to what's caused that. I'd almost be more afraid to try and coax the geese out of here than I would the Coyote, if I'm honest.
Just bring a stake and you'll be able to lure the Coyote anywhere. But you're right. You mess with the mama goose and you're going to be running for a while.
And this has certainly been one of the stranger races we've seen when it comes to these code 60s. They're actually going back to the track. They liked what they saw out there for some reason.
Here's the thing is that if they heard them towards the camera, I don't know if they can get through the wall. There we go. That is exactly what I want to see, is they're going to actually go underneath the guardrail. I was worried that they were going to have to go back into the forested area back on driver's left side of the racetrack, and that would be a whole different deal of having to deal with the geese crossing the racetrack at that point.
A lot of drivers are used to having to deal with that, but as enamored as I and Joey are with this, let's go down to Jonathan, who's got coverage on pit lane.
Yeah, the leader overall in this race and in ZP2, the 59 came in. Linus Lundqvist hopped out. Jason Alder has hopped in, presumably to finish this motor race. Second place car in line is Round Thieves Racing's number 4, but it's the 5 who's in, Sloan.
We have the 5 who's just leaving the pits right now. Looks like it was a very successful stop. We had a driver change. Hopefully, we're looking at an hour and 27 minutes left. Not sure what their strategy is, but hopefully this is the last stop for them. Looks like it was very successful, and that's where we're at for right now.
Thanks for the update, guys. I've made sure and send a photo to my wife of the geese. And I'm sure she is going to be thrilled that this was our latest caution flag out here. I think that makes us, is that 10 or 11 that we're now up to? Because we heard 9
I should have
last time.
started paying attention when we were talking about it last time.
Jason Alder managed to get in and out and hold on to the lead, we should point out, as we are now green flag racing. Just a brief pause, thankfully, for this one. Neil Desai has taken over for the 5 car, remains in 5th place. Actually, no, loses 4th place with that pit stop, because I just see that Lee is now promoted up out of that P5. And McClintock, who is our points leader, currently still running 6th. Now, he's going to lose some points to some critical people in the CP2 class, but they are trying to mitigate the damage in that 3 car.
And also what I saw during that Code 60, I know you had mentioned that the 59 was back out on the racetrack, but when they came back out on the racetrack, it was still under a Code 60, and basically when they blended onto the racetrack, it went green. So talk about perfect timing of being able to minimize your time spent on pit road.
That's why we keep seeing everybody taking these opportunities to pit in. It's going to put them in a bit of a strange spot, though, since an hour 25 is definitely way too long to try to get to the end. We heard Jonathan saying an hour and 5 is what we're thinking under the green flag conditions for the ZP2s at the very least.
And since we've been talking about the 59 at Stratus Racing, I believe Jonathan is with the driver that just stepped out of the car.
I am indeed Linus Lundqvist, a phenomenal, presumably final stint. Your teammate Jason has hopped aboard. What kind of a race car did you hand to him for the final stint?
Hopefully one that will make it to the end. No, obviously, car's fast, good balance. Obviously, it's always tricky in these long races because you start off in the morning and it's kind of cold, and then you get to the middle of the day and it's super warm. So you can't have a great car throughout that. So you kind of pick your positions where you want to be fast. But I think we found a happy medium to be fast everywhere.
Before we went live, you looked over at my timing screen and you smiled. What did you see that you liked?
I always like seeing the car up front. No, but it's been a great weekend. I'm super thankful to be here. Really enjoyed it, and I had a really fun battle with. I'm not sure who was in the car with the 77 at the end of my first 1 hour stint. We had a good battle, and then I got passed, and then I got held up in traffic, and he got past me again. So super enjoyable.
It's been pretty tight here in the ZP2 class. It's consistently been our tightest of the 3 so far. How have you liked competing against the rest of the field here?
Yeah, it's been great. I think driving standards has been awesome, been phenomenal. Respectful, but obviously still hard racing, which is exactly what you want to see. But it's always fun with these longer ones because it's all about endurance and making sure that you're there at the end, because if you're fighting for the lead on hour 2, it doesn't matter because you got 10 hours to go. So it's always that slight precaution in the beginning, but it seems like we're in a pretty good spot here with an hour and 23 to go.
Finally, before I let you go, when you and I spoke yesterday, you said you had been happy with the car and the balance up until this point. You felt confident it would be fast at the end. Has the car matched your expectations today?
I would say so. I think we made a small adjustment from the sprint race yesterday because when the heat was heating, the car was oversteering. So we made a small tweak to that, and I think we were in a very happy window here today.
That's Linus Lundqvist out of the 59, brought the car in the lead, and it left that way as well.
And the car that is chasing that is the number 4 for round 3 racing. Sloan's got the opposite perspective over there. Sloan?
Over here with round 3, car 4 co-drivers. How are you guys feeling right now?
We're feeling good. We have a fast race car. We got a big gap to catch, but we're going to do our best to try and get to the Stratus car.
And I was kind of asking you, Oliver, are you going to get back in the car, or what's the situation with Camden right now?
Yeah, so we don't know. Camden feels good, so we're trying to get him to the end. If he doesn't feel good, then I'm going to hop in. We don't know. We don't want me to go in the car too early because I'm having radio issues, so we're going to try and either have Camden finish or me hop in for the last few laps.
Wow, that's crazy. So it's really going to come down to the last few minutes here. How's your race been so far?
It's been interesting. We got a bit unlucky with some cautions. I really lost a lot of track position, but we have a really fast car. We have a really good lineup. Just not the luck right now.
Well, we are hoping for the best of luck for you guys. How have you felt about your race today, too?
I think, we executed. We did everything we could. We got a little bit of bad luck with traffic, and that kind of, set us back a little bit when we were trying to catch up. But I think our driver changes, pit stops, everything's been good, and the team's been doing a wonderful job today. So couldn't ask for anything better.
There you have it, folks. Co-drivers of the number 4. Good luck to you guys.
Both of them sounding pretty confident, both on the lead lap. And then, of course, we can't forget the 77 also still on that lead lap. We saw some of the penalties during the Code 60, and it included both our leader in the ZR2s and second place. So any sort of advantage that Allsup and the Retro Rockets team may have hoped to gain, unfortunately, was negated.
I think the other car that probably has the bigger issue with that is the 909. They were also docked that one penalty for a Code 60 violation. That drops them officially behind round 3 racing in that number 5 car. Remember, it was the 909 versus the 5 car, and they were kind of on alternate pit stop cycles on who was in 4th place and who was in 5th place. Well, that lap penalty just kind of determined the drop to 5th for the 909.
I had noticed that as well. And again, not impossible for them to make that up. It does seem like Automatic Racing has very good pace in that 909. And Neil Desai in round 3's number 5 is going to do his best, but it's going to be tough here at the end of the race. There's still plenty of time left to go for him to hold on to things if things stay as they are. And of course, we don't know what is on the cards in terms of potential strategy and maybe fuel between those two teams. We've been paying close attention to these cars, the 77, the 4, and the 59 up at the front of the field. This is Gavin Vaughn that we see on screen right now, roughly a minute behind Hibbett, it looks like.
And I think we got kind of the anchor versus the anchor. It's tough not to call Linus, one of the strongest drivers out there, and he is going to be, especially if you put him inside this 59 car. But when it comes to Jason Alder in these stints that he has been able to perform out there, I don't know. It's kind of a roll of the dice which one you want in the car, but Stratus has picked Jason. And then Gavin Vaughn inside the 77, I think he has been the strongest in terms of the driver combination there for Nimbus Racing. So on the gas pedal right now, and everybody is trying to catch that 59.
And let's talk about that ringing endorsement that Linus gave to the series as well. A driver of his caliber who's literally competed globally in some top series has come over here and said that the driving standards are top notch. And we have to remember that you've got a range of experiences on the track, everything from Linus down to drivers who, like we mentioned earlier, are stepping up from club racing. So give a round of applause to the ZRS, the organizers, that they've gotten all these drivers in line, and then all the drivers as well who have managed to put on great shows so far this season.
The combination is right between the people running the series that are extremely passionate about the sport and the product they want to put out there onto the racetrack. You combine that with some great ideas with multi-class racing. And then, of course, it comes down to the crop of drivers that is actually out there performing on the racetrack. And you're right, ZRS has put together something special here in 2026 and hopefully going to grow in future years to come.
The inaugural season of ZRS that we are in the midst of, will it wind up being something legendary come the end? Because the championship battles have remained close throughout. Sloan is letting us know that the 4 car actually might be coming into pits relatively soon. So look for Hibbett to enter pit lane maybe in the next couple of laps. And the Nimbus Racing car sitting in 3rd of Gavin Vaughn will likely pick up that 2nd spot since they are not that far behind.
I'm looking for that hour 5 that Jonathan was mentioning, right? That is 12 minutes from right now. We saw Stratus play their strategy card in terms of that code 60, and that was about an hour 30 remaining. I actually really, really like that call because that means you can short stop that final stint. You don't have to fill it all the way completely up. And if there's one thing we've learned about these code 60s is that you don't necessarily want to be caught inside the pits. So maybe it's just one of these strategies of running it completely dry and then only filling it however much you need in terms of that splash at the end.
That's a good call. So I'm with you on that one. We're watching the number 4 that we were mentioning that does owe us a pit stop here with Camden Hibbett currently in the car, having shared that one with Oliver Piatek a little bit earlier, along with Thomas Belleman as well. Each, I think, really putting in fantastic work today. We've seen some teams where some drivers seem a little bit stronger than others. I couldn't really tell you who's the weak link in this group.
Neither could I. And that's consistency. That's exactly what you want out of a 3-driver combo. The more consistent these racing car drivers are, the easier they can talk amongst each other and have the same problems, right? If one driver is having the same problem as another in turn number 1, they can kind of formulate together, well, maybe if I open up the entry or a little bit, whatever that is to fix what they got going on, consistency, and the more similar the drivers act, the better off they're going to get along.
Now, is it just me or is the rear look slightly off kilter?
Like low in ride height, or are you saying left hand low?
Left hand low for some reason, but almost like the 2 sides are almost not lined up as well. I don't know if maybe I'm just looking too much into it, but it looks a little off for some reason.
I'll try to pay a little bit of a closer attention. Now, I have noticed that they run the rear ride height pretty low on these ZP2 cars. And I think that's just the nature of how you set them up. But if it is left side low, that usually is a little something else. And Joe, here they come onto pit road an hour in, call it 15 minutes on the dot.
Still just a little bit too early. Let's head down to Sloan, who's going to give us the action on the pit stop.
As we were talking to Oliver and Thomas earlier, they weren't sure with this pit stop if they were going to do a driver change or not, but it looks like that Camden is staying in the car, that they are just refueling. So Jonathan and I were talking earlier, they are doing a full fuel stop for this. So now one of their techniques, which is very interesting, is that they tend to throw their fuel jug over the wall. It's not what's happening here right now, actually, but it is a very cool thing that we have seen over the course of the race. Now, this stop is crucial. Hopefully they're going to execute it perfectly because you don't want to lose any time, especially when it's a full fuel stop. Tires do look great, so I don't think we're going to have any issues there, and hopefully won't need to take any tires before the end of the race. Looks like the 3rd fuel can is going in right now. Everything's looking beautiful as far as I can see. The team feels really good. I was talking to Camden's dad a little bit. He said, I'm just dad, but I said, you're a full supporter. There's a half a tank of fuel left, but it looks like Camden has just left the pits. Looks like it was a very successful stop, and we'll just have to wait and see how the rest of the race plays out.
Well, now that they are back out onto the racetrack, or I should say, leaving pit road, resuming back out onto the racetrack, that is the strategy card for the number 4 of round 3 racing. Now I think we just patiently wait for the 77, that is Nimbus Racing. We've already seen the 59 go ahead and fill their tank up about, call it 15 minutes ago, so I'm not expecting them down pit road for a significant amount of time here, and I really think that they played it perfectly. When they stopped, they were in that code 60 situation, so losing a minimum amount of time when it comes to the track position and the raceability when everybody is under these green flag conditions. This is the 76 that we are currently watching, leading the ZR3 class. Got Mark Grissom behind the wheel currently for Grissom Autosports, and they have been out front with this blue E36 chassis BMW pretty much since the drop of the green flag. Stayed extremely consistent. Maybe one or two little things along the way, but anytime I look to the top of the orange leaderboard, this blue BMW has sat on top of it. It sounds like the 77 is in pit lane, and we've got Jonathan standing by.
Another one of our contenders had led this motor race for quite some time, brought that car in, stopped on its marks a little bit sideways. 1 tank of fuel gone, that's 6 gallons, adding in another 6. Clean, no driver change, still stopped, no traffic around it. Quick peek at the rear tires. They look in good shape. I think that the R3R guys might have had just a little bit of tread left, but the wear I can see, at least on the right rear, is very even, really healthy. On the left rear, we know that they've changed left-hand tires earlier in the race. A 3rd galloner going in. I think they might be trying to go to the end as well. Filling. We suspect it should be about half of that tank, just waiting for the mark. Yes, it is indeed. So 2.5 tanks of fuel going in. Engine on, firing. This car should be out of the way anytime soon. Catch can goes away. Some tape being applied to that brake light. We saw the brake light come loose early. The left light, a little purple tape, waiting. Off and away. Crew members jump over the wall, and the 77 goes back out on the racetrack.
Well, with Gavin Vaughn resuming racing action out there, I can tell you he has dropped to 3rd place because of that pit stop cycle, so he is going to have to really hustle things along if he wants to catch the number 4 car in terms of outright pace. I think he's going to be, call it about 20 seconds behind that round 3 racing machine, and now it is just a guess. What is the 2-lap difference going to be? Can the 4 make it all the way to the checkered flag after stopping at right at an hour and 15 to go? Or is the 77 with a little bit more conservative of a call stopping at an hour and 12, call it about 2 laps less, going to make them be able to reach it to the end of the race? We'll just have to wait and see here as we get shots of what is our ZR2 leader, Jeff Siegel, back behind the wheel as he has been for the last couple hours now. Ever since they fixed those mechanical woes on that right rear of this BMW, it has been back up to pace and quite honestly been one of the fastest and most consistent cars out there. We've always been given the lap times of the ZP2s. They're just so impressive. However, Jeff's last lap time at 2:02.9. The only car faster on the racetrack is our overall leader in that 59 ZP2 car. I understand that the number 3 car is having their pit stop, checking out some tires on there, and Sloan is right there next to the car. What do you have for us?
Number 3 is currently in for fuel right now and a quick driver change. It looks like they were taking, I think they're on their 1st gallon of fuel still, and they've got a 2nd one ready on standby. So we'll see here if they end up taking it. But it looks like that, well, we're going to find out. And they're going to take their 2nd jug of fuel, which is very exciting. We have McClintock getting out of the car right now, and I believe we have, who's getting in the car right now? Oleg is getting in the car, hopefully to finish out the last stint. The tires still look really good. Took 1.5 gallons of fuel. Looks like it was a good successful stop, and he's going to peel out of here as soon as he gets his belt buckled. And he's off.
So that is another one of the round 3 racing cars going back out onto the racetrack. You heard John McClintock getting out of the car, and I believe it was Oleg Gorshkov getting inside that machine. And sure enough, there goes timing and scoring ticking over for that driver change. I like that strategy call. If you've got a fresh driver, given how hot it's been over the course of what is now nearly 11 hours complete of a 12-hour race we've got here at Virginia International Raceway. So if you've got a fresh driver, you might as well put him in to anchor this thing for the final 60 minutes. Still watching the number 99 car here on the racetrack. Healthy lead over 2nd place, the Retro Rockets machine. You see about 3 laps right now, and speaking of Retro Rockets, it was just William Alsup that had brought that machine down pit road. So they probably just served their final pit stop. They should have enough fuel on board that machine to go ahead and make it all the way to the end. And sounds like we got Joe Peak back with us. So Joe, when you stepped aside very, very briefly, it was 1 hour 15 to go, and that's when we saw the number 4 car hit pit lane. The number 77 hit pit lane 2 laps after. So a 2-lap fuel difference, but this might be the deciding factor. This is out of turn 1 and 2. This is the 94 car stalled on track.
And not in a very safe space. This is probably going to bring out the code 60 pretty quickly unless they get that refired soon. And yes, those code 60 is going to help the fuel mileage for everybody. So if you were tight on it, suddenly you're that much safer. And if you were hoping that your competitors would have to take an extra stop, and this might put the kibosh on that, there is the confirmation that the code 60 is coming out now. Okay, well, this changes everything. We say that often, but it is suddenly a very different complexion as everybody slowing down. Let's not forget another factor with this code 60. I don't think we've seen a code 60 without somebody winding up having to take a penalty for improper procedure, which usually equates to speeding out there. Have been one case where at least one driver overtook during the code 60. That 94 team been a little bit up and down, but the sort of good news for them is that the 177, who was trying to challenge them for that podium position, are officially DNF'd. So no matter what, 94 is at least promised a podium finish. Just unfortunate that it might be a little bit of a difficult end. And as we saw on that message, they're going to get a flat toe. Hopefully that means it's nice, quick, and easy to get that out of the way since they are right near the pit area. Sloan letting us know behind the scenes that the car went into limp mode. So a little bit of a mysterious problem for them. I do hope they're able to get the car running and see the checkered flag. That's always one of the disappointing things, is if you can get so close to the end and you might have a decent finish, but you don't even get to celebrate the car running when the timer runs out. Kind of one of the job one for all the teams, get to the finish of the race, especially in these longer endurance races. 12 hours is a difficult task. As we've seen, we've already lost a good half a dozen cars over the course of this race that will not be able to achieve that. Let's go down to Jonathan in the meantime. He's got some information on strategy. Jonathan?
Just looking through the times and the timing of the pit stops, I think who this Code 60 helps maybe the most is the 59. They came in 22 minutes and 52 seconds ago. If there's anybody looking to go to the end, they will be hoping that this Code 60 extends as long as possible, because the car chasing them for the lead of this race came in 9 minutes and 15 seconds ago. That's the 4 from R3R Racing, who it would appear is in a better shape fuel-wise. They packed both of those race cars about as full of fuel as you can. Both teams took about 2.5 tanks. That's 12 gallons plus another 15 total roundabout, assuming those tanks were just about empty, as the 5 now hits pit lane running a little bit further down the field. But keep your eye on the 59 and their fuel mileage numbers. If they're going to come in, the time is now for a quick splash. But as long as this Code 60 stays out, they may be able to just squeak out a quick one, if not for a quick splash right at the end.
Oh, that's a very good point. And unfortunately, it's not going to be a long one, so they're not going to get that aspect. And I haven't seen them enter pit lane, so they won't be able to capitalize it on that front either. So might as well have not happened other than just extending their fuel stint by a tiny bit at this stage. Green flag already back out, and also somewhat academic for the 94 team, since they're not really technically racing anybody in Class 4 position. But as we had discovered back at Sonoma, this lap obviously will not count. So when they return, they will still remain at that lap 256 for that ZR2 team. And we're hearing from Sloan that the 330 team was able to get in for fuel. I'm showing them as actually still on pit lane. It sounds like Joey has joined us once again. Joey, you missed perhaps would have been one of the shortest Code 60s we've seen yet.
Yeah, it only seemed to be a couple minutes long. I guess my big question, did any one of our top 3 take the opportunity that they were potentially shy on fuel, mainly looking towards the number 59?
That's a big nope, unfortunately.
Okay. Because I feel that the 4 and the 77 were right on the edge of when they stopped. So when the Code 60 happened, that does nothing but help the case of the 4 and the 77. In the case of the 59, we kind of know they need to stop again.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking with Jonathan about. He was pointing out that depending on how long the Code 60 goes, it could help them. Or, as you mentioned, they could take a pit stop to top up, make sure they get to the finish, but neither was able to happen. So it was almost tantalizing for them that it looked like it was going to be their ticket to be able to take this one to the finish and more easily solidify this win, but it was not to be.
Racing, sometimes it is just cruel out there and things fall your way or don't fall your way. And I think that Stratus was probably hoping that if a Code 60 was going to happen, that it would fall maybe just a few minutes later, because Joe, to your point that you were just mentioning, then that really would have made it an easier call to bring in.
I want to give an update on the 777 team. You may have noticed that they have pitted. They are once again working on the hood of the car, and I've seen a lot of tape being placed down. Car 4 and 392 interaction under review. So that is Hibbett. That's one of our competitors, and then of course that's also third in ZR3.
And I am, hearing from Jonathan behind the scenes that, the 59 most certainly is going to need a splash at some point. When that splash is going to happen is probably up to the team. We've seen with the Code 60, I don't think that there's a reason to stop early, run it completely dry just in case a Code 60 comes out. However, you do have a pretty significant gap back to second place. You could certainly do some heavy fuel saving.
Do they want to try and go that route? I don't think Jason would want to. I don't know any driver that enjoys having to try and save fuel, especially for that long of a stint, to try and eke out the win. I'm sure he'd rather just try and push all the way to the finish if possible. But we wait to see if it's kind of a moot point, because if the 4 gets a penalty for whatever that interaction that's being reviewed is about, then that is going to be a 1-lap penalty. Remember, that essentially will take them out of the hunt.
Oh, I missed that. When did the 4 and the 392 have an issue?
We don't know, but it cropped up just about when you came back. It was on the screen. It just says interaction between 4 and 392 under review. We don't know much more than that.
Huh. Okay. Well, yeah, that could certainly be some drama towards the end of the race. And I look up, we are officially under that 1 hour remaining mark. So 11 hours of racing already completed, 59 minutes plus 1 lap. So I guess it does push us over 1 hour, but it is officially under on the timer.
An hour and 2 minutes, essentially, at least at minimum, since, like you said, that plus 1 lap out there. There is that 99 car still leading. At times, the 41, or at least one short period, the 41, providing a bit of a threat for them, but has not been since they retook the lead. Somebody had a big off there at Oak Tree, and it's not seen anybody stop, so they must have gotten away with it.
The corner worker didn't seem too thrilled to jump into anything. So, yeah, I agree with you, Joe. Maybe just a car running off the racetrack there at turn number 12. I think anybody standing down there for 12 hours is going to see that plenty. I do see maybe that was just a yellow vest over there by that corner worker. I thought I saw maybe a flag being held out.
See that Grissom is on an outlap, so they took a quick stop. It looks like Smith as well in the 777. Actually, excuse me, I had mentioned that a little bit earlier, that that car was getting more tape put on the hood, so we did know that one is obviously in and out. And yeah, we're getting word from Jonathan that the teams are actually a little bit confused about what's being investigated as well. Interesting.
I see that. Yeah, they have no idea. There's been no reported contact, nothing like that. And, I tend to believe the number 4 car simply because the size of it, right? If there was contact between the 4 and the 392, the 392 is one of the largest cars we've got on the racetrack, and the 4 is a little ZP2 machine. So the driver definitely would have felt it.
That's a very good point.
That doesn't mean maybe a car was forced off the racetrack, though. I'm not sure.
True. Yeah, that's excellent. So we'll see. Maybe there is nothing to it. Maybe they're reporting the wrong cars, which is another aspect to this. In the meantime, let's go down to Sloan because she's caught up with second place in ZR2.
Hey guys, here with Rob over at HQ Autosport. You're currently running P2 right now. I know that we're just under an hour and anything can change, but Rob, tell me what's going through your head right now.
Well, trying to make sure that everything lined up to get us to this point was a big challenge, and all we can really do is run our race. We've got Travis in the car now. He's going to be our last driver, take us to the end. He's really good at that. We know that we've got Harrison coming for us pretty hard. They've definitely got pace, so we got a couple laps on them, and whoever makes the fewest mistakes from here to the end of the race is probably going to pick up at least second on the podium. Lots of credit to the guys at Grissom for running P1 because they're really running their own race out there, which is kind of incredible. But it's been a lot of fun. You guys have done a great job. It's a very professional organization. We appreciate all the hard work that's gone into putting together a great weekend.
Yeah, we're lucky to have you guys here too. So the stop that you just did, is that your last stop for the day? You think it's going to take you to the end?
Yeah, we're ready to start tearing down, packing up. We burned up all the fuel we brought, so we think we're good to the end.
Okay, that's awesome. And I heard you want to give a shout out to somebody at home, right?
Yeah, lots of credit to Matthew. So Matthew's our remote engineer back in San Diego. Yeah, we came all the way out here from the West Coast. He couldn't be here this weekend, so we've actually got him tied in remote on our radio stream. So he's actually talking live to the drivers from his home down in Oceanside. But he'll be at the track with us next time. So Matthew, great job.
Matthew, great job. We're happy to have you in the comments on the live stream too. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you.
Of that, when we get people involved, not just there on the team, but I guess in our chat. So big hello and thank you to Matthew. We saw a penalty for the 392 car. Another one, we should say, is they've had multiple in this latter half of the race, Joey. Puts them another lap behind second place, continuing to bury their hopes of being able to catch back up.
It was a little convenient that we were talking to HQ Autosport at the time, and they were worried about the speed from Harrison Motorsports. They said, we're comfortable. We got a couple lap buffer. Well, that couple lap buffer just turned into plus one more lap, like we were saying. It puts HQ in an even more safe, or I should say comfortable position.
Absolutely. They've been handed a few gifts here at the very end. Without a doubt, back up to our leader of Alder, still running in the 201s, last lap of 201.7 currently. Now, Hibbett actually was quicker by actually almost 0.8 of a second last time by. So again, this one has not been concluded. Still about 53 minutes left. We know for sure Alder will need a splash and dash to get to the end. We're still wondering what's happening with the 4. And I'm also seeing that the 909 has just entered pit lane. That will absolutely take them to the finish.
So the 59 just in flat-out run mode right now. We talked about the potential of huge fuel saving, but a 201 doesn't tell me huge fuel saving. It tells me maybe some. So I have a feeling that the 59 is just going to take the baton right now and run as fast as they can. And hopefully Jason Alder goes out there and does his thing, just like what we saw over at Barber.
And I'm kind of curious, too, because we've been saying that the 4 and the 77... And this is absolutely a code 60 as the 444 is into the tires. Now, this may be at the Snake, from what I can tell. And that is a big hit.
Turn 4, Joe.
I'm looking, track map. No, it is the Snake.
Okay, so just beyond the turn 6 area, which would be a pretty high-speed impact over on driver's right. And you can see the entire tire bundle ripped off of that green guardrail. Thankfully, the 444 is still on this side of that tire bundle, so it did its job in terms of bouncing the car. You're right, that's a pretty significant impact right now.
The one this helps the most, the 59 team, was on it. They must have been so close to pit lane because I can already see them down in the pits. I think, actually, no, they had gone by. Pardon me. I thought that they were in pit lane, but they had just missed it because they had called that car in, but they did not manage to get there in time. That means they've got to go an entire lap at 60 kilometers an hour. Now, they could still get around there because that looks like that's going to be a big cleanup.
Yeah. No, I hear you, but I think it's going to be a non-issue just given the size of this incident. The driver is now climbing out of the car. Great to see that Hoffines is out of the car. So that is TJ now, and he's going to be climbing back to one of the safety trucks. I think that is the number one thing to report, is that the driver is out walking around and seems to be just fine.
Really, really good news. So, man, unfortunate because that car had been doing so good. They were in 5th. They were trying to chase down the 411 of Heinlein Racing. Certainly not going to do it at this stage, and I feel safe that they are not going to get back out on the track with what is likely to be huge damage. And so cars 4 and 392 have no action taken by race control, so that's good that it did not come to any sort of penalty. We get to see a straight fight.
I see that some pit stops are happening, and Sloan is down there with all of the action.
It was a very quick splash for car number 3 that we just had come in. Very, very quick splash. I think that'll hopefully take him to the end. Now, Jonathan's got some more stuff down by him, I think. Jonathan?
Yeah, Sloan, no cars in at the moment, but we are waiting for what we think will be the leaders to take advantage of this Code 60. We'll update when they do come down pit lane, but the 3 jumping the gun, trying to take advantage early just in case the cleanup is done quicker than expected, although I suspect we may be under Code 60 for a few minutes here.
I agree. I think this is going to take a bit of a cleanup. We've been watching it down at the Snake there, and they're going to have to put it up on the hook. We have another penalty, this time for our leader in the ZR3s. Pit lane speed violation to the 76. They'll lose a lap, but they are far enough ahead that I don't think the 330 will get on the same lap as them.
No, they show 2 laps ahead, but it just...
it makes
things, right? Yeah, it makes it uncomfortable. You've had a nice lead for 11 plus hours now, and it's getting narrowed up at the end. Yes, you do still have that buffer, but like you said, a little bit uncomfortable looking at it.
So where is the 4 and 77? 4 might actually make it into pit lane in time. They're coming through Hogpen right now. 77 still on the backstretch. That might be more questionable if they will make it down and around. And I'm almost certain that the 59 won't. They are not too far behind the 77, but I don't know.
I think they still got to fix the tire bundle, though. So
good point.
I doubt they're going to have to replace it, but they're still going to have to rearrange it at least. I see that the number 4 car has hit pit road right now. I do expect the 59 car to pit. So I'll just have to kind of wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost a given that if it is still under Code 60, the 59 absolutely needs to pit. 77, we'll see. They are still heading down the roller coaster. And yes, it looks like they're waiting to get ready to replace or at least readjust some of those tires. Safety crew still hard at work.
And to jump in here, I'm curious. I doubt we'll see the 77. Now, with this long of a Code 60, I thought that the 77 was right on the verge of being able to make it when they had stopped at, call it, an hour 12, because when they got back out on the racetrack, it was about an hour 10 and change. And given how long this is, it should be plenty of fuel saved, so it should put them in the window. The number 4 car had stopped a couple laps before the 77, so I understand being a little bit more conservative over there. So, yeah, 59 still do win, but curious about the 77.
I'm not showing them as pitting. They've gone past pit entry at this stage. So they're going to stay out, maybe to your point, because they feel like this does the job for them. See, some other pit stops are happening on pit lane right now. I would assume the 59, 59 is in.
Joe, it is, and it is stopped, but barely clearing the wall. The 59 is taking one full tank of fuel. It has come in at an extreme angle, trying to maximize every tenth of a second they can on pit lane. A little bit of a bobble getting that first jug out. Remember, they needed a splash. I think they're going to pack it full of fuel to try to take advantage of the slower car speeds. We weren't sure if we were going to get a Code 60 at the end of this motor race, but we are. There's the second jug. It's about a tank and a half. Waiting for an air jack. Are they going to service anything under this race car? I think they need to rotate it a little bit to get it in position. They are going to change a tire, so there might be an issue. They're looking at the rear right-hand side of this tire. 5 lug nuts coming off. You can hear the wheel gun going now. Old tire comes off. I will take an examination of it as quick as I can. There's a decent amount of wear, but it looks in okay shape. A brand new sticker tire is going on the right rear of that race car. They're going to do both rear tires, guys. The 59 is going to be in for a little bit longer here.
Now, I'm curious if we know how many they've changed so far, if they've changed any. If they haven't, then, I mean, this thing was a huge boon to them. Not only can they pack it full of fuel, fresh tires would put them at a huge advantage over their competitors. And the 4 car is still coming up through the climbing S's. They're already down and underway. They can make it to the end. They have fresh rear tires. It is suddenly coming up everything 59.
Very, very interesting, taking advantage of both Code 60s. The first one at roughly 90 minutes to go. That's where they started playing their real strategy cards, and then this one kind of fell into their lap with now 45 minutes remaining, and they were absolutely on top of the call. They knew what they wanted to do in terms of the tires. That was a planned service, a perfect stop in terms of hitting every single lug on both the right rear and the left rear. And now they are in perfect position to bring it home.
Sometimes you need a little bit of luck to get away with wins in racing, and it certainly seems to have gone the way of the 59, running a bit of the last to first challenge here today. Still got to run these final 45 minutes of this race, and they got some time to even pick up a little bit of debris. Now, I would assume they're probably waiting for the tires to be delivered to this spot, since we see the officials still hovering around and waiting for them. Likely they are elsewhere on track and making their way towards that group. Of course, they have to safely navigate their way there. But in the meantime, everybody still has the opportunity to trundle along, and those that needed their pit stop can do so. There we go. Confirmation that the tires are making their way towards the S's.
And speaking about even more tires, I think that Jonathan down there, and he's actually inspected those rear tires that have come off of the 59.
I have, and credit where credit's due. Sloan was actually the one that pointed this out to me, so I want to give her a tip of the cap. Those 2 tires that came off the 59 are the first tires they have changed all day. We'll remind you, in the ZP2 class and the ZR2 class, you are allocated 8 tires for this race. 4 that start the race, and then another set of 4 to change at any time without penalty. They've only elected to change these 2 right now. This was scheduled. This was in the run plan. I asked some team officials why they have waited so long to change tires, and they said, well, A, the drivers have been kind on them, and B, they reported a loss of rear grip, so a good time to change them. But I asked them why they haven't changed them more often. They said, well, it's just more time on pit lane. The 59 has done a great job strategically to stay out in the lead of this race, but also, remarkably, with how the
tires look, and they look pretty clean. They've done it on pace as well.
That was going to be my comment, Joey. That is incredible that they're making that choice based on the fact that they've been kind to the tires, and yet that's one of the fastest teams all race long. They have got just about every box checked on this race. They have really hit everything as they wanted.
Hats off to the engineers or the team managers, the crew guys, whoever's setting up the cars, because you cannot make it 11 hours on one set of tires with an imbalanced race car. And so props to Stratus Racing for bringing a perfect piece of equipment here. And the drivers have done their job driving an amazing race car. And I think it's great strategy that has played out for them here in round number 3 of ZRS at VIR. And I don't blame them for saving tires, right? If it's not costing you a whole lot of pace, there's always the what ifs. What if we run over a piece of debris late in the race? What if we absolutely need to change something because we had a tire failure? So love seeing they've been on the same set the whole time.
Certainly caught us by surprise. I think we'll keep that in mind for later endurance races, that one of the strengths of this team certainly seems to be that car setup and that tire management. It's been a big factor in this series because of the unique tire rules that will definitely come in handy as things carry on. Love watching this organized effort to get this across, because one thing I realized, Joey, is that it's not just a matter of getting those tires in place. They had to watch out for when the cars were coming, because at Code 60, cars are still circulating, so they had to make sure that backhoe was clear.
Yeah, you bring up an interesting but fantastic point. I've never dealt with this sort of situation where you have the heavy equipment on the racetrack, because typically you do have the safety car if a piece of equipment is out there, and they will dictate exactly where they want the race cars being driven. So it might be just a little bit of a learning process overall as well, and I think the competitors are doing a great job. Always give safety vehicles and safety trackers or safety workers out there just a little bit of extra space.
Certainly. And going around at 36 miles an hour definitely helps that. That's why they have them run so slow in a Code 60. Look at that. They're even making sure that little gap that was left over, kind of shoved across by the 444, is closed up, because that is a safety issue. I'm sure it seems particular from the outside, but if a car can hit one spot, it can always hit that spot again. That's why they have to make sure there's no gaps in the tires.
What I would love to see is I see a fan on a dirt bike just past the fence behind that construction
It's not doing
equipment
donuts
over
for
there.
you, Joey.
I was maybe not a donut. I was going to maybe ask for a wheelie. You know, I mean, it's a dirt bike.
Okay, that I can understand. Not sure if he's even listening to us right now, but yeah, certainly getting a wonderful view out there of this racing. That is a great spot to see lots of track. You basically see the exit of turn 5 into the snake, which is 6, and you see them all the way through the tunnel under the bridge, the underpass, really, I should say, that takes you up to the climbing S's. So lots of track that you can see from a nice rise up next to it. And obviously, towards the end of the day, your eyes won't be looking into the sun, too, since you'll be facing west. Speaking of the sun, now I know that the exposure
Really cool
on this
shot.
camera, the exposure on this camera is a little bit dark from what I've seen throughout the day. So this isn't completely accurate, but it does give a good sense here from Brian Griggs' view.
And we are completely in the shade in this section of the racetrack, right? You see the sun underneath that tree line. Now, when we get over to call it turn number 1, we're actually going to go into the sunshine here momentarily as we go down into Hog Pen from roller coasters. So I think that depending on where you are at the racetrack or on the racetrack, you're either going to be dealing with a heavily shaded area or still some nice, beautiful Saturday afternoon sunshine.
We don't have accurate timing between the cars because of the code 60 right now, but I can tell you from our marching ants that the 59 is roughly half a lap ahead of the 4 after the pit stops are over. So it unless there is some unleashed pace that round 3 racing is holding back on, I don't think Alder has much to worry about as the green flag comes out, because all he's got to do is take care of the car for about 37 minutes.
Always easier said than done. However, if you're going to ask a driver to do it, I wouldn't mind any of the 3 drivers that the 59 has in store, whether it be Jason Alder, Linus Lundqvist, or Clay McGurk out there. I think that they would all be able to get this job done nice. They've proven that they can be the fastest car at any point in the race. You had pointed out that they started from last in class, made up all of that ground via passes on the racetrack, especially early on. About halfway through, really asserted themselves as contenders for winning this race, and ever since then it has been that still steady climb to now in a confirmed commanding position.
The 94 team, the 94 Motorsports team, really deserves some credit, because after a mysterious stop on track, they've got it running again. Barbari's in the car now, and they're back going. They will remain in third, as we mentioned before, since they have no other cars in their class that can manage to overtake. In fact, the only one that is not officially retired behind them is the 290, but I'm pretty sure that they also are out of it, even though it isn't marked as retired on our timing screen.
I agree with you. I haven't seen that car out there on the racetrack in a while. Pretty cool that we're winding down here close to the last half hour, just noticing over 300 laps accomplished here for our top 3, working lap number 304.
Not quite as many as I had predicted earlier on based on the estimations. Now, am I seeing... Yeah, that can't be right, because it's showing the 4 is 4 seconds behind Alder, so I don't think that is accurate, because, again, marching ants are showing them on opposite ends of the track right now. And, in fact, if I look over at the tower on our screen, yeah, a minute 13, that seems more correct to me.
And yes, I hear you. Minute 13, that is definitely more of the accurate statement between those 2 cars. I guess I'm more curious, how close is the 4 and the 77? Now that we know the 59 is good to go to the end, we don't have to worry about the fuel or any sort of shenanigans over there. It really is kind of a race between the 4 and the 77. And Gavin Vaughn took out about 4 seconds out of that last lap time.
You're right. Those 2 are more accurately about 11 seconds apart, so that could come down to the finish. We've seen how much the traffic can cost. Like you had said, last lap, about 4 seconds apart. We've seen upwards of 5 seconds cost by traffic alone if you're in the ZP2 class and you catch some of the GT cars at the wrong place. So they'll have to push a little bit harder maybe if you're in the round 3 racing camp, letting the driver know time to take some risks. If you're going through traffic, don't wait patiently. We got to go.
Something I'm noticing, and I had to recorrect my math over here. Once we reach 306 laps, right, just another lap, that is 1,000 miles accomplished at VIR. I think when you put it into that distance perspective, wow, right?
100%. So we've, effectively raced just over the VIR 1000 here this today, which is very cool.
1,000 miles at any racetrack is absolutely no joke, let alone VIR, a really, really aggressive place.
Watching one of our ZR3 cars come on down the hill. Once again, I think that might be the 85 of AOA Racing that we saw a little bit earlier. And there's a good example of how the traffic can cause a big checkup coming down through the roller coaster in Hogpin. That was the 77 as well. So they're probably going to be cost a little bit of time Last lap for Hibbett, a 2 flat 5. Vaughn just crosses 2:02.6. They were held up by about 2 seconds.
And who knows what it's going to be in the next coming laps. It could continue to fall in the favor of the number 4, and we see that gap continue to extend bigger and bigger. Or it could fall the direction of the 77, and we see a race start to form. And you never know. I think that's one of the cool parts about multi-class racing, and you combine that with the larger entry fields that we're definitely seeing now here with Zenith. I mean, we still got, just shy of 20 cars that are out there running at VIR, and they are all of different classes out there. Of course, you've got the 3 different classes, so definitely still some potential where you can get held up.
Right now, when I look at the track map, the 4 has a little room. I think in the next lap or so, they're going to be catching up to the 330 machine, and then there's a bit of a gap before they get to the 411. So the 77 can hope maybe that helps pretty soon. There's also the 99 and the 392. Other than that, there's really not too many cars that are in the way if they're hoping for the traffic to give them back some of that time in the near future. It might have to be more down to pace for Gavin Vaughn if he wants to catch up to Camden Hibbett. A couple of young drivers who have got the pace from what we've seen. Will that fervor of their youth pay off here at the end of the race to gift a position to Nimbus?
My brain is curious on if we're going to get enough low light that we're going to start to see these rotors glow. Typically, you need to have a little bit of a darker light condition in order for the cameras to really pick up the rotors glowing. And then second of all, you have to have some pretty big brake zones that you can actually see inside the wheel. Now, we do have some big brake zones here at VIR. It's just a matter of how cool that these cars are actually running. We know ambient temperatures are pretty hot, but I'd just be interested to see. Those are always some of my favorite, and I'm sure a lot of people's favorite shots.
Going to be a real joy for the photographers this late in the race, but with now a half an hour left to go, 11 hours and 30 minutes of racing. The drivers are going to be tired. The teams, they're going to be tired. But as we heard, many of them already getting ready to break down now that they've had their last pit stop. And it's going to certainly provide them some relief once they get to that checkered flag. It's always sort of the interesting contrast, Joey, because I feel like every time I talk to drivers and whatnots after these endurance races, they're exhausted, but at the same time they're going, when's the next one?
You're right. There's kind of an intoxicating feel about it once you've accomplished such a long race, and you can't wait for the next one. I'll draw another parallel that a lot of times when you're racing, it doesn't matter if you finish first or if you finish last. You're always going to find yourself at the exact same bar, drinking with the exact same people, having good times. So I think it also goes to show you it's not necessarily the finishing position. It's not necessarily the length of the race, but it's the camaraderie along the way. Being out there with all of your buddies, your teammates, and competing for something. I think that's what all of these teams, drivers, everybody that competes in this sport, that's what they're here for.
It is still about people at the end. Yes, we love these cars. We love the speed. But the competition requires that we all be out there and enjoying the sport, really enjoying getting to go up against one another. Without the other drivers and the teams out there, then we have no race to partake in. But all this waxing poetic, I think maybe caused a little bit by the beautiful sunset that we're seeing, which is officially going to happen. We're hearing at about 8:30, which is about the time that we're going to see the race end as somebody kicked up a whole heap of dust ahead of third place there.
And I wonder if that car is still sitting in the grass, because we went by it pretty fast with the 77. But obviously, nothing to be worried about too much for that 77 car. Pretty fun also to see a lot of the headlights being turned on, and especially some of the artistic liberties that the drivers and teams can go about now with making sure that their car is identifiable at night. How about this neon pink to go along with the pink accents with Nimbus Racing kind of down that shark fin?
That is one thing that I have loved over the last maybe 15 years or so that has really become a feature of endurance racing. Like you said, making the cars identifiable, and it certainly looks gorgeous here in the twilight, as well as when we get actually late into the night. Obviously, we won't be reaching that fully for this series, just reaching when the sun dips below the horizon, but we can still show off some of these cars, especially that 77 that you were just highlighting there. It goes around the outside of the 411.
Just goes to show you how ahead of the times Fast and Furious was with that underglow.
That's the place you go with this. All right.
Am I wrong?
I guess so. I wouldn't have considered that. Then let's see. What's that last lap? Ooh, Vaughn with a 2 flat 5. We're at the end of the race, so obviously if you've got anything left in the tank, Joe, you're going to use it. That's a good lap. How about a 1:59.7 from Hibbett in response?
And that's what we've seen all race long, right? I think that between the 59, the 4, and the 77, any of those 3 cars could be the fastest ZP2 machine at any given moment. In the last handful of hours, it has swung the direction of the 59. However, you look at any given lap, and they are pretty much right smack on top of each other, and that is why all 3 are still on the same lap.
You mentioned crews breaking down. Jonathan is there amongst it. What does it feel like as we reach the end here, Jonathan?
Final 25 minutes and some change. There has been a noticeable change in attitude and tone here in the pit lane as the sun starts to dip below the Virginia trees here along this beautiful 3-mile and some change road course. The easy ups are coming down. The fuel is still being left on the pit wall, as are 1 or 2 lingering tires and a wheel gun just in case anything happens. But the snacks have gone away. The coolers are being torn down. The Rubbermaid tables are being folded up. For the most part, these crews are starting to pack up as the sun not only sets here over the track, but also on this race. You can never be too careful, of course, if emergency service is required. All of the teams are ready for that, but the urgency, the angst, the nerves seem to have cooled it just a little bit, because now it's in the hands of the drivers to finish this race.
And it's been all these hours of effort. We've heard, as you guys were talking to some of the teams, it's been weeks of preparation as well, not just leading up this weekend here at Thursday and Friday, and then of course this morning, but they've had to do all kinds of stuff to get them into the right position by the time they showed up at the track to wrap it up. That was the 99 on screen with Michael Gilbert currently behind the wheel of that ZR2 car, who has just done a fantastic job with the lead of this ZR2 race, Joey. Even in spite of major issues out there, they're still going to come away with, let's see, 6 laps over their nearest rival.
Been the class of the ZR2 field, not only in the performance on the racetrack in terms of lap time, but also when it comes to fixing that car. We documented that issue with the right rear brake line. Crew was able to get to work in the garage, and of course they resumed out on the racetrack in second place, and then their drivers just simply went back to work, and like you had mentioned, gained now what is 6 laps yet again on the next fastest ZR2 car. I was going to point out too, visually, the sun has pretty much set in terms of the tree line. I know official sunset isn't for another, call it 25 minutes or so. But the amount of sunshine that is physically on the racetrack is almost non-existent now.
Yeah, we saw a little bit there coming down out of roller coaster. Let's see if there's any into turn 1, because there could be some kind of shining onto that point. No, it doesn't look like it. That is also in the shade there. even down into that first corner outside of most of the trees. It looks like a little bit of it is reaching the trees to the outside of the circuit. That's going to mean likely that most of the rest of the track is in the shade. And here's where the headlights really become visible as we get the 4-car flashing at those GT vehicles, letting them know they're coming.
Hey, I might be small out here, but I have plenty of lap time and speed. Just please see me coming. That's exactly what Camden Hibbett is trying to relay in terms of those lights flashing to all of those ZR2 and ZR3 cars. He is urgent. I think that, the team has probably said, hey, Camden, you need to turn qualifying laps from here until the checkered flag if we want to catch the 59. So that is probably what's on the mind of the driver as well.
And I think with good reason. We had said it was about 11 seconds is what I mentioned. It has bumped up to, it was at 15, it went down to 14 there. So yeah, they're doing good. That what he's doing with that urgency means that they're having the right effect because he's pulling away. But if he was any more patient, it could wind up costing them precious seconds at the end of this race. With 21 minutes left to go, we're looking, plus a lap, we should clarify, we are looking at somewhere in the realm of about 11 to 12 laps left.
Something I find pretty fun right now on timing and scoring. Jason Alder, last lap, green.
Oh, wow.
Fastest lap out of the entire race. Now, he does not have the purple lap. That still belongs to that number 4 car. So the fastest lap in the race is a 1:58.999. But if the 59 just turned their fastest lap on lap 311, remember they have those fresh tires. I'm thinking the sun is going down. They've got some tires. The car's going to be doing nothing but getting lighter on fuel. How much does Jason Alder go out there and chase that 58.9?
I don't think Jason Alder needs happy hour at the bar later. He's got it right now. That car has got to be feeling great compared to what they were experiencing.
But how much does he want it?
Oh, I'm sure they'll want it. And you know what? It's seeming like they will have some champagne to have there if the things continue as they run right now. The gap still remaining at about an hour and 10. Not an hour and 10. I bet they wish it was an hour difference. a minute and 10 between themselves and second place right now. It is certainly in a comfortable position, at least with these 20 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, comfortable for the 59, not as comfortable for the 4. Still holding off the 77, but so equal on pace as long as the drivers stay consistent and don't make any big-time mistakes out there. Should stay relatively stagnant. I think the other one to report on